Chapter 1. The World of Magical Wasteland. Upon awakening, a profound ache enveloped my entire being. Wait, an ache? Struggling to open my eyes, I realized that the familiar white ceiling of the hospital had vanished. In its place was a shroud of ethereal blue fabric. The acrid scent of antiseptics had also dissipated, replaced by the delicate fragrance of flora that wafted gently into my nostrils. Have I perished? I murmured to myself, a hint of bewilderment and relief evident in my voice. For one who had languished in a sickbed for the best decade of youth, death seemed not an insurmountable conclusion. Suddenly, a long-forgotten sensation of sharp pain surged forth like a tidal wave. The sensory connections throughout my body appeared to re-establish themselves with my mind at that very moment. I had heard tales of how the body rejuvenates after death. It seemed to be true. A smile graced my lips, reminiscent of a newborn babe, as I tentatively rose to my feet, gently stretching my limbs. The sensation was akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, fluttering its wings for the first time. No dullness, only the essence of rebirth. Every inch of my skin, every joint rejoiced in unison, celebrating newfound freedom. Welcome, dear travelers, to the realm of Magical Wasteland. A voice, deep and resonant, reverberated through the air like a thunderclap. In the desolation, seek vitality. In the abyss, seek hope. Your form shall be remolded by magic, returning to their peak state. From this moment forth, bid farewell to the old world, all that which shall lose its significance. Travelers from the realm devoid of magic, strive to live well, allowing the miracle of life to persist within you. Upon hearing these words, my body instinctively trembled, akin to a drum being struck, resonating with a vibrant hum. What? So, I'm not dead, and my body is healed. The astonishing revelation left me momentarily at a loss. To regain physical health was a notion I had scarcely dared to dream of, especially for one like me, long bedridden due to paralysis. As for the mention of survival, what was there to seek in survival? What was the saying again? To live or to perish? In that instant, the dullness in my eyes ignited with brilliance. I abruptly raised my hand, smoothing the blue and white hospital garb that adorned me. Then, I violently tore away the coarse thread at the collar. What a nuisance! I had endured it for far too long. No more would I allow it to jab at me daily. With the formidable adversary of life and death resolved, I promptly stood, struggling through a half-hearted rendition of an exercise routine. I moved my limbs. As I grew reacquainted with my body, my gaze began to explore the unfamiliar surroundings. Good heavens! The sight before me compelled me to draw a sharp breath. To describe it as bare walls would be a gross understatement. The room's four sides were adorned with walls of soft blue material, rustling in the breeze. Rather than a room, it resembled a tent. A wooden pole, as thick as a bowl, stood resolutely in the center, supporting the entire structure. The pole was adorned with intricate patterns, within which faint glimmers of light danced. The tent, a mere 5 square meters in size, felt somewhat cavernous at that moment. After all, the possessions were pitifully few. Apart from the straw mat beneath him, there remained only a wooden table. On this table, a peculiar lamp resembling a horse lantern quietly stood, its lampshade seemingly alive with dancing fireflies, emitting a faint glow that barely illuminated the confines of the tent. Beside the lamp lay a black grimoire, resting in serene stillness. The intricate patterns on its cover seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, strikingly unique. Jiang Sun, supporting himself with effort, slowly approached the table and reached out his hand. Suddenly, he was startled by a rustling sound from outside, followed by a dull thud that echoed like a heavy object colliding with a drum and then being flung away. In quick succession, a piercing, anguished scream erupted, only to fade into an eerie silence. Jiang Sun's body jolted involuntarily. The sound alone was enough to evoke pain. He instinctively touched the back of his head, but chose to disregard it. Ridiculous! Surely, I cannot perish the moment I traverse into this realm. Fear was not an option. He gently reached out to touch the grimoire, and once again, a voice resonated in his ears, now transformed into an emotionless, mechanical tone. Please, esteemed guests, set aside your baseless fears. In the realm of magical wastelands, danger lurks at every corner. To survive, please adhere to the following points. 1. The magical tent you occupy is safeguarded by a secondary magical shield, the only sanctuary you possess at this stage, though can only assure your temporary safety. 2. Mastering basic magic is crucial for survival. Learn how to awaken the magical energy within you. Even the simplest spells, like illumination or protective barriers, can ignite a glimmer of hope in the darkness. 3. All supplies must be gathered by your own efforts. Strive to collect resources to meet your essential needs. For the nocturnal wasteland is perilous endeavor to return to the magical tent before nightfall, maximizing your chances of survival. 5. The Manual of Magical Wastelands on the table will aid you in quickly comprehending the entirety of this world. Please keep it safe. As the mechanical voice droned on, Jiang Sun dismissed it entirely, pulling aside the tent's entrance with determination. The mantra echoed in his mind, to live or to die. After a decade of inactivity, he was resolute in venturing out into the world. With a glint of resolve in his eyes, Jiang Sun stepped boldly out of the tent, tilting his head back, closing his eyes, and inhaling deeply the fresh air outside. The invigorating breeze rushed into his lungs, cleansing his very soul. The lingering bitterness in his nostrils, a remnant of long-term reliance on a respirator, vanished without a trace. In the magical world, I have arrived, he proclaimed loudly, his declaration echoing through the night sky, gradually dissipating along with the pent-up frustration that had long resided within him, merging into the enigma of this newfound realm. The mechanical voice continued its monotonous introduction. 6. Basic weapons can be claimed from the Manual of Magical Wastelands. Please retrieve them promptly, for without them, your chances of survival are negligible. Apologies for the interruption. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun turned without a word and re-entered the tent. When he emerged once more, he firmly grasped a half-meter-long white staff. One may perish, but not in vain. What a wretched thing, why must it be white? Jiang Sun furrowed his brows in distaste as he regarded the staff in his hand. He had a strong aversion to the hospital's color scheme. In truth, the spellbook had presented an array of weaponry options. Yet, he resolutely chose the staff. Only a fool engages in close combat, he muttered softly to himself. A decade prior, it was that fateful confrontation with a truck that plunged him into a decade of darkness, a full 10 years of living in utter helplessness. Thus, one may die, but not in a manner that belittles their existence. Jiang Sun clutched the staff tightly, its icy touch inexplicably brought him a sense of solace. As he slowly lifted his gaze, the sight before him took his breath away. Before him lay a faintly shimmering hemispherical barrier, akin to a veil of translucent silk, enveloping the tent entirely. The edge of the barrier hovered approximately 2 meters from the tent's exterior, where he had just been standing in that narrow gap. Beyond the barrier, stars twinkled and the moonlight danced. Not far off stood a dense thicket of trees, their towering forms entwined with luminous vines, leaves rustling softly in the breeze. In the air, unknown flying creatures streaked by like lightning, leaving behind brilliant trails of light. On the ground, countless nameless magical plants blossomed, their glow intertwining in a mesmerizing display. It resembled a resplendent painting, beckoning nocturnal beings to weave through its splendor. Once, Jiang Sun had lain countless times in bed, listening to tales that painted magnificent images of a magical realm in his mind. Now, all those vivid visions were materializing before his very eyes. It was real, and no one could fathom the profound allure this scene held for Jiang Sun, who had been bedridden for so long. Beep. Warning. Stepping outside the barrier at night will beep. Warning. Dangers exist outside at night. Beep. Warning. Beep. Unperturbed by the system's warnings of nighttime dangers, Jiang Sun rubbed his blurry eyes and stepped beyond the barrier. In that moment, he yearned to embrace this world that offered him a new lease on life, regardless of the peril that might await. Beep. You have achieved ignorance of danger. Reward. Source of magic. Jiang Sun spread his arms wide, gently closed his eyes, and tears rolled down his cheeks, only to be whisked away by the evening breeze. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air behind him, followed by a sudden weight on his shoulder. He opened his eyes wide, turning his head to discover a small squirrel, no larger than the palm of his hand, its tail aglow with vibrant colors, perched on his shoulder. Remarkably, it mirrored his stance, extending its tiny paws as if to embrace the world. Jiang Sun gazed at the little squirrel, and it gazed back at him. They shared a moment of silent understanding. Then, in unison, they turned back to face the world, maintaining their previous pose of embracing existence. After a while, thanks to the bounties of nature, I, the dark god of Gunera, have returned. Walla 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 la. Walla la la. Jiang Sun turned around in confusion, only to meet the gaze of those small eyes shimmering with wisdom. Chapter 2. The Source of Magic. What on earth are you chattering about? Jiang Sun looked at the little squirrel, exasperation evident on his face. The tiny creature deftly turned, raising its tiny paw to smooth Jiang Sun's somewhat tousled hair. Then, with a gentle leap, it hopped down from his shoulder and scurried into the tent. Jiang Sun was utterly perplexed. Wait a moment, didn't they agree on having a magical shield for protection? Isn't this dangerous? Such a large creature has just dashed in there without any restraint. Why is everything being brought into the tent? How can I sleep at ease? With a resigned sigh, Jiang Sun also smoothed his hair, which resembled a bird's nest, and decided not to dwell on it. It's just a squirrel, it can't possibly eat me, he reassured himself, muttering inwardly. The temperature outside was somewhat chilly, and the cool air crept into his clothes through the collar. Hastily entering the tent, Jiang Sun wrapped himself tightly in his garment, attempting to fend off the biting cold. Cursing the wretched hospital gown in his heart, he found it utterly unhelpful for warmth. After securing his clothing, he suddenly recalled that the system had mentioned something about a reward earlier. Curiosity piqued, he reached into his pocket. First, he pulled out a few milk candies. Then, his fingers brushed against a cool metallic object. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it was a necklace. The necklace shimmered with a brilliant silver light, and as he touched it, a line of prompts suddenly appeared before Jiang Sun. Source of magic type. Necklace. Level. Stardust. Glimmer firefly stardust bright moon. Wearing requirement. None. Effect. Increases magic value recovery speed by 300. Note. A reward for those who take the first step into the magical world. Unafraid of life and death, a unique item that can be upgraded. How splendid. Jiang Sun rubbed the necklace in his hands and raised it to drape around his neck. At that moment, he had no concept of magic value. He simply felt as though a mysterious force began to surge within him after donning the necklace. Some aspects seemed to feel more substantial. He glanced down at the staff in his hand, where another prompt appeared. Basic staff type. Staff. Level. Glimmer, glimmer firefly stardust bright moon. Wearing requirement. None. Effect. Magic value cap 50. Magic induction rate 20. Can cast basic magic. Note, a novice's rudimentary weapon with low conduction rate and poor material just make do. After reading the description, Jiang Sun internally compared the two items. He then hurriedly picked up the pendant of Source of Magic, bringing it close to his mouth to breathe on it. Feeling a twinge of worry, he rubbed it against his collar. Seeing the necklace gleam brilliantly reassured him. Apologies, he realized he hadn't shown sufficient respect earlier. In comparison to this freely given staff, the Source of Magic was undoubtedly a treasure. He picked up the staff and gently poked the little squirrel, who was busy unwrapping milk candies on the spell book. The little squirrel, perturbed, cast an indignant glance at him. Before resuming its earnest feast, Jiang Sun, choosing to ignore the creature, delved into the pages of the magic tome, scrutinizing its contents under the dim glow of the lamp. After swiftly perusing several pages, he discovered that the contents of the Manual of Magical Wastelands were indeed as the voice had described, offering a general overview of this world's fundamental characteristics. The opening page presented a comprehensive chronicle. Once, this realm was a resplendent land of magic, but a cataclysmic magical disaster obliterated everything. The text was verbose and devoid of substance. He dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Turning to the next page, he encountered the following notation. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 1, 025 night. 14:0020:00, 20:006:00 day. 6:001, 4:00. Jiang Sun furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes in confusion. According to the book, a day seemed to consist of merely 20 hours, with the night occupying a full 12 hours. This was evidently not the cycle of day and night familiar to Blue Star. Yet it was to be expected, given his recent translocation, that he shook his head in resignation and continued his exploration. Weather temperature: 1524 weather conditions. The sky is a pristine blue, and magical energy flows serenely. Wind level: light breeze, magical atmosphere. The air is imbued with a faint essence of moonlight grass, heralding the occurrence of magical events today. Celestial omens: in the night sky, stars align to form an ancient magical pattern, foretelling fortune and adventure. This tome resembled nothing less than a magical tablet. Jiang Sun mused, flipping to the section labeled World Communication Channel 11, but a torrent of messages surged forth, refreshing at a terrifying speed, causing his eyes to ache. The accompanying figure of nearly 8 billion mirrored the total population of humanity on Blue Star. Jiang Sun marveled inwardly. It appeared that everyone, young and old, had been transported here. Was he to care for children in this world? He felt a surge of relief at his solitude, free from the burdens of others. With this thought, he tilted his head back, stifling his tears, and continued to peruse the pages. On the side of the chat box were the following: Regional Communication, Channel 55, 9,998 people, friend 0. The channel was evidently switchable, and Jiang Sun blinked, pondering deeply. 9,998 people? Just moments ago, someone in the World Channel mentioned that each region comprised 10,000 individuals. The missing 2 must have. He inhaled sharply, a chill crawling up his spine. Goodness, this magical world was far more daunting than he had anticipated. He then turned to the regional channel to investigate further and found the messages refreshing at an equally alarming rate. Though he could barely decipher a few lines. What's going on? Where am I? I was just sleeping. Does anyone know what this is about? What on earth is this magical wasteland? Have you seen those glowing plants outside? They're beautiful, but I wonder if they're dangerous. Mom, where are you? A wolf-like creature has been staring at me outside for quite some time, saliva dripping all over the ground. What should I do? I hear some eerie sounds outside. It's quite frightening. I'm starving. Do any of you have food? My hot pot was just served when I was transported here. I, the sister of the younger brother, shall dominate the magical realm. Avada, I have acquired a novice weapon. I shall venture forth and slay that tiger. Let us mourn for our brother. Let us mourn for our brother. Let us mourn for our brother. Hey, have you learned the gathering skill bestowed by the system? Upon seeing this, Jiang Sun was taken aback. He first offered a moment of silence for the valiant brother, and then opened his personal information. Personal information name: Jiang Sun. Level: Glimmer. Glimmer Firefly Starbright Moon. Strength: 3-5 Agility, 5-5 Stamina, 4-5 Intelligence, 8-5. Magic: 210, 100 Skill. Gathering level 1. The figures in parentheses represent the standard values for a healthy adult, indicating that Jiang Sun is rather lacking in every aspect except intelligence. But am I truly this pitiful? Jiang Sun sighed, lamenting his meager strength of merely 3 points. It is no surprise, given that years of bedridden existence have left him devoid of any physical prowess, resulting in his frail constitution. Fortunately, there is still hope for improvement. The Magic Wasteland Manual includes a trading post, shelter information, and a plethora of other functions. Although they currently remain emptied, he brushed aside the adorable creature he named Walla, which had been begging for treats while perched on the spellbook. Jiang Sun hummed a little tune, cradling the magical tome, and settled at the entrance of the tent to start browsing through the short videos of the Magical Wasteland. Walla was the name Jiang Sun had chosen for the little squirrel. Initially, he had intended to call it Milk Candy, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was likely male. Thus, he named it Walla, regardless of its opinion. It certainly cannot speak human language. He opened the regional chat box, and the channel was abuzz with activity. I selected the Novice Sword, and it granted me an additional point in strength. I got the Novice Axe, adding a point to my stamina. My Novice Bow adds a point in agility and 10 points in magic. What? How did you get an extra 10 magic? Had I known, I would have chosen the Novice Bow too. Exactly, it's not fair. I want to switch. I'm envious of the big shots they've struck gold. What's there to envy? They only gave me 5 arrows. The system said I need to gather materials myself for more. Excuse me, but can the axe chop down trees? Why chop down trees? Doesn't the manual state that upgrading the magical tent to a magical cottage requires 100 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 1 unit of magical material? Isn't there a hidden upgrade method as well? I haven't seen the specific requirements. The tent can be upgraded? That makes sense otherwise. I feel like that outer shield will be torn apart by that magical wolf sooner or later. Now, my friend, there are wolves outside and you are still chatting here. That is your mental fortitude truly this exceptional? What's there to fear? I am an armed and fearsome, upright ape. Can a mere beast intimidate me? I have trained for years. My strength is a formidable 7. After sending this message, I shall go vanquish it. Brother, you are magnificent. Brother V, 587 9996100000. Noticing yet another individual missing from the regional channel, Jiang Sun rubbed his temples in exasperation. The inherent flaws of humanity. Even with past experiences as cautionary tales, some still fail to recognize reality. In a world of magical wastelands, the monsters of the night are clearly beyond the current capabilities of humankind. With this thought, Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Fortunately, during his earlier bout of madness outside, the monstrous creature that emitted that terrifying scream did not attack him. Truly reckless. This must change. Jiang Sun's once valiant demeanor instantly withered, and he turned to retreat back into the tent. Chapter 3. A night out. As the hour of arrival was rather late, it had already reached midnight. Jiang Sun peered outside, observing the inky darkness that enveloped the surroundings. It seemed that nothing could be accomplished this evening. Closing the manual of Magical Wastelands, Jiang Sun glanced at Walla, who was sprawled out, snoring and drooling. He nestled against it and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Inside the tent, the only remaining source of light was the flickering lamp on the wooden table. Outside, the tranquil woods gradually succumbed to an impenetrable darkness, occasionally accompanied by a rustling sound. It was uncertain whether the sound stemmed from the wind whispering through the leaves or footsteps. The hours of night swiftly passed by. Time, Blue Star Calendar, Year 1. Day 1, 6 o'clock a.m., daytime. 6 a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the tent's seams, casting an enchanting glow over the entire interior. Voila! Suddenly, Jiang Sun felt his head being vigorously jostled. Groggily, he opened his eyes, only to be met by the disgruntled visage of Walla, hands on its hips, glaring at him. Wait a minute. You are just a squirrel. What gives you the right to glare at me like that? You devoured my only ration of milk candy yesterday. What is wrong with using you as a pillow? Jiang Sun, refusing to back down, widened his eyes and stared defiantly at Walla. Walla, do you know what the primary purpose of a pet is? Walla replied with a puzzled expression. If it cannot provide emotional value, then it must offer nutritional value. As soon as Jiang Sun finished speaking, he noticed Walla seemingly comprehending, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Oh, you dare give me that look? Jiang Sun playfully grabbed Walla, squeezing it in his hands. There is quite a bit of meat on you. If I can't find anything to eat later, I might just have to resort to you. After tidying his disheveled hair, Jiang Sun stretched his body, preparing to venture out. He understood that today was likely to be significant. At the very least, he needed to find some sustenance. He certainly couldn't allow himself to starve and resort to eating a squirrel before recklessly leaving the tent. Jiang Sun first opened the manual of Magical Wastelands. The weather section had undergone some changes. Weather, temperature, 1624 weather condition, clear skies, slight fluctuations in magical energy. Wind speed, gentle breeze. Magical atmosphere. The stars whisper, hinting at the mysterious magical forces that are quietly awakening. Celestial omens. In a night sky, the stars are arranged in an ancient magical formation, signifying good fortune and adventures ahead. There are still 7.5 hours of daylight remaining. The regional channel is already bustling with activity. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Now I feel a bit disoriented. Honestly, there was something outside calling all night, and I didn't dare to close my eyes. I'm starving. I want to go out and find something to eat, but I'm unsure of the dangers outside. Hey buddy, you haven't even stepped outside yet. It's freezing out there. Aren't you worried about starving if you don't look for food soon? What freezing? It's a sea out here. Wait, what? I find myself in a cavern, shrouded in darkness, too fearful to venture outside. Why does the exterior resemble a graveyard? My dear brother, take heart. Jiang Sun closed the manual, refraining from further perusal. Through snippets of conversation, he had gleaned a semblance of the situation. Firstly, the distances between individuals were vast, rendering any collaboration nearly impossible. Casting his gaze upon the fantastical scenery outside, Jiang Sun felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the forest beyond appeared quite ordinary. With the manual tucked away in his pocket, he grasped his staff and stepped outside. Just as he exited, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back and retrieve the little squirrel, Walla, to tuck it into his pocket. "It's far too perilous for a small creature like you to remain here alone," he explained, though his true concern lay in the fear of being unable to find sustenance, with the squirrel serving as a potential fallback. After all, what would he do if hunger struck? Upon stepping outside, the fresh, damp scent filled his nostrils, instantly awakening his senses. The surroundings were tranquil, yet seemed to whisper softly. The ground beneath his feet was soft, and dewdrops rolled off the grass, dampening his shoes. Not far away, exotic flowers and plants glimmered faintly, while towering ancient trees appeared to possess souls, bowing down to observe him. In the distance, vibrant lights danced between the trees, and an unknown creature leapt gracefully nearby. Jiang Sun inhaled deeply, marveling at the enchanting world of magical wastelands that greeted him in the morning. Having spent a decade of his youth confined to a sickbed, Jiang Sun felt an unprecedented surge of vitality and a thirst for exploration. He gazed upward at the bizarre forest, resolutely deciding that today he must embark on an adventure. A timely rumble from his stomach brought his thoughts back to reality. The manual had mentioned something about upgrading his dwelling. Jiang Sun raised his staff and unleashed a legendary dark spell upon a large nearby tree. Ganara, God of Darkness, fell the tree. The icon for harvesting technique shimmered within the interface, initiating a half-hour cooldown. Jiang Sun felt as if a portion of his essence had been drawn away. The tip of his white staff glowed brightly, sending forth a pale yellow aura towards the trunk. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the enormous tree, nearly half a meter in diameter, toppled to the ground. The trunk was evenly segmented into half-meter logs, scattered across the earth. Jiang Sun approached and counted. There were a total of 20 pieces. Truly, this is the marvel of a magical realm. Before him, information materialized: log, type, material level, glimmering remarks, fundamental building material in abundance. Upon seeing this, Jiang Sun thoughtfully opened his information panel. Personal information: name, Jiang Sun level, glimmering strength, 3 agility, 5 stamina, 4 intelligence, 8 magic points, 161 210 recovery rate, 1133 points H skill, gathering, level 1, indeed. The magic points section was lacking a full 50 points. Goodness. Jiang Sun speculated on the calculation of magic points. An ordinary adult with 5 points of intelligence possesses 100 magic points. For each point of intelligence increased, the maximum magic points rise by 20. Utilizing the gathering skill to fell a tree consumes half the magic points of an ordinary person, which amounts to 50 points. It seems that most individuals would require several days to collect the 100 pieces of wood necessary for leveling up. After all, a normal person's magic point recovery rate is merely 5 points per hour. Jiang Sun, however, benefited from the system reward of Source of Magic, which granted him a 300 increase, enabling him to recover 44 points per hour. With this thought, Jiang Sun lifted the silver pendant before his chest and kissed it, grateful for nature's bounty. Opening the spell book, he discovered the regional channel awash with lamentations. Oh no. Using the gathering skill to fell a tree cost me 50 magic points. Indeed, and with a recovery rate of only 5 points per hour, it would take a full day to replenish. Help! I didn't team monitor my magic points, and after felling 2 trees, I feel utterly drained, struggling to stand. Ha ha ha! Fortunately, I chose the staff, adding 50 points of blue, allowing me to fell 1 more tree. Worship the great ones, seeking resource exchanges. I have edible berries. It appears those who selected axes are fortunate. When their magic points are exhausted, they can still fell trees by hand. Those who opted for the novice sword should manage adequately. Jiang Sun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Evidently, The recovery rate would also increase with the maximum magic points. A fixed full recovery in 1 day. Avada Kedavra. Badalala Energy, Shaluka. Fell a tree. As the cooldown for the gathering skill concluded, 2 more embarrassing and unknown incantations escaped Jiang Sun's lips. Not far away, another tree and a rock crumbled, transforming into scattered basic resources. Delightful. Ignoring the scattered logs and stones, Jiang Sun ventured deeper. Collecting resources was secondary. Primarily, he had yet to find something to eat. Chapter 4. Disturbing the Squirrel's Nest. As for the scattered logs and stones, Jiang Sun chose to ignore them. After all, the logging site was merely 10 meters away from the tent. He could always transport them when needed. The primary concern at present was the absence of provisions for the day. Following a path illuminated by bioluminescent plants, Jiang Sun advanced slowly. Along the roadside, clusters of unfamiliar flowers either emitted a gentle glow or swayed in the breeze, captivating Jiang Sun's attention. He casually picked a palm-sized red mushroom, adorned with tiny white specks. This should be edible, right? With a mere thought, the mushroom's information materialized before him. Red mushroom, type, spore plant level, dim glow effect. Consuming it reduces maximum magical power by 50 for 3 days. Note, uncertain if poisonous. Might as well take a gamble before starving. Jiang Sun. What a gamble indeed. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the sleeping Walla, gently prodding it before offering the mushroom. Care to taste? Walla. With a disdainful glance at Jiang Sun, Walla swatted the mushroom away and leaped to the ground. It waved a paw at Jiang Sun before bounding ahead. Walla. Observing the little squirrel's actions, Jiang Sun was momentarily taken aback, then eagerly rubbed his hands together and hurried after it. He had heard that squirrels were renowned for their food hoarding. Clearly, Walla intended to treat him. Thankful for nature's bounty, after a brisk 10-minute chase, Walla finally halted. Jiang Sun noticed that the distinction between the path and the grass had become quite indistinct. Above him, the sky was now obscured by a dense canopy of enormous tree leaves, casting a shadow over the surroundings. The atmosphere had turned decidedly dim. Jiang Sun instinctively shivered. Could it be that this rascal intended to sell him to some monstrous beast? After running so far, had they finally arrived at a trading post? How cautious! It was no wonder Jiang Sun felt uneasy. He currently possessed no means of self-defense. The staff in his hand was merely a tool for gathering, and he had yet to learn any offensive spells, nor did he even know how to acquire them. If confronted by an adversary, he certainly could not brandish a half-meter-long wooden staff as a weapon. Wallace seemed to sense Jiang Sun's hesitation, shaking its head with resolve, signaling him to follow. Then it stood on its hind legs, paws tucked behind its back, strutting forward with confidence. Jiang Sun hesitated briefly before hastily trailing behind. He sensed that it should be fine. After all, this little squirrel did not appear to be a threat. Perhaps it was an NPC designated by the system to guide him. After proceeding deeper into the forest for several dozen meters, Jiang Sun cautiously parted the vine-entangled bushes, inadvertently creating a noticeable rustle. This is absurd. Why be so cautious? Amidst the thunderous cacophony, Jiang Sun rose to his feet, and before him lay an expanse of open ground, stretching several hundred meters in diameter. At the very center stood a colossal tree, its trunk nearly 30 meters in diameter. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dreamlike quality over the scene. Walla leapt onto Jiang Sun's shoulder, pointing ahead with a claw, urging him to approach the giant tree. With a hint of hesitation, Jiang Sun slowly made his way forward, his heart fluttering with trepidation. "I hope you won't lead your father astray," he muttered. Walla's exuberance was not unwarranted. The sheer magnitude of the tree resembled that of a world boss, instilling a sense of awe even in Jiang Sun, who prided himself on his fearlessness. It is known that everyone harbors a fear of the colossal. To claim otherwise would only indicate that one had yet to encounter something truly enormous. Despite being only a few dozen meters away, it took Jiang Sun a full 5 minutes to reach the base of the tree. The melodious chirping of birds overhead brought him some comfort. Life thrived here. suggesting that this tree was not like those monstrous trees from tales that ensnared unsuspecting creatures with their vines. Walla hopped off his shoulder and sauntered ahead with a swagger that rivaled Jiang Sun's own. Following closely, Jiang Sun quickened his pace to catch up, circling the trunk as they advanced. After traversing approximately a quarter of the circumference, Walla came to a halt, prompting Jiang Sun to hasten his steps. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted, sending him fleeing in panic. Before him, at the spot where Walla had paused, gaped a gaping tree hollow, measuring a staggering 10 meters in diameter. A gust of wind swept through, causing the dark opening to emit an eerie howling sound. "Where have you led me to?" Jiang Sun cursed under his breath as he ran, the enormity of the hollow leaving him to ponder the formidable creature that might dwell within its depths. After sprinting for some time, he felt no sense of pursuit behind him. A hasty glance over his shoulder revealed Walla, seemingly bemused, standing at the entrance of the hollow. "You gotta be kidding me," Jiang Sun exclaimed in disbelief. Upon noticing his pause, Walla shot him a disdainful glance before nimbly leaping into the hollow. "Moments latte." Walla emerged, beckoning Jiang Sun with a paw, signaling that it was safe. Jiang Sun was taken aback. Could this be a natural tree hollow? With great trepidation, he approached, taking painstakingly slow steps while scrutinizing his surroundings. If anything were amiss, he would certainly bolt. Yet, he was unwilling to forfeit an opportunity for growth. After all, to explore this vibrant magical world, mere collection skills would not suffice. Reaching the entrance of the hollow, Jiang Sun cautiously peered inside, spotting Walla seated on a blanket made from animal hides, engrossed in consuming an unknown fruit. Beneath it, the fur was soft and lustrous, appearing infinitely superior to its worn-out grass mat. Within the cave, there was no trace of the damp, moldy odor he had anticipated. Instead, a subtle, fragrant aroma lingered in the air. It seemed as though some natural force was upholding the dryness and cleanliness of this place. What could this mean? Jiang Sun felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart. He then observed Walla, who, with a fruit held aloft in hand, gestured invitingly for Jiang Sun to join him in a feast. Noticing Jiang Sun's prolonged silence, Walla playfully tossed a fruit in his direction, embodying a gracious host. Jiang Sun approached and seized the emerald-green fruit Walla had thrown. The surface gleamed like jade, with an inner radiance seemingly concealed beneath its skin. As his thoughts stirred, information materialized before him. Emerald spirit fruit. Type: magical fruit grade. Firefly effect. Intelligence 1. Upon first consumption, each consumption increases magic recovery speed by 50. Duration: 10 hours. Note: grown in areas rich in magic, it harbors pure natural magic, particularly beneficial for those newly entering the realm of magic. What? Jiang Sun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was it truly the case that even ordinary sustenance in this magical world was so extraordinary? Turning his gaze, he noticed an entire basket of fruits nestled among the unknown vines before Walla. They were vibrant and shimmering, exuding an extraordinary allure. "Walla, which esteemed figure has vacated this lair for you to claim it?" Jiang Sun inquired, observing Walla's content demeanor. It was evident that Walla had resided here for quite some time. "Walla? Walla? Walla?" Walla shot Jiang Sun a disdainful glance. Yet the adorableness of the gesture compelled Jiang Sun to affectionately pinch and squeeze him for a while. With a crisp bite, juice splattered everywhere. Ugh! Jiang Sun nearly spat it out. It was both sour and bitter. How could such an innocuous-looking fruit betray him so? Why was it so unpalatable? Struggling to suppress the urge to spit, he chewed a few more times before swallowing, fearing that missing even a morsel would diminish its intended effects. At this moment, he began to understand why Walla preferred candy over these attribute-laden fruits. Pinching his nose, Jiang Sun finished the emerald spirit fruit in large bites. Upon opening his personal information panel, he noticed a transformation. Personal information aim: Jiang Sun level. Glimmer, glimmer, firefly star crescent. Strength: 3 agility, 5 stamina, 4 intelligence, 9 magic, 142-230 recovery speed, 1236 6 points. Skill: gathering, level 1. The magic recovery speed had indeed increased by 6 points, though the newly added 6 appeared somewhat ephemeral. It seemed this was the display method for temporary effects. At this moment, Jiang Sun's magic recovery speed had reached an impressive 54 points H. With such a remarkable recovery rate, the amount of magical energy he regains each hour is equivalent to what others might achieve in a day and a half. This implies that I could potentially fell nearly 20 trees in a single day. How extraordinary is that? Contemplating this, Jiang Sun quickly shook his head. How deeply entrenched is this rustic mindset within my thoughts? Adhering to the principle that if hardship must be endured, it should not fall upon the child. Jiang Sun retrieved a piece of milk candy from his pocket and tossed it to Walla. He then settled cross-legged upon the laid fur and began to browse the regional channel. Chapter 5. The Black Bear. Are there any esteemed individuals possessing extraordinary abilities? I seek your support. Indeed, those who can sign in, land critical hits, or acquire resources 100-fold. I humbly ask for your patronage, if only to verify through video, for I can travel anywhere across the nation. But truly, do you genuinely believe this? Is it not merely a fabrication of novels? Can one take the narratives in novels as truth? My dear brother, you have traversed to another realm. What remains there to doubt? Amidst the aimless banter filling the channel, Jiang Sun let out a weary sigh. When it comes to superpowers, he possesses a profound understanding. For he is indeed an extraordinary individual, even before his journey into this realm. He once fancied himself to be the fabled protagonist. Yet, after a decade of wielding his powers, he ultimately came to the disheartening realization that his extraordinary ability was utterly useless. His so-called gift was simply this: with focused concentration, he could retrieve a piece of milk candy from his pocket. A Debedu candy, no less. Absurd, is it not? He thinks so too. Moreover, he cannot procure them in abundance, merely 3 or 4 a day. Consuming them does not bestow any special powers, only resulted in a few more cavities during his youth. His ability pales in comparison to the universally acknowledged least useful power, the control of body hair growth. Fortunately, he can still use it to feed the squirrels, and it serves as a meager emergency ration to stave off starvation. With another sigh, Jiang Sun resumed his perusal of the chat channel. I've gathered a snowy winter root. The system claims it is edible. What of that? I've discovered a patch of fist-sized wild potatoes. I harvested a dozen. Esteemed one, you are impressive. Might you sell me too? The land around here is barren, devoid of sustenance. What you possess pales in comparison. Behold my breadfruit and sealed spring water. Consuming them enhances my magical recovery rate by 10. Goodness, esteemed one, how did you acquire such treasures? I accidentally shattered a crystal ball hidden within a thicket, and it yielded resources. What? They're crystal balls? Indeed, upon breaking, I received crystal shards for. I found a package in a tree hollow, named Magical Weaving Package, which provided me with a magical blueprint. You jest. My surroundings are an expansive plain. Anything would be visible at a glance. Yet I have found nothing. The regional chat channel buzzed with lively exchanges, enriching Jiang Sun's understanding of this world. Firstly, he learned that treasures akin to chests exist, capable of yielding blueprints and basic resources, albeit in scarce quantities. Thus, it hardly pertains to someone like him, whose luck is notoriously abysmal. Secondly, the basket of fruits that the squirrel father had offered him were indeed remarkable. Each fruit could permanently enhance attributes, far superior to the treasures boasted by others in the channel. Such revelations are quite illuminating. The squirrel, incessantly chattering, possesses an audacious spirit. Daily, it brazenly feasts in the lair of an unknown, formidable creature. The provisions left behind by this mighty being have now become a bounty for the two of them. Wait a moment, has this powerful monster truly met its demise? A sudden flash of realization coursed through Jiang Sun's mind, and cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. Who had informed him that the master of this domain was deceased? On what grounds did he presume that his scavenging was secure? What if the beast returned from its hunt, catching them both trapped within the cave? A certain unnamed giant beast pondered. Has my delivery arrived? With this thought, Jiang Sun wasted no time, hastily rising to his feet, seizing the squirrel and fruit basket, and bolting outside. The journey that had taken him over 10 minutes was traversed in less than 5 as he rushed back to the exit. Upon emerging from the thicket, he found himself at the magical shield-guarded tent. A profound sense of safety enveloped him. Of course, this was contingent upon the giant beast not pursuing him. He hardly believed that his flimsy little tent could withstand a gargantuan creature towering over 10 meters. Yet, as he stepped out of the woods, he was immediately struck with astonishment at the sight before him. A bear-like creature, nearly 2 meters tall, even when crouching, was poised to pounce. Its massive paw outstretched towards Jiang Sun's tent. The bear's fur shimmered with a deep black hue, glistening like metal under the sunlight, as if every strand was infused with enigmatic magical properties. A tuft of purple fur atop its head gave it an oddly flamboyant appearance. Jiang Sun gasped. Is this the magical world at play? No, that's not the crux of the matter. Why is it toying with my tent? The black bear monster turned, its immense form nearly blocking the tent's entrance. It lifted a front paw, gently prodding the tent. The magical shield protecting it rippled, even concaving inwards, as if it could shatter at any moment from such a formidable assault. Jiang Sun watched in horror. The black bear was not attacking. It was merely curious, playing. Panic surged within him. This tent was his sole sanctuary. If it were to be breached by this creature, what then? Should he flee? Clearly, escape was futile. Fight? What a ludicrous notion. Perhaps he would be better off as its meal. As Jiang Sun frantically contemplated his options, the black bear seemed to sense his presence. It abruptly turned, locking eyes with the bewildered Jiang Sun. I will not yield, Jiang Sun shouted defiantly, raising his staff and assuming a combat stance. With the black bear blocking the way and an unknown giant beast lurking behind, the situation appeared utterly dire. Yet, Jiang Sun felt no fear in the face of death. After all, he had already paid his dues. Huh! With a resounding roar, Jiang Sun attempted to intimidate the beast before him using the universal tactics of the animal kingdom. At the very least, he aimed to meet his end with dignity. However, the black bear monster, despite being significantly smaller than him, was not to be underestimated and responded defiantly. Its gem-like eyes shimmered with a violet glow, crackling with energy, clearly prepared to unleash its full might. Alas, it was all in vain. The end was nigh. Yet, dear friend, is this fervent display of yours not a touch too respectful towards me? At this moment, Walla was also roused by the commotion. Struggling to emerge from Jiang Sun's pocket, its gaze fixed intently on the black bear. Hey, Jiang Sun, unwilling to concede, let out another bellow. Since the ways of the animal world proved ineffective, he decided to employ the universal methods of the mythic realm. Foul beast, why do you not surrender? As he shouted, he gestured wildly towards the bear, taking a step forward. Anything was better than awaiting death. However, following his furious roar, he was astonished to see the once ferocious black bear suddenly exhibit a demeanor as innocent as that of a university student. It even lowered its body by half a meter, trembling as it retreated a considerable distance. It was effective. Jiang Sun rejoiced. His ancestors did not deceive him. He took another step forward. What? Indeed, he witnessed the black bear appearing to have encountered its nemesis, lowering its head even further and shuffling back. It even pressed its head to the ground, using its paws to shield its face. Jiang Sun was left utterly perplexed. Was it truly this effective? When he looked up again, he was taken aback to see the black bear had seized the opportunity and, in a few agile leaps, vanished into the underbrush. It moved with a grace that belied its hefty weight. In no time at all, the massive creature had disappeared without a trace. Jiang Sun stood there, momentarily stunned, yet dared not pursue. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the bear's sudden retreat, the outcome was undoubtedly favorable. He would not be foolish enough to believe that a creature weighing several tons could be frightened away by merely 2 shouts. Nevertheless, he couldn't resist reveling in his perceived triumph. The newly paved road is indeed smooth. The black bear? There are no pebbles, my young friend. The black bear? Jiang Sun tucked Walla back into the tent, and after a while, his trembling hands finally steadied. It was impossible to claim he was unafraid. That bear could have dispatched him in mere moments. With this thought, He quickly rose to inspect every corner of the tent. He discovered that, although protected by a magical shield, the tent remained intact. Yet, the central wooden support beam had undergone a transformation. The once luminous column now bore a lackluster appearance, with half of its intricate patterns dulled. It resembled a smartphone battery indicator that had dwindled to an unsettling 50. Jiang Sun immediately grasped the situation. The secondary magical shield outside the tent clearly relied on the energy provided by the support beam. The depletion of the battery signifies that the enchanted tent has transformed into an ordinary shelter. Bereft of the protective magic shield, he will possess no means of safeguarding himself against the myriad of formidable beasts that lie in wait. Chapter 6. The Harvest of the First Day. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 1. 1400 hours. Night, 14 to 6 o'clock. The 8 hours of the day swiftly concluded. During this time, Jiang Sun had utilized his gathering technique several times. Abundant logs and raw stones were scattered in the vicinity. After considerable effort, he managed to collect and categorize them, stacking them not far from the entrance of his tent. He counted a total of 150 logs and 60 raw stones. Additionally, he acquired 2 pieces of firefly grade hardwood and 3 pieces of firefly grade magic iron ore, which were considered byproducts of tree felling and stone gathering, with a low drop rate. He also organized the magical fruits he had salvaged, besides 5 pieces of emerald luminous fruit that enhanced intelligence. There were 5 fruits of other attributes. They were Rubelite Raspberry 3 type, Magical Fruit Level, Firefly Effect, Agility 1. Upon first consumption, each consumption grants a temporary agility boost of 1 point, lasting for 10 hours. Remark: grows in areas rich in magical energy, containing pure natural magic, and long-term consumption can improve constitution. Amber Star Fruit 2 type, Magical Fruit Level, Firefly Effect, Stamina 1. Upon first consumption, each consumption grants a temporary stamina boost of 1 point, lasting for 10 hours. Remark: grows in areas rich in magical energy, containing pure natural magic, and long-term consumption can improve constitution. Despite the tartness, Jiang Sun persevered and consumed one of each of these magical fruits. His stamina and agility each increased by 1 point. Although he still felt hungry, he had no desire to eat more. He even considered trading these fruits for other provisions, even if it meant settling for wild potatoes. They were simply too unpalatable. However, Jiang Sun understood that despite their taste, such attribute-enhancing fruits were rare and valuable at this stage. Many discerning individuals would undoubtedly recognize their worth. He opened his spellbook and navigated to the Shelter Information section. Dim Light-Level Magical Tent, a traveler's essential temporary equipment, capable of providing minimal shelter from wind and rain, and defending against minor beast attacks. Upgrade as soon as possible. Shelter Facilities, Secondary Magical Shield, 46, Shelter Upgrade, 160 100 logs, 60 100 raw stones. 1 Magical Materials. Please add additional effects. None. Upon observing the meager energy remaining, Jiang Sun despondently tapped his forehead. It seemed that without a prompt upgrade to his tent, he would soon find himself homeless, wandering the wilderness. After a day of toil, Jiang Sun lay on his grass mat, unwrapping a milk candy and popping it into his mouth. The sweet, creamy flavor instantly revived his taste buds. Now this was food. Jiang Sun had never felt his abilities to be so useful. He unwrapped 2 more pieces of white rabbit candy and turned to stuff them into Hua La's mouth. Seeing Hua La's cheeks puffed out, he was filled with joy. Hastily, he grasped the little creature, Walla, and began to knead it vigorously. The irate squirrel chattered incessantly, uttering a stream of invectives. Although Jiang Sun could not comprehend the words, he sensed that they were likely quite vulgar. Fortunately, he had this little companion. Otherwise, he would have been forced to subsist on poisonous mushrooms today. After calming Walla, Jiang Sun picked up the Manual of Magical Wastelands and began to peruse its pages. At that moment, the messages on the World Channel were no longer scrolling at the frenzied pace they had before, allowing him to discern some information, albeit with difficulty. After all, each person was limited to a single post per day. The individuals who had been busy throughout the day now found themselves with idle time. The nights in the world of Magical Wasteland stretched for a full 12 hours. After accounting for 8 hours of sleep, there remained 4 hours for any leisure activity. However, this world lacked games or short videos. The meager tents of the survivors contained only a straw mat and a rickety table. What else could they do? Naturally, they flocked to the regional exchange channel to engage in conversation. Humans are social creatures, and prolonged solitude in survival situations can lead to feelings of oppression and panic. Thus, a platform for interaction with fellow survivors became a source of psychological solace for all. Jiang-sun would often take a moment to browse through it. In his words, it was akin to the short videos of the wasteland world. The banter of countless humorous netizens significantly alleviated the unease and irritability brought on by survival. The immense pressure of existence could also be released through laughter and camaraderie. After all, not everyone had a little squirrel to cuddle. With this thought, Jiang-sun adjusted the position of Walla resting against his head. Despite the creature's reluctant gaze, he offered a piece of a large white rabbit candy, which eased their relationship somewhat. At that moment, the regional channel was flooded with messages from numerous participants. Logs, 100, how strong are you all? Wow, I bowed down to the Great One. How did you manage that? I only gathered 40 logs all day. Roasted rabbit 1, it smells divine. Does anyone have seasoning? Lend me some, and I'll share a piece of rabbit meat. Great One, I beg you, could you spare me a piece? I haven't eaten all day and am too weak to move. To the one upstairs, stop being lazy. If you want food, trade for supplies. Alas, why do I have nothing to eat? I only found this starlight mushroom that restores stamina, barely enough to get by. To the one upstairs, quit boasting. Why are there so many small animals near you? Today, I was chased by a horned wolf for ages and couldn't fight it off. Exactly. I encountered a mole today, and from a distance, it threw stones at me. No matter what, I couldn't catch up. Seriously, how do you all find food? I'm surrounded by nothing but grass and only managed to scavenge. Wow, Great One, you're impressive. What's so impressive about that? Eating dung isn't impressive. If you dare, then you're impressive. Jiang-sun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, finding the situation somewhat absurd. These individuals do not appear to be hungry. Otherwise, how could they be so engrossed in their boredom? Upon closer observation, he discerned that only about 1/3 of those speaking had managed to procure food. The majority remained in a state of gnawing hunger. Meanwhile, the trading market had seen the introduction of numerous new items, suggesting that many had indeed made some gains. However, most of these items were unfamiliar to Jiang-sun, and the exorbitant prices left him astounded. Earlier, someone had explained in the global channel that once a transaction is completed, the exchanged items would automatically be transferred to the respective tents of the participants. Yet, the items eligible for trade must be recognized by the system. For instance, if an individual possesses exceptional craftsmanship and can create chairs from raw timber, those chairs become personal possessions, free to be utilized in any manner, but cannot be placed in the trading system for exchange unless someone approaches them directly to collect it. Apart from food, the items available for trade would either consist of basic materials or be products crafted through magical scrolls. Thus, the significance of magical crafting scrolls is evident. This design not only prevents individuals from amassing wealth due to geographic advantages, but also significantly heightens the survival challenges faced by everyone. Jiang-sun then opened the regional channel, only to find discussions revolving around a certain event. Chapter 7. Trading Application Have you noticed that the luminous patterns on the central pillar of the tent seem to have diminished significantly? Indeed, mine is reduced by 1/3. Goodness, how is it that mine is left with barely 1/5? What on earth is happening? Could this be the health bar of the shield outside? It appears to be so. Today, a bird attacked the shield, and after I chased it away, I returned to find it considerably shortened. What? No way. Something attacked my tent today, and I ignored it. Now, there's hardly a remnant left. Help! My energy pillar has completely drained. I just went outside to take a look, and the magical shield has vanished. Help! Is anyone there to rescue me? My shield broke earlier, and now a leopard beast is assaulting my tent. 9,873, 10,000. With the dissemination of this news, another person vanished from the channel. Jiang Sun then realized that among the original 10,000 individuals in the regional channel, over 100 had quietly perished without so much as a ripple. He glanced at his remaining half of energy and made a resolute decision. He must upgrade the tent tonight. Otherwise, if he were to be attacked again, he might not even comprehend how he met his demise. He could not gamble on whether other beasts would flee at the sound of his roar. The individuals in the chat channel swiftly adjusted their mindsets, coming to the realization that this was not an idyllic realm, but a desolate world where death was a tangible threat. Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Sun noticed a blind spot. The term wasteland in this magical wasteland world. Where did it originate? The environment he inhabited, though perilous, appeared vibrant and teeming with life. Regardless, it starkly contrasted with the conventional imagery of a wasteland, littered with radiation and ruins. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell further on it. After all, there were too many unknowns in this world, and his information was exceedingly limited. Wild conjectures held little value. Surviving was of utmost importance. He no longer remained indifferent to his own life. He posted his trading information. 1. Raw wood for raw stone quantity 50. Jiang Sun began preparing the materials for the upgrade. However, within less than a minute, the materials he listed were entirely exchanged. This speed did not surprise him. After all, everyone's birthplace and environment were almost universally different, as were the resources available for gathering. In the trading center, the exchange rate for raw wood and raw stone hovered around 1, with negligible price discrepancies. It seemed that everyone had been struck with fear and had begun urgently preparing the materials necessary for upgrading their shelters. Indeed, while it was rare for someone to gather the requisite materials in a single day, Jiang Sun was certainly not the only one. Among such a vast population, those who encountered fortuitous events were undoubtedly numerous. Subsequently, Jiang Sun began to sift through the items in his possession that could serve as magical materials, only to discover that none of the 3 varieties of firefly grade fruits would suffice. However, the firefly grade, hardwood, and magic iron ore were indeed viable options. It appeared that magical materials referred to substances capable of sustaining their properties over time. Casting the dark ore aside, Jiang Sun was not inclined to use either of these items as the primary materials for his upgrade, feeling they lacked the requisite prestige. He once again opened the spell book. Turning to the page titled Shelter Information, Faint Light, Grade Magical Tent, an essential temporary equipment for travelers, which could barely shield against wind and rain while fending off small beasts. Immediate upgrading was advised. Shelter facilities, secondary magical shield, 45, shelter upgrade, 100 hardwood, 110 or 01 magical material. Please add additional effects. None. Upon reading this, Jiang Sun's gaze sharpened. He had just noticed this seemingly inconspicuous piece of information. Additional effects. Jiang Sun surmised that the magical materials required for the upgrade were crucial for enhancing the shelter's additional effects. Glancing at the items in his possession, he promptly placed all 10 fruits on the trading shelf. The exchange items section read, Emerald Glow Fruit, Ruby Raspberry, Amber Carambola can be exchanged for hardwood or other items at a ratio of 1:1,000. Note, private messaging allowed. He then established the trading rules. Anyone could post information about their available trade items and submit a trade request. Jiang Sun could review the other party's trade item information and decide whether to proceed with the transaction. Shortly after setting this up, a cacophony of notification sounds erupted. As expected, a multitude of trade requests flooded in. Jiang Sun felt a surge of delight. There were indeed many discerning individuals. However, as he perused the trade information, his expression darkened. Trade request. Hardwood 1. Message. Private message for photos. Jiang Sun hesitated slightly before dismissing the request. Trade request. Or 1. Message. This item is worthless. I have plenty. Let me check for toxins. Jiang Sun, you imbecile. To his surprise, the system chat even had a keyword blocking feature, prompting him to swiftly blacklist the user. Trade request. Poisonous mushroom 20. Message. Trade for 1 glow fruit. Trust me, my friend, I just ate some, and they are completely harmless. As he opened this request, Jiang Sun watched as the trader's avatar turned gray. Trade request. Breadfruit 1, Rabbit Head 1, Spring Water 200 milliliters. Are you hungry, brother? The fruits hardly fill you up. Indeed, they were not filling. Yet he felt they still fell short. The more he read, the darker his expression became. He decisively activated the filtering function. By excluding items without a specified grade, the number of trades diminished significantly. Nonetheless, several hundred requests remained. He could only click the filter once more, eliminating the faintly glowing items. Instantly, dozens of scattered pieces of information appeared before his eyes. Trade request: Golden Coconut 1 for Amber Starfruit, 1 Emerald Luminescent Fruit 1. Message: Coconut increases magical capacity. Trade request: Starlight Grass 1 for Emerald Luminescent Fruit 1. Message: Let us exchange, I assure you 1 T lose out. Trade request: Frozen Crystal or 1 for Emerald Luminescent Fruit 2. Message: Can lower temperature. Also serves as magical material. Trade request: Frostwolf Mane 1 for Ruby Raspberry 1. Message: Can be used to upgrade magical materials. Also suitable for weapon crafting. Trade request: Magic Copper or 1 for Amber Starfruit 1. Message: Surely you wish to upgrade your tent swiftly as well. Trade request: Magic Pattern Mutton 2 kilograms for Amber Starfruit 1. Message: Regular consumption enhances physical fitness. Available for long-term trade. Those who could trade with Firefly-level materials undoubtedly carried a certain air of prestige. These individuals either stumbled upon fortuitous encounters or possessed sufficient bravery, capable even of slaying magical beasts alone. Jiang Sun couldn't help but marvel. Humanity is indeed an extraordinarily adaptable species. A considerable portion of people has seamlessly integrated into this world. Though some still sought to gain without giving, the majority of trade requests appeared quite reasonable. After all, none among those who acquired high-quality items in just a day could be deemed foolish. Observing the array of trade requests before him, Jiang Sun swiftly made his decision. Chapter 8: Golden Water Gourd. Ding, congratulations on acquiring Golden Coconut 1. Ding, congratulations on acquiring Frostwolf Mane Wing. Congratulations on acquiring Magical Pattern Mutton 3 kilograms. As the transaction concluded, a small pile of items materialized before Jiang Sun. Ignoring the other items, he eagerly smashed open the large golden coconut in his hands and relished the refreshing drink. After all, he had been parched for an entire day. The negotiation he had just conducted cost him 1 each of Emerald Spirit Fruit, Ruby Raspberry, and Amber Starfruit. The trading system allowed for private messaging, and to facilitate this, Jiang Sun had specifically added 3 individuals as friends. At this stage, those who could acquire such items were undoubtedly fortunate and capable. Making friends could also pave the way for future endeavors. Gulping down several mouthfuls of coconut water, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding, congratulations. Your magic power limit has increased by 30 points. What a delight. It was evident that Jiang Sun's magic power was entirely sufficient. Yet the exhilaration of enhancing his strength was undeniably addictive. Moreover, the fruits he had previously consumed did little to quench his daily hydration needs. This coconut, therefore, alleviated his pressing thirst. Currently, food and water remained the greatest challenges facing humanity. Yet, this was merely a transient dilemma. Just moments ago, Jiang Sun had observed in the World Channel that individuals were beginning to share various methods for collecting water resources. Although resources were essential for survival, people tended to be somewhat reserved. Knowledge, however, was something that could be mutually shared, and many had begun to elevate their reputations through the dissemination of information. Numerous individuals residing near water sources had also commenced trading their water in exchange for goods. Yet, most found it challenging to make any exchanges. After all, aside from locations like deserts and wastelands, which inherently lacked water resources, others could gather at least some quantity of water. It was merely a matter of how much. In the magical forest where Jiang Sun found himself, there were indeed numerous ways to collect water. For instance, he had spotted berries along the way today. However, they were difficult to gather, and he deemed it unworthy of his time. At this stage, acquiring fundamental materials for upgrading his shelter was evidently of greater importance. Thus, everyone was tightly clutching onto raw wood and raw stone. The lack of resource concentration had resulted in most individuals failing to collect sufficient materials. Therefore, those like Jiang Sun, who had managed to gather upgrading materials on the very first day and still had a surplus, were exceptionally rare. With great care, he used a sharp stone fragment to refine the opening of the coconut. Jiang Sun intended to utilize the coconut shell as a vessel for storing water resources. To his astonishment, just as he finished trimming, the coconut shell gleamed with light, and the system recognized it as a magical item. Golden coconut water gourd, type, daily use level, glimmering, firefly star moon. Effect, gradually purifies the water stored within and effectively prevents magical turbulence from eroding. Note, a natural water vessel, effective utilization method. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Sun hurriedly cut a piece of wood. With his bare hands, he fashioned a rudimentary wooden lid to seal the mouth of the water jug. Once this was accomplished, the golden coconut water vessel shimmered with a radiant glow. What a splendid treasure! With utmost care, he set the water jug aside. Jiang Sun then eagerly retrieved the enchanted mutton he had exchanged for, placing it over the fire to roast. The sizzle of the meat released an enticing aroma that roused the slumbering Walla. Groggy yet curious, it crawled over to Jiang Sun, joining him by the campfire as they awaited their meal. To procure the mutton for roasting, Jiang Sun had expended no less than 5 units of raw stone to barter for a single piece of flint from others. This flint was an item crafted through magical manufacturing scrolls. In truth, the seller's pricing was quite reasonable, even commendable, considering the scarcity of individuals capable of obtaining magical manufacturing scrolls at this juncture. Among them, those able to create useful items were even fewer. Most were limited to items such as temperature-regulating magical cups or luminous stones that stored sunlight to illuminate the night. In comparison, the flint was evidently far more practical. This consequently allowed the individual who had unveiled the flint blueprint to reap considerable rewards. Isn't it just a thermos, a solar-powered nightlight, and a lighter? Jiang Sun mused, noting that humanity had yet to fully explore the wonders of the magical realm. Together with Walla, they devoured a substantial portion of the mutton chop. Jiang Sun then picked up the magical tome once more. He decided to forego perusing various basic resource trades and instead focused on seeking exchanges for magical materials. Spirit Branch 1. Exchange for 50 logs. Note. Limited item. Act swiftly to purchase. Hardwood 1. Exchange for 100 raw stones. Note. Magical material can be used for upgrades. Poisonous Toad Gland 1. Exchange for any healing item 1. Note. Urgent, who has healing items. Magic Iron Gear 1. Exchange for 100 logs or 100 raw stones. Note, salvage from a rusty armor. Can be used as upgrade material. Magic Crystal 43-1. Exchange for 100 logs, 100 raw stones. Note, a magic crystal from a crystal ball can energize tents, also serves as upgrade material. After skimming through hundreds of entries, Jiang Sun felt quite bewildered. Throughout the day, some fortunate individuals had indeed acquired magical materials. Yet, after perusing for quite some time, Jiang Sun felt that these offerings still lacked something essential. If he were to rely on them to enhance the shelter's additional effects, wouldn't it be a tremendous loss to utilize low-quality materials? While the sky had not yet fully darkened, Jiang Sun stepped outside, gnawing on the charred mutton chop, and directed the gathering technique towards several sturdy nearby trees. After a series of resounding thuds, he once again collected over 50 units of logs. He could not be bothered to drag them back to the tent. Regardless of the proximity, one can always relocate should the need arise. Glancing at his personal information, he noted that his magical energy was at full capacity. Jiang Sun sighed in resignation. Were it not for the cool-down period of the gathering technique, he would have undoubtedly amassed hundreds of units of timber and ore, allowing him to recline in leisure. He pondered silently whether anyone had managed to learn other spells. He conjectured that few possessed such luck, considering spells could only be acquired through magical scrolls, which had a dismally low probability of being obtained from world gifts such as crystal balls and treasure chests. Moreover, even if someone were to learn a spell, they would likely lack the magical energy to employ it, as everyone needed to utilize gathering technique to collect essential materials for upgrading their tents. A secure and stable living environment was paramount for all, especially since, within merely a day, the majority had already faced assaults from wild magical beasts. The number of casualties was starkly evident, prompting a heightened sense of caution among the survivors. After perusing for a while, Jiang Sun saw only one person in the World Channel sharing their acquisition of illumination technique. It consumed 10 points of magical energy and illuminated a 10 square meter area for 1 minute. In an attempt to test its efficacy, that individual nearly attracted the ire of a magical beast. Casting another glance at the regional communication channel, Jiang Sun felt a weight settle in his heart. In such a short span, the number of participants had dwindled by several dozen, now standing at 9,789 out of 10,000. It was merely the first day, and the mortality rate among survivors had already approached 3%. Given the vast population of 8 billion, the extent of loss was almost unfathomable to Jiang Sun. Despite his trepidation, he felt powerless, for he too had narrowly escaped becoming a statistic. Within the chat channel, lively discussions continued as individuals recounted their experiences. Occasionally, someone would share their findings, met with enthusiastic affirmations from others. Yet, interspersed were desperate pleas for help that would plunge the conversation into a momentary silence. The understanding of the precariousness of life was universally acknowledged, yet solutions were elusive. In a world where even basic sustenance was a challenge, the constant threat of unpredictable magical beast attacks loomed large. No one could guarantee that the next to perish would not be themselves. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Sun decided to alter his exchange information to exclusively trade magical materials. He resolved to upgrade his shelter as swiftly as possible. After all, who could predict whether the bear he encountered during the day might return to seek him out in the dead of night? Chapter 9, Starlight Stone. Realizing that the cooldown period had elapsed, Jiang Sun seized his staff and stepped outside to cast Gathering Technique. Once more, the resounding crash of massive trees collapsing echoed through the air, accompanied by the chirping of insects in the forest. Surveying his surroundings, Jiang Sun was relieved to find no menacing beasts lurking nearby. He turned back and slipped into the tent, plopping down onto the grass mat. Ouch, how uncomfortable. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth in irritation. Indeed, transitioning from luxury to frugality is no easy feat. The rough texture beneath him made him reminisce about the splendid fir mat in the tree hollow, 2 meters long, smooth, soft, and supremely comfortable. It was a stark contrast to the shabby grass mat he was currently seated upon. Perhaps he could sneak back to the tree hollow for a quick peek tomorrow. As he chewed on the slightly burnt magic pattern lamb, he began to ponder the possibilities. What if he could find something else during the visit? He had rushed out earlier, leaving little time to thoroughly scour the tree hollow. The primary concern had been the fear of a giant beast pursuing him. Suddenly, a friend request on his spellbook caught Jiang Sun's attention. The accompanying message included a piece of lumber, elevating his request to the top of the list. Curiously, he opened the friend request to discover it was from Zhao Ting Tao, the individual who had been shouting about selling frozen crystal Oregon. The note read, "Brother, I have something good here that you will definitely be interested in." Intrigued, Jiang Sun accepted the request, and the individual promptly sent a message. "Brother, I have a starlight stone for you to consider. I sense this item is quite extraordinary. However, I urgently need lumber and stones to upgrade, along with the attribute-enhancing fruits you sell. If you're interested, we could discuss further." Jiang Sun examined the attached material information. Starlight stone, type, magical material level, celestial effect, can be used as forging material. Detailed attribute information can be viewed after learning identification technique. Note, contains mysterious and potent celestial power, crucial for crafting advanced magical equipment or enhancing special magical structures. Accompanying this was an image. Upon seeing the Starlight Stone, Jiang Sun's eyes widened, and he was resolute in his response. "How did you come across this?" "I am indeed quite interested." The reply came swiftly. "I found it in a beast's den during the day. I believe it must be a valuable item. However, I currently lack the energy to study it. There are beasts watching outside, and my shelter shield energy is nearly depleted. If I do not upgrade tonight, I fear I won't survive." After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Sun responded, "What do you propose for the exchange?" Immediately, a trade request arrived. Trade request: Starlight Stone 1 for lumber, 80 raw stone, 80 emerald spirit fruit, 1 ruby, raspberry, 1 amber star fruit, 1. Jiang Sun frowned at this lengthy list of exchange terms. The price was certainly steep. Although he still possessed a considerable amount of surplus materials, he could not afford to squander them recklessly. Particularly, the other party audaciously demanded 3 magical fruits. In comparison to materials of uncertain utility, these attribute-enhancing fruits are the most sought-after commodities. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment and countered, "That is excessive. I can offer you 50 units of timber and 50 units of stone, along with 1 fruit." The other party appeared somewhat hesitant, and after a while responded, "My friend, I assure you of my sincerity. Stardust-level materials are currently not available for sale. You cannot exploit my urgency to negotiate a lower price." Upon seeing the reply, Jiang Sun lowered his head in contemplation. While others may not recognize the rarity of the Stardust Stone, he was acutely aware. He opened the item information to scrutinize it closely and finally confirmed the material of the Stardust Stone. Indeed, it was the very gem from the reward he had received. The Stardust-level source of magic pendant. Though this Stardust Stone on the source of magic was the size of a fingernail and exuded a more translucent brilliance. Zhao Tingtao's piece was a formidable half a fist in size, undoubtedly a valuable treasure. After a moment of steeling himself, Jiang Sun resolved, "I can provide you with the materials, but you must wait 2 hours. Additionally, I can only offer you 2 fruits, which you may select." Zhao Tingtao responded, "Very well. I desire one that enhances strength and one that boosts stamina." Jiang Sun was taken aback by Zhao Tingtao's request. After all, at this stage, most individuals were in dire need of magical energy. The gathering technique was the skill upon which everyone relied for survival. Yet this fellow seemed to possess the attributes of a berserker. Jiang Sun promptly traded the 2 fruits and 80 units of timber, while casually inquiring, "Is your magical energy quite high? Do you not require a fruit that augments intelligence?" Upon receiving the items, Zhao Tingtao lowered his guard, replying, "I specialize in physical techniques. Previously, I was a combat coach, and my intelligence attribute is rather low. It is better to capitalize on my strengths." Nearby, the magical beast had begun to summon its companions, and he added, "I must swiftly eliminate it." Jiang Sun then comprehended, while also engaging in deeper reflection. It seemed that each individual had different inclinations. Not everyone held a high demand for magical energy. After all, if someone's strength reached a certain threshold, could they not fell a tree with just 2 mighty blows? Clutching the Stardust Stone in his hand, Jiang Sun decided to prioritize upgrading his tent. The requisite materials were fully prepared, as he aimed to avert any prolonged uncertainties. He opened the spellbook to re-examine the shelter information. Glow-level magical tent. A traveler's essential temporary equipment. It can barely shield against wind and rain, and fend off attacks from small magical beasts. Please upgrade it as soon as possible. Shelter facilities. Secondary magical shield. 38. Shelter upgrade. 100 timber, 100 stone. 1 magical material. None. Please add materials. Additional effects. None. As the Stardust Stone vanished from his grasp, the magical materials section transformed to Stardust Stone 1 Stardust level. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Jiang Sun's ear. Ding. Would you like to upgrade the level 2 magic cottage using starlight stones as the primary magical material? Confirmed. In the next moment, Jiang Sun felt as though everything before his eyes had morphed into something surreal. The tent began to radiate a dazzling light, while the logs and stones surrounding it melted away like flowing water, gradually integrating into the structure of the tent. As the brilliance unfolded, Jiang Sun instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was greeted by the sight of sharply defined wooden walls. Below these wooden walls, stone barriers connected to a robust stone floor. The wooden beam in the center of the tent had shrunk considerably and regained its luminosity. At that moment, the support column embedded in the center of the room emitted strands of light that flowed throughout the house. If it had previously served as a mere auxiliary support, it had now completely transformed into something akin to a battery. As the light filled the room, Jiang Sun felt a ripple of magical energy within him, as if it had become more substantial. He stood up and walked around, estimating the area of the square room to be approximately 25 square meters. A standard 5 by 5 square room. It was not particularly large, yet was undeniably superior to the previous tent. The place exuded a profound sense of security. Looking up, the wooden cottage's design resembled that of a self-built cabin from a wilderness survival show, seamlessly blending into the forest surroundings. The table in the center of the room remained the same, but the lamp that had previously been placed upon it was now suspended from the central beam, casting an even brighter glow. It emitted a warm, inviting yellow light that illuminated the small cottage. As the lines of light faded, the apex of the house sparkled with starlight, rendering the entire cottage even more enigmatic. Jiang Sun admired his new home, but then a thought struck him. He hurriedly opened the Magic Wasteland Manual. Indeed, the shelter information had undergone a transformation. Chapter 10. The Enchanted Cabin. The Enchanted Cabin, endowed with extraordinary abilities, effectively withstands the assaults of intermediate magical beasts and possesses a certain capacity for spatial expansion. Shelter facilities include a primary magical shield, 100, and a small magical item storage room, 5 cubic meters. Shelter upgrade requirements: 0, 800 logs, 0, 800 stones. Magic Core 01, Optional Edition. Additional effects. Within the radius of the totem pole, magic capacity is increased by 200, magic recovery speed is enhanced by 100, and stamina recovery speed is boosted by 10. Upon reviewing the upgrade information, Jiang Sun exhaled in relief. The secondary magical shield had transformed into a primary magical shield, and an extra magical item storage room had been generously provided. With a more formidable shield, he could afford to feel somewhat secure that night. Walla was also awakened, leaping onto Jiang Sun's shoulder, gazing in astonishment at the changes before him. Walla? Walla Walla. Yes. Walla Walla. All right, go play. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Jiang Sun casually retrieved a few pieces of milk candy and offered them to Walla, then fell into contemplation. He had just noticed that the quantity of milk candies he could produce seemed to have increased. He could even conjure fruit-flavored candies now. So, this seemingly useless ability has evolved. Jiang shook his head and resumed admiring his cabin. Candy was still candy. Having consumed it for a decade, he found little interest in it. Moreover, he had gleaned from the system notification that the secondary magical cabin featured expansion capabilities, allowing for the addition of rooms such as a magical kitchen in the future. The complementary magical item storage room functioned akin to a small spatial storage box, designated solely for storing magical materials, preventing the magical essence within from dissipating over time. Aesthetically pleasing and functional, truly deserving of being the palace of my dark deity, Gunera. Ha ha ha. Jiang Sun's laughter, infused with a hint of adolescent bravado, abruptly halted. Did the magical cabin possess any additional capabilities? He hastily opened his information panel and, indeed, observed personal information name, Jiang Sun level, Glimmer strength, 4 agility, 5 stamina, 5 intelligence, 9 magic capacity, 430 recovery speed, 2266 22 points hour, skill, gathering, level 189. Gazing at his maximum magic capacity of 430 points and an impressive recovery speed of 110 points per hour, Jiang Sun felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was it the additional attributes granted by the magical cabin that fell short? Certainly not. A magic capacity increase of 200 points and a recovery speed of 100. These are coveted attributes that most would dream of, except, of course, for Jiang Sun. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air. A tree, standing several meters away from the enchanted cottage, suddenly crashed to the ground, scattering wooden fragments in all directions. Jiang Sun leaned helplessly against the door of the cabin, extracting an apple-flavored candy and placing it in his mouth. It was never-ending, utterly insatiable. The consumption of magical energy was outpacing its recovery. Jiang Sun gazed at a skill bar, which displayed only the solitary, gathering skill, feeling somewhat dejected. If anyone were to learn of his distress stemming from an excess of magical energy, they would undoubtedly berate him. What a disgrace. Jiang Sun believed he was in dire need of a potent spell, preferably one that would deplete an entire mana bar with a single cast. The effect was inconsequential. The primary concern was the high mana cost. After all, with the additional 100 mana recovery rate granted by the little cabin, Jiang Sun's restoration speed had reached a staggering 110 points per hour, 22 times that of an ordinary individual. Most people were barely scraping by with a mere 5 points per hour. His recovery rate was simply unfathomable to others. Ding! Gathering skill upgraded. Cooldown reduced from 30 minutes to 20 minutes. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Sun's lips twitched. It seemed that frequent spell usage could lead to upgrades. This would significantly enhance the efficiency of his tree-felling endeavors. He looked around and noticed that the area surrounding the cottage had become starkly barren. The once abundant trees had now been reduced to a chaotic scattering of logs. As he surveyed the darkening surroundings, he realized that it was already midnight. Time, Blue Star Calendar, Year 1, Day 1. 1900 hours, night, 14 to 6 o'clock. Only an hour remained before all Blue Star inhabitants would face the onset of the second day in the world of Magical Wastelands. At that moment, the Wasteland Magic Manual in Jiang Sun's hand began to levitate, its magical sigils flickering to life. Anyone familiar with games would recognize this as a clear indication of interactivity. Jiang Sun approached, opened the spell book, and indeed, information resonated in his ears. Celestial revelation. At the dawn of your journey, dangers lurk like shadow beasts in the dark of night, silently drawing near. You must be like diligent squirrels, hoarding supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Today, the magical bounty yields the following rates. Crystal Orb, 351. Magical Sealing Stone, 002. As the stars shine, the Wheel of Fate spins. On January 1st at 2000 hours, the power of the stars will scrutinize your shelters, assessing their safety. Rewards will be distributed based on rankings, a symbol of honor and strength. Strive with all your might. The lengthy and tedious message made Jiang Sun frown. Nevertheless, he distilled the crucial points. The previously discussed crystal orbs and magical sealing stones were treasure-like items, with perhaps 3 to 5 individuals among 100 able to acquire them. Starting at midnight, the system would evaluate the safety of all shelters and distribute rewards based on rankings. Jiang Sun reopened the communication interface, only to find the communication channel in utter chaos. My goodness, with 8 billion people, does that mean over 100 million have obtained resources through the crystal ball? Does anyone know what treasures can be revealed within the crystal ball? As a perennial fortunate one, who hasn't opened the crystal ball, I can assist you. If something valuable emerges, we shall share it equally. If you are so lucky, why not seek the crystal ball yourself? Mind your own business. I uncovered a week's worth of rations, but alas, they cannot enhance attributes. I found 2 fruits that can temporarily accelerate mana recovery. Ha ha ha. My upgrade materials are finally complete. Goodness, doesn't that mean you can upgrade to a level 2 magic cottage soon? I'm merely short of 1 magical material. 1 fruit in exchange for 1 magical material. Interested parties, please contact me. I discovered a blueprint for magical cookware. Bow before me. Ha ha ha. To the one above. Even if you possess a pot, do you have anything to cook in it? Sukarburds. Huh. I have no food. Do you have any? Berries, 224. Just enough to stave off hunger. The leader is incredible. Where did you gather so many berries, both edible and hydrating? My tent is nestled amidst a thicket of berries, and I even spotted a turkey. I anticipate a delightful feast tomorrow. 666. 666. Jiang Sun glanced at the screen and chose not to delve further. Those still chatting in the group at this hour were likely aware that they had no hope of leveling up today. Meanwhile, those capable of upgrading were undoubtedly racing against time to gather materials. These individuals were his target clientele. Consequently, he opened the trading channel. However, he soon discovered that the channel had been inundated with a flurry of messages. Countless individuals had unearthed their hidden treasures, with trading demands primarily consisting of raw stones and timber. Clearly, many were vying for rankings. Jiang Sun perused the listings and indeed found several intriguing items. Name, World Trumpet, no level. Function, grants an additional speaking opportunity in the World Channel. Pinning the message for 1 hour. Note: only exchanges for basic materials. Private messages welcome. Name: Magical Chocolate Firefly. Function: restores full stamina upon consumption and accelerates wound healing for a period. Note: exchange for 100 timber, non-negotiable. Name: Magical Campfire Glimmer. Function: dispels small magical beasts with a certain probability of dispelling medium-sized ones. Note: sold in bulk, only accepting basic material exchanges. Name: Mana Tree Root Firefly. Function: consumes energy to rapidly restore mana. Note: exchange for 50 timber and 50 raw stones. Swift purchases encouraged. Chapter 11. A frenzied shopping spree. Gazing at the dazzling array of goods, Jiang Sun felt a surge of desire. He longed to venture out and gather some willow branches, hoping to collect ample timber. He mused about how these individuals seemed akin to hamsters, each adept at hoarding their treasures. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that he had done all he could, he resolved to seize the moment. With the current high prices of basic resources, it was imperative to exchange his surplus for something of genuine utility. At that moment, a message from the spellbook chimed in. Zhao Tingtao, boss, when can you send me the logs? Hearing Zhao Tingtao's cautious tone, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile. The lad feared that he might withhold the payment. He promptly rose and made his way towards the scattered logs. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Zhao Tingtao felt even more anxious than Jiang Sun had anticipated. Upon learning the current prices of basic materials, he believed the likelihood of Jiang Sun reneging on his payment was quite high, very high indeed. After all, at this stage, 80 units of basic materials were sufficient to provide a single person with sustenance for half a month. Moreover, with some negotiation, it was not impossible to exchange for 1 or 2 items that enhanced attributes. He genuinely feared that Jiang Sun might turn against him. Ding. Transaction request. Jiang Sun uses 81 logs to exchange for 1 log from you. Upon hearing the notification, Zhao Tingtao was nearly moved to tears. What a good person. Thank you, boss. He hastily replied. Seeing Zhao Tingtao's message, Jiang Sun smiled gently. He had never intended to withhold those logs. After all, 1's reputation was paramount. He had a far-reaching vision. In the wasteland world, identity and background were often unacknowledged, leveling the playing field for everyone. Thus, the most crucial factor was undoubtedly 1's own abilities. Beyond capability, reputation held significant weight. After all, whether for trading, forming teams, or even hiring, a solid reputation was essential. In this world devoid of legal constraints, the cost of betraying a comrade was minimal, while the rewards were substantial. Consequently, everyone feared the treachery of their peers. Jiang Sun surveyed the logs strewn about before him, smacking his lips. Primarily, those 80 logs were not of great value to him. They were hardly precious. Thus, it posed no significant issue. Having completed the transaction with Zhao Tingtao, Jiang Sun glanced at his remaining materials, approximately 300 logs and scant remaining stones. After all, timber was abundant in the forest. He reopened the trading channel and found that a plethora of trading information was refreshing at an astonishing pace. Jiang Sun intended to fully immerse himself in the joyous spirit of the magical world's version of Double 11. He first searched for the keyword, food, and was greeted with a plethora of peculiar items. Frosty snow cookies, purchased. Moonlight mushrooms, purchased. Breadfruit, purchased. Charred glowfish, not purchased. In no time, Jiang Sun procured a considerable amount of sustenance for his journey. A small pile of miscellaneous items had accumulated before him. Various ores and unknown objects were also procured at prices significantly lower than food. After all, most individuals had gone hungry all day, while those who had not were instinctively hoarding food. Observing the ever-growing collection before him, Jiang Sun paused his frenzied shopping spree. He realized that as more people gathered sufficient materials for upgrades, the prices of items began to rise gradually. Indeed, only a handful of individuals could currently assemble the required materials, and the available items were limited. Gazing at the dwindling logs in front of him, Jiang Sun slowly ceased his activities and stretched lazily, intending to take stock of his inventory. However, his attention was suddenly caught by a trading message. A brief glance revealed content that made his eyes widen in astonishment. Frost Snow Staff type, staff level, stellar, glimmer, firefly stellar, bright moon. Wearing requirement, intelligence 10 effect, magic capacity 150, intelligence 5, magic induction rate 60, accompanied magic. Snowfall remarks, a staff crafted from frost birchwood, infused with frost wolf magic crystals during forging, a commendable staff. Snowfall consumes 200 magic points to generate a multitude of snowballs within a 10-10 target area for 20 seconds, accompanied by a slowing effect. Seller's remarks, exchange for 800 logs, 800 ores, what a revelation. Clearly visible, yet utterly unaffordable. Jiang Sun, upon reading this trading message, slammed his fist on the table in frustration. It was evident that the seller intended to upgrade their shelter to level 3. How tempting! Although Jiang Sun felt envious. He could hardly believe that someone could gather 600 materials for exchange in just a single day, except for the officials. In the next moment, he noticed the trading message dim, and beneath the frost snow staff, the words trade completed appeared. His eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. No way. Did this person actually sell it? Following this, he saw the pinned message in the World Channel. Zhou Tsangyan. Dragon Country official announcement. The Dragon Country Survivor Alliance has been officially established. We understand the numerous challenges everyone faces in their individual struggles. However, please trust that the officials are actively working, utilizing all resources to ensure your safety and development. We urge everyone to maintain unity, share resources, and collectively navigate through this difficult time. Simultaneously, we encourage capable compatriots to continue exploring and gathering resources to contribute to the growth of our entire community. Reading this message, Jiang Sun felt a myriad of emotions. He had not anticipated such formidable strength from the officials at this juncture. Even with restrictions on their speaking frequency, they managed to form such a significant organization within a single day. Moreover, with this announcement, countless individuals who were struggling to find sustenance would undoubtedly join the alliance, accelerating its growth. Everyone understood that under the leadership of the officials, a group of individuals striving for survival possesses a far greater hope than that of a solitary existence. However, Jiang Sun harbors no desire to rely on official channels. He understands that the current global landscape has undergone a significant transformation from what it once was. It is solely through his own strength that he can establish a foothold in this world. Furthermore, in a world like Blue Star, previously bound by stringent laws, countless evils had emerged. What, then, can restrain the malevolent in this desolate wasteland? Morality? With a sardonic smile, Jiang Sun chose to disregard the notion, recognizing that knowing such a reality suffices. Should the situation become unbearable, he would address it then. This sentiment is shared by the majority. Before them lay heaps of food and supplies, with meat products predominating. After consuming the enchanted mutton, Jiang Sun felt his body gradually growing stronger. His previously frail physique began to fill out, albeit only by 2 kilograms, yet the benefits were profound. Jiang Sun surmised this was due to his inherently weak constitution. After all, what physical prowess could one expect from a bedridden invalid for a decade? Thus, it was less about enhancement and more about recovery. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that mutton is indeed nourishing. As he continued to peruse his deliveries, he discovered not only the Firefly-class monster meat, but also some berries with beneficial effects. Juicy berries, 20 type, plant fruit level, glimmer effect. Consuming restores a portion of satiety, slightly boosts metabolism, and marginally enhances gastrointestinal function. Remarks, plump wild fruit, a suitable culinary enhancer. Prolonged consumption can regulate bodily condition and eliminate internal impurities. Jiang Sun seized one and popped it into his mouth, tossing another to Walla. Walla inspected the berry with disdain and tossed it back to Jiang Sun. This action left Jiang Sun momentarily stunned. Hey, you're being picky now. Little rascal, do you realize how many people are still starving out there? Immediately, Jiang Sun watched as Walla leaped into the pile of snacks, beginning to rummage through them. First, he grabbed the frosty cookies that enhanced perception, sniffed it, and then disdainfully discarded it. Next, he picked up the moonlight mushrooms, which improve night vision, and similarly tossed it aside. He didn't even glance at the breadfruit, which accelerates stamina recovery, before kicking it aside. Wait, if you're not going to eat them, then don't mess with them. Jiang Sun hurriedly followed behind, tidying up, resembling a father cleaning up toys left in the wake of his son. After a considerable effort to organize and categorize the items on the table, he noticed that Walla had inspected everything and was now shaking his head in disapproval. His expression mirrored that of a human witnessing a pig consume bean cakes. Bayan Jakes, beak fid. Jiang Sun's lips twitched in disbelief. What could a squirrel have ever tasted that was so extraordinary? What does that expression even mean? Jiang Sun felt a pang of hurt. There exists a feeling akin to the disappointment of unboxing a parcel with joyous anticipation, only to unveil a heap of refuse. The exhilaration of shopping dissipates entirely. At that moment, the chime of a bell resonates in my ears. Ding! Midnight has arrived. Chapter 12. The rankings are announced. A mechanical and emotionless notification echoed in Jiang Sun's ears. Ding! Shelter level assessment commencing. Assessment criteria include 1. Shelter level, including additional effects. 2. The number of magical beasts and their threat level within a 1-kilometer radius of the shelter. 3. The comprehensive strength of the shelter's inhabitants. Subsequently, he felt an intangible wave sweep over him. The voice continued. Ding! Assessment completed. Ranking as follows. Number of E-level shelters, 7, 6 billion. Reward, none. Number of D-level shelters, 9, 963, 443. Reward, Magical Crystal Ball 1. Number of C-level shelters, 155, 890. Reward, Magical Ceiling Stone 1. Number of B-level shelters, 2, 709. Reward, Firefly level selected weapon 1. Basic skill 1. Number of A-level shelters, 103. Reward, Firefly level selected weapon 1. Selected skill 1. High yield magical crop 1. Number of S-level shelters, 5. Reward, Star level selected weapon 1. Advanced selected skill 1. High level item, crafting scroll 1. Insights into the Magical Wasteland 1. Rewards will be distributed the following morning. Upon hearing the assessment was complete, Jiang Sun reached for his spellbook, and indeed, the information began to flood the screen. 7, 6 billion shelters at the lowest level. What have you all been doing all day? Seeing everyone else perform poorly brings me some relief. Afraid of your brother's suffering, yet worry they might drive a luxury car. Huh. But wait, nearly 10 million have upgraded their shelters? How on earth did you lot manage that? Is 10 million a lot? It's only 0. 13 probability. Is that impressive? Such a low probability? How did you calculate that? Does your manual come with a calculator? Is it the main point? By your logic, that ratio is indeed too low. In a channel of 10,000, less than 10 have upgraded. For those who have leveled up, come forth and share. Let's pay our respects. Exactly. Ha ha ha. I am but a humble being, having just upgraded to a level 2 shelter, currently enjoying hot pot while singing. Wow, you're amazing. Don't listen to his boasting. He just sold me his underwear to gather resources for a piece of lumber. Seriously, my friend, what do you need my underwear for? By the way, I have a friend who wonders if you still accept them. Today, I dug a small stone from a bird's nest for the upgrade, and it turned out to add 5 square meters of area. Huh? Had I known, I would have used better magical materials. I used hardwood, which only increased the durability of the house. I used a gear that slightly boosted tool, crafting speed, but I don't have crafting scrolls. Underwear seller, still accepting. Private message. Jiang Sun's lips twitched slightly. Is it true that in the wasteland world, there is no one you care about? Collecting and selling undergarments. What does that even signify? Had he known, he would have worn a few more pairs. Jiang Sun estimated that there were approximately a dozen individuals within the channel who had upgraded to a level 2 shelter. If calculated by this ratio, it coincided perfectly with the number of D-level shelters. It seemed that as long as one upgraded, rewards would be granted today. However, he was uncertain how to calculate the higher assessment levels. Jiang Sun pondered that C and B levels were likely achieved by those who utilized superior magical materials for their upgrades. He himself was probably in that range, though he was unsure whether he was A, B, or AC. Why does this feel so peculiar? Dismissing the sordid thoughts from his mind, Jiang Sun continued to speculate. Yet if a level corresponded to a level 3 shelter, that seemed rather absurd. Were these individuals truly chosen ones? It must be noted that upgrading to a level 3 shelter not only required a magical core he had never even heard of, but also necessitated the exchange of an astounding one. 800 units of high-quality basic materials. It was simply beyond comprehension. Jiang Sun gazed at the A-level rewards, his teeth clenched in envy. As for the S-level, he didn't dwell on it much. After perusing the information regarding the Dragon Kingdom shelters, he had already surmised that those reaching this level were likely official shelters from various nations. After all, with the backing of official resources, they might possess unique methods applicable to the magical wasteland world. Witnessing the extraordinary gains of so many, Jiang Sun, who had initially felt elated, now found himself considerably grounded. With such a vast pool of individuals, the fortunate ones were countless. He was merely one among them. B-level or C-level, it was already a position superior to the majority. One must not be overly greedy. Moreover, if he were to make a bold move and offer the source of magic in exchange for items, he could likely acquire the upgrade materials for a level 3 shelter. There was simply no need for it. Reflecting on this, Jiang Sun felt a sense of relief wash over him. He extended his hand, lifting the sugary treat, Walla, to his gaze. No matter how impressive his S-level shelter was, it could never compare to my adorable little squirrel. He chuckled softly. Meanwhile, in a colossal cavern situated at an indeterminate distance away, a large stone shelter stood majestically at the cavern's center. The shelter spanned the size of 2 basketball courts. It was on an entirely different level compared to conventional shelters. At this moment, dozens of individuals were bustling about, transporting materials through the various entrances and exits of the shelter. The cavern, serving as a natural concealment, had now been repurposed as a warehouse, with countless wooden logs and stones neatly stacked along the edges. Rather than a shelter, it resembled more of a gathering place. At this time, within one of the compartments of the shelter, an elderly man sat before a table, illuminated by a bright light as he meticulously perused a thick stack of printed documents. Suddenly, the door creaked open behind him, and a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed, entered the room. "Mr. Lin," he said, "you have not rested for a day and a night. I suggest you take a break." "It is of no consequence," Lin replied. "Have we clarified the status of those 5 S-level shelters?" "Currently confirmed, aside from our own. The other 3 belong to the official entities of the Free Nation, Bear Country, and New Alliance of Ancient Europe. However, we have yet to ascertain the identity of the final one. I have mobilized all our contacts, and we are presently gathering information from various channels." At this, the elder paused, his hands stilling as a look of curiosity crossed his face. "I have heard that Sakura Nation is also constructing shelters. Could it be them? Or have those from Bang Country stumbled upon some fortuitous luck? We have confirmed from Bang Country that they lack the capability. As for Sakura Nation, according to reliable informants, they were attacked by a peculiar combination of a rotund creature and a child midway through their construction. Their shelter was devastated, suffering significant losses. Given their current circumstances, achieving a mere A-level rating would be commendable. That is indeed puzzling. Who else possesses such formidable prowess? By the way, how is your progress with your abilities? Just moments ago, I successfully transformed into something referred to as talent, which can now be viewed in my personal information. That is excellent. Focus on activating the magic circle and strive to gather more people. The current count of over 100 is still insufficient. Understood, but Mr. Lin, our local resources are somewhat lacking, and an excessive number of individuals may outstrip our food supply. Then, let us aim to gather at least 200 before proceeding. Yes. After speaking, the elder turned back to his documents, continuing his diligent examination. His posture remained straight, betraying none of the frailty often associated with his advanced age. Were anyone to observe him, they would undoubtedly recognize this venerable figure as the legendary leader of the Dragon Nation, Lin Hansong. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun sat on the floor, his bewildered eyes struggling to regain focus. The echoes of the recently received system notification reverberated in his ears. Ding. After evaluation, your shelter S safety rating is S level. Rewards will be distributed tomorrow morning. Please continue your efforts. A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through Jiang Sun's mind. S level. Did I hear incorrectly? A system glitch? He glanced again. Still S. Could it be that there's an old man residing within my necklace? Or perhaps I was once Jiang Tian's disciple in a past life? Or might my magical abode actually transform into Optimus Prime? None of these possibilities could be true. How could I possibly be rated S level? Tomorrow, I might discover that the evaluation was erroneous, and they would retract my rewards, compensating me with 2 5 yuan discount coupons instead. Jiang Sun vigorously shook his head, managing to regain a modicum of clarity. He hastily rose from the ground, trembling as he grasped the spellbook on the table to examine the evaluation criteria. 1. Shelter level, including additional effects. This is not it. Although he possessed a level 2 shelter with decent supplementary effects, it was certainly insufficient for an S rank. He continued to peruse. 2. The number of magical beasts and their threat level within a 1-kilometer radius of the shelter. This is also not applicable. In a single day, he had not had the chance to scout the area properly. Furthermore, even if he did find some, what were the chances of defeating them? Even if luck favored him, and there were absurdly no magical beasts in the vicinity, surely this criterion would not carry significant weight. After all, the system is not devoid of intelligence. As for the third point, the overall strength of the shelter's inhabitants. Could it be? Chapter 13. Optional Rewards. Jiang Sun cast a glance at his somewhat frail arms. Could it be that I am indeed the younger brother of Jiang Tian? Is it possible that within this slender frame lies a terrifying soul, one that could annihilate the heavens and the earth with a mere surge of cosmic energy? Or perhaps I am the fabled child of fortune, Jiang Outyin. Will all the world's treasures inexplicably transform into my opportunities? This notion seems utterly absurd. Jiang Sun pondered, lightly tapping his forehead in frustration. But what else could it be? He surveyed his modest abode. While he held a degree of power in this wasteland, compared to his former life on Blue Star, he was undeniably impoverished. Aside from himself, the only company he had was Walla, who could only boast about candy. If not for himself, could it possibly be Walla? Is Walla truly a formidable beast capable of cataclysmic destruction? Ha ha! How ridiculous! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! Gulp! Jiang Sun swallowed hard, his expression a mix of complexity, as he stole a glance at Walla, who lay on its back, bubbles of mucus escaping its nostrils. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of doubt. Perhaps it isn't entirely impossible? Speaking of which, his encounter with Walla was rather peculiar. After all, 2 insomniacs embracing the world in the dead of night hardly seemed like the behavior of ordinary beings. Their initial meeting resembled a gathering of the mentally unhinged. Furthermore, through the course of the day, Jiang Sun realized he had never truly probed into Walla's origins. It was merely because the secondary magical shield of the enchanted tent had failed to deter it that he had regarded it as a harmless denizen of the forest. Moreover, Walla's fondness for candy hardly painted it as a majestic super beast. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun reached out and began to knead the slumbering Walla. Life and death are but fleeting notions. Even if Walla were an illustrious boss-level beast, I must indulge in some playful mischief first. Watching Walla awaken, bleary-eyed and filled with indignation, Jiang Sun's heart soared. Indeed, nothing could compare to the thrill of ruffling a beast rather than a mere squirrel. Heh. Walla, now awake, glared at Jiang Sun with an expression of annoyance, appearing to be nothing more than a disgruntled, ordinary squirrel. Even more endearing, Jiang Sun hastily stuffed 2 more pieces of candy into its mouth. As he observed Walla's eyes brighten with clarity, a wave of delight surged within him. Truly, it is the marvels of technology and determination. Let the forest's rodent face the consequences of human ingenuity. What could possibly be more delectable than candy? Jiang Sun then set Walla down, smoothing the makeshift squirrel pillow before comfortably lying down himself. Exquisite. Resisting the urge to scroll through short videos, he soon drifted into a deep slumber, anticipating the lottery results that awaited him the following morning. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the enchanted cottage, Jiang Sun awoke from his slumber. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he was once again greeted by the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding! Rewards have been successfully dispensed. Please check your rewards. Startled, Jiang Sun bolted upright in bed, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. He swiftly seized the spellbook resting on his table, and indeed, a flurry of system messages flooded his screen. His gaze fixated intently on his reward information. Ding. You have received Star Level Self-Selected Weapon Scroll 1. Ding. You have received Advanced Self-Selected Skill Scroll 1. Ding. You have received Advanced Item Crafting Scroll 1. Ding. You have received Magic Wasteland World Revelation Scroll 1. 4 luminous orbs gracefully floated out and settled on the table. Jiang Sun's spirits soared with joy. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the self-selected weapon scroll crafted from an unknown beast's hide. The material felt soft to the touch, akin to a luxurious Chinese artifact meticulously refined through countless processes. He untied the strap and unfurled the scroll upon the surface. Instantly, a dazzling array of weapon icons materialized before his eyes. From swords to staves, from bows to shields, an abundance of choices lay before him. Jiang Sun meticulously examined the attributes and effects of each weapon, quickly becoming overwhelmed by the sheer volume of options. The multitude was staggering. Thousands of weapons paraded before him, and after perusing just 3 or 4, he felt dizzy. There was simply too much information. It would take an eternity to explore them all. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately selected a staff as his weapon. The frost snow staff he had seen in the trading channel yesterday had tantalized him. Moreover, its restoration effect of 110 points of mana was the hallmark of a born mage. Only a fool would engage in close combat. Jiang Sun carefully scrutinized the attributes of the staves, finally settling on one named Flowing Light. Flowing Light, type, weapon, staff, level, star, glimmer, firefly, star, crescent moon. Requirements: Intelligence 10 effect, maximum mana 200, Intelligence 5, mana conduction rate 60, attached magic, star flash note, crafted from the rare Flowing Light stone, inlaid with tiny fragments of stars, a coveted treasure for mages. Star flash consumes mana. The holder can instantaneously teleport to a designated location within their line of sight, gaining momentary immunity to damage. Base cost, 50 points. With a knowing smile, Jiang Sun exclaimed, "With this, I shall be invincible." He understood well that the first rule for a fragile mage was to preserve one's life. Survival begets power. Elated, he brandished the Flowing Light, finding it remarkably comfortable to wield. It exuded a sense of grace. If wielding the basic staff made him resemble a frail, easily vanquished old mage, then with the Flowing Light in hand, he transformed into a figure akin to Harry Potter. Ethereal, dashing, donning a robe would elevate his prestige to unparalleled heights. A fleeting glimmer of starlight heralded the sudden appearance of Jiang Sun within the room. In an instant, excellent. He fondled the object with great delight for a moment before reaching for the advanced self-selected skill scroll resting upon the table. Unlike the weapon scrolls, this one possessed a coarser texture and bore a faint scent of dust, as if it had just been unearthed. Jiang Sun unfurled the scroll once more, his gaze captivated by the radiant skill icons that danced gracefully across its surface. Each icon emitted an alluring glow, as if a mere touch would grant him access to the coveted powers within. He inhaled deeply, his eyes traversing the array of skill icons. Yet he soon realized that the options were considerably fewer than those available for weapons. Understanding that scarcity equated to value, he began to examine them meticulously. There was the formidable melee skill Sword Dance Storm, the archer's Heavenly Arrow Rain, and the supportive Divine Light. Of course, there were also skills suited for a cunning mage like Jiang Sun, such as Flame Storm, Frost Domain, and Lightning Strike. However, after perusing the selections, he stumbled upon an exceedingly absurd revelation. He discovered that the prerequisites for learning these skills were astonishingly high. For instance, Sword Dance Storm demanded a strength level of 60, while others had requirements that were even more outrageous. The prerequisites for Heavenly Arrow Rain reached an absurd 60 stamina and 70 agility. Was this a jest? Jiang Sun's gaze fell upon the intelligence requirement for the skill he longed for, Meteor Fire Rain, a staggering 90. His frustration boiled over. Was this some sort of cruel joke? Despite his naturally higher intelligence attribute, he had only managed a mere 9 points, tenfold less than required. To be able to see but not utilize? To select and merely display at home? After much deliberation, Jiang Sun reluctantly settled on the skill that required a mere 20 points of intelligence, Tide of Magic. There was no other option. Enhancing his strength was far more advantageous than hoarding treasures that remained out of reach. Chapter 14. The Revelation of the World. Sanctuary. Tidal Surge of Magic. A beam of light is released towards the target area, lasting for 1 second. All enemies within the area will suffer continuous damage and experience a suppression effect on their magical power, reducing their magic resistance by 30. Note, the power of magic and the cooldown time are directly correlated with the injected magical value. Base consumption, 50 points. Gazing at the delicate skill scroll in his hand, Jiang Sun felt a sense of balance within himself. This skill was perfectly suited for him. His total magical capacity and recovery speed surpassed that of others by a significant margin. Thus, this ability, which increased in damage with the amount of injected magical value, resonated harmoniously with him. After all, most individuals currently possessed a meager amount of magical energy, and their recovery rate was exceedingly slow. Under such arduous conditions, they would have to expend a considerable portion of their magic to unleash gathering technique for material collection. Therefore, even if others obtained it, they would be utterly incapable of harnessing the power of Tidal Surge of Magic. Now, 2 seemingly useless items had unexpectedly become valuable. Jiang Sun couldn't help but feel a sense of glee. Wait, why did I refer to myself as a useless item? Jiang Sun quickly shook his head, dismissing the errant thoughts, and turned his attention to the remaining 2 items, Advanced Item Manufacturing Scroll and Revelation Scroll of the Magical Wasteland. Beep. You have obtained a strategic-grade magic collector manufacturing Scroll 1. The items produced by the Advanced Item Manufacturing Scroll are random and cannot be selected, which brought a sense of relief to the Libra Jiang Sun. The affliction of choice paralysis can be quite deadly. Setting down the newly drawn scroll, he reopened the Revelation Scroll of the Magical Wasteland. Jiang Sun was unaware of what this so-called Revelation Scroll entailed, as there was no relevant information provided. He untied the strap binding the scroll, and it slowly unfurled, laying flat on the table. The moment the scroll expanded, a brilliance erupted like fireworks. Almost immediately, countless illusions began to unfold before Jiang Sun's eyes, akin to a projection. First, he saw familiar tents materializing out of thin air across the globe. Next, a multitude of bewildered individuals emerged from within, mirroring the expressions of the Blue Star inhabitants upon their initial arrival. As time accelerated, with the rise and fall of the sun, Jiang Sun observed the glow of the tents behind countless individuals flicker. The rudimentary magical tents instantaneously transformed into magical cottages. Witnessing this wondrous spectacle, he could not help but marvel at the enchantment of the magical world. Soon, innumerable magical cottages ascended toward the heavens, and Jiang Sun's perspective elevated accordingly, allowing him to gaze down upon the entirety of the scene. The tableau before him fragmented into countless small squares, each housing a sanctuary. Surrounding the sanctuaries, a diverse array of individuals busied themselves, some gathering, some farming, and others hunting, creating a scene of prosperity. As the imagery gradually accelerated, the visuals began to blur, ultimately freezing on an individual who held aloft the head of a magical beast. Subsequently, the magical cottage behind him flickered with brilliance and commenced its metamorphosis. Is this the scene of the first person's shelter upgraded to level 3? Jiang Sun fixated on the screen, fearful of missing any detail. Gradually, he comprehended that the unfolding imagery represented the complete process of shelter enhancement. This visionary display resembled the entire genesis of a shelter civilization. The level 3 shelter transformed into a robust stone dwelling, enveloped by a deeper, more profound magical shield. Subsequently, countless images dimmed, only to be replaced by a myriad of radiant scenes. The level 3 shelters began to proliferate among the populace. Numerous diverse level 3 shelters rose majestically. The stone houses varied greatly. Some were expansive and sturdy, while others were secluded and enigmatic. Jiang Sun surmised that these differences might be attributed to the inclusion of various magical cores, each imparting unique effects. As an increasing number of individuals ascended to level 3 shelters, their lives gradually returned to normalcy. Yet within this illusion, Jiang Sun sensed the omission of crucial information. For instance, why had so many suddenly perished? However, he had no time for further contemplation. The perspective shifted back to within the shelter, focusing on the central support pillar. Herein lay the totemic column of the shelter. He beheld a rough, large hand extending forth, firmly grasping the totem, causing the world to once again freeze in place. Then, the scene transitioned, and the formidable level 3 shelter unexpectedly collapsed, transforming into a heap of ruins. Jiang Sun's heart tightened abruptly. Could it be that the totem was the core of a shelter? Without it, did the shelter lose its protection? An array of doubts and unease surged within him. Clearly, this totem was far more significant than he had initially perceived. It was not merely an ordinary shield battery. Rather, it seemed to embody the very essence of the shelter's power. As the imagery continued to unfold, a weathered man's silhouette emerged before Jiang Sun. The man traversed the sparse, volcanic terrain, limping along with solitude as his companion. When the man paused, Jiang Sun instinctively held his breath, anxiously anticipating what would ensue. Wait, what is this? The scene widened, revealing a sight that left Jiang Sun profoundly shocked. The man's figure had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice, while the entire frame was engulfed by a colossal skeleton, towering like a mountain. Before this behemoth, the man's presence appeared utterly insignificant. The man seemed to mutter to himself, but his voice was too faint for Jiang Sun to discern. The scene then returned to the totem in the man's hand. At the moment the totem was thrust into the center of the giant beast's skull, an explosion of radiant light ascended, coalescing into a magnificent spectacle. The magical shield reformed, expanding immeasurably, enveloping the entire skeleton. This is a level 4 shelter. Jiang Sun swallowed nervously, his hands trembling slightly. The impact of the colossal beast skeleton was utterly staggering. Even more astonishing was the fact that this man had transformed the enormous skeleton into his very own sanctuary. Jiang Sun found himself momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before him. The visuals continued to accelerate, revealing a series of resplendent images. Massive ships drifting upon the sea, their menacing prows clashing against the gigantic sea creature. A lighthouse shrouded in mist, its radiant glow incinerating swathes of monstrous beasts into ashes. Treehouses nestled among towering trees, harmoniously integrated with the vibrant essence of nature. A bronze-hued steam locomotive roaring through the void. The sights unfolding before Jiang Sun sent shivers down his spine. To his astonishment, all of these were sanctuaries of level 4 and above. It was at this moment that Jiang Sun began to grasp the vastness of the world he inhabited. Simultaneously, he acquired crucial information. A level 4 sanctuary constituted a significant watershed. He had just witnessed countless ordinary level 4 sanctuaries, which were merely expansive and towering residences. Only a select few, like that man, could transcend convention, upgrading their sanctuaries into true fortresses. However, just as Jiang Sun wished to delve deeper into this revelation, the images abruptly vanished. Was this the end? Jiang Sun sighed, feeling unfulfilled. Level 4 was clearly not the uppermost tier of sanctuaries. He began to realize that, despite having received an S-tier reward, he remained a fledgling explorer in this vast and wondrous realm of magical wastelands. He understood that only through relentless effort to enhance both himself and his sanctuary could he survive and make a mark in the challenges that lay ahead. He could not allow himself to perish in the unknown calamity that had obliterated countless level 3 sanctuaries. As the radiance of the Revelation scroll faded, a uniquely shaped card materialized before him. The card, akin to the size of a tarot card, exhibited a brownish-gray hue adorned with peculiar patterns. Now slowly rotating in front of Jiang Sun, he reached out to grasp the card, which bore a script entirely unfamiliar to him. It was only because he inexplicably comprehended the meaning of 2 characters. Sanctuary. Chapter 15, The Sanctuary. Jiang Sun stepped outside, within the confines of the magical shield, and began to cast gathering art upon the nearby woods. He felt an urgency to quickly amass the materials necessary for upgrading the sanctuary, striving to stay ahead of others. While gathering art was in cooldown, he opened the manual of Magical Wastelands to check the following. Time: Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 2, 7 o'clock p.m. Night, 14 to 6 o'clock Day, 6 to 1400 hours. Weather, temperature, 1222. Weather condition: cloudy turning to clear, slight fluctuations in magical energy. Wind level, gentle breeze. Magical atmosphere: the starry sky looms low, with magical radiance cascading upon the earth. Energy fluctuations, gentle yet frequent. Celestial omens: the stars shimmer brilliantly, flashing with a mysterious rhythm, weaving a magical chapter that heralds future adventures. Upon opening the regional communication channel, Jiang Sun noted a considerable decrease in participants. The count had diminished to 9,675 out of 10,000. In less than 2 days, nearly 400 individuals had perished in the channel of 1,000. A mere 4% may seem insignificant, yet on a global scale, it translates to over 300 million lives lost. 300 million. Such a figure surpasses the total population of numerous countries combined. Jiang Sun compelled himself to refrain from contemplating these grim matters. After all, the more one knows, the greater the fear, and it bore no constructive benefit. He lacked the power to effect any change. Perhaps others shared his sentiments, for the atmosphere in the chat channel remained surprisingly buoyant. Many had received rewards, and numerous individuals had completed their sanctuary upgrades, proudly showcasing their newfound treasures. Look, what is this, my friend? Star Iron Sword, wow. A Firefly-level weapon. You're a B-class big shot. No, barely a C-class, just extracted from an enchanted stone. What about you? Check this out, my dear. Heavy strike, wow. A skill. Sister, you're incredible. Looking for apprentices? Nourishing art, a spell to accelerate crop growth. Anyone who has unlocked seeds, collaborate. Wow, such a practical spell. Great one. I seek your guidance. Why is the screen filled with wow this early? Let me see. Wow. Spirit Potato, I have a seed here, planning to establish a coalition for resource exchange and mutual assistance. Currently accepting only D-class and above sanctuaries. Wait, are we even in the same world? I haven't eaten all day, still scavenging, and you've already entered the agricultural age? You better hurry, otherwise, while others are engaging in interstellar warfare, you'll still be playing survival. You all are impressive. I had to sell all my possessions just to upgrade to D-class. And I haven't even dared to open the crystal ball. Buying secondhand crystal balls, old magical sealing stones. The mana has once again been depleted. Do any of you know of a swift means to replenish it? Those who possess solutions are busy chopping wood. Who has the leisure to engage in this chat? I have come to realize that I no longer require mana. With a strength of 8 points, I've already felled 3 trees with my bare hands. I too have begun to wheel my hands for tree cutting. Just yesterday, I acquired a Firefly-grade axe, and it proves quite effective. To the esteemed leader of the Alliance. I am at D rank and wish to join. What rank did you achieve yesterday? C rank. And now I possess 2 types of seeds and have nurtured 2 rabbits. Young man, could you possibly take me along? I can verify through video, and I am willing to relocate to live with you. Brother, I too can manage. Only men truly understand men. Wang Gang remains. Everyone else, please step out. Goodness, the esteemed one has a taste for this. I can partake as well. Me too. The conversation within the channel gradually spiraled into absurdity. Jiang Sun could no longer bear to read on. No morals, no limits. Do you wish to reside in an S-rank shelter? dear sister? Naturally, Jiang Sun merely entertained such thoughts. After all, at this stage, who would dare invite others into their homicide from official shelters? Would one not fear the usurpation of their abode? In this lawless world, betraying someone is as simple as taking a sip of water. Observing the somewhat jovial atmosphere, Jiang Sun felt reluctant to reveal the truth to them. He wondered if other S-rank shelters had received similar revelations. If not, then there were at least 4 astonishing pieces of information ready to astound these bystanders. Jiang Sun did not intend to expose his S-rank shelter voluntarily. One fears not the thief, but rather the thief's intent. This principle is universally understood. If other shelters received the same information as he did, there would be no necessity for exposure. Conversely, if the other 4 had different insights, Jiang Sun would not wish to place himself in the spotlight. Engaging someone to relay the information or contacting the officials directly would be wise alternatives. After all, the officials maintain a semblance of integrity. Allowing the officials to disseminate the information would only expose him to the higher echelons of authority. This is far preferable to presenting himself starkly before over 7 billion eyes. As for the possibility of being forcibly confiscated, let them try. They must first find me. Even if I were inadvertently discovered, one must question whether they could contend with me. Furthermore, I possess the star flash skill. If I cannot win, I can certainly escape. A full day and night have passed, yet Jiang Sun had not heard of anyone encountering other survivors. He sighed. In truth, he longed to hide away and cultivate in secrecy. However, time was evidently of the essence. The sooner he upgraded to a level 4 shelter, the better. After all, the unknown catastrophe looms over him like a sharpened blade, instilling a constant sense of impending doom. He also pondered whether others had received revelations regarding the calamity. It is best to allow him to prepare in advance. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Sun cast gathering technique and walked toward the room while chewing on a biscuit. He needed to swiftly enhance all his attributes, particularly his intelligence. After all, there were advanced skills awaiting his acquisition. Grasping a card from the table, Jiang Sun examined the text inscribed upon it. Level 4 Sanctuary Hidden Upgrade Method. The Secrets of the Totem Pillar and Multidimensional Fusion. As the core of the sanctuary, the Totem Pillar possessed formidable magical integration power. By merging it with objects of substantial magical potential, a series of wondrous chain reactions could be unleashed. It could establish a profound connection with potent natural or magical forces, manifesting a model of a higher-level sanctuary constructed through the deep fusion of powerful magical sources, transcending conventional understanding. Such sanctuaries were referred to as holy sanctuaries. Upon reading the description, a wave of longing surged within Jiang Sun's heart. Who wouldn't desire their sanctuary to transform into an exquisite defensive tower or a mage's tower? Or perhaps something more practical, like a void train? Nonetheless, while aspirations were noble, reality doused him with cold water. He understood that upgrading his sanctuary to a holy sanctuary was no simple feat. It required not only the discovery of a building with immense magical potential, but also the flawless integration of that building with the totem pillar, a task fraught with difficulty. Moreover, he had yet to achieve a level 3 sanctuary, and the distant goal of a holy sanctuary felt even more unattainable. However, rather than disheartenment, his resolve only strengthened. After all, it was only through relentless self-improvement that he could firmly establish his foothold on this land. With this thought in mind, he carefully stowed away the card and once again immersed himself in his tasks. Chapter 16. The Magical World S Refrigerator. As daylight swiftly faded, Jiang Sun returned to his quaint wooden cottage, his weary body dragging behind him. Over the course of the day, he had nearly cleared the towering trees surrounding his abode within a radius of several dozen meters. He had dragged the hefty logs to the vicinity of the cottage, leaving them in a chaotic heap. Though disorganized, he had not the strength to arrange them further. With a sense of resignation, Jiang Sun opened his information panel. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, Glimmer strength, 5 agility, 6 stamina, 6 intelligence, 10, 5, magic points, 700, recovery rate, 35, 105, 35 points, skills, gathering, level 2, 88, Just yesterday, while utilizing flowing light, he discovered a delightful increase of 1 point in his intelligence attribute, allowing him to equip a staff. Today, upon reviewing his attributes once more, Jiang-sun was pleasantly surprised to find that, perhaps due to indulging in 2 days' worth of meat, or perhaps because of the strenuous labor he had undertaken, his strength and stamina had each also increased by 1 point. How delightful this was! Thinking of this, he hastily seized a piece of jerky and stuffed it into his mouth. The coarse fibers of the meat made him grimace, nearly choking him. After a struggle, he managed to swallow, rubbing his sore cheeks in exasperation. In this humid forest environment, where temperatures hovered around 20 degrees Celsius, fresh meat would spoil in no time. Thus, he had no choice but to transform the meat into jerky for better preservation, expending 1 emerald spirit fruit to procure coarse salt for the curing process. He had discovered that food lacking seasoning was exceedingly difficult to consume, even for someone like him, who had long endured a bland diet. It was hard to imagine how those accustomed to rich, heavily salted takeout could fare. Consequently, the coarse salt available in the trading channel was exorbitantly priced. Even though the jerky cured with coarse salt had an unpleasant bitterness, Jiang-sun forced himself to consume a few more pieces. For the enhancements to his attributes were undeniably tangible. After downing a gulp of tree sap stored in his water flask, the sourness in his mouth began to subside. This sap, collected from nearby birch trees, had a rather pleasant flavor. He had spent the entire day chopping trees, venturing no further than a few hundred meters. Unwilling to charge into the depths of the forest, as he had done previously, Jiang-sun was acutely aware of his limitations. Though he appeared to be thriving and had even earned an S-rank shelter, such accomplishments were not solely due to his own prowess. Currently, he remained a defenseless and fragile mage, easily dispatched with a single blow. As for Walla, that mischievous little one had pilfered 2 candies from his pocket this morning and scampered off, likely returning to its tree hollow. The cramped wooden cottage could hardly compare to the spaciousness of a tree hollow, and Jiang-sun did not expect it to offer much assistance. After all, if it were indeed a formidable beast of a boss, it would never submit to him for merely 2 pieces of candy. Jiang-sun pondered for a moment and took out a large handful of candies from his pocket, placing them at the entrance of the house. This was the accumulation of his efforts throughout the day, as he himself was not particularly fond of them. However, if Walla returned, he would immediately discover the little surprise Jiang-sun had prepared for him. He quite liked that little squirrel. Returning to the interior, Jiang-sun leaned against the grass mat with a sense of ennui. The texture of the mat was rather poor, and it had become somewhat uneven after just 3 days of use. Perhaps he could borrow something from Walla tomorrow? Jiang-sun felt a flicker of temptation. He then adjusted his posture and picked up the manual of Magical Wastelands to peruse. He wondered if the several S-rank official shelters would publish any news today. Earlier in the morning, he had sent a friend request to Zhou Tsangyan, the one responsible for disseminating official information from the Dragon Kingdom. However, a day had passed without a response. It was to be expected. Unless he revealed his identity as an S-rank shelter owner, how could he possibly stand out among the hundreds of thousands of friend requests received daily? As he read the messages in the regional channel, he munched on the berries in his hand. The berries were juicy, saving him considerable time in his search for water resources. Although they lacked flavor, their ability to regulate his digestion had made him feel considerably better today. The regional communication channel was as lively as ever, finally upgraded to a level 2 shelter. Just after the upgrade, a beast attempted to raid us, but thankfully we managed to fend it off. Today, I hunted a rabbit. Who wants it? I'm willing to trade for food that boosts attributes. Oh please, raw meat is so hard to preserve. It's better to eat some fruits instead. Selling 10 breadfruit. Only trading for attribute items or basic materials. I have several magical herbs that can heal wounds and restore a small amount of mana. Only exchanging for attribute fruits. Herb seller. Do your herbs come with roots? Our alliance has established a stable crop harvesting method. We look forward to your participation. ISNT that the big shot who gathered seeds this morning? They established an alliance in just 1 day and already planted crops. Yes, big shot. Does your alliance still accept members? I'm willing to invest. I have a Firefly level hoe that can increase farming efficiency. Sure, I'll add you for private chat. My name is Chun Wang. Selling mushroom soup. Homemade, seasoned with salt, very fresh. Selling rice. Cooked from the magic crystal rice harvested today. One meal is equivalent to 3. Selling ice blocks. An essential item for preserving food. Hey, those buying ice blocks, add me. I killed a magical sheep yesterday and butchered a deer beast today. If I don't freeze it, it will spoil. Wow, while we were scavenging for roots in the wilderness, the big shot has already achieved freedom in wild game. A minor issue. Everyone is welcome to exchange basic materials for meat. Observing the bustling atmosphere reminiscent of a street food market. Jiang Sun felt a slight moisture at the corners of his mouth. How he longed to indulge, and he could afford it. Yet he refrained. He must devote all his efforts to accumulating materials to elevate the level of his shelter. Otherwise, with his fragile prowess and a staff devoid of offensive capabilities, he would stand no chance against the beasts. Jiang Sun sensed a peculiar contradiction in his current predicament. While he was classified as an S-level shelter, he was also surrounded by a plethora of items that could fetch exorbitant prices. Conversely, he could not even dare to sell basic materials, let alone satisfy his craving for delicacies. Clutching a starlight-level staff, adorned with a starlight-level necklace, and possessing high-level magic scrolls, Jiang Sun silently salivated at the culinary delights shared by others. It was utterly absurd. He resolutely decided that he must venture farther afield the next day. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to his cravings. Clicking on the name of Zhou Tsangyan, Jiang Sun once again sent a friend request. This time, however, he acted wisely, attaching the item information of the shelter revelation card. Anyone who had encountered such an item would undoubtedly recognize its significance. After a moment of contemplation, fearing it might not suffice, he also included an emerald spirit fruit in his friend request. This ensured that his application would be pinned at the top, guaranteeing it would catch the eye at first glance. He trusted that the Dragon Kingdom's officials would not neglect the opportunity to obtain shelter revelation information for the sake of a mere fruit. As he dispatched the message, Jiang Sun clicked on Zhao Tingtao as profile. He had just purchased ice cubes in the regional exchange channel. These ice cubes were not only useful for preservation, but could also serve as an emergency water source. Truly a valuable commodity. Jiang Sun, are you still selling ice cubes? Zhao Tingtao. Oh, it's you, brother. Do you need ice cubes? I can give you some. Jiang Sun. No, just sell them normally. I might need them long term. By the way, where did you get the ice cubes? Zhao Tingtao. I was born in a glacier. There's nothing here, so I can only hunt and dig for ice. Instantly intrigued, Jiang Sun replied. A glacier? Apart from ice cubes, is there anything else special there? Perhaps some unique ores or magical materials. Zhao Tingtao. Yes, beneath several meters of ice, I've seen glowing objects, but they're too difficult to extract, so I left them alone. By the way, do you need the ice cubes for refrigeration? I might have what you're looking for. With that, he unexpectedly sent Jiang Sun a trade request. Trade request. Zhao Tingtao uses a low-temperature magic array diagram 1, offering you raw wood 1. Upon seeing the message, Jiang Sun was momentarily taken aback before promptly clicking to accept. With a brilliant flash of light, a paper magic scroll materialized in his hand. Low-temperature magic array diagram. Type: single-use magic scroll effect. Upon activation, it creates a low-temperature magic array with a radius of 1 square meter at the target location, maintaining a chilling temperature of -10°C within the area. The effect can be sustained by infusing magical energy, with a consumption rate of 30 points per day. Chapter 17. The Enchanted Refrigerator of the Magical World. Jiang Sun exclaimed. This contraption is remarkably useful. It is well known that the freezer compartment of a refrigerator can be perceived as a realm where time stands still. Thus, items stored within the freezer are generally regarded to have an indefinite shelf life. What a splendid invention! However, Jiang Sun soon hesitated, feeling that this item appeared rather too precious. After all, the shelf life of food is a pressing concern that nearly everyone encounters at this stage. Should Zhao Tingtao release this magical refrigerator diagram, it would undoubtedly be snapped up at a premium, particularly by those who rely on hunting for their livelihood, who would certainly be willing to pay a handsome sum. Naturally, Jiang Sun also had a pressing need for it, so he resolved to accept it and offer Zhao Tingtao a token of gratitude. Thus, he pondered for a moment before replying. This item seems quite valuable. Do you lack anything you desire? Zhao Tingtao replied. No worries, extracted it from the crystal ball. I have no use for it here in the glacier, so you may as well take it. Jiang Sun contemplated and retrieved jade spirit fruit from his basket. Yet, feeling it still fell short, he rummaged through his collection of odds and ends. Ding! Trade request. Jiang Sun offers 1 jade spirit fruit, 1 magical campfire in exchange for 1 log. At that moment, Zhao Tingtao, shivering in his little cabin, heard the notification of the trade and, trembling, opened the chat window. Upon seeing the trade details, warmth flooded his heart. However, he had intended to repay Jiang Sun's previous kindness, so he had not expected anything in return. Thus, he responded, "It's truly a gift. Just use it." Jiang Sun insisted. "Fair is fair. You should accept it. In the future, let us share resources." Zhao Tingtao acquiesced. "All right, I'll heed your advice. I do indeed require something for warmth. Thank you." As the exchange concluded, both men simultaneously harbored the same thought. The other is a good person. It is essential to recognize that in a world devoid of constraints, individuals of such quality are certainly worth cultivating a deep friendship with. Upon leaving the chat interface, Jiang Sun unexpectedly noticed a flurry of message notifications. Curiously, he clicked to discover that Zhou Tsangyan had accepted his friend request. At that moment, the name appeared in Jiang Sun's friend list, adorned with a glaring red 99. What on earth? A devoted admirer. Jiang Sun hurriedly opened the messages. "Hello. May I inquire if you are willing to share the information you have acquired? Hello. May I ask if you are part of an organization or an individual? Is your organization or are you interested in joining the official Dragon Kingdom Sanctuary? Have you encountered difficulties, and do you require official assistance? We can dispatch personnel to aid you near your sanctuary." Jiang Sun rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Wait, what happened to the aloof persona of the Dragon Kingdom officials? Why this fervent tone? Jiang Sun replied, "Hello." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Our organization is called Qingshan." Jokingly, he remarked that out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. I declared that whatever organization I claimed to be part of was indeed that, and the number of people was of no concern. After all, everyone was of S rank, and no one should look down upon another. Meanwhile, within a vast cavern, a short-haired girl, approximately 15 or 16 years old, was fixated on a spellbook. The instant she received a response from Jiang Sun, she felt a jolt of excitement and quickly grabbed the spellbook, dashing outside. "Father," Jiang Sun replied. He said their organization is called Qingshan. The robust Zhou Tsungyan hurried over upon hearing her exclamation, unconcerned with the bloodstains on his clothes. He swiftly picked up his Apocalypse Wasteland handbook to examine it closely. Qingshan. The revelation startled Zhou Tsungyan. He was oblivious to the existence of such a large organization in the world. Moreover, it had reached the same level as the official shelters in just one day. At that moment, Lin Hansong, who was in the command room, also heard the commotion and quickly stepped outside. "Xiao Xiao, is the last S-rank shelter in contact?" Lin Hansong was somewhat agitated. "Yes, Grandpa Lin, he said he is from Qingshan." Zhou Xiaoxiao explained hastily. "Qingshan, could it be those people from the northern Baishan?" "No, they lack the capability." Or, Lin Hansong pondered, fiddling with a translucent stone in his hand. "I will speak directly with him." Upon saying this, he took the spellbook and began to compose a message. On the other side, Jiang Sun had just set up the formation chart in the corner and moved the food over before picking up the handbook to peruse. The first message made his eyes widen in astonishment. "Hello, I am Lin Hansong. May I ask if you are from Longhua?" "Wow, what?" "The leader of Longhua, Lin Hansong?" Jiang Sun felt that he might have overstated his own significance. How could he be communicating directly with someone of such high caliber? Yet, he could not reveal his apprehension and had to maintain the conversation. He had to keep up appearances. Jiang Sun replied, "Yes, I'm also from Longhua, and most people in our organization are from Longhua." This was an opportunity, a chance to exchange insights with the world's most elite organization and possibly form an alliance. Lin Hansong responded, "That is good. I trust you have already uncovered many secrets of this world." Lin Hansong continued, "What are your thoughts on the matter of information disclosure? Are you willing to share the insights you have gained with us?" Jiang Sun replied, "That is precisely my intention. Otherwise, I would not have reached out. Our insight is shelter. What about on your end? Lin Hansong stated our insight is disaster. Let us discuss in the group. The other three are present. After this exchange, Jiang Sun received a notification. Ding! You have been invited to join the Level 1 private channel, Blue Star Council. Do you accept? Gulu, Jiang Sun swallowed nervously. Listen, what does it mean to have prestige? The Blue Star Council. I, Jiang Sun, the leader of the Qingshan organization, am now officially entering the highest decision-making body of Blue Star. Agreement. Congratulations, you have joined the first level channel of the Blue Star Council, with no limit on speaking frequency. Ding. Please edit your channel nickname. Ding. Do you confirm using Qingshan as your channel nickname? Confirmed. With Jiang Sun's affirmation, a brand new chat channel appeared in his options. Upon entering, he discovered that this channel existed separately, akin to the trading and regional channels. It was far more intricate than the private chat interface. At that moment, several messages had already appeared. Dragon Country Official. This is the owner of the 5th S-level shelter. The leader of the Qingshan organization, a Dragon Country citizen. Bear Country Official. Welcome. What enlightenment have you gained? Freedom Country Official. Surely you understand how significant the information you received is. I suggest making it public. Ancient European New Alliance Official. Agreed. Let us schedule it for midnight today, and we can discuss any issues afterward. Dragon Country Official. Let us wait until midnight. Everyone should summarize the information and post it in the council group for mutual verification before directly announcing it in the World Channel. Ancient European New Alliance Official. Agreed. Bear Country Official. Agreed. Freedom Country Official. Agreed. Jiang Sun observed the swift exchange of messages and decided the course of action, promptly typing. Qingshan. Agreed. What? That was so fast. Not a single word wasted. Jiang Sun felt a sense of awe. It made sense, since it was called the Blue Star Council. The discussions must revolve around substantial matters. There was simply no room for procrastination. Furthermore, no one would undermine each other, as it was unnecessary. This magical wasteland was vast and fraught with peril, with countless new phenomena awaiting exploration. There were no conflicting interests among them. In times of crisis, they would need to rescue one another. Thus, at this stage, all Blue Star inhabitants were unlikely to become adversaries. Exiting the chat interface, another message from Zhou Sangyan arrived. All information pertaining to insights within the council must be made public. However, the strategic-level resources each acquired would remain confidential. They were all engaged in private exchanges and inquiries about whether Jiang Sun was willing to share information in return for resource exchanges. Upon reading this message, Jiang Sun suddenly recalled that he possessed a system reward, a strategic-level magic power collector, manufacturing blueprint. He had been so absorbed in the joy of enhancing his own strength that he hadn't taken the time to thoroughly examine this blueprint. Chapter 18 Announcement of News. Jiang Sun hastily unfolded the blueprint before him. Instantly, a plethora of information manifested in his sight. Strategic-level magic power collector manufacturing blueprint. 5.5. Type. Manufacturing blueprint level. Special required materials. Mithril 10G, crystal fragments 1000. Magic iron 800. Magic copper 800. Star-level magic core 1 effect. Collects dissipated magic power from the environment to charge magic storage items devices, including but not limited to magic crystals, magic stones, star fragments, magic jugs, etc. The charging speed is positively correlated with the concentration of dissipated magic power in the environment. Jiang Sun comprehended its purpose to a certain extent. This was evidently a magical battery charger. He had previously encountered magic crystals in the trading channel. The seller had described them as items capable of energizing totem poles. Thus, even amidst exorbitant prices for basic supplies at that time, a single magic crystal fetched an astronomical price equivalent to 200 units of basic materials. The demand for safety was palpable. However, although Jiang Sun was not entirely familiar with the device's value, he could discern the worth of the required materials. The crystal fragments were remnants from the shattered crystal spheres, with each sphere yielding only 3 to 4 fragments. Magic iron and magic copper could only be obtained with a mere 2 probability while utilizing gathering technique on stones. As for the star-level magic core, Jiang Sun surmised it must pertain to the high-level magical beasts of that caliber. He had never even heard of mithril. Hence, the total value of these materials was utterly exorbitant. Jiang Sun inwardly lamented the prefix of strategic level attached to it. It was indeed not something a couple of individuals could collectively gather. He felt a flicker of desire, but resolved to make a decision only after confirming all 5 pieces of revelation. Thus, he sent a message to Zhou Sangyan. I need to discuss this with others. I will reply to you tomorrow. At that moment, Zhou Sangyan and Lin Hansong, stationed at the other end, sighed upon receiving Jiang Sun's response. Zhou Sangyan chuckled bitterly. Lin, it seems Qingshan will choose to conceal information like everyone else. Lin Hansong sighed in agreement. The likelihood of that is substantial. Everyone understands the significance of such strategic-level items. Moreover, with only 5 manufacturing opportunities, it is entirely reasonable for them to be reluctant to share. Having spoken, both men exhaled in unison. Jiang Sun set down the magic tome in his hands. Resting his arms on the grass mat, he began to reminisce about the days spent with Walla. It was certainly more comfortable to lean against Walla. He wondered where that rascal had vanished. Speaking of which, he picked up the coconut water jug and took a few sips. Observing the dwindling starry birch sap at the bottom, Jiang Sun felt a twinge of helplessness. What kind of life was this? Poorly fed and deprived of rest. As he glanced at the clock, it was already 1940, leaving merely 20 minutes until the announcement. Jiang Sun felt an increasing sense of anxiety. He had composed a message and posted it in the Blue Star Council discussion group. Then, he lay still, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Ding! With the sound of a notification, midnight arrived. Jiang Sun sprang from the straw mat, swiftly opening the spellbook to the World Communication Channel. Indeed, he discovered several shimmering golden messages pinned at the top. Official Sanctuary of the Dragon Kingdom. S-Class Shelter World Revelation information has been successfully compiled and is hereby announced to the public. We urge everyone to study it diligently. Let us also firmly believe that the light of hope shall never fade. We, the 8 billion inhabitants of Blue Star, have descended into this magical wasteland, facing hunger and scant clothing, with the survival of our race hanging by a thread. However, despite the thorny path ahead, fraught with sandstorms that obscure our vision, I implore everyone to not abandon the belief in life. Let us sketch the outlines of hope amidst desolation and carve a broad avenue through adversity. We shall surely transcend the harsh winter and welcome the warm spring. Humanity of Blue Star shall endure. An inspiring message graced the top, yet Jiang Sun felt a heaviness in his heart. These words were far too burdensome. It seemed that the revelations received by others were not particularly favorable for humanity. They could even deal a devastating blow to everyone's confidence in survival. Jiang Sun continued to read on. Official Dragon Kingdom, World Revelation, Catastrophe. The Magical Wasteland shall periodically bring forth disasters for all, with a week's notice prior to calamity. Types of disasters include, but are not limited to, magical tides, magical riots, awakening of ancient forbidden spells, beast surges, magical plagues, etc. Currently, the date for the first nationwide disaster is confirmed for the 10th of the first month at midnight, with the disaster type being a magical tide. Magical tide, Level 1, an environmental disaster lasting 7 days. Humans with dimensional attributes below 15 points who are directly exposed to the tide will experience a surge of internal magic, leading to bodily disintegration. Note, please upgrade to a Level 3 shelter as soon as possible. Assessments indicate that the shields of Level 2 shelters, without charging, cannot withstand a 7-day magical tide. Damn! Jiang Sun exclaimed, a national treasure of exclamation escaping his lips. Having merely read the first message, he felt his hands tremble. Indeed, how could this magical wasteland world be so benevolent? At this stage, nearly no one could achieve dimensional attributes of 15 points. Therefore, anyone exposed outside the shelter, or if the low-level magical shield of the shelter were to shatter, would face almost certain doom. Upgrading to a Level 3 shelter required a staggering 1,600 materials. Jiang Sun winced at the thought. How many could possibly gather enough? His mindset was on the verge of exploding. At this moment, however, The mental state of others was even more frayed than his. Jiang Sun suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him and continued to scan for any sign of a turning point. The official announcement from the Free Nation read, World Revelation, Magical Energy. The fundamental driving force of the magical realm is magical energy, which permeates all existence. It can be extracted through specific magical formations and directly replenished into items that require charging, such as the totem pillar. Note: the efficiency of the magical energy extraction formation is rather low. It is advisable to utilize magical storage items for replenishment, e.g., magical crystals. The schematic for the magical energy extraction formation is as follows. Soon after, another schematic appeared. Jiang Sun hastily opened it and discovered that the method for drawing the formation was not overly complicated. It merely required the expenditure of some internal magical energy and a bit of monster blood. Resources readily at hand. Indeed, within 5 steps, a remedy must be found. This magical energy extraction formation was evidently the antidote. Jiang Sun's emotions began to stabilize somewhat. He had sensed this from the moment he obtained the low-temperature magical formation schematic. The core of this magical wasteland world must undoubtedly be magical energy. Everything requires magical energy to function. The magical energy extraction schematic shared by the Free Nation was precisely what everyone needed at this moment. It could extract magical energy directly from the corpses of magical beasts. Basic resources, magical materials, and other items, replenishing areas in need of magical energy, such as the totem pillar. Although this crude extraction method would result in significant waste, it could save countless lives during the first disaster. Jiang Sun exhaled softly in relief. Then, he noticed a message from the Bear Nation had also been published. Bear Nation official, World Revelation, talent. Talent is innate, but in the magical realm, it can be manifested through various means, forming unique abilities. At this stage, only 2 methods for awakening talent have been discovered. 1. Slaying magical beasts or opening gifts, such as crystal balls or treasure chests, offers a small chance of obtaining a talent awakening stone. 2. Self-development through continuous training to stimulate awakening, primarily for those with special abilities. The message was brief, yet it carried a rare piece of good news. Upon reading this, Jiang Sun was reminded of his seemingly useless special ability, milk candies. Could this be my talent? He immediately quelled his smile. By all accounts, he belonged to the category of special ability possessors noted in the second method. However, what could this talent achieve once manifested? Could he produce a handful of milk candies at once? Jiang Sun could not help but smile wryly. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he felt somewhat indifferent. Recently, the quantity of milk candies he could produce had been steadily increasing, requiring little time for practice. Thus, he decided to let things unfold naturally. He continued to peruse the subsequent messages. The Alliance of Ancient Europe official, World Revelation, profession. In a magical wasteland world, there is no path for class change. Yet professions exist. Once the 4-dimensional attributes reach a score of 20, an automatic reassignment of profession will occur based on one's inherent capabilities. The professionals will enhance their 4-dimensional attribute inclinations, simultaneously acquiring relevant occupational skills. Currently, there are no confirmed professional identities. This revelation serves as yet another insight to bolster survival chances, allowing Jiang Sun to finally relax. He understands that the last remaining aspect is the protection afforded by the insights he has gained. What was once an exceedingly exaggerated piece of information now appears somewhat trivial in the current context. After all, the primary concern for everyone is survival, rather than the pursuit of a prosperous life. As for the profession, the requirement of 20 points in 4 dimensions is still premature for him. Amidst the fluctuations of everyone's emotions, the final news was eventually disclosed. Chapter 19. The Frenzied the Qing Shan Organization, World Revelation, as the Sanctuary upgrades. It showcases distinct characteristics based on the attributes of the magical primary materials added. The 4th-level Sanctuary serves as a pivotal upgrade point. It can be upgraded directly or fused with suitable magical structures within the world, such as abandoned wizard towers or derelict castles. Upon upgrading, the totem pillar will undergo a complete fusion, and subsequent methods of enhancement remain unknown. Note: the totem pillar is the core of the sanctuary. Please safeguard it and ensure it does not stray beyond the sanctuary's confines. This was the message meticulously crafted by Jiang Sun. The ability of the people of Longhua to summarize is innate. He encapsulated the intricate content in just 2 sentences. At this moment, having dispatched 5 pieces of information, the golden message gleamed prominently in the World Channel, awaiting everyone to absorb its meaning. Remarkably, even the World Channel fell into an unusual silence. Then, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, it stirred a tempest. Instantly, a torrent of messages began to flood the screen, the speed of which escalated rapidly. The frenzy was no less than when the Blue Star inhabitants first arrived. Upon opening the regional communication channel, Jiang Sun found the situation was entirely the same. The refresh rate of messages was so rapid that not a single sentence could be discerned. Even the trading channel was inundated with a deluge of messages. Countless individuals began to unleash their emotions with wild abandon. Fear, dissatisfaction, and curses. The 3 days of starvation had already frayed the nerves of the majority. The announcement of this catastrophe felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back. No, it was the last colossal boulder. Those who had already succumbed to despair plunged further into madness. Some sat weeping in their wooden huts, others screamed in rage, smashing and throwing things in a frenzy. There were even those who, disregarding the dangers of the night, expressionless, dashed into the profound darkness. Jiang Sun observed as, within a mere minute, the number of participants in the regional channel dwindled by over 10. Taking several deep breaths, Jiang Sun swiftly regained his composure. He felt relatively better, for he could assure his own survival. At least this calamity was manageable. After all, gathering 600 materials might only take him 3 days. He would still have 4 days to bolster his food reserves during the disaster or venture further afield to accumulate resources, thereby solidifying his advantage. Moreover, he yearned to seize this rare opportunity to rally a group of individuals and establish Qingshan as a genuine entity, no longer merely a fade. Jiang Sun's gaze gradually hardened, and a flame of ambition ignited within his eyes. Closing them, he began to contemplate his plans for the morrow. Time: Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 3, 6 o'clock a.m. Night, 2 p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. Day, 6 a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. The dawn of the 3rd day has arrived. For the majority, this night was one of sleeplessness. Throughout the night, most individuals managed to swiftly restore their mental states. Countless people rushed out of their homes at first light, fervently gathering resources. Those who had previously languidly collected materials using gathering technique now seized the opportunity during the skills cooldown to employ various tools for their endeavors. Many who had once hesitated to confront the beasts now summoned their courage, grasping nearby weapons and venturing farther afield. Meanwhile, those who relied on hunting for their sustenance sharpened their blades, heading directly toward the lairs of the Firefly-level monsters. Throughout the day, the low-tier beasts of the Magical Wasteland suffered greatly, truly experiencing the oppressive dread brought forth by the terrifying upright apes. Moreover, these were not just any upright apes, but crazed ones. After all, waiting for death is always more terrifying than death itself. No one wishes to perish. Thus, even the faintest opportunity would compel anyone to fight fiercely for survival. As long as enough resources were gathered, one could endure the tide of magical energy. This was the prevailing thought among all. Throughout the day, the chatter within the regional communication channel dwindled to but a few exchanges. Everyone began to strive desperately for their continued existence. Jiang Sun was no exception. In just 1 day, he had collected nearly 600 units of raw wood. His gathering technique had reached a level of 3 with a 17 proficiency. The cooldown time had diminished from 20 minutes to 15 minutes, allowing him to gather materials more swiftly. Taking advantage of the cooldown period, Jiang Sun explored a 500-meter fan-shaped area in the opposite direction of the colossal tree. Within this expanse, he discovered countless novel items. For instance, he harvested an impressive 30 pounds of wild corn, which, though only of dim light quality, brought him immense joy. This was truly a staple food. Of course, he also collected a few other peculiar items, such as a damaged humanoid magical puppet. This puppet, slightly smaller than a human, weighed nearly 300 pounds. Jiang Sun examined it and noted its intricate and complex interior structure. Consequently, he dragged the puppet back to his magical cottage. After all, this item was composed entirely of unknown metals, and even as scrap, it would fetch a considerable sum. As he gazed at the darkening sky, Jiang Sun sighed. It seemed that today's exploration had come to an end. He had noticed last night that there appeared to be an increase in the presence of monsters around the magical cottage. In the early morning, he had taken a careful look around, and the nearest footprints were a mere 5 meters from the cottage, indicating that monsters had indeed ventured to his doorstep. Even during the exploration, occasional sounds began to emanate from the surrounding thickets and shrubs. Jiang Sun was certain that he had attracted the attention of magical beasts. However, he was uncertain of their numbers or their levels. It seemed that the deterrent of Walla was no longer effective. These creatures had started to develop their own intentions. At this moment, Jiang Sun was utterly convinced that Walla was indeed a high-level magical beast. Damn, that ungrateful child. He doesn't even bother to come back and check on his father. That wayward little rascal. Jiang Sun muttered under his breath, though he felt a pang of nostalgia. Without Walla's incessant chatter by his side, he felt as though life was missing something vital. Upon returning to his dwelling, Jiang Sun looked at the piles of logs surrounding him with a sense of comfort. These were his means of survival. Rubbing his hands together, he took out a translucent plant from his pocket and began to examine it. White jade sweet vine. Type: magical fruit level. Stellar effect. Intelligence 2, effective for the first 3 consumptions. Each consumption increases magical recovery speed by 100 for a duration of 20 hours. Note: grows in areas of magical energy within the enchanted forest. Its stem is pale as jade, and its juice delightfully sweet. Commonly used by alchemists as a fundamental ingredient for crafting auxiliary magical potions. Grateful for nature's bounty, Jiang Sun smiled broadly. This was his greatest harvest of the day. Without the need for peeling, he took a bite, and a wave of sweetness instantly flooded his taste buds. The delightful juice even trickled slightly from the corners of his mouth. Refreshing. It was incomparably more delicious than the previous fruits he had tasted. After chewing for a while, he felt the fibrous texture intensifying and reluctantly spat it out. Bah! While this delicacy was indeed tasty, it had also inherited the shortcomings of sugarcane. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose not to force it down. Otherwise, when faced with challenges tomorrow, those 3 days' worth of berries would have been for naught. Having quickly finished the sweet vine, Jiang Sun felt a lingering desire for more. He recalled that there should be another sweet vine nearby. However, due to the presence of an unknown magical beast nest not far off, he refrained from recklessly approaching to gather more. Yet, now that he had confirmed the potential of this treasure to enhance his intelligence attribute, he was determined to venture there tomorrow. Jiang Sun wiped his hands. His most pressing need was to elevate his intelligence, and this white jade sweet vine was effective for up to 3 consumptions. He had not forgotten that he possessed a remarkably powerful skill he had yet to learn. That was an S-rank reward from the sanctuary, equivalent to a world revelation. After finishing the sugarcane, Jiang Sun wiped his mouth and opened the information panel. Personal information: aim, Jiang Sun level, glimmer strength, 6 agility, 6 stamina, 6 intelligence, 17, 12, 5, magic points, 710, 740, recovery rate, 37, 111, 37, 37 points, H, skills, gathering, level 3, 18. Indeed, he noticed an increase of 2 points in his intelligence attribute. Simultaneously, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength attribute had also risen by 1 point. It seemed the jerky had not been in vain. Jiang Sun felt a renewed surge of motivation. He then grabbed the jerky from the table and began to chew it expressionlessly. The texture of this food was rather unremarkable. It was even less palatable than the leftover pulp of white jade sweet vine. Picking up his spell book, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to respond to Zhou Songyan's message. Moreover, he needed to devise a means to inquire about news from Zhou Songyan. lest he miss out on something valuable. Chapter 20. The astonished Zhou Tsangyan within the vast cavern of the Dragon Kingdom's official sanctuary. Hundreds of individuals scurried about like ants, meticulously transporting various essential supplies to designated storage areas. Zhou Tsangyan, a robust figure, stood atop a wooden platform constructed from logs, commanding the operation with a resonant voice. As the door of the sanctuary creaked open, Zhou Xiaoxiao dashed up to him from behind. "Father, you must come down quickly. Old Lin is looking for you." Zhou Tsangyan flexed his arms and leaped down, inquiring as he walked, "What is it, Xiaoxiao? Have we made contact with a new official organization?" Zhou Xiaoxiao looked up and replied, "I'm not sure. But Grandpa Lin mentioned that Jiang Sun from the Qingshan organization has sent another message." At the mention of Jiang Sun, Zhou Tsangyan instinctively quickened his pace. Jiang Sun, a figurehead of a clandestine organization. The Qingshan organization was one that even the Dragon Kingdom's officials regarded with trepidation. A name that remained obscure on Blue Star had rapidly ascended to prominence in the Magical Wasteland world, achieving parity with official organizations in merely a day. How terrifying and deeply concealed this entity must be. With this thought, Zhou Tsangyan clenched his fists. Even as a luminary of the Dragon Kingdom, he felt an overwhelming pressure when conversing with Jiang Sun. Upon entering the room, Lin Hansong stood at the table, gazing down at a tome of magic. Zhou Tsangyan swiftly approached and whispered, "Old Lin, has Jiang Sun sent another message?" "Take a look for yourself," Lin Hansong replied, handing over the magic book. Zhou Tsangyan accepted it, noticing a slight tremor in Lin Hansong's hands. "What?" Zhou Tsangyan glanced at the message and his eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this a charging device for magic crystals? With this, our magic crystals will no longer be mere decorations. Furthermore, they can be reused. This is..." His words faltered in excitement. Observing Zhou Tsangyan's trembling enthusiasm, Lin Hansong nodded gravely. "Indeed, and during the magic tide catastrophe, the significance of this collector will be unparalleled. Then, did he mention what he wishes to exchange with us? Is it the magic energy sun?" Zhou Tsangyan gazed at the elder with fervent anticipation. After all, they had possessed the crystal furnace for some time and had already refined several magic crystals. Yet, without a means of charging, the produced magic crystals remained inert, merely crystals, utterly unusable. Lin Hansong fell silent for a moment before responding. He did not specify anything, simply sent this message without any notes. "He is waiting for us to propose an exorbitant offer." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Jiang Sun sat on a grass mat, savoring some milk candy. "Chomp, chomp, haha, what a bunch of fools." He mused, amused at how humans could find joy even in adversity, observing the amusing exchanges among playful netizens. Jiang Sun felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He had just received a message from Lin Hansong, which included the manufacturing information for the Magical Sun. Magical Sun Manufacturing Blueprint, 5.5, type. Blueprint level, special required materials. Sunstone 1, raw stone 3000, magic iron or 500. Magic copper or 500, fire attribute stardust level material 1 effect. Capable of simulating sunlight conditions. Requires continuous replenishment of magical energy. The description was rather simplistic. Jiang Sun merely glanced at it before dismissing it. What purpose could this serve? Setting aside whether it could even be constructed, what would it accomplish if made? A tan? He was baffled by how they could consistently produce such trivial items. This was clearly less useful than his own blueprints. Jiang Sun spat out the jerky he had been chewing, realizing that even when placed in a low-temperature magical array, it spoiled at an alarming rate. Conversely, those unpalatable fruits showed no signs of decay after several days, their surfaces remaining as smooth as before. He hurriedly took the meat out to roast over the fire, resolving to consume it all by the next day. In a world where food was scarce, wasting it would be utterly foolish. Just as he turned around, he noticed another message from Zhou Tsangyan. "Is there anything your organization needs? You can make a list, and we will do our best to gather it." Upon reading the message, Jiang Sun sensed something amiss. When had they become so courteous? He stroked his chin, puzzled. Thus, he replied, "We currently lack for nothing. What do you have available for trade?" He spoke the truth. They were indeed not in need of essentials, and it would be rather undignified to exchange strategic assets for mere sustenance. After all, he was the decision-maker for the Qingshan organization. Meanwhile, Zhou Tsangyin and Lin Hansong, upon receiving Jiang Sun's response, felt a weight settle in their hearts. Zhou Tsangyin forced a smile, saying, "Lin, their power truly is formidable. We still have a food shortage for several hundred people, yet they are not lacking anything." Lin Hansong frowned, bitterness creeping into his tone as he replied, "We must at least secure one in exchange. With it, our development speed could potentially double." Zhou Tsangyin understood the critical importance of the magical collector to their cause. He sighed and continued messaging Jiang Sun, "Please reconsider. We have gathered a wealth of rare materials as well as Stardust-level weapons." Upon reading the reply, Jiang Sun smirked, feeling invigorated. Stardust-level weapons? He possessed those too. In fact, he had even rarer ones. Casting a glance around, he realized he was indeed not lacking in resources. He replied, "We could consider exchanging for some basic materials." He thought to himself that if he could acquire several thousand units, it would be worthwhile. He could stockpile them and sell for a profit before the approaching magical tide. Zhou Tsangyin, stationed on the other end, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the message. Excellent. There was a demand. He quickly dashed out to begin inventorying the basic materials. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao was also called in to begin contacting the other 5 official shelters, compiling the necessary materials. Jiang Sun stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat drowsy as he awaited news from Zhou Tsangyin, who had yet to respond. He initially thought they were reluctant to make a change. The officials seemed rather unreliable. Jiang Sun, losing interest, was about to close his eyes for a moment when a message arrived. Zhou Tsangyin, currently, we can provide 50,000 units of lumber and 40,000 units of raw stone. If this is insufficient, we can also settle with magical materials. What? Jiang Sun sprang up, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't have misread that. He was indeed referring to 50,000 units of lumber and 40,000 units of raw stone. But wait, do I really need this much material to construct a castle? Surely even a small castle wouldn't require such quantities. At that moment, Jiang Sun finally grasped the underlying issue. He seemed to have overlooked the true value of this blueprint. Strategic level. Normally, such resources could only be amassed by top-tier forces capable of gathering immense combat power within a single day. How could it possibly be that simple? Among the 5 S-level shelters, he was the only one to have acquired it through clever means. Fortunately, he had remained prudent and did not recklessly propose a price. Otherwise, he would have been dismissed as an unsophisticated bumpkin. Jiang Sun patted his chest, relieved at his good fortune. There are indeed benefits to being cautious. After considering his response, he wrote back, "Our organization is small in number and preoccupied with exploration, so we do not require such an extensive amount of materials." He envisioned transforming his Qingshan camp into a gathering of elite individuals, each possessing exceptional abilities, despite the small size of the group. He aimed for an absurdly high entry barrier. After all, he was someone without management experience, incapable of navigating a cumbersome organizational structure. Upon reading Jiang Sun's message, Zhou Tsangyin found himself in a quandary. At that moment, he had already imagined Qingshan as a formidable clandestine organization, transcending worldly concerns and dedicated to uncovering the truths of the world. Such an organization would be even more formidable than the other official ones. Moreover, it truly lacked for nothing. Chapter 21. A long-term perspective. Jiang Sun set aside the tome of magic, his gaze lingering on the blueprints in his hands. A flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. Through their earlier conversation, he had finally unraveled the true purpose of this device. Its function was to charge. Initially, he had scarcely regarded this capability, considering that the magical crystal had only graced their regional channel of 10,000 individuals a handful of times. With such meager stock, how many times could this machine possibly operate? Was this function not a mere illusion? To his astonishment, however, the Dragon Kingdom's officials had obtained the magical manufacturing scroll for the crystal furnace. This remarkable contraption could mass-produce magical crystals from shards of crystal. Although the current yield of finished magical crystals was still relatively modest, the abundance of crystal fragments was staggering. At this stage, among the billions of inhabitants of Blue Star, nearly half had acquired a crystal sphere. On average, each individual possessed several shards of crystal. Jiang Sun instinctively patted his chest, a shiver of relief washing over him. He had narrowly escaped becoming a victim of exploitation. Fortuitously, he had adhered to the wisdom that too much talk leads to loss. Otherwise, he would have surely been harvested like chives. Through their discourse, he gleaned additional insights. During the impending national catastrophe, the surge of magical tides would erupt in 6 days, and this magical collector would prove invaluable. The magical tide was born from the dissipating energy of magic. At that time, the charging speed of the magical collector would accelerate significantly. After a single wave, who could fathom how many magical crystals could be filled? A potent premonition surged within Jiang Sun. The function of magical crystals was undoubtedly more profound than merely energizing the totem pillar. As humanity from Blue Star continued their exploration of the world, countless new applications would inevitably be discovered. As the repository of core magical energy, magical crystals would surely find extensive use in various domains, becoming an indispensable cornerstone of existence. Contemplating the carefree life of a crystal merchant that lay ahead, a smile began to unfurl at the corners of Jiang Sun's mouth. Yet, while dreams are often lush, reality is stark. A formidable challenge awaited him. He lacked sufficient materials to construct the collector. Recalling the myriad rare materials required for the magical collector, his smile gradually faded. He could not help but grumble internally. The accumulation of useless items at home was becoming increasingly burdensome. No, there could only be one wasteful individual in this household. With this thought, Jiang Sun swiftly began to devise a plan. The idea of personally gathering thousands of materials was utterly preposterous. However, he could certainly enlist others to willingly assist him. For instance, the Dragon Kingdom's official sanctuary would undoubtedly have resources to spare. The crux of the matter was how to ensure that others would work for him with gratitude, all while concealing his true intentions. This required a certain finesse. Jiang Sun pondered for a moment before opening the Tome of Magic to begin his meticulous editing. On the other side, Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong were deep in troubled discussion, contemplating their strategies. If necessary, we might have to raise the price. You should head to the warehouse shortly and compile a list of items that are presentable for him to choose from. Zhou sighed. It seems there is no other option. If it comes to that, I can rally more personnel to hunt a stellar beast. That is not advisable. Your wounds from last time have yet to heal properly, and the previous losses were substantial. The outcome was largely fortuitous, with a success rate far too low. It will be tantamount to gambling with our lives. With a heavy heart, Zhou lamented, I hope they do not demand exorbitant terms. Both of them hung their heads, resembling wilted plants, enveloped in a silence that thickened the air in the room. At that moment, the magical tome on the table began to tremble gently. This was a notification reserved for those who commanded particular attention. Zhou opened the tome and saw the name Jiang Sun flickering. Jiang Sun, I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, and likewise, the majority of our organization comprises citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. In this unfamiliar world, we share a common identity as individuals from Blue Star. Upon reading Jiang Sun's noble and mission-driven introduction, both their hearts felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, pulsating uncontrollably. Zhou Tsangyan's voice quivered slightly as he exclaimed, Lin, could it be that he intends to? Lin Hansong adjusted his peculiar glasses, which shimmered with unusual colors, his voice tinged with tension. Let us continue to observe. I hope it aligns with our hopes. Zhou, unable to contain his excitement, quickly replied, Feel free to express any requests you may have. Jiang Sun responded, We have just conferred with others and decided to donate a collector to the Dragon Kingdom's official sanctuary. We have no demands. The Dragon Kingdom has sacrificed much to ensure the survival of more ordinary people. While our power is limited and we cannot be as magnificent as the officials, We shall never take advantage of others' misfortunes. As Jiang Sun's message was sent, a prolonged silence ensued without a reply. After a considerable pause, Zhou Sangyan remarked, "The grace of a gentleman shall be eternally etched in our hearts, never to be forgotten." Through the magical tome, Jiang Sun could genuinely feel the gratitude and solemnity in Zhou Sangyan's words. This was precisely the effect they sought. Slowly, Zhou Sangyan set the magical tome down, taking several deep breaths to quell his mounting excitement. In their prior conversation, he had sensed that Jiang Sun's understanding of the collector was somewhat lacking. Yet, rather than exploit this crucial information to drive a hard bargain, he chose to be forthright and enlightening with Jiang Sun. He had prepared himself for a significant financial loss, even mentally bracing for the possibility of sacrificing his life for this endeavor. However, he was unprepared for the delightful surprise that the Qing Shan organization had in store for them. In that moment, his esteem for Qing Shan soared like a rocket. "Jiang Sun, by the way, we do not possess a surplus of resources, so we kindly request your assistance in gathering 2 sets of crafting materials. Furthermore, we wish to purchase a crystal furnace from you." Observe how one can obscure their true intentions by presenting information that the other party yearns to hear. It creates an atmosphere suggesting that we lack nothing and are merely here to lend a helping hand. Hence, I have articulated my request in such a manner. How could you possibly refuse to provide the materials? And dare I say, you expect me to pay for the crystal furnace? Indeed, a response soon followed from the other end. "Zhou Sangyan, we are grateful for the contributions you and the Qingshan organization have made for the people of Longhua. Your assistance will forever remain in our memories. Ding. Zhou Sangyan offers you a trade for Crystal Furnace 1. Message. We will collect the materials and send them to you promptly. Look at that. This is not merely what I asked for. It is something you insisted on providing." Jiang Sun's grin widened. He understood that in this world, the most vital resource is the populace. Countless endeavors require individuals to explore, research, and produce. Moreover, even if a Qing Shan were to be established, it would not encompass a significant number of ordinary people. Thus, fostering a good relationship with the official sanctuary of Longhua is of paramount importance, allowing for a perfect symbiosis between both parties. Jiang Sun excitedly clicked to confirm the transaction. In an instant, a nearly 2-meter-tall furnace materialized in his room. The furnace, entirely black, boasted a surface as smooth and luminous as crystal. With a mere thought, relevant information manifested before him. Crystal furnace, type, facility level, firefly effect, consumes wood and magical energy to refine crystal shards into magic crystals. With a current conversion ratio of 21. Note, a fragile magical facility dedicated furnace, incapable of refining metallic ores. This item is crucial. Jiang Sun hastily opened his spellbook to explore the trading channel. He searched for crystal shards. Instantly, a myriad of messages flooded the screen. It is only reasonable. For although the probability of obtaining crystal shards is not exceedingly high, the population of Blue Star is vast. Countless fortunate individuals have acquired crystal orbs. Whether to retain these shards as mere trinkets or trade them for genuinely valuable items is a choice that most astute individuals are aware of. Consequently, the prices for crystal shards within the channel are astonishingly low. Merely 2 units of raw wood can effortlessly secure 1 crystal shard. Jiang Sun rubbed his slightly aching forehead. It appears tomorrow will be a day of earnest endeavor, frantically gathering resources to exchange for crystal shards. Then, once the materials arrive from the official side of Longhua, he can truly embark on a developmental journey. Things are gradually improving. With a heart full of joy, Jiang Sun set down his spellbook and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 22. Venomous Spider as Dawn Broke. A delicate veil of mist enveloped the earth. However, Jiang Sun had already prepared his belongings, ready to embark on his journey. Time, Blue Star Calendar. 1 year, 4th day, 6 o'clock a.m. Night, 2 p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. Day, 6 a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. Weather, temperature, 10 to 18 weather condition. The first light of dawn emerges with a subtle fluctuation of magical energy. Wind level, gentle breeze of magical harmony. Magical atmosphere. The soft breeze carries whispers of ancient incantations, as if every wisp of wind bears the murmurings of magic. Celestial omens, stars glisten like pearls, intertwining ancient magical trajectories, heralding the arrival of wisdom and enlightenment. Today, Jiang was brimming with enthusiasm, for a promising future lay just within reach. Yet, the quality of his slumber last night left much to be desired. He had been jolted awake in the dead of night by the thunderous impact of a magical beast colliding with his protective barrier. Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. If he did not devise a means to swiftly enhance his strength, he would find himself in dire straits when magical beasts eventually blocked his path. After all, while he possessed the ability to flee with Starflash, his humble cabin did not share the same luxury. He had little to gather, merely his staff and some provisions, along with a basket left behind by Walla. This basket had now become his sole means of storage. With a flourish, Jiang slung the basket over his shoulder and strode confidently out of his home. The outside world remained somewhat dim, akin to an unfinished ink wash painting. Suddenly, a spine-chilling roar erupted from the nearby woods, causing Jiang to jump as if struck by lightning. In an instant, a flock of birds took flight, as if driven by a malevolent force, accompanied by the anguished cries of their prey. This cacophony enveloped the magical forest in a shroud of terror. Perhaps this was the true essence of the magical forest. Until now, he had been sheltered too well by Walla, naively believing this place to be a paradise untouched by peril. "Let us go for it," Jiang shouted, and in that moment, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the tip of his staff, striking a nearby tree with precision. Gathering technique, then entered a cool-down period of 15 minutes. The tree fell with a crash, scattering logs across the ground. His field of vision widened, and Jiang mustered his courage to venture deeper into the forest, for he had left something behind yesterday. Cautiously, Jiang crawled behind a stone. Not far ahead, a white jade sweet vine was quietly growing, his target from yesterday, which he had refrained from harvesting due to fear. His gaze was fixed on the vine, yet he dared not make a sound. Perched on a branch less than 20 meters away, a massive spider, easily over a meter in length, moved stealthily within the shadows of the leaves. This spider blended seamlessly with its surroundings. Had it not been for Jiang wide-eyed scrutiny, he would have scarcely perceived its existence. It took him several cautious minutes of searching to finally uncover it. The skeletal remains strewn across the ground were no mere decorative objects, demanding his utmost vigilance. The spider's body, cloaked in dark green scales, seemed to harbor lethal venom within each segment. At this moment, its 8 elongated legs rested lightly upon a branch, barely whispering against the air. This was a patient hunter, biding its time for prey to unwittingly enter its grasp. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and a rabbit-like beast dashed into view, aiming directly for the white jade sweet vine, not far beneath the tree. This slight commotion instantly captured the spider's attention. Its eyes, glowing like 2 eerie green lanterns, snapped to life, locking onto the rabbit. In an astonishing display of speed, defying the very laws of physics, it launched itself forward. Its 8 legs traced arcs through the air like lightning, swiftly ensnaring the rabbit in a tight embrace. The subsequent scene, even for someone as resolute as Jiang caused a tumultuous churn in his stomach. The spider's fangs pierced the rabbit's flesh with needle-like precision. Almost simultaneously, a strange green fluid began to seep from the rabbit's body, a sign of venom rapidly breaking down its prey. Within mere minutes, the once lively rabbit had transformed into a nauseating puddle of liquid. The venomous spider then began to leisurely consume its meal, a process both efficient and merciless. Jiang teeth chattered in response. "This is a disturbance. I must leave." The horrifying spectacle before him drained him of all courage. How could he confront such a creature? It was sheer folly for him to have coveted the white jade sweet vine. Yesterday had indeed been a stroke of bad luck. This was evidently the spider's trap, a lethal snare set specifically for self-assured prey like himself. Jiang began to retreat cautiously. He had resolved to withdraw. However, upon lifting his gaze to steal one last glance at the venomous spider, he was nearly startled into a cry. The spider had seemingly vanished into thin air. All that remained was a pool of green liquid and the rabbit's ghastly bones. Darn it! Stars flashed. His form suddenly transformed into a resplendent burst of starlight, appearing instantaneously near the white jade sweet vine. Heart pounding with trepidation, he glanced back to see that in his previous position, the spider's legs had deeply embedded themselves into the earth. Furious, Jiang Sun cursed. How dishonorable, launching a sneak attack. With that, he reached out to pluck the white jade sweet vine. One tug, two tugs, yet the vine remained as if rooted to the ground, not budging an inch. Gathering his resolve, Jiang Sun activated his gathering skill, and at last, the pale roots slowly rested in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled deep into the forest. He felt a sense of uncertainty, unsure if the low-level magical shield of his enchanted abode could withstand the terrifying spider. Thus, he resolved to first employ the Star Flash skill to engage in a tactical dance with the creature. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged behind him. Star Flash. Jiang Sun silently lamented. How could his 2 legs possibly outrun the 8 legs of such a monstrous foe? As he sprinted, he continuously adjusted his course. The trees of the forest morphed into a series of indistinct green barriers in his vision. He zigzagged left and right, striving to utilize the intricate terrain for cover. Pressing close to a tree trunk, he executed another Star Flash. Drawing even closer, he activated Star Flash once more. Yet despite his efforts, the venomous spider seemed to possess an uncanny ability to predict his position with precision. Each of its lunges was accurately directed towards him. Jiang Sun could only repeatedly utilize the Star Flash skill to teleport. He stole a glance at his mana bar. 351, 740. In less than a minute, he had already lost more than half. This could not continue. Anxious, Jiang Sun realized his magical energy was limited. Although Star Flash was formidable, its continuous use would swiftly deplete his mana reserves. At this rate, he would soon resemble a grotesque puddle. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm, and rapidly devised a strategy. As he passed through an area densely populated with trees, he quickly assessed his remaining mana. Enough for about 5 more uses of Star Flash. It was time to take a gamble. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly approached a sturdy tree trunk and executed the same maneuver. Star Flash. This time, however, he only veered 3 meters to the right. The venomous spider, instinctively charging forward, took a few steps before it began to recalibrate its focus on him. By then, Jiang Sun had already determined his landing point. With a burst of starlight dissipating around him, he activated Star Flash. His figure vanished once more, reappearing among the treetops not far away. Instantly, he was shrouded by the dense foliage. He crouched low, holding his breath, fearful of making the slightest sound. His eyes fixated on the spider, while he anxiously scanned his surroundings for the next safe landing spot. The spider began to search the area, taking approximately 3 seconds to re-establish Jiang Sun's location. However, when it looked up, it could only perceive the fading starlight. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Sun unleashed 3 consecutive star flashes towards the densest part of the trees, completely vanishing from the spider's line of sight. At this moment, he had only 51 mana points remaining, just enough for one final use of his skill. Perched on the treetops, Jiang Sun remained as still as a statue, striving to maintain an exceedingly low breathing rate. Even as he felt his lungs nearing the brink of explosion, he dared not take a deep breath. Who knew how that creature pinpointed its targets? Slowly, he lowered his body, afraid to move, lest he attract other predators. Chapter 23. The cabin in the woods. An hour had passed, leaving only the rustling of leaves in the wind and the chirping of insects. Jiang Sun concealed himself among the branches until his magical energy had sufficiently replenished, then cautiously descended the tree trunk. The moment his feet touched the ground, a wave of relief washed over him, and he exhaled deeply, silently celebrating his narrow escape. For now, his life was spared. Reflecting on the perilous encounter, a shiver coursed through him. Glancing down at the shimmering skill in his hand, Jiang Sun cursed under his breath. This wretched skill, wasn't it supposed to have no cooldown? What was that strange, dull sensation during the release? It nearly cost him his life. Truly, nothing is ever perfect. Leaning against the sturdy tree trunk, he disregarded the taste and forcefully broke a piece of white jade sweet vine, shoving it into his mouth and chewing vigorously. This was his only source of sustenance at present. In his hasty retreat, he had discarded his jerky, hoping to persuade the venomous spider to spare him. However, it turned out that even dogs wouldn't touch that jerky. With the last remnants of the sweet vine spat out, Jiang Sun noticed a slight acceleration in the recovery of his magical energy. To his astonishment, his intelligence attribute had also shifted once more. Yet, the increase was considerably slower than before. It seemed it would take about an hour to complete the enhancement. Would repeated consumption diminish the effect? Jiang Sun pondered, beginning to discern a pattern. After this ordeal, not merely a battle, but a frantic flight, he had come to a stark realization about his own capabilities. He was inferior to even a dog. His foremost intention upon returning was to gather food that could enhance his intelligence attribute. He needed to elevate it to 20 points as swiftly as possible. Only then could he learn the advanced skill, tied a magic gathering. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Sun mused. Indeed, falling behind invites punishment. Dignity resides solely in the staff. Truth exists only within the scope of skills. Rubbing his sore legs, he continued in the direction away from his refuge. After all, the hunting grounds of the venomous spider were but a few hundred meters from his quaint cabin, now devoid of white jade sweet vine as bait. Who could predict whether it might extend its hunting range? If he inadvertently lured it near his shelter, he would have nowhere to lament his fate. Should such a top-tier predator fixate on him, Jiang Sun would have to sleep with one eye open, ever vigilant. He treaded lightly, wary of inadvertently stepping into another beast's hunting territory. Though pursued relentlessly, the growing magical energy within him provided a degree of comfort. After all, he had secured what he came for, a small consolation. As his magical energy gradually replenished, his confidence also swelled. He began to release gathering technique along the way, intending to carve a path for himself. This would ensure he wouldn't lose his way while exploring, and it would facilitate a smoother escape should danger arise. With Jiang Sun's cautious advance, the density of surrounding vegetation began to diminish, and his field of vision slowly expanded. At last, as he stepped out of the woods, the sight before him filled him with exhilaration. In the heart of a clearing stood a quaint, rustic cabin. Unlike Jiang Sun's meticulously constructed refuge, this cabin appeared unrefined and simple, yet it harmoniously coexisted with the surrounding natural environment, as if it were a part of nature itself. Was there someone here? A sudden jolt of alarm surged within Jiang Sun, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The desolation surrounding the cabin was unmistakable, revealing clear signs of long neglect. Weeds of varying heights thrived around it, with the tallest reaching up to his own height. They swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. Scattered among the weeds were a few unknown plants, intertwined with the wild grass, creating a chaotic tableau. Around the cabin lay discarded farming tools, some so weathered they were unrecognizable, while others had completely fractured into two halves. Jiang Sun even spotted an old wooden barrel half buried in the underbrush, its surface covered in moss, clearly unused for many years. The entire scene resembled a canvas eroded by time, with every detail whispering the stories of ages past. He approached the cabin, noting that it was entirely constructed of wood. Unlike the orderly shelters produced by the system, this structure bore the unmistakable marks of handcrafting. Overall, it appeared robust and rugged, exuding a wild and desolate charm. Wait a moment. Jiang Sun suddenly recalled that this place seemed to have been untouched for at least several decades. How could a wooden house show no signs of decay? He halted, his gaze wandering over the cabin and its surroundings, a multitude of speculations swirling in his mind. Peering through the window, he found it shrouded in darkness, completely opaque, thwarting his plan to sneak a glance inside. Just as he hesitated on whether to force the door open, a chilling gust of wind swept by him. Jiang Sun turned to see the withered grass begin to dance frantically, sending a wave of unease through him. The cabin appeared to beckon with the foreboding promise of encountering a ghost. indeed making it challenging for anyone to muster the courage to explore. Despite his inner turmoil, Jiang Sun resolved to enter. After all, he had come this far. This was a reason no citizen of the Dragon Kingdom could refuse. He took a deep breath and, with some effort, pushed open the heavy wooden door, which creaked ominously on its hinges. The dim light within revealed a musty atmosphere that assaulted his senses. Jiang Sun cautiously peeked inside, discovering a modest space, perhaps a mere dozen square meters. In the center stood a rough wooden table adorned with several antiquated ceramic jars. Beside it lay a simple bed, draped with a hand-woven blanket. As he reached out to touch it, the once promising blanket disintegrated into a pile of fragments, shattering his dreams of a restful sleep. It seemed he would have to return to sleeping on a straw mat. With a somber expression, Jiang Sun scoured the room, endeavoring to uncover anything of value. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a protrusion in the corner of the room. Was his hiding place rather too conspicuous? Jiang Sun approached and brushed away the dust. To his astonishment, he discovered a wooden box concealed beneath a blanket, the fabric of which crumbled at the slightest touch. Yet, the box itself, fashioned from the same material as the room, remained intact. The box was diminutive, roughly 15 liters in volume, adorned with intricate carvings. And though coated in dust, its exquisite craftsmanship was unmistakable. Jiang Sun rubbed his hands together in anticipation. It was time to unveil the contents. After all, this quaint cabin had but one potential hiding spot, and whether fortune favored him rested upon this discovery. Surveying the room, Jiang Sun felt an odd sense of resignation. Perhaps the quality of the find was of little consequence. After all, the very materials of the cabin were a significant treasure in themselves. He cautiously lifted the lid of the box, and immediately, several items wrapped in animal hides came into view. Jiang Sun extended his hand, gently unwrapping the first package, only to find its contents long since reduced to a heap of powder. Clearly, the ravages of time had rendered it unrecognizable, having crumbled into dust. He picked up the second package and opened it, revealing yet another mound of powder. Disappointment washed over him. It seemed the cabin had been abandoned far longer than he had anticipated. Given the passage of time, few items had withstood the elements. Undeterred, he continued to unwrap package after package, discovering that most contained similar remnants. Finally, beneath the box lay but 3 items. With a soft sigh, Jiang Sun reached for a tightly bound leather pouch and untied the knot. Instantly, several grains resembling rice scattered forth. Jiang Sun furrowed his brow. Were these seeds? Chapter 24. Harvest. As Jiang Sun's thoughts stirred, information about the items materialized before his eyes. Moonlight Valley Grain Seed, 20 type, seed grade, stellar effect. Consuming Moonlight Valley grain significantly restores hunger, and prolonged consumption enhances 4-dimensional attributes. Note, when planted in nutrient-rich soil, crops nourished by moonlight can provide ample energy for survivors. Upon reading the seed's description, he was instantly filled with excitement. This was indeed a stellar-grade seed. Moreover, it was a staple food seed. What is grain, if not millet after its husk is removed? He marveled at how this seed had endured the passage of time. Jiang Sun hurriedly returned the seeds to the pouch, securing it tightly. This item was of utmost importance to him. Possessing seeds signified a stable food source. If he could successfully cultivate them, he would have a consistent yield. Even if he were to face the direst of disasters ahead, he would not succumb to hunger, even when confined indoors for an extended period. Not to mention, this millet was far more delectable than wild corn. The mere thought of the coarse texture of wild corn made Jiang Sun wince. In the days he had spent here, he had not tasted anything finer. As visions of a daily life rich in high-quality carbohydrates danced in his mind, he found his lips moistening. He cherished the seed pouch, tucking it into his bosom before resuming his exploration of the next package. This parcel was somewhat heavier, bound more securely. Jiang Sun's excitement intensified, given its weight and solidity. It was certainly not powder. He eagerly unwrapped it, only to discover a stone within. Yet, calling it merely a stone would be misleading, for it possessed a distinct shape. One end was flat while the other was thick, with a circular hole at the thicker end. Jiang Sun examined it closely. Was this the head of a tool? Lacking any experience in farming throughout his life, he reluctantly sought assistance from the system. Wooden flint hoe head, type, tool, semi-finished grade, firefly, dim light, firefly stellar, bright moon. Effect, slightly reduces stamina consumption during tilling, enhances the yield of magical crops by 20, and can mildly dispel the chaotic magical erosion in the soil. Note, requires the user to channel their own magic to operate, can be completed with wood of firefly grade or above. After reading the description, Jiang-sun finally understood the purpose of this item. It was a hoe, designed for tilling the earth. What a remarkable collection of tools. They truly seemed to fear he would starve. He placed the hoe in the basket, contemplated for a moment, then retrieved it to store in the box instead. He deemed the box a splendid storage solution. Although the system had gifted him a warehouse upon upgrading his magical abode, it merely delineated a space. His belongings remained haphazardly piled in a corner. Thus, the utility of this box was significant. He continued to unveil the third item, only to find it was not a package, but rather a scroll tightly rolled up. The material differed significantly from the various types Jiang-sun had encountered before. It was noticeably coarser, resembling untreated leather. Remarkably, even the system failed to identify any information about it. Jiang-sun brushed away the dust from the table and unfurled the scroll, laying it flat upon the surface. Instantly, a jumble of chaotic shapes emerged. Observing the rough strokes and sparse lines, Jiang-sun spent some time deciphering the contents, only to realize, to his astonishment, that it was a map. The map crudely depicted the distribution of forests and various wild resources. Yet, in Jiang-sun's eyes, it held little practical value, for the house appeared to have been abandoned for decades. Given such a lengthy passage of time, it was difficult to ascertain the extent of changes in the surroundings. The map illustrated the resource distribution within approximately 10 kilometers of the vicinity. However, Jiang-sun noticed that several locations were distinctly circled. What could this signify? He pondered, somewhat perplexed. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the marked routes of movement largely avoided the circled areas. Could it be that these represented the territorial range of predatory beasts? The thought crossed his mind, but he dismissed it with a slight curl of his lip. After all, decades had elapsed. The predators in those territories were likely long gone, perhaps having changed hands several times. Moreover, their hunting grounds were not fixed. The venomous spider he encountered earlier was not marked on the map. Shifting his focus, Jiang-sun's gaze ultimately landed on the two special circles. These were what truly captured his attention, as they were highlighted in vivid red. Furthermore, one of these red circles was in close proximity to the wooden cabin. Wait, what location was this? A flash of insight struck Jiang-sun, and his eyes widened in realization. He quickly extended his hand, gesturing to indicate the relative positions of the wooden cabin and his shelter, then hurriedly confirmed the location of the red circle. He discovered that it was merely 3 kilometers from the wooden cabin and even closer to his magical abode. At just 1 kilometer away, Jiang-sun urgently recalled that this location was the giant tree Walla had led him to. Thus, the red circle marked the territory of a high-level magical beast. With this thought, he swiftly checked the position of the other red circle, only to find it at the edge of the map, a full 10 kilometers from his shelter. A sense of relief washed over him. He had previously conversed with Zhao Tingtao and Zhou Tsungyan several times and had gathered some information in the chat area. Therefore, he possessed a vague understanding of the classification of magical beasts. Firstly, small herbivorous creatures and horned species were generally situated at the bottom of the forest food chain, with levels typically at the dim glow stage. Consequently, the magical beasts that blue star humans could hunt at this stage predominantly fell into this category. In contrast, fully grown carnivorous magical beasts usually exhibited physical attributes exceeding 15 points. Such beasts are typically classified as firefly level. At this stage, humanity is nearly incapable of hunting them solo, yet encounters with them generally allow for escape. As for the Kilmati bear that Jiang-sun encountered a few days prior, it can be categorized as star level. Its colossal size and unique lightning abilities have clearly transcended the realm of ordinary beasts. He also recalled the venom spider he had just encountered. Jiang-sun estimated that it likely belonged to the star level as well. Therefore, when faced with such creatures, it is best to turn and flee, even if the odds of escape are not particularly high. Few have encountered beasts of this caliber. Only a handful have been seen in official shelters, and even the Dragon Country shelter successfully hunted one, albeit at a great cost. Reflecting on this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat, contemplating his absurd luck. Within a week, he had encountered 2 star-level beasts. Using the term chief of an African tribe to describe his fortunes seemed inadequate. Lord of Wakanda seemed more fitting. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation. He then thought of Walla, who could intimidate the Kilmati bear with just a glance. He had nearly confirmed that it was Walla who had come to his aid during his first encounter with the bear. This indicated that Walla's level surpassed that of the Kilmati bear. Beyond the star level lies the crescent moon level. Jiang Sun was taken aback. This was no mere progeny. This was akin to a guardian. Beasts of the crescent moon level were scarcely even mentioned. No wonder his shelter was rated S-class. It was all thanks to Walla's contributions. Jiang Sun mumbled to himself, his tone tinged with disappointment. He had initially believed he was elevating the ratings, but it now appeared he was the one holding them back. Upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, in his personal information, the term glimmer was prominently displayed. This indicated that, according to the system's assessment, he was no match for even firefly-level beasts. He was probably on par with the rabbit that had been consumed by the venom spider today. What the predicament? With this thought, Jiang Sun gritted his teeth. As the Lord of the Green Mountain, was he truly fighting on equal ground with a rabbit? A wave of frustration washed over him, and he despondently raked his fingers through his hair. Indeed, he must retrieve Walla. With it by his side, the safety of his shelter would increase manifold. Resolving not to dwell on matters that would only bring him distress, Jiang Sun turned to gather his spoils, placing everything into a small wooden box. There was no alternative. Life must continue. He embraced the box as he exited the small cabin, shutting the door behind him before heading towards the shelter. He intended to treat this place as a temporary residence, at the very least for the night. If worst came to worst, he could wait for the materials to be dismantled for construction later, as these were clearly no ordinary woods. As Jiang Sun traversed the path, he simultaneously invoked the gathering technique. His intention was to forge a route that connected the quaint wooden cabin directly to the sanctuary. Meanwhile, his mind was preoccupied with the matter of upgrading the sanctuary. According to the insights gleaned from the prophetic information regarding the sanctuary, a level 4 sanctuary allows for the selection of suitable magical structures to be directly integrated. Among these magical edifices, the colossal tree hollow of Walla certainly qualifies. However, this also implies that the locales housing such magical constructions are predominantly guarded by formidable high-level magical beasts. If the guardians are at the crescent moon level, humanity would find itself in dire straits. After upgrading to a level 3 sanctuary, the prospect of challenging a crescent moon beast becomes evidently unrealistic. It is equally impractical to remain stagnant in levels. After all, the impending calamities require at least a level 3 sanctuary for defense. What are the even greater disasters that loom ahead? Without upgrading, survival would be utterly untenable. Jiang Sun felt a sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey that lay ahead. He could scarcely conceive of any alternative strategy beyond allying with Walla. It appears that rapid development is imperative, followed by a bold venture to seize another crescent moon beast territory alongside Walla. He had no intention of seeking a stationary refuge. The void train and the colossal sailing vessel depicted in the Revelations were evidently far superior. Chapter 25, The Deceiver. Sighing deeply, Jiang Sun wiped the sweat from his forehead. His gaze fixated on the chaotic patch of land before him, his lips involuntarily twitching. Unlike the neatly arranged fields of others, his land resembled a disarrayed mess. Before him lay several dozens of square meters of earth, though it had been turned over. The uneven pits of varying sizes rendered the surface uneven and bumpy. It was far from orderly. One might even mistake it for a complex magical formation from a distance. Jiang Sun thrust the wooden flintstone hoe forcefully into the ground, disheartened as he surveyed his laborious results. Upon returning, his first task was to find a sturdy piece of wood to repair the hoe, and then he swung it into action. The land, resembling a dog's chew toy, was the fruit of 2 hours of diligent toil. It became painfully clear that he was utterly clueless regarding crop cultivation. Though it sounded simple, it was certainly not as easy as merely tilling a bit of soil and watering it. He didn't even know how to sow seeds, let alone control humidity or temperature. Clearly, he needed to consult someone knowledgeable. Jiang Sun shook his head in resignation, abandoning any thoughts of further experimentation. If he were to inadvertently waste the 20-star grade seeds, he would have no place to lament his misfortune. Consequently, he picked up the Magic Wasteland Manual and opened a friend's list, only to find a paltry few names. It dawned on him that his social circle was rather pitifully small. Who could he possibly ask about farming? Zhou Zhangyan? Surely, there were experts at the Dragon Nation's sanctuary. However, if he were to inquire about this, wouldn't his hard-earned reputation take a nosedive? Moreover, knowing Zhou Zhangyan, he would undoubtedly shove a mountain of food into his hands without hesitation. Was that a fair trade for a favor? As Jiang Sun continued scrolling, he spotted the name Zhao Tingtao. With a sense of experimentation, he sent Zhao a message. Jiang Sun, do you know how to farm? Zhao Tingtao, what nonsense. In this freezing weather, what can I possibly farm? Plus, I grew up in the city. How would I know about this? Jiang Sun, then what do you eat? ISNT, Sustainable Development Essential. Zhao Tingtao, Icefield Reindeer Meat 131, Frostwolf Meat 25, Snow Rabbit Meat 18. Haven't you run out of food? Shall I share some with you? Jiang Sun, not for now. Recalling Zhao Tingtao's towering stature of nearly 2 meters and his weight surpassing 200 pounds, Jiang Sun quickly shook his head. Perhaps he would consult him regarding how to catch wild boars barehanded in the future, but farming was a different matter altogether. After flipping through his contacts for quite a while, Jiang Sun could not find a suitable person to seek advice from. He could only attempt to seek assistance in the regional communication channel. He crafted a message. Is there anyone who knows how to farm? After some contemplation, I deleted my previous message and replaced it with, the Qingshan organization is seeking experts in agriculture. Please private message your past experiences. This sounds far more sophisticated. Following the release of this anonymous message, the regional chat channel fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds, only to be inundated moments later. Ha ha ha. Another pretender claiming to be from Qingshan. Everyone line up to mock him. This is hilarious, my friend. Your news is so outdated that it's become tiresome. And you even want past experiences? Ha ha. I'm an academician from the Agricultural Science Institute. Do you believe that? No, seriously. How long has it been since you last visited the channel? This joke has long since lost its charm, and we're all immune by now. You're the 15th one today. What's next? Do we need to pay 10 units of lumber as a membership fee to join your Qingshan? Upon reading this long string of messages, Jiang Sun couldn't help but furrow his brow. Indeed, he had been quite occupied these past few days, leaving him little time to engage in group chatter. This had rendered him somewhat out of the loop. Reflecting on it, it was quite understandable. Among the 5 pieces of enlightening information he had shared, 4 had originated from the official shelters of the top nations of Blue Star. Only 1 had been issued under the name of the Qingshan organization. In the days that followed, countless individuals had fervently debated the true identity of Qingshan. The fervor surrounding it had shown no signs of waning for days. However, as the topic gained traction, so did the complications. With the heat of the discussion, numerous fraudulent schemes masquerading under the name of Qingshan surfaced. Though many had fallen victim to these scams, the community quickly developed a resilience against them within a short span of days. Jiang Sun rubbed his temples, acknowledging that it was no wonder people were skeptical. After all, he had not fully considered the significance of clarification. He should have issued a related clarification at the time of his announcement, which could have spared many from being deceived. Of course, those who were deceived were not particularly astute individuals to begin with. He picked up his spellbook and sent out another anonymous message. Anonymous. The Qingshan organization has never publicly recruited members. Please be advised. This time, he attached item information, World Revelation Shelter. This item was undeniably authentic, and everyone could click to view its specific details. Jiang Sun had a premonition of the uproar that the first public appearance of the Qingshan organization would incite. Fortunately, he had enabled anonymity in advance. The anonymous feature was an additional function of the Level 1 chat channel of the Blue Star Council. The messages he sent could be indirectly transmitted through the channel, effectively preventing him from being bombarded with countless messages. He wondered how the Dragon Kingdom's officials had acquired access to such a high-level channel, as its functionalities were remarkably beneficial. Jiang Sun silently resolved that once he had the means, he would establish a similar system for Qingshan. As a message was dispatched, the regional channel once again fell into an uncanny silence for a few seconds, only to be followed by more messages. Ha ha, this fool is still putting on show. Just a heads up, everyone keep laughing at him. Ha, my esteemed friend, we have no connection with those upstairs. Are you truly a member of Qingshan? Is Qingshan still recruiting? Indeed, esteemed one. What are the prerequisites for joining the Qingshan organization? We are willing to invest. You are genuinely from Qingshan. Everyone, come quickly to pay homage. We are honored to see a living person. These past days, many thought it was a deception. No, what is wrong with you? Aren't there enough imposters claiming to be from Qingshan? Why are you playing along with him? Esteemed one, the fool upstairs truly has no relationship with us. May I inquire about the requirements for joining Qingshan? Yes. Could you enlighten us on what kind of organization Qingshan is? I possess dual attributes of 10 points. I wonder if I qualify for membership. You think you can join with just 10 points? What a jest. I have a strength of 15 points. Esteemed one, please take a look at me. Forget it. I have a friend at the Dragon Nation Sanctuary, and he claims that those from Qingshan are genuine prodigies, capable of extraordinary feats even before their transcendence. Is that so? Then, esteemed one, do you require someone to warm your bed? My measurements are 171, 55, 36E. I humbly request your acceptance. Sister, come to me. I shall take care of you. Get lost, you fool. Do you not have a mirror to reflect upon yourself? Don't you see your own shortcomings? Indeed, it seems serious matters cannot be discussed here. The conversation is straying further from the point. Jiang Sun sighed in exasperation, leaning helplessly against the rudimentary grass mat. The cold sensation beneath him made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Warm the bed? What nonsense! Where's there a bed for you to warm? Jiang Sun, feeling flustered, turned over, crossed his legs, and opened the trading channel of the magical tome. He thought to himself, given that the prices of basic resources are relatively favorable at the moment, he should quickly purchase some daily necessities. At the very least, he needed to procure a proper bedding arrangement. Otherwise, how would he endure this life? Chapter 26. Nest of the Young Dragon and True Experts. Upon opening the trading channel, Jiang Sun discovered an array of peculiar and bizarre items. However, most of them were trivial trinkets, such as a magical candle holder that could alter the color of flames based on the ambience of a room, and magical clothes rack that automatically organized garments. To Jiang Sun, these items seemed akin to the atmospheric lights and storage devices of the past Blue Star. He found himself somewhat speechless. Such innovations would have undoubtedly been celebrated in that era, fervently pursued by the elite. Yet, in this world of magical wasteland, brimming with novelties, these gadgets held little significance. Conversely, the readily accessible food and safety were what the populace truly desired. With a sigh, Jiang Sun resumed his search for useful items. He had just checked his inventory and found nearly 1,000 units of lumber. He intended to indulge while the value of materials was high, knowing that once the supplies for the magical energy collector arrived, he would no longer need to worry about these basic resources. It was clear to everyone which was more valuable, materials or crystals. Jiang Sun first searched for attribute-enhancing food. There were some options, but the prices were exorbitantly high, with some even requiring celestial-grade materials for trade. This was understandable, as in this treacherous wasteland, preserving life was paramount, followed closely by enhancing one's strength. Thus, at this stage, such items were either used directly or kept for emergencies, seldom traded unless absolutely necessary. Reflecting on this, Jiang Sun felt a surge of gratitude towards Walla, nearly bringing his hands together in a gesture of thanks to the heavens. He then casually purchased an item, a magical climbing frame. This contraption resembled a cat tree, and it was said that pets playing on it could gradually enhance their agility attribute. He wondered if Walla would enjoy it. A paternal smile spread across his face. He had initially planned to buy a dog bed, But considering that squirrels love to climb trees, a cat climbing frame seemed far more fitting. After all, it only cost 10 units of lumber. Once Jiang Sun had procured the magical climbing frame and set it against the wall, he continued to search for beds. Instantly, a dazzling array of bed options appeared before him, leaving him somewhat dazed. Exercising patience, he perused the selections for quite some time, ultimately being captivated by a bed titled Nest of the Young Dragon. Nest of the Young Dragon. Type: facility level: celestial, dim light; firefly, celestial, bright moon. Effect: sleeping in the nest of the young dragon will significantly alleviate mental fatigue, and long-term use can increase the maximum mana capacity while potentially triggering unknown effects. Note: infused with the essence of young dragons, it allows one to feel as if enveloped in the protection of the dragon clan. Jiang Sun was filled with excitement upon discovering that the bed was of stellar caliber. However, upon glancing at the price, an astonishing 500 basic materials, he hesitated momentarily. Yet, in the end, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Not for any other reason, but simply because the name itself exuded an unparalleled comfort. Jiang Sun had grown weary of his tattered straw mat. Moreover, this was the highest quality bed he could find. According to the seller, she had to upgrade her shelter because she lived with her daughter, and otherwise she would never consider selling it. It was at this moment that Jiang Sun learned that children without self-sufficiency would be teleported alongside their parents. He couldn't help but click his tongue, as a peculiar thought flashed through his mind. If the teleportation criteria in the magical world were based on blood relations, would there be children inexplicably transported to the homes of neighbors or friends? He dare not imagine how beautiful that scene would be. A lush expanse indeed. As the transaction was completed, a flash of light revealed the enormous bed, which was instantly transported before Jiang Sun. He focused his gaze. Goodness, no wonder it was called the Nest of the Young Dragon. The bed's main structure was formed from 3/4 of a gigantic eggshell. It seemed to have been directly lifted from the lair of an ancient dragon, imbued with a sense of time's weariness. The eggshell retained faint magical patterns that flickered with a dim glow. The longest part of the shell measured an impressive 3 meters, while the narrower end spanned 2 meters in width. The jagged edges had been meticulously smoothed, and the interior was filled with an unknown soft material, providing a level surface. The only disappointment for Jiang Sun was the absence of a matching bedding set within the eggshell. He would have to spend additional money to procure a complete set. Once the enormous egg-shaped bed was placed in the small room, the already limited space felt even more cramped. However, Jiang Sun remained unfazed. How could someone who hardly ate or slept possibly have the heart to engage in other activities? Thus, with eager anticipation, he leaped onto the bed. He felt the magical energy emanating from the dragon egg, secretly rejoicing in his fortunate acquisition. Even without the bed, the structure proved remarkably soft. The moment he lay down, a warm and gentle force radiated from the bed, enveloping his entire being, as if cradled by the embrace of magical power. Jiang Sun's eyes glistened with moisture. Indeed, those with wealth and strength could enjoy the finest food, drink, and sleep wherever they went. Reluctantly leaving the bed, Jiang Sun knew he had not yet completed his pressing tasks. After all, he had only satisfied one of the 3 fundamental survival needs: eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. Securing a stable food source was paramount at this stage. Thus, he opened the sub-channel of the Blue Star Council and began reviewing the newly received friend requests. To his astonishment, he was overwhelmed by the sheer volume. 372 friend requests. Nearly 20,000. It is noteworthy that the regional channel, through which he sent messages, has fewer than 10,000 members. Where did the additional 10,000 individuals come from? Without further contemplation, Jiang Sun commenced his search for keywords. Expert. After filtering, an astonishing 13,000 entries remained. This was manageable. Jiang Sun smirked wryly and promptly concealed all information containing the term expert. It is widely acknowledged that once anything is labeled as an expert, its credibility diminishes significantly. After all, individuals of genuine capability seldom refer to themselves as experts. Jiang Sun continued to peruse the remaining entries, and even the over 5,000 left were somewhat overwhelming. After filtering a few more keywords, he finally stumbled upon the information he sought. This was not a dubious summary, but rather a singular statement. In the magical realm, all things are governed by magical energy, which, when suitably combined, can be infused into soil and water, significantly enhancing crop survival rates. Moreover, the message included a direct method for this infusion. Jiang Sun was taken aback. Since he was anonymous, he could not view the other party's specific information. Yet, based on this unique insight and capability, it was clear that this individual possessed genuine knowledge and skills. Jiang Sun swiftly concealed all other messages and replied, "Your message holds immense value. What do you hope to gain from me?" Not wishing to prematurely reveal his personal information before ascertaining the other party's background, he awaited a response. The reply came promptly, "I do not require anything further. Ensuring this knowledge endures and aids more people in surviving is sufficient." Upon hearing this tone, Jiang Sun felt a tremor in his heart. It seemed that the other party's current situation was quite dire, possibly fraught with life-threatening peril at any moment. Chapter 27. Qin Gingyun. At this moment, within a small cave, an elderly man leaned against the rocky wall, his frail form utterly weakened. The cave itself was modest, spanning a mere 3 to 4 square meters, illuminated only by a few tendrils emitting a faint glow, barely lighting the confined space. It served as a relatively decent refuge, yet its entrance had been completely obstructed by a massive boulder, leaving the old man entirely trapped within. Suddenly, he received a message. "Are you facing difficulties? Do you require assistance? Food, water, or safety? We can provide for you." Upon seeing Jiang Sun's message, the elderly man mustered the strength to shift his body slightly, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. He understood that his situation had reached a dire impasse. Even if he were to acquire some water and food, it would merely prolong his existence for a few more days. Without the means to return to the shelter, he would inevitably be torn apart by the magical tide. He was a botanist from the Blue Star. Days prior, upon arriving in this world, he had been filled with an insatiable desire to explore and study his surroundings, achieving promising results in a short span. However, an unforeseen accident during one of his explorations had led to his entrapment in this cave. Now, on the 3rd day of his confinement, he had made numerous attempts to call for help and to rescue himself, yet all had proven futile. The vast distances separating individuals rendered mutual rescue impossible. Alone, with his frail, 80-year-old body, he could not possibly displace the immense stone blocking the entrance. Having gone without water for days, his body had reached its limits. Until now, Jiang Sun had managed to contact him, but he no longer harbored any hope for salvation. His only wish was to encounter someone influential, someone who could relay his findings to the world. Perhaps in doing so, more lives could be saved. With great effort, the old man opened his manual and read Jiang Sun's message aloud, murmuring, "What a good child. Thus, I must not burden him further. I am but a dying old man. If more young people can survive, there is hope for the Blue Star." With great difficulty, he propped himself up, his eyes filled with regret. "If only I had a little more time. With the knowledge I've gathered here, how many could be spared from starvation?" Resolute, he decided to respond, trembling as he took up his spellbook to reply to Jiang Sun. "If possible, I hope you can contact the Dragon Country shelter to relay my findings. I no longer require food. It is not easy for you to procure sustenance. Should you have any questions regarding agriculture, feel free to ask me. However, it must be done swiftly." Upon receiving the response, Jiang Sun felt a surge of sorrow. Here was a man, rich in talent and altruism, unwilling to burden others even in the face of despair. Now, he was being mercilessly worn down by this world, teetering on the brink of death. This cursed world. He no longer hesitated and promptly added the other party as a friend. "Ding, you have accepted the friend request from Qin Gingyun, and your information will be shared with him." "Who?" "Qin Gingyun, Old Master Qin." The moment he saw the name, Jiang Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, he was exceedingly familiar with this name. Old Master Qin was a renowned agricultural expert in Longhua. His credentials, titles, and accolades were more numerous than Jiang Sun's entire existence. At the venerable age of 80, old Master Qin was a true benefactor to humanity. To call him a contemporary Shinon would not be an exaggeration. Thus, Jiang Sun hurriedly sent a message. Old Master Qin, I did not expect it to be you. I will certainly convey your message. Please tell me what difficulties you are facing, and perhaps I can offer assistance. Soon after, Qin Gingyun received a notification. Ding. Jiang Sun wishes to trade 1 emerald spirit fruit, 500 g of meat, and 10 juicy berries with you. Jiang Sun had made up his mind. Even if he were unable to help directly, he would seek the aid of the official shelter to rescue old Master Qin. This esteemed figure in agriculture was someone he had greatly admired since childhood. Failing to take action would weigh heavily on his conscience. Furthermore, he need not devise a plan himself. A simple notification to Zhou Tsangyan would suffice. The official shelter of Longwo would spare no effort to ensure old Master Qin's safety. However, at that point, old Master Qin would no longer be connected to Jiang Sun. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun quickly replied, Old Master Qin, please focus on regaining your strength. Then tell me your current situation. We will surely find a way to rescue you. Additionally, I wonder if you would be willing to join the Qingshan organization. We are dedicated to exploring the world and are also a part of the Blue Star Council, contributing to the welfare of humanity on Blue Star. Upon reading Jiang Sun's message, a glimmer of hope sparked in Qin Gingyun's somewhat clouded eyes. To be alive is a desire no one wishes to forego. Perhaps they truly had a way to save him. After all, this world is filled with wondrous possibilities. He wanted to see more. Thus, Qin Gingyun mustered his strength and briefly described his situation to Jiang Sun. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to accept the supplies Jiang Sun had sent. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qin Gingyun's description, Jiang Sun felt a surge of joy. How fortuitous! He indeed had a solution. If old Master Qin were besieged by magical beasts or trapped in a perilous location, he would have no recourse but to seek official aid. However, given the current circumstances, the first expert of Qingshan had arrived. Jiang Sun quickly responded, Old Master Qin, I have a way to rescue you. Please consume the items and restore your strength. Hearing Jiang Sun's assurance of a solution, Qin Gingyun felt a surge of excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he made the decision to join Qingshan. After all, without Jiang Sun, he would have been unable to await rescue from others. If the official authorities of the Dragon Kingdom had been able to provide assistance, they would have already reached out to him. Shortly thereafter, a notification sounded in his ear. Ding! Jiang Sun offers you a trade for Luminous Flow 1. Jiang Sun, Old Qin, please examine the capabilities of the staff and consume the Emerald Spirit Fruit to enhance some attributes. He even took into consideration that Old Qin might be unable to utilize it due to insufficient magic power. Upon hearing Jiang Sun's words, Qin Gingyun promptly began to assess the attributes of Luminous Flow and the Spirit Fruit. Truly remarkable, he silently praised. Simultaneously, curiosity and anticipation for this world and Qingshan surged within him. After a moment, Ding! Qin Gingyun offers you a trade for Luminous Flow 1. Seeing the staff return to him, Jiang Sun felt a rush of joy. It seemed that Old Qin had successfully extricated himself, prompting him to send a hurried message. Jiang Sun, Old Qin, have you successfully emerged? Qin Gingyun, yes, I am out now. There are some cracks in the stone through which I can see outside. I'm immensely grateful to you. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. This old body is yours to command. Qin Gingyun's words were imbued with determination and gratitude, stirring a warm current within Jiang Sun's heart. He understood well that individuals like Old Qin were invaluable treasures for himself, for Qingshan, and indeed for all of humanity on Blue Star. Thus, he quickly replied, Old Qin, you are too kind. Please take care of yourself and prioritize your safety. Your knowledge and experience are what we need most. Also, do not worry about the materials for upgrading the shelter. I'll provide them, allowing you to focus on your research. Your expertise in botany, especially regarding the flora of this world, will be of immense benefit to us. Upon hearing this, Qin Gingyun felt his resolve strengthen. He stated, Then I shall return to the shelter to prepare and immerse myself as soon as possible. By the way, Jiang Sun, do you have any specific plans or matters I should familiarize myself with first? Jiang Sun pondered for a moment before responding. We have acquired a type of seed and hope to discover suitable cultivation methods. He then shared the seed's information and inquired about some fundamental planting questions. Since Old Cheen had already become an ally, there was no need for concealment. The notion that someone like Old Cheen would betray him was utterly unfathomable. Subsequently, after exchanging further details, they ultimately decided to split the 20 seeds of Moonlight Valley ear into 2 portions. Each side would commence planting and conduct some cross-experiments. This also served as a safeguard, preventing a single misstep from leading to total loss of the seeds. After sending 200 basic materials to Old Cheen for upgrading the tent, Jiang Sun employed the cultivation methods he had learned to turn the soil anew and then planted the Moonlight Valley ear seeds. As she lifted her head once more, the sky had already darkened. Jiang Sun returned to the house and laid down within the enormous dragon egg, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 28. The gift of the dragon. Jiang Sun felt his body gradually sinking. A gentle murmur and soft melody seemed to resonate in his ears. These sounds gradually coalesced into a melodious symphony, guiding him into an unprecedented state of deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself amidst an expansive, boundless sky. His limbs vanished, transformed into powerful wings and robust claws. He flapped his wings, soaring high above the heavens. Beneath him lay a dazzling ocean of magical essence. He wished to cry out, yet what escaped his lips was a profound and resonant dragon's roar. He glided through the clouds, brushing past countless wondrous flying creatures, who recoiled in terror. He then descended into the jungle, stirring up a cloud of dust, as his resounding dragon's cry caused all beasts to bow in submission. In the depths of this dream, Jiang Sun felt as though he had genuinely become a dragon, reveling in an unparalleled sense of freedom and power. When Jiang Sun awoke, the horizon was already tinged with the first light of dawn. The first rays of sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, casting a golden hue upon his young dragon's nest, adorning the enormous dragon egg bed with a layer of luminous brilliance. Jiang Sun felt invigorated, as if all fatigue had dissipated overnight. He sat up, vaguely sensing some changes within himself. Without delay, he hurriedly checked his personal information. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, glimmer, firefly star, full moon. Strength, 871, agility, 871, stamina, 871, intelligence, 22, 1651, magical power, 1000, recovery rate, 5150 points. H skills, gathering, level 3. 27, status, gift of the dragon. Your 4-dimensional attributes permanently increase by 1 point, and your maximum magical power permanently increases by 200 points. For 20 hours, your 4-dimensional attributes temporarily increase by 1 point, and your stamina recovery rate is enhanced by 300. In astonishment, Jiang Sun exclaimed upon seeing the changes in his attributes, then embraced the eggshell and planted a kiss upon it. What a tremendous gain! Such an extraordinary fortune! He had merely slept on his new bed for a day, and he had already triggered the special effect of the young dragon's nest. If the seller were to discover this, they would surely regret it deeply. After all, the permanent increase of 4 attribute points and 200 magical power points far surpassed the mere value of 500 pieces of wood, not to mention the additional attributes for a day. Moreover, the special effect of the young dragon's nest was not limited to a single activation. If it could be triggered multiple times each day, then he would need to do nothing else but sleep, and soon enough he would be capable of striking the full moon and stepping upon the stars. No wonder he found the young dragon's nest increasingly appealing at first glance. It seemed his bed was truly destined for him. Suppressing the increasingly maniacal grin, Jiang Sun was aware that such a scenario was unlikely to occur. Yet, he could not help but ponder. Could it be that he truly was a child of the world? After all, the advantages had arrived rather abruptly. He stretched lazily, then leaped from his bed, tidying himself up in preparation to venture out. After all, the duration of this dragon's gift was merely a single day. If he did not act swiftly, this day's triple stamina recovery buff would go to waste. Before stepping out, Jiang Sun glanced at the time. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 5, 7 o'clock a.m., night, 15 to 6 o'clock. day, 6 to 1500 hours, daylight had increased by an hour, yet Jiang Sun had also indulged in an extra hour of slumber. Alas, the new bed was simply too comfortable. Compared to the young dragon's nest, the grass mat was utterly inferior. Thus, he rolled up the mat and tossed it by the door, intending to dry it for kindling later. He then turned to the weather section and scrutinized it carefully. Weather, temperature, 10 to 28 weather conditions. The sky is a brilliant blue, with noticeable fluctuations in magical energy. Wind level, gentle breeze whispering magical atmosphere. The breeze carries echoes of ancient incantations, as if each gust is imbued with the whispers of magic. Celestial omens. The stars are arranged in a mysterious magical labyrinth, twinkling with guiding light, heralding infinite possibilities for exploration and discovery. Fascinating. Jiang Sun felt that the magical atmosphere and celestial omens in the weather section contained valuable information. However, he found himself utterly unable to comprehend their meanings. Thus, he could only consult them daily, hoping to discern some patterns. The communication channel was as lively as ever, for it was the most commonly used forum among the group. At this moment, everyone was discussing their recent discoveries. When I cast Gathering Technique today, I was surprisingly informed of failure. What could this mean? I experienced a failure as well, and only half of my mana was returned. What a loss. I specialize in strength attributes, yet while attacking a flame wolf, my heavy strike failed to activate, nearly resulting in injury. Can someone elucidate the reasons behind this? I believe it may be related to the weather conditions in the weather options. I concur. The noticeable fluctuations in magical energy might also affect the mana fluctuations within us. Indeed, I've acquired a magical scroll that states individuals with lower attributes are more significantly impacted by the magical atmosphere. So that is how it is. I've learned something new. Thank you, esteemed one. Such kindness. May the spirit of the bull bless you. Given this, it seems today would primarily focus on basic attacks to avoid being caught off guard by the weather. After reading through the discussions, Jiang Sun hastily made notes. It appeared that he would need to engage more frequently in the channel. This group of whimsical netizens had indeed shared some genuine insights. He hurriedly ventured outside and attempted twice, discovering that his casting of Collect did not result in any failures. However, the sense of sluggishness experienced while using Star Flash was noticeably more pronounced than the previous day. Jiang Sun promptly dismissed his plan to explore another red circle today. After all, he would be confronting a moonlit-level beast. Even a moment of delay could jeopardize his life. Thus, it was better to abandon the idea. Perhaps he could seek out Walla? Jiang Sun felt a flicker of temptation, but ultimately relinquished that thought as well. He was uncertain whether Walla would be inclined to spend time with him. To venture forth uninvited might be perceived as an intrusion into the territory of a formidable beast, possibly inciting its resentment. What the predicament? Jiang Sun couldn't help but laugh bitterly, reminiscent of an empty nester whose children toil away far from home. The children have grown. It's best not to intrude upon their lives. With his hands clasped behind his back, he hunched over and ambled away in the distance. After a moment's reflection, he returned and left a generous handful of milk candies at the doorstep. This represented 3 days' worth of production, and since no one was around to enjoy them, he mused, "Come home more often. Ungrateful child." Half an hour later, Jiang Sun cautiously explored in a particular direction, each step taken with care. The ground beneath him had long since lost any semblance of a path. Previously, the map of the small cabin indicated that a mining area existed in this direction, and it appeared to be a significant resource, accompanied by a few lines of explanatory text. Of course, he could not decipher what it said. He was illiterate. What nonsense was written? In this magical realm, Jiang Sun only recognized the word shelter, a piece of knowledge forcibly imparted by the system. He had 2 plans for today. One was to explore the mining area, and the other was to seek a source of water for irrigation and drinking. The mining site was his primary objective, as other resources may have long since vanished with the passage of time. However, mineral resources were unlikely to have disappeared, given that their formation spanned millions of years, rendering a mere few decades insignificant in comparison. Water sources were also a target for exploration, Yet their discovery relied heavily on chance. After all, the rivers within the forest had minimal flow, making it a matter of luck to find them. Even if he were to locate one, he would need to exercise utmost caution while collecting it, as water sources were frequented by magical beasts. In truth, current water resources were not difficult to procure. If all else failed, he could always purchase some ice from Zhao Tingtao, as he had done for washing water in recent days. Jiang Sun gripped the flowing light staff tightly, his focus unwavering. In such a setting, caution was paramount. Had he not been sufficiently vigilant last time, he might have become the venomous spider's next victim. The thought of the venomous spider sent a shiver down his spine. Its hunting methods were exceedingly brutal. Once he acquired an offensive skill, it would be the first to fall. As he continued onward, Jiang Sun felt the ground beneath his feet gradually hardening. The vegetation has become somewhat sparse. It appears that the location of the mining area is not far off. At last, after parting a tangle of intertwining vines, Jiang Sun's vision opened up. Chapter 29. The giant mine before him lay an expansive, abandoned mining area, overgrown with weeds and strewn with scattered rocks, where a dozen dilapidated mine shafts were irregularly dispersed. The signs of collapse were evident everywhere, clearly the result of unregulated excavation. Jiang Sun cautiously stepped into the minefield, his luminous staff emitting a faint glow that illuminated his surroundings. Indeed, this flashlight is quite handy, he mused inwardly, recalling that it was an ingenious method taught to him by Elder Qin, whose initial weapon had also been a staff, carefully controlling the input of magical energy. The tip of the luminous staff gradually formed a small night light. Jiang Sun surveyed his surroundings, beginning his search for mineral resources. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a mineral partially exposed from the earth. Its surface radiated a soft blue light, making it quite conspicuous. Intrigued, Jiang Sun quickly retreated behind a large boulder, stealthily observing. The stone appeared to be highly radioactive, and had this been Blue Star, he would have undoubtedly fled at the sight. However, this was the realm of magical wastelands. It is well known that in such a magical world, all glowing objects are essentially treasures. Balala energy, Shaluka, shatter. The incantation, devoid of shame, slipped from Jiang Sun's lips. With a flash, a small portion of the massive rock, several meters away, shattered into rubble. The debris cascaded down, among which were two stones radiating an ethereal glow. Jiang Sun crouched low, continuing to observe for a moment. Once he confirmed that the commotion from his harvesting technique had not attracted any magical beasts, he cautiously rose and made his way over. He picked up the glowing stones for a closer inspection, discovering that their texture was remarkably hard, with a surface intricately adorned with fine patterns. A thought crossed his mind, and immediately the information about the stones materialized before his eyes. Obsidian ore, 2 type, magical or grade, firefly characteristics, hard remarks, can be refined into sturdy obsidian, an excellent material for crafting magical artifacts. Confirming the value of his find, Jiang Sun quickly tucked the ore into his pocket, leaving the ordinary stones scattered on the ground untouched. What a foolish endeavor it would be to haul those back, he thought. Surely, it would be far more advantageous to trade them right here. Jiang Sun silently commended his own cleverness. After all, basic resources are a form of hard currency, and selling them would be a certainty. While waiting for the cool down of his harvesting technique, Jiang Sun ventured deeper into the mine. If this was indeed a mining site, there must be more mineral resources to uncover. As he progressed, several pits, towering over 2 men, came into view. Glimmers of light escaped from the depths, evidently indicating the presence of valuable materials. Scattered around the pit's mouth were some mining tools, though most had decayed beyond recognition. Jiang Sun crushed a pickaxe underfoot, noting that these tools were of significantly poorer quality compared to those he had found near the small wooden cabin. The tools there, despite decades of environmental erosion, remained usable, merely bearing the marks of weathering. Jiang Sun picked up the scattered stones from the ground and hurled them into the mine. He then quickly retreated several meters, concealing himself behind a thicket, his gaze fixed intently on the mine's entrance. After the incident with the spider, Jiang Sun felt as though he had developed a persecution complex. There were always nefarious individuals seeking to harm him. Danger lurked everywhere in the world. Indeed, with a dull thud of the stone hitting the ground, a high-pitched wail emanated from within the mine. Soon after, a flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed. Jiang Sun's heart raced, and he held his breath, pressing his body tightly against the grass, fearful of being discovered by the creatures within. Moments later, several creatures resembling rats, yet the size of small dogs, darted from the mine. What enormous rodents! Jiang Sun gasped inwardly. The eyes of these large rats glimmered with a ghostly green light in the night. Their sharp teeth bared menacingly. Clearly startled by the sound of the falling stone, they began to search for the source of the threat. Jiang Sun furrowed his brow. Earth mice? This was a name he had encountered in the Blue Star Council channel. Although these rat-like creatures lacked individual strength, their numbers were formidable, and they often acted in unison, making them particularly troublesome for solitary survivors. Fortunately, the earth mice seemed oblivious to Jiang Sun's hidden presence. After a thorough search of the surroundings yielded nothing, they chattered and returned to the depths of the mine. Jiang Sun let out a quiet sigh of relief, and, upon confirming that the earth mice had completely vanished, slowly rose from the grass. He silently congratulated himself on his prudence and immediately abandoned the idea of exploring the mine. It was essential to note that these large rodents were scavengers. Not only were they devoid of any valuable resources, but their flesh was also toxic. Attempting to seize them would be a waste of time and magical energy. With that, Jiang Sun stood up and carefully circumvented the mine inhabited by the earth mice, continuing his exploration with caution. Before long, he arrived at an even larger pit. This pit was deeper than the previous one, seemingly reaching down to the very core of the earth. Scattered along the edges were an abundance of mining tools, and some ancient-looking stones lay quietly in repose. Approaching with care, Jiang Sun noticed that these rune stones emanated faint magical fluctuations. Clearly, they were not ordinary stones. He cautiously picked one up, only for it to crumble into dust in his hand. What a pity! With a resigned sigh, Jiang Sun speculated that these stones were likely ores as well. However, time had eroded their magical properties completely. It appeared that magical materials, once stripped of their magical essence, would disintegrate into mere fragments. This must be what the magical warehouse referred to as the depletion of magical energy. Jiang Sun promptly committed this observation to memory. It seemed the warehouse was more significant than he had initially perceived. He gazed into the profound mouth of the cavern, recognizing that this vast mine was clearly a source of abundant mineral resources. If there were opportunities to be seized, one must not be foolish. As per tradition, he would cast stones to illuminate the path ahead. He casually discarded a fist-sized stone, then measured the dimensions of the cave entrance, using both hands and feet to push a stone about the height of his calf. This size should be sufficient to probe the depths, he mused, scratching his head. After all, the larger the object, the greater the auditory feedback, a universally understood principle. He then shoved the stone down into the abyss. Observing its descent, Jiang Sun turned and fled, even releasing a burst of star flash. It was only after he had sprinted 50 meters away that he crouched behind a boulder, panting. His caution was not unwarranted. After all, a nest of large rodents inhabited the cavern, and who knew what other creatures lurked within such a vast hollow. As the stone tumbled down, the resonant sounds echoed back, thud, 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 clang, 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 splash. Wait, water! Jiang Sun tilted his head, listening intently, and was relieved to find no vibrations or roars emanating from the cavern. A spark of hope ignited within him. There was potential. It was safe to descend. He crouched low and approached the cave entrance, pushing several more hefty stones down into the depths. Splash, splash, with the sounds of water resonating back. He finally felt at ease. He gazed into the inky darkness of the cave, tightened his grip on his staff, and took a deep breath. Though apprehensive, he resolutely ventured inside. After all, having come this far, it would be remiss not to seek some reward. As he stepped into the cavern, a faint musty odor mingled with the distinct scent of minerals assaulted his senses. The cave was dimly lit, and Jiang Sun had to rely on the glow of his staff to navigate. He tread cautiously around the scattered stones, wary of triggering any traps. Along the way, he also set up some loose stones as warning devices. Should any creatures disturb them, he would be alerted in advance. As he delved deeper, the air within the cave grew increasingly oppressive. Strange, bizarre cave flora began to proliferate, and more luminous minerals revealed themselves upon the rugged walls, intertwining with the glowing plants to create a vibrant tapestry of life. Jiang Sun's smile widened with delight. This was wealth beyond measure. Yet, he chose to ignore the minerals for now, fearing that a moment of carelessness might entomb him within the cavern. At this depth, no one would come to his aid. After approximately 10 more minutes, he was startled to hear the gentle sound of flowing water not far ahead. Chapter 30. The Pool and the Bones Underground River? Jiang Sun felt a surge of excitement. Could one exploration fulfill two objectives? Perhaps my fortune is finally turning. As he leisurely made his way to the bottom of the cave, he indeed discovered a slender underground river flowing gently under the luminescent glow. To call it a river seemed misleading, as it merely spanned a width of mere centimeters. The water was scant, ultimately converging into a small pit, forming a modest pool. The pool possessed a volume of approximately 10 cubic meters, its crystal-clear waters appearing remarkably suitable for drinking and irrigation. Jiang Sun hastened towards the spring, cupping his hands to examine the water closely. Rock Spirit Spring, 137 milliliters type. Natural resource level. Firefly effect. Extremely high purity. Long-term consumption may slightly enhance physical attributes and accelerate minor magical energy recovery. Remarks. Originating from the heart of an ancient or vein, this is a gift from nature. Due to its high purity, it is often utilized by alchemists as a base for potions. What a treasure! Jiang Sun felt a rush of exhilaration. However, he soon awkwardly realized that he lacked any container to store the water. What should I do? He felt somewhat unwell. Who ventures out for water without a water flask? He quickly retrieved his Magic Wasteland manual and opened the trading channel in search of a solution. Name: Hardwood Bucket, Firefly. Function: a sturdy 10L bucket. Remarks: exchange for 100 logs, no haggling. Name: Sheepskin Water Bag, Firefly. Function: a foldable 40L water bag, lightweight and durable. Suitable for travel. Remarks: exchange for attribute fruits. Only 2 available. Act fast if you wish to purchase. Name: Bluestone Water Tank, Firefly. Function: a 5000L large water tank, immovable. Capable of lightly purifying water resources. Remarks: exchange for 10 days of food for 2, no dietary restrictions, non-negotiable. The items were indeed appealing. Numerous vendors offered containers for water storage, many even boasting excellent additional effects. Yet, Jiang Sun found himself devoid of any basic resources. After all, he had set out to explore. It was impractical to carry around dozens of logs. What to do? Should I just drink my fill and call it a day? Jiang Sun stared blankly at the pool, a fleeting moment of frustration washing over him. Surely, I cannot trek here daily just to quench my thirst. Moreover, he had no desire to traverse the territory of those large rodents every day. Without the means to purchase a bucket, even if he did, it would hardly hold much. Bringing it home posed yet another challenge. As there was no space to store it, he certainly couldn't dig a hole in the ground. Suddenly, the thought of digging a pit crossed his mind, and an idea sparked within him. It's all up to me. Thus, he quickly opened his magic book and composed a message to Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun, go find a spot to dig a larger ice pit. Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun, I found something good. Don't dawdle. I'll share half with you. Zhao Tingtao. Sure thing, brother. On the other side, Zhao Tingtao, whose physique was akin to that of a bear, grinned upon receiving a message from Jiang Sun. He promptly tossed the entire carcass of an ice-field deer he had slung over his shoulder into the shelter, then turned to grab his tools and headed outside. Jiang Sun was one of his few friends, and moreover, this old rogue was quite affluent. Since he had declared it to be a fine item, it must indeed possess genuine value. Thus, he picked up a tool crafted from beast bones and began to chisel a pit into the icy surface. After a considerable time, Zhao Tingtao completed the excavation and sent a message to Jiang Sun. Soon after, he received a system notification. Ding. Jiang Sun offers to trade 5 tons of rock spirit spring. Do you agree? What the heck? 5 tons. Zhao Tingtao rubbed his sore arms, feeling as though this endeavor was not in vain. Did this old rogue quantify good items by the ton? Jiang Sun, store for now. I'll return half when I get back. Zhao Tingtao. Sure thing, brother. I just need a little less, but you must be quick, or it will freeze. Jiang Sun understood. Observing that the pool of water before him had diminished significantly, Jiang Sun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Sharing a portion of this renewable resource with Zhao Tingtao was of no consequence, for at this rate, he could collect it every 3 days. Besides, he was alone at home with only a few crops and, at most, old Qin. How much spring water could they possibly utilize? At this moment, Zhao Tingtao was indeed able to assist him, and Jiang Sun had always been generous towards friends. With the pressing matters resolved, Jiang Sun continued deeper into the cavern. Not far ahead should lie the bottom of the mine. It would be even better if he could stumble upon additional treasures. Clutching his staff, Jiang Sun moved gracefully through the winding tunnel of the mine. The staff's glow cast his shadow against the dark walls, resembling a furtive dog. As he ventured further, a scent of sulfur mixed with a hint of decay began to permeate the air. It appeared he was nearing the core of this ancient vein. Indeed, after traversing 10 meters, his surroundings opened up magnificently. A relatively spacious underground chamber revealed itself, starkly contrasting the previous narrow passage. With a high ceiling that seemed like a grand hall sculpted by nature beneath the earth. In the center of the chamber, a massive natural stone platform cradled a set of skeletal remains. Scattered around were several corroded weapons and a few seemingly ancient bottles. Jiang Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he refrained from approaching recklessly. Had someone once inhabited this place? No, he quickly dismissed the thought. Such an environment was utterly inhospitable to human life. The oxygen levels alone posed a significant issue. Cautiously, Jiang Sun approached, his gaze lingering on the skeleton for a moment. Soon enough, he discerned the issue. The ribcage was shattered, fragmented into countless small pieces. It was as if a great stone had been smashed upon the chest. Without the cushion of a rock, a beastly attack, Jiang Sun inwardly gasped. Just how much force must that have required? He squinted and surveyed his surroundings, eager to ascertain whether the assailant lurked nearby, or perhaps if the assailant's corpse lay within reach. After all, if the individual had sustained injuries while alive, such wounds would surely prevent them from traveling far. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that the confrontation had likely occurred in proximity. However, given that this human skeleton remained intact and untouched by beasts, it was highly probable that the remains of the beast would be far less complete. As Jiang Sun augmented the flow of magical energy into the staff, its radiance intensified, illuminating the cave's interior with clarity. Indeed, not far off, he discovered a massive beastly skeleton. Judging by the skull, this creature stood nearly 3 meters tall and spanned 5 meters in length. Yet, the skeletal remains appeared even more pitiful than the humans. Rather than a coherent framework, it resembled a disarray of scattered bones. Were it not for the sturdy skull retaining some features of the beast, Jiang Sun would have hesitated to confirm its identity. This was quite a gruesome sight. Though the outcome was mutual demise, it was evident that the beast had been the victim of a brutal slaughter. And what of the human skeleton? Had they perished from a surprise attack? Jiang Sun could not ascertain, as the passage of time had obscured the truth. One might argue about martial ethics. Just look at the fate of the ambushed party. Jiang Sun clucked his tongue, gazing at the beast's remains with palpable sympathy. Now that the immediate danger had subsided, he felt free to approach the corpses. Turning towards the human skeleton, Jiang Sun spoke. "You were a good person." The skeleton, of course, remained silent and unresponsive. "If you have any last wishes, do voice them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." The skeleton continued to stare blankly. "No? Then let me take one of your bones to give you a proper burial. At least you shall have a home in death." Without regard for the skeleton's consent, he reached down and snapped off a phalanx, tucking it into his pocket. It was surprisingly sturdy. Next, Jiang Sun set aside his basket and began to tally his spoils. Weapons. Damaged. He had only managed to grasp the hilt, while the blade lay abandoned. A necklace. Also broken. He had torn it asunder. Even the ores in his pack had lost their magical essence, crumbling to dust. Frustration surged within him. He even contemplated returning the phalanx to the skeleton. Was it not possible to refuse such a task? What benefits had he gained? Who cared about them? As Jiang Sun continued to rummage, his disappointment deepened. Surely there could not be nothing left. Suddenly, an ethereal sigh echoed in his ears. Who? Startled, Jiang Sun leapt back, retreating over 2 meters. Was it a ghost? His heart raced uncontrollably. There were no other living souls in this cave. So from whence did the sigh emanate? Then, to his astonishment, he beheld the skeleton's tightly clenched right hand slowly open. Nestled within the palm lay an ancient ring of exquisite craftsmanship, quietly resting. Chapter 31. From Hummer to Bicycle. As Jiang Sun beheld the scene before him, his heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Could it truly be a ghost? Come on, my friend. Why didn't you mention your consciousness sooner? Trembling, Jiang Sun cautiously approached, placing the finger bone back beside the skeletal remains. He then retreated 3 steps, bowed his head, and performed a deep bow in one fluid motion. Forgive me, esteemed predecessor. It was not my intention to intrude. I merely came to explore. Should I have caused any disturbance, I humbly ask for your understanding. Jiang Sun recited these words nervously, his demeanor one of palpable anxiety. It was no jest. He was not afraid of ghosts, but rather the scattered remnants of the magical beast skeleton lay nearby. The sheer weight of several tons of beast was easily dismantled by this specter. If it could disassemble that creature, what chance did Jiang Sun have? With this thought, he lowered his head even further, adopting the demeanor of a sycophant ready for any command. However, after a prolonged silence, he heard no response. Tentatively, he lifted his gaze for a furtive glance. To his surprise, the skeletal remains exhibited no reaction, merely lying there in stillness, as if the preceding events had been mere figments of his imagination. Jiang Sun swallowed hard, summoning his courage to stand upright. Just as he was about to utter something further, he recalled the potential barrier of communication and reluctantly ceased his attempts, redirecting his attention to the skeleton. As he observed, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the ring nestled within the skeletal hand. The ring appeared ancient, adorned with intricate engravings. It emitted a faint luminescence that ignited a yearning within Jiang Sun. After some time, he confirmed that the bones remained inert. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously stepped forward to extract the ring from the bony grasp. Holding it before his eyes, he scrutinized its details. Starfall storage ring type, ring grade, crescent moon, damaged, faint glow, firefly star, crescent moon. Wearing requirement. Intelligence 15 effect. Contains an independent storage space of 100,005 cubic meters, allowing for item classification and rapid retrieval. Note: meticulously crafted by an ancient elven master using starfall, iron, and spatial magic crystals, infused with the secrets of spatial magic. Currently damaged. Upon reading the ring's attributes, Jiang Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. The description was unmistakably clear. This was indeed the fabled storage ring often depicted in novels, and it was of crescent moon grade, a high-tier artifact. Furthermore, it boasted a capacious storage space of a full 100 cubic meters. Yet, the conspicuous word damaged cast a pall over his excitement. If his understanding was correct, the figure in parentheses, 0.5, likely indicated the actual usable space. Ha ha ha. From Hummer to Bicycle. Jiang Sun slipped the ring onto his middle finger, allowing it to serve a dual purpose, flipping the bird while simultaneously showcasing his storage ring. Do you admire my ring? Disregarding the absurd thoughts that flitted through his mind, Jiang Sun silently commanded, "Open the ring's space." Yet, the ring remained unresponsive. With a pat on his own head, Jiang Sun finally recalled that he existed in a world governed by magic. As he infused his magical energy, a realm rapidly unfolded before his eyes. A 0.5 cubic meter space, though not insignificant, bore jagged scars along its edges that pierced his heart. He pondered whether there existed a method for restoration. Subsequently, Jiang Sun began to examine the items within. First, a few lumps of unknown wild vegetables, which upon his touch instantly transformed into a puddle of indistinct muck. Was it not stated that time within a spatial ring was supposed to be frozen? A jolt of surprise coursed through him. This was certainly not akin to the narratives he had read. If the items stored could not remain in stasis, the value of this ring would plummet. Yet, upon reflection, having several compact half-cubic meter bags was not without merit. What more could one desire? Having is far better than lacking. He then delved into his pockets, intending to deposit his assorted belongings into the spatial ring. Flint, several chunks of or strips of jerky, a handful of milk candies, and a collection of roadside weeds. A few stones for pathfinding, along with 2 mushrooms that appeared decidedly toxic. As he extracted an array of items, a small mountain formed within the ring's confines. After rummaging through his pockets and discovering them bare, Jiang Sun stared in disbelief at the mound before him. Was it true that he typically carried such a multitude of items? He scratched his head. It now seemed that the value of the storage ring had diminished significantly. After all, it is well known that a man's pockets can encompass all his worth. Thus, it was not remarkably different from a storage space. Suddenly, an object nestled in the corner of the space captured Jiang Sun's attention. Cautiously, he retrieved it, revealing a palm-sized pouch. Indeed, a treasure. Jiang Sun felt a surge of excitement. The last items he had discovered in the small wooden cabin were also encased in this type of leather. He hurriedly opened the pouch. Inside lay a crystal, translucent and resplendent. Jiang Sun rubbed his hands together, then nervously extended his index finger. Poke! It did not shatter. He promptly cradled the crystal as if it were a precious gem, a bountiful gift from nature. As the crystal settled into his palm, a tendril of darkness unfurled around him. Alarm surged through Jiang Sun, and he fought the impulse to hurl it away. Hastily perusing its details, Shadow Wolf Crystal Core, Type, Magical Material Grade, Radiant Moon Glimmer, Firefly Star, Radiant Moon. Effect, can be utilized as forging material. Upon learning, appraisal, detailed properties may be examined. Remarks. Core of the shadow magic creature, the Shadow Wolf. An excellent material for item crafting. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva was distinctly audible. Jiang Sun quickly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. So, the pile of skeletal remains on the ground belonged to a radiant moon-tier magical beast? The figure of the skeleton master instantly elevated in Jiang Sun's mind upon witnessing the individual who had slain the crescent moon beast with bare hands. He moved with heightened caution, for the remains of the formidable being lay before him, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. After gathering his belongings, Jiang Sun meticulously stored all his acquired treasures within his ring. Casting one last glance at the bones upon the stone platform, he stealthily prepared to depart. However, upon nearing the pond, he paused in contemplation and returned to the cave, choosing to hoist the skeleton upon his back. The reasons for his actions were unclear, perhaps stemming from a pure sense of admiration. Jiang Sun felt an aversion to the thought of such a powerful figure's remains languishing in this dark, forsaken mine. Clearly, this was a relic of a bygone era, a once great warrior who had met an unremarkable end in this cavern, a notion that stirred a sense of melancholy within him. He couldn't help but ponder whether this fate might also await them in the future. Upon exiting the cave, Jiang Sun first sought a suitable resting place for the skeleton, then opened his magic tome to check the time. Time, Blue Star Calendar, Year 1, Day 5, 11 o'clock p.m., night, 3 p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m., day, 6 a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m., with 4 hours remaining until darkness. He felt a myriad of tasks still lay ahead of him. He cautiously circumvented the territory of the earth mice, assessing the dangers before commencing a vigorous application of harvesting art on the exposed rocks within the mine. In mere moments, a plethora of stones crumbled to the ground, transforming into a bounty of raw stones and ores. Jiang Sun had no intention of mining within the enormous cavern, primarily due to his lack of knowledge regarding the preservation of the cave structure. Furthermore, he struggled to control the range of harvesting art. Should the mine collapse due to his actions, the repercussions would be dire. He was adept at discerning between a bountiful meal and a meager one. After several more applications of harvesting art, Jiang Sun felt a yearning for more. Thus, he spent 100 raw stones to purchase a seemingly fine pickaxe through the trading channel. Seizing the opportunity presented by the cool down of harvesting art, he began to wield the pickaxe against the rocks. The additional 300 stamina recovery from Dragon's Protection was no trivial boon. Jiang Sun felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, even contemplating a few laps around the area. Chapter 32. The Exchange of Crystals. As twilight descended, Jiang Sun's ring space was brimming with an array of minerals. Glancing at the remaining 500 or so raw stones scattered on the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to trade them all, acquiring 2 types of food in return. One was the glacial deer marrow, purchased at a discounted price from Zhao Tingtao, while the other was gem honey, spotted at the trading market. Both delicacies, classified as firefly grade, shared a common effect. They enhanced one's intelligence attributes. However, their benefits required prolonged consumption to manifest. Thus, Jiang Sun bought a generous 2 pounds of each to savor the novelty. Zhao Tingtao could indeed provide a steady supply, yet the seller of gem honey was unwilling to part with more than a limited quantity. Jiang Sun quickly discerned the reason for this reluctance. To prevent him from negotiating a lower price, the seller sent a photograph depicting a hand partially crystallized. It was said that this was the consequence of being stung by a gem bee while collecting honey. This revelation sent shivers down Jiang Sun's spine, heightening his wariness of the creatures inhabiting the magical wasteland. In this world, even the smallest insect could pose a lethal threat. Resolving not to haggle further, Jiang Sun acknowledged the seller's right to maintain their pricing, given the life-saving nature of the item. Turning his gaze back to the vanishing raw stones, his spirits began to lift. All matters seemed to be progressing favorably. A significant event unfolded as well. Just moments ago, Zhou Zhangyan had sent a message stating that the materials for the magic collector had been gathered. However, only 2 portions were obtained. According to Zhou Zhangyan, the protracted duration was due to the difficulty in locating the elusive mithril among the manufacturing materials. He had reached out to everyone he could contact within the Dragon Nation-S shelter, ultimately acquiring a mere 20 grams from the Bear Nation-S shelter. Although the latter was unaware of the purpose of the material, they still extorted him for several thousand basic materials. Hearing this made Jiang Sun seethe with indignation. Such opportunistic behavior was infuriating. Casting a glance at the dimming sky, Jiang Sun hastened toward his magical cabin, even utilizing Star Flash several times along the way. After all, his magical energy was abundant and plentiful. 15 minutes later, a vast expanse of open ground unfolded before him, with his magical cabin situated right in the center. The area surrounding the cabin was spacious and unobstructed, allowing him a clear view of everything nearby, which instilled a sense of security within him. Over the past few days, he had systematically cleared all the trees within a radius defined by his gathering technique, predominantly during the quiet hours of the night. As he surveyed the extensive clearing, an idea suddenly struck him. He swiftly opened the trading channel. While the light still lingered, he proceeded to purchase a 5-cubic water tank for storage. As the light flickered, a stone water trough measuring 3 meters on each side was placed not far from the wooden cabin. Name: Bluestone Water Trough, Firefly. Function: a large water trough with a capacity of 5,000 L. Immovable, capable of lightly purifying water sources. Gazing at the enormous trough before him, Jiang Sun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This item was exceedingly practical for him, and the seller only requested a mere 10 days' worth of rations in exchange, a most reasonable price. Jiang Sun then sought out Zhao Tingtao to procure several large pieces of meat, completing the transaction with the seller. After all, sending wild corn might have resulted in a barrage of scornful complaints. With the trade concluded, Jiang Sun casually sent over a few pieces of milk candy. After a moment's thought, he even forwarded a handful to Zhao Tingtao, hoping to enhance their dining experience. He himself could hardly consume it all. Thus, this delightful treat served as a perfect gift. In this tasteless wasteland, the sweet allure of milk candy was undeniably a balm for the palate. The favors he garnered far outweighed his expenditures. It was at this moment that Jiang Sun realized Zhao Tingtao was also quite the affluent hunter. He had heard that the game Zhao had captured was sufficient to sustain him for over a month, calculated as if one man could consume for 3. Once he had tidied up the clutter around the water trough, Jiang Sun opened his friend interface. Jiang Sun, Come quickly for water. Zhao Tingtao. Ding. Zhao Tingtao is offering you a trade of 3 tons of rock spirit ice blocks. Do you accept? Jiang Sun, what the hell? Has it frozen so quickly? Zhao Tingtao. This was salvaged by me. The remaining blocks are likely frozen beneath the ice layer. Jiang Sun, you are a good person. Zhao Tingtao. Thank you for the compliment. I hope you are as well. After days of casual conversation and exchanging resources, their dialogue had become remarkably familiar. They had truly forged a friendship. Jiang Sun had begun to devise a plan to invite Zhao Tingtao to Qingshan. After all, Zhao Tingtao belonged to a prosperous group, and he seemed to possess both strength and good character. As the last rays of light faded, the darkness outside the cabin deepened. Jiang Sun sensed that the night beyond seemed to have grown even darker, perhaps due to the recent fluctuations in magical energy. An odd sense of threat lingered in his heart, its source wholly indeterminate. Rolling up his sleeves, Jiang Sun cleared a substantial area in the room and began to contact Zhou Tsangyan. Jiang Sun, please send the materials over. I will return them once I finish crafting. Zhou Tsangyan, certainly, I will dispatch someone to move them right away. Jiang Sun, by the way, do you have any crystal cores with the attributes of mana recovery or mana cap? Jiang Sun, we recently acquired a dark attribute core. I hope to exchange it with you. Wraith Wolf Crystal Core. As the message was sent, Jiang Sun couldn't help but smirk. He could almost envision the splendid expressions on Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong's faces. After all, the more formidable the force, the deeper their understanding of the might of the Haiyue class magical beasts. Thus, tremble at the foot of the Green Mountain, mere mortals. Jiang Sun chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Tsangyan and Lin Hansong found little reason to smile. Since receiving Jiang Sun's message, the two had remained silent for half a day. A glance exchanged between them revealed the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. Finally, Zhou Tsangyan could no longer contain himself and spoke. Elder Lin, could it be that the Green Mountain now possesses the capability to hunt full moon-level beasts? Lin Hansong's expression darkened as he nodded solemnly, responding, it appears so. And yet we are unable to even eliminate stellar-level beasts. I shudder to think how far we have fallen. Zhou Tsangyan continued. How do they manage this? The beasts that attacked the Sakura Nation's refuge were merely stellar high tier. They suffered the loss of over 100 lives, and their shelter was utterly decimated. Lin Hansong furrowed his brow. The stellar-level beasts we previously hunted were likely what he referred to as magical attributes. Moreover, Academician Chen's research currently necessitates high-level cores. However, he would not agree to an exchange, as the disparity between the two levels is far too significant. Ultimately, Zhou Tsangyan sighed. It is evident that the Green Mountain has allied itself closely with the Dragon Nation. I shall respond to him and see what unfolds. He began crafting a message to Jiang Sun. Zhou Tsangyan, we indeed possess a core with magical recovery attributes, but it is merely of stellar level. Zhou Tsangyan, I hope to exchange it for your core, as it holds great significance for our research. We can cover the price difference. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Sun stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seemed the Dragon Nation's official refuge had greater knowledge regarding cores than he himself was aware of. Furthermore, his demand for the magical recovery attribute core was evidently surpassing that for the dark attribute core of the Shadow Wolf. Thus, he considered the exchange as mutually beneficial. He replied, Jiang Sun, agreed, but the Shadow Wolf was in a weakened state. Although the core is full moon level, its energy may be insufficient. Jiang Sun, if the Dragon Nation has a need, we can proceed with the exchange directly, with no need for any price adjustment. Indeed, the thrill of the charade was intoxicating. Jiang Sun felt himself wholly enveloped in the role of a powerful figure. After delivering his noble statement, silence enveloped the conversation once more. Jiang Sun felt somewhat exasperated. The Dragon Nation, such a grand entity, often unresponsive. Had they been touched by his words? This simply would not do. Jiang Sun thought that if the Dragon Nation had even half the audacity he possessed, they wouldn't be so reticent. Eventually, after a prolonged silence, a response came. Zhou Tsangyan, on behalf of the people of the Dragon Nation, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your contributions and those of the Green Mountain Organization. Zhou Tsangyan, Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, the Dragon Nation will do its utmost to assist you. Chapter 33. The Magical Collection Device. Jiang Sun felt a twinge of embarrassment upon reading the reply. He could sense the profound implications embedded in Zhou Sanyan's words. In essence, should he, Jiang Sun, encounter grave dangers or insurmountable challenges in the future, as long as the message reached Zhou Sanyan, the Dragon Kingdom Sanctuary would spare no effort to assist him, and moreover, at any cost, Jiang Sun felt a sense of shame. Meanwhile, Zhou Sanyan felt equally embarrassed. After all, the promise he made could very well be insubstantial. Yet the Haoyue level crystal core that Jiang Sun presented was undeniably genuine. Others might be unaware of the vast chasm between the star and Haoyue levels, but he could hardly believe that the people of Qingshan were ignorant of it either. That was a magical beast that, at this stage, even countless lives could not procure. Yet, he still had the audacity to request the crystal core. As he gazed at the core in his hand, emanating wisps of dark energy, Zhou Sanyan's face flushed. He was not one to possess a thick skin. Thus, he began rummaging through his belongings, seeking to offer something to Jiang Sun as a token of gratitude, hoping to alleviate his own sense of guilt. He opened the warehouse to inspect. A star-level staff? Out of the question. Qingshan could already slay high-level magical beasts. How could they still use such a trivial item? High-grade materials? Also not suitable, as they appeared insincere. Various delicacies? Absolutely not. Presenting them would be akin to an insult. Would the people of Qingshan lack such mundane sustenance? Zhou Sanyan scratched his head, genuinely feeling at a loss. If Jiang Sun were to witness this scene, he would likely be heartbroken. These items were indeed what he lacked, especially food. As he was still gnawing on tough jerky, Jiang Sun lay on his bed, anxiously awaiting, while Zhou Sanyan was equally agitated, unable to conceive a suitable return gift. He even fixated on Lin Hansong's glasses. Zhou Sanyan stared blankly at Lin Hansong's spectacles and approached him, saying, "Old Lin, you know that Jiang Sun has contributed immensely for us. I will get you a new pair of glasses." Lin Hansong promptly tucked away his glasses, waving his hands dismissively like shooing away a fly, declaring, No, this is the only useful thing I have. The treasures of Qingshan must surely surpass ours. So this one is of no consequence." Then, as if a sudden thought occurred to him, a glimmer of insight sparkled in his eyes, and he remarked, "Did you not gift him a crystal furnace last time? With their limited numbers, they must have scarce crystal shards." Zhou Sanyan instantly comprehended and hurriedly turned to dash toward the warehouse. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun was beginning to feel drowsy. This nest of a young dragon was simply too comfortable to lie upon. Having previously endured poor sleep and inadequate nourishment, he had never experienced such fine bedding. Thus, as soon as he reclined upon it, sleep came easily. As his eyelids grew heavy, a melodious notification finally graced his ears. Ding! Zhou Sanyan offers you 2,000 crystal shards for trade. Do you accept? This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Jiang Sun leapt exuberantly from the dragon egg and swiftly made his way to the designated open space, crouching down. Except, in an instant, a cascade of crystal shards rained down like stardust, creating a symphony of delicate chimes. Jiang Sun's smile widened uncontrollably. Furthermore, this marked his first encounter with crystal shards. After all, as the king of Africa, he had yet to behold any gifts. He could only watch enviously as others reveled in their bounty. Without Walla, he would surely starve. Jiang Sun chuckled at his own self-deprecation. At times, he found it difficult to discern whether his fortune was fortunate or unfortunate. He picked up the spellbook and composed a message for Zhou Sanyan. "Thank you for your generosity. You may send me the crafting materials now, as I happen to be free at the moment." He did not feign reluctance, as that would be insincere. After all, who among those adept in the official circles would fail to see through such trivial ruses? Thus, he chose to graciously accept. He genuinely required these shards. While he could gather them gradually, the prospect of haggling with random players for mere shards would take an eternity to amass 2,000. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom officials had anticipated this matter. Otherwise, Jiang Sun would have had to remind them. Ding! Zhou Sanyan offers you Mithril 20G crystal shards 2,000, magic iron or 200, magic copper or 200, stardust level magic core 3. Do you accept? The plethora of trade notifications momentarily dazzled Jiang Sun. Such items, they must be worth a considerable sum, right? A fleeting, greedy thought crossed his mind, only to be swiftly suppressed. To tarnish Qingshan's reputation for such trifles would be an unwise trade-off. After all, the days of affluence were just around the corner. Confirming the trade, Jiang Sun clicked to accept. Instantly, a multitude of assorted items appeared before him, neatly categorized into small piles. He approached to inspect the collection, noting that while most consisted of dark, unremarkable ores and fragmented crystal shards, one small vial and 3 translucent magic cores stood out conspicuously. Of the 3 cores, 2 were materials for the collector's creation, while the additional core was the magical power recovery core Jiang Sun had requested. He picked it up for a closer look. Moonhowl Magic Core, type, magical material level, stardust effect, can be used as a forging material. Upon learning identification, detailed attributes can be viewed. Note, the magic core of the mysterious magical creature, the Moonhowl Beast, an excellent crafting material. Prior to the exchange, Zhou Tsangyan had specifically explained that the Moonhowl Beast was the only stardust-level magical beast they had ever hunted. During that battle, everyone's magical power was suppressed, yet the Moonhowl Beast's skills persisted relentlessly. Were it not for the dozens who sacrificed their lives to actively shield against the magic, they would have surely faced annihilation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun could discern that this was precisely what he desired. As for the other 2 stellar-grade crystal cores, they were acquired by Zhou Tsangyan through an immense expenditure of resources exchanged with other sanctuaries. Upon learning of the exorbitant price, Jiang Sun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It appeared that the Dragon Kingdom's sanctuary had indeed invested heavily in this magic collector. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of gratitude for his earlier decision. Thankfully, he had refrained from attempting to gather materials himself. Otherwise, even if he had dismantled everything he owned, he would never have been able to amass such a wealth of rare materials. His gaze then settled upon a crystal vial the size of his thumb. Was this the mythical silver? Gazing at the dark powder within, which shimmered with silver glints, Jiang Sun found it hard to believe. This seemingly unremarkable substance was worth tens of thousands of basic materials. With a mere thought, the information about the mythical silver materialized before his eyes. Mythical silver, 20G type, magical material grade, radiant moon, glimmer, firefly, stellar, radiant moon. Effect, a high-grade material that is both hard and lightweight, exhibiting excellent magical conductivity. Remark, an ideal material for crafting high-quality magical artifacts. Whether for wands, magical armor, or enchanted accessories, the addition of mythical silver enhances their quality and performance. Hiss, Jiang Sun inhaled sharply. No wonder it was sold at such a steep price. He immediately grasped the true value of this substance. The note clearly indicated that it was an all-purpose additive. By incorporating just a small amount during the forging process, the resulting equipment would possess superior characteristics. It was evident that had there been any blacksmiths in the Bear Kingdom, they would never have been willing to part with it. With all the precious materials before him now complete, Jiang Sun finally retrieved the long-buried strategic-grade magic collector manufacturing blueprint. Ding! Would you like to manufacture 2 strategic-grade magic collectors? Note, this blueprint can only be used for 5 creations. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun clicked to confirm. This moment had been awaited for so long. Instantly, a powerful surge of magical energy enveloped him. The scattered materials began to levitate gracefully, spiraling and intertwining in a mysterious and orderly fashion. Under the influence of the magic, the mythical silver powder gradually coalesced into intricate patterns, while the crystal fragments seemed to come alive, radiating a dazzling brilliance as they embedded themselves into the structure. Chapter 34, Magic Crystal, and charging Jiang Sun held his breath, captivated by the scene before him, which left him utterly astonished. He had never witnessed such profound magical artistry with his own eyes. Even though he had previously crafted various items, none had evoked such an immediate and visceral response. The seamless integration of each material, and the formation of every intricate pattern appeared to be a natural phenomenon. As time passed, two uniquely designed devices, exuding a faint aura of magic, gradually took shape. Their forms resembled exquisite sculptures, yet were imbued with an enchanting quality. To put it metaphorically, if one were to refer to it as a sense of technology in Blue Star, then perhaps in this realm, it would be more apt to describe it as a sense of magic, a sensation inherently belonging to this world, as if it were a microcosm of the world's operational essence. Jiang approached for a closer inspection. The magic collector radiated a silvery gray hue, its surface shimmering with subtle magical luster. Atop it were 5 peculiar depressions, with a circular platform of 15 centimeters in diameter at the center. Jiang surmised that this was the designated spot for placing magic crystals and magical energy storage devices. Ding! Manufacturing complete. You have successfully created 2 strategic-grade magic collectors. The system notification chimed once more, and a satisfied smile graced Jiang face. He carefully stepped forward, gently caressing the 2 hard-earned magic collectors, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Isn't this the cornerstone of my dominion over the world as the Dark Lord? Reluctantly, he traded one of the devices to Zhou Zhangyan, momentarily losing himself amidst the multitude of praises that ensued. Truly, those from the official circles possess a way with words. He mused, with a flicker of thought. The device's information materialized before him. Strategic-grade magic collector. Type, facility level. Special effect. Collects dissipated magic from the environment to charge magical storage items devices, including but not limited to magic crystals, magic storage stones, stardust fragments, magic energy pots, etc. Charging speed is positively correlated with the concentration of dissipated magic in the environment. Current efficiency, 175. Note, a strategic-grade special item, a pinnacle of magical technology application. Having perused the information, Jiang promptly rose and made his way to the dark, crystal furnace. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test the efficacy of the magic collector. It was a device that countless individuals sought with the utmost fervor, yearning for official protection from the Dragon Kingdom. He could already envision its immense potential. Moreover, in any world, the issue of energy is an inescapable topic, one of the most challenging to resolve. If the energy problem were to be solved in any form of society, it would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable rapid development. Jiang exerted considerable effort to drag several large pieces of logs beside the furnace. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt somewhat disheartened. Who could have imagined that such an exquisitely crafted crystal furnace was powered by burning wood? It was reminiscent of the cooking stove at his grandmother's house. Jiang couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He had just learned that the maximum capacity of the crystal furnace was 200 shards of crystal. In other words, he could forge 10 blank magical crystals in one go, a considerable fortune. Subsequently, Jiang cautiously placed the 200 shards into the furnace's loading port. He then began to infuse it with magical energy. As the energy flowed in, the intricate patterns on the furnace became illuminated, gradually spreading upwards. Jiang took a moment to glance at his panel and discovered that the recent infusion of 200 points of magic had merely filled 1/3 of the patterns. How astonishing! Was it truly a magical behemoth? He felt somewhat perplexed. He then intensified his magical input. Finally, after infusing a total of 600 points of magic, the patterns on the furnace were completely enveloped in a radiant glow. Jiang rubbed his waist. It was fortunate that his magical capacity was high. Otherwise, others would have struggled to achieve this. As the crystal furnace began to emit a brilliant light, the several blocks of timber surrounding Jiang swiftly transformed into a liquid state. They were then drawn into the fuel chamber of the furnace, bit by bit. Suddenly, an otherworldly silver flame erupted, and the entire furnace took on an ethereal quality. Jiang then realized, of course, high-quality materials could not be subjected to mere cooking methods. It appeared the furnace was converting the timber into a pure substance to serve as an accelerant. The true fuel was, indeed, the magic he had poured in. He had nearly thought he would have to chop wood every day. Jiang stood up to stretch his body and then resumed browsing the marketplace. An hour passed, He glanced at the time and noted it was already 2000 hours. Though it seemed early, it was, in fact, midnight in the world of magical wastelands. With a 20-hour day cycle, he still had not grown accustomed to this schedule. Jiang Sun approached the furnace once more and noticed that the color of the flames had lightened somewhat. The red patterns on the furnace had also descended back to the base. As the flames extinguished, Jiang Sun reached out to open the loading chamber of the crystal furnace. It was hot. Although it did not feel scalding, Jiang Sun sensed a peculiar burning sensation. He raised his hand to inspect it, finding no marks on his palm from touching the furnace. Yet, this sensation of heat was undeniably real, as if it were directly affecting his very soul. Taking note of this strange feeling, Jiang Sun used a twig to retrieve 10 translucent magical crystals. Immediately, information appeared before him. Magical Crystal 0, 10 type, Magical Energy Storage Item Level, Firefly Effect, stores a maximum of 20 Aeona, 1 Aeona 100 points of magical energy. Remark: one of the fundamental energy sources for magical facilities, capable of replacing manual magical input, but cannot be exchanged with human magical energy. He grasped a crystalline, magical crystal in the palm of his hand. Jiang Sun discovered that this object fit perfectly in his one hand. Its size was just right, and throwing it at someone would surely provide a satisfying feel. Furthermore, with its sharp angles and the pointed protrusions at both ends, this magical crystal had ascended to become Jiang Sun's most formidable ranged weapon at this stage. Dismissing any frivolous thoughts, after all, only a fool would waste money on throwing. Jiang Sun meticulously embedded 5 crystals into the grooves of the magic collector. As he completed this action, silver light instantly spread around the grooves, gradually detaching from the apparatus itself. The defined light began to fade, as if it were directly connected to an unseen void. A spark of inspiration ignited within Jiang Sun, prompting him to activate the collector. He beheld as delicate waves of magical energy rose slowly from the circular platform above. These waves spread outward languidly, as if alive, before being ingeniously absorbed back into the collector, ultimately transforming into a reserve of magic within the crystals. Truly, this was a masterpiece of high-level magic. Jiang Sun nodded in satisfaction, his appreciation for the collector's performance deepening. With these devices at his disposal, his magical reserves would no longer be a bottleneck hindering his development. He then carefully stored the remaining 5 magical crystals, already contemplating ways to monetize these resources to further enhance his strength. After all, in this world of magical wastelands, power was the essence of everything. As night deepened, Jiang Sun felt no hint of drowsiness. He stepped outside his humble abode, gazing at the dim moon in the sky, his heart brimming with hopes and expectations for the future. With each passing moment, he was gradually uncovering the wonders of this magical wasteland. There was an abundance of exploration awaiting, and humanity on Blue Star had merely scratched the surface. What purpose did their arrival here serve? He wondered aloud. For others, perhaps this crossing disrupted their previously stable lives. However, for Jiang Sun, this journey had granted him a new lease on life. A decade spent better than was, to him, akin to death itself. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Jiang Sun turned back toward his dwelling. Approaching the device, he observed a faint blue hue emerging beneath the magical crystals. At this rate, it would likely take until tomorrow morning for the charging to complete. A sense of reassurance washed over him, and with contentment, Jiang Sun reclined back within the nest of the young dragon, resting his head upon his arm as he drifted into slumber. Chapter 35. The Boiling Channel. Time: Blue Star Calendar. Day 1, Year 6. 6:30 p.m. Night. 3 p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. Day. 6 a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. Awakening naturally, Jiang Sun sat up, ruffled his hair, which was a disheveled mess, and turned his gaze towards the window. The sky appeared dim, foreboding the approach of storm. After stifling a yawn and glancing at his spellbook, he realized it was still early. This biological clock seems to have adapted to the rhythms of this world more adeptly than I have, he thought, shaking his head in resignation. Ever since the daily hours had been reduced by a full 4, he felt as if a part of his life was missing. At times, his memories even felt disjointed. In short, he was not in the best of spirits. He rolled out of bed and briskly made his way to the vicinity of the magic collector. As soon as his eyes fell upon it, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. The crystal had completely transformed into a cerulean hue, its ethereal glow emanating a mysterious aura in the dim light. Jiang Sun gently cradled the crystal in his hands, scrutinizing it closely. Within the crystal, a substance that resembled mist or liquid flowed languidly, shimmering with a nebulous radiance. Is this the manifestation of magical energy? He mused, sensing an allure as if countless resources were beckoning him. He then cautiously extracted 5 fully charged crystals and replaced them with new ones to initiate the charging process. Turning around, he replenished the furnace with new fuel, inserting fresh crystal shards. After completing these tasks, half an hour had slipped by before he began his morning routine. The life of the affluent is indeed distinct, he remarked wryly while rinsing his mouth with the essence of rock spirit. Once he finished grooming, he took the deer meat he had procured from Zhao Tingtao and set it on the fire to roast. The meat sizzled, and soon the rich aroma filled the room. Jiang Sun inhaled deeply. This wretched weather coupled with this delectable fare is truly the perfect recipe for a cozy evening indoors. If only I had a high-end computer, that would be sublime. With a gentle sigh, he shook off the impractical thought and set it aside, placing the roasted deer meat on the table. He indulged in the savory treat while perusing his spellbook. Messages in the regional communication channel scrolled by as usual, but today the atmosphere felt particularly tense. The magic tide is just 3 days away, and my shelter is only at level 2. What am I to do? Same here. I still need many materials. It seems we're doomed this time. Indeed, is there a high-level expert who can assist me? I am willing to do menial labor, just hoping to survive the tide. I heard the magic tide can disrupt the magic within one's body. Being exposed is tantamount to certain death. Thank you for the reminder that I am doomed. You are truly kind. Will we be safe if we hide in a shelter? The shield of a level 2 shelter cannot withstand for 7 days. We must find a way to replenish the magic. I tried extracting magic from logs to replenish the totem pillar, but I estimate it would require 500 units, which is nearly as much as upgrading the shelter. I too experimented with the extraction of magical energy using Firefly-grade magical materials, and it requires a staggering 50 units, such a daunting task to collect. Are we not doomed? Oh, I do not wish to perish. If death must come, then so be it. I have long grown weary of this wretched place. Jiang Sun perused these messages, secretly relieved that his plans were progressing smoothly. After all, he possessed a strategic-grade magical energy collector and had amassed a considerable number of magical crystals. As long as he continued to enhance his strength in the coming days, confronting the magical tide should pose no problem. At that moment, Zhao Tingtao sent a message. The magical beasts on my end seem rather restless. Could the magical tide be approaching earlier than expected? Jiang Sun pondered for a moment before replying. That seems unlikely. This is probably just a prelude. How is your situation? Zhao Tingtao responded. I am reinforcing the shelter, but the materials are limited. I wonder if it will hold. I recall you have yet to level up, correct? Jiang Sun replied. I am managing well here. By the way, if you encounter any difficulties, do let me know. I might be able to lend a hand. Zhao Tingtao retorted, Go on, off with you. Just be careful yourself. Jiang Sun set aside his magic tome and stepped outside to inspect the seeds in the field. To his astonishment, all 10 seeds had sprouted, and merely 2 days had passed. He wondered whether it was due to the irrigation from the rock spirit spring, or if the seeds were inherently extraordinary. The tender green shoots appeared particularly vibrant beneath the dim sky. It seemed as though wisps of faint magical light entwined around these sprouts. Though subtle, it was remarkably distinct. Truly, these were star-grade seeds. He hurriedly communicated with Elder Qin regarding the planting progress, only to discover that Elder Qin's growth rate was even swifter. It was said that the sprouts had already grown to the length of a finger. According to Elder Qin, they might be able to harvest the first batch of crops within a month. Thus, the cycle of chicken and egg might soon liberate him from his concerns about sustenance. Moreover, Elder Qin brought him an even greater surprise. He had fortuitously gathered several firefly-grade fruits during his explorations in the wild and successfully transplanted them. This could lead to the mass production of attribute crops. Jiang Sun couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Rescuing Elder Qin undoubtedly placed him ahead of many others. Food is the cornerstone of life. Elder Qin is likely to become his greatest support in exploring the world. Having resolved these fundamental issues, Jiang Sun began to plan a prelude to his magical crystal sales business within the channel. Naturally, it would be under the auspices of the Qing Shan organization. He decided to first exchange some basic resources to upgrade the shelter, then procure other valuable resources. Consequently, he composed a message and anonymously sent it through a private channel, starting tomorrow and until the calamity of the magical tide arrives. The Qing Shan organization will sell 5 magical crystals daily, hoping to assist everyone in weathering this crisis and striving to ensure your survival. Upon dispatching the message to the regional channel, the cacophony of discussions abruptly ceased. Then, the channel erupted with fervor. Goodness gracious. The master from Qing Shan has appeared once more. Furthermore, he is selling magical crystals. Indeed. Thank you, esteemed master. What is the price of the crystals? I would sell my possessions to acquire even one. Since your organization is so capable, why not assist everyone without charge? Exactly. A token of appreciation would suffice. Selling merely 5 a day is hardly adequate. To the person above, kindly step aside. If you choose not to purchase, there are plenty who will. Indeed, esteemed master, pay no heed to that individual. He is merely a fool. Nothing in this world is earned without effort. Why should it be given for free? Finally, we have a stable source of crystals. Should anyone dare to offend the master, I shall not hesitate to confront them. Jiang Sun glanced at the messages and noted that the majority held reasonable views. The dissenters were but a small minority and were quickly silenced by the collective outcry. Contemplating this, he proceeded to edit the message. The tentative price is set at 400 basic resources. Currently, the supply is limited, and it will be first come, first served. I appreciate your understanding. Instantaneously, the channel erupted once more. Incredible. The master is truly benevolent. This price is exceptionally fair. Indeed, master, perhaps you should consider raising the price a bit. Otherwise, there will be too many vying for it. Yes, master, I offer 500 basic resources. Could you sell me a single piece? To the person above, kindly refrain from speaking. The master's Qing Shan organization is clearly giving back to society. How else could the price be so low? Moreover, a single crystal can energize a level 2 totem column 3 times, which means 1 crystal can benefit 3 individuals. How incredibly economical. Observing the fervent discussions within the channel, Jiang Sun ultimately confirmed the price. Indeed, he intended to sell all 15 crystals over the next 3 days at the price of 400 basic resources each. He had his own considerations. Firstly, to establish a positive image for himself and the Qing Shan organization. Secondly, to swiftly gather resources for upgrading both his and Elder Qin's level 3 shelter. After all, while the magical crystals were beneficial, a higher-level shelter would undoubtedly provide greater security. Moreover, he harbored a genuine desire to give back to society. After all, if everyone perished, there would be no amusing messages to read. These 15 crystals could, at the very least, offer hope for survival to 50 individuals. As for the aftermath of the calamity, that would depend on the efficiency of the resource collector. If the charging speed were sufficiently rapid, selling a few more would certainly not be out of the question. Chapter 36, Milk Candy. As Jiang Sun ceased his discourse, the fervor of discussion within the channel gradually waned. Yet, an invigorating energy seemed to infuse the participants as they diligently immersed themselves in the collection of various resources. After all, relying on a handful of crystals offered for sale by Qing Shan for the hope of survival felt far less reliable than seizing one's own fate. There is a possibility that, during the resource-gathering endeavor, one might fortuitously acquire precious materials or rare blueprints, thus achieving a sense of material freedom. Moreover, the odds of snatching a mere 15 crystals amidst a channel of 10,000 individuals were lamentably slim. Consequently, Jiang Sun promptly abandoned his plans for exploration that day. In his mind, the foremost priority was to enhance his own strength and elevate the level of his shelter. Should he lack sufficient prowess, any encounter with danger outside would inevitably result in a hasty and humiliating retreat, devoid of any capacity for counterattack. He could not rely on sheer luck to escape unscathed each time. Therefore, at this crucial juncture, when wealth seemed imminent, risking his life in ventures was decidedly imprudent. At that moment, the Magic Wasteland manual in his pocket vibrated violently. It was a notification of a message from a friend. Jiang Sun hastily retrieved the book and began to flip through its pages. He had only a handful of friends, all of whom were flourishing, devoid of any impoverished relatives. Thus, they rarely contacted him unless there was a significant matter at hand. Perplexedly, he came across an unfamiliar name. Chen Siyuan? Who is this? What did I add him? Jiang Sun racked his brain, but could not recall. So he opened the dialogue box. Chen Siyuan, Brother Xiong. Do you still have any of that milk candy you gave me before? I'm willing to buy it. What on earth? Jiang Sun was utterly bewildered, spending considerable time deciphering the meaning behind the message. Was he seeking to purchase milk candy from him? What kind of accent was that? He felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. While everyone else communicated through text, this fellow chose to send a voice message. With patience, Jiang Sun meticulously reviewed the previous chat records and suddenly remembered that Chen Siyuan was the one who had sold him the gem honey. How intriguing. He was indeed the infamous Fast Bee. This revelation piqued Jiang Sun's interest. He recalled seeing Fast Bee in a rather unfortunate state, prompting him to casually gift a few pieces of milk candy as a gesture of goodwill. Little did he expect that this fellow had a fondness for milk candy. Excitement surged within Jiang Sun. He never imagined that his long-perceived useless ability would now present him with a means of profit. Truly, it echoed the adage, every talent has its use, and everything has its audience. He quickly replied, yes, I still have plenty. What do you wish to exchange for it? To his surprise, the other party took a considerable time before responding. Well, I'd like to exchange it at a rate of logs and 1. How does that sound? Jiang Sun pondered for a moment and deemed the price quite reasonable. After all, milk candies serve neither to satiate hunger nor possess any practical value, whereas timber is an essential commodity for everyone at this stage. Thus, he replied, all right, I have over 100 pieces of milk candy. Please initiate the transaction. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out a sizable handful of milk candies, depositing them into the basket all at once. This was the accumulation of several days' worth. However, upon turning back, he discovered that Chen Siyuan had responded instantly. No, Brother Xiong. I don't need that many. I only require 10 pieces for over 1,000 logs. What? Just 10 pieces? And over 1,000 logs? Jiang Sun suddenly realized something was amiss. So, the 10-1 exchange ratio he mentioned meant 10 logs for one piece of milk candy? Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Where did this fool come from? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It should be noted that this brother Jifeng had previously dithered for half an hour over 10 stones. Given his stingy nature, how could he possibly be so generous as to trade valuable resources for such useless milk candies? Jiang Sun lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before composing a message. How is it? The effect seems quite good, right? He deliberately phrased it ambiguously to extract the information he sought. The reply came swiftly. The effect is absolutely fantastic, Brother Xiong. I don't know where you got these, but after consuming one, I regained a whole 50 points of magical energy. This candy wasn't even detected by the system. Had I not known better, I might have mistaken it for a mere snack. What? Jiang Sun was utterly stunned, his mind reeling, regaining magical energy. His eyes widened in shock, as if they were the size of copper bells. How was I unaware of this? Has my useless ability become divine? Jiang Sun casually sent over 5 pieces of milk candy, insisting they were free of charge, prompting an outpouring of gratitude from Chen Siyuan. Jiang Sun quickly picked up a piece of milk candy and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it appeared to be an ordinary milk candy, and the system displayed no item information. Could this item be so incredibly useful? His heart felt as though it were being scratched by a cat's paw, leaving him restless. However, he was preoccupied with the furnace, leaving him unable to conduct any experiments. Thus, he resorted to perusing through his spellbook and searching his friend list. At this moment, on the icy plains, Zhao Tingtao had just snapped the neck of a frost wolf when he heard the notification sound. Ding. Jiang Sun wishes to trade milk candy 10. Do you agree to the transaction? Then came a message. Jiang Sun, go. Unleash it on the resource point. Upon reading the message, Zhao Tingtao felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively wrapping his fur coat tighter around himself. What the hell? How had I not noticed before that this Jiang Sun was so bizarre? Thus, he clenched his teeth and hastily replied, No, well, I prefer women, but I have a younger sister, if it's really necessary. I can introduce her to you. Jiang Sun was taken aback upon reading the message, and once he comprehended its content, he was instantly filled with rage, his temper flaring. Jiang Sun, what do you think of yourself? Damn it, I also like women. I meant for you to use collection technique. Upon seeing Jiang Sun's highly charged message, Zhao Tingtao realized he had misunderstood, and he awkwardly scratched his head. He promptly directed his attention to a nearby pile of ice and unleashed collection technique. As the light flashed, various ice chunks tumbled down. He sent a message to Jiang Sun. Zhao Tingtao, done now what? Jiang Sun, eat candy. Zhao Tingtao, bewildered, replied, Huh? What's going on with you? Have you been under too much stress lately? I have a younger sister. Jiang Sun, I don't care about that. Just eat it. After reading the message, Zhao Tingtao resignedly picked up a milk candy and began to chew it. He figured Jiang Sun wouldn't harm him. After all, it was just ordinary milk candy. What was so special about it? Just as he thought this, he sensed something was amiss. It was well known that his intelligence attribute was rather low, and his maximum mana was a pitiful 120 points. The recent use of collection technique had drained half of his mana. This was precisely why he had always gathered resources barehanded. However, after consuming that piece of milk candy, he felt his depleted mana rapidly replenishing itself. He hurriedly checked his personal information. To his astonishment, his mana was recovering at a rate of 10 points per second. In just 5 seconds, it was fully restored. Zhao Tingtao's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, he had never even heard of anything that could restore mana so swiftly. This was extraordinarily precious. With this, even someone of his limited intellect could freely cast spells. It would significantly enhance his resource-gathering speed. Absolutely outrageous. At that moment, a message from Jiang Sun arrived. Jiang Sun, how does it feel? Zhao Tingtao, by my father's grace. Upon seeing Zhao Tingtao's reply, Jiang Sun immediately grasped the effect. The efficacy of this milk candy was likely even better than Chun Siyuan had described. He cheerfully sent Zhao Tingtao 10 more pieces of milk candy. After a moment's thought, he also sent 10 pieces to Elder Qin and informed him of the effects. Consequently, Jiang Sun's talent instantly transformed from being deemed worthless to an exceptionally rare gift, seldom found in heaven or earth. Grateful for nature's bounty, Jiang Sun hurriedly checked his personal information panel again, only to discover that his talent had not manifested on the panel as the revelation suggested. It seemed there was still room for improvement. Jiang Sun was grinning from ear to ear, filled with anticipation for the prosperous future ahead. As time progresses, life becomes increasingly splendid. It is only at this moment that he truly comprehends the immense power of talent. No wonder, when he inquired of Zhou Zhangyan how he managed to unite people, he received but a vague response. Jiang Sun stroked his chin, pondering deeply. It appears that Zhou Zhangyan's talent is not only remarkable, but also exceedingly practical. Jiang Sun hastily extracted all the milk candies from his pocket, carefully placing them in a conspicuous position on the table. After all, from this point forward, they are no longer mere trifles, but rather crucial strategic resources. Chapter 37, The Gathering Lamp. As the new batch of magical crystals gradually took shape in the furnace, Jiang Sun raised his arm to wipe away the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls. He had just meticulously calculated that the process of forging a batch of magical crystals took exactly 2 hours. During this span, the crystals in the magic collector, which were charging, had already filled to a quarter of their capacity, a pace significantly swifter than the previous day. This revelation brought Jiang Sun a measure of delight. Yet he seemed to be struck by another thought. He hastily opened his spell book, his fingers deftly flipping through the pages until they landed on the section labeled Weather. As anticipated, the description under Weather Conditions had indeed transformed to Magical Energy High-Frequency Fluctuations. Jiang Sun's expression darkened slightly, a solemnity settling upon his features. It appeared that the signs heralding the impending magical tide were becoming increasingly pronounced. Although for him, navigating through this formidable disaster would not pose a significant challenge. He was acutely aware that for the vast majority of individuals on Blue Star, this represented a merciless trial of life and death. At this moment, as the world stood on the brink of the magical tide, it resembled a seemingly calm ocean, while beneath its tranquil surface, turbulent currents surged with ferocity. Particularly for those like Jiang Sun, who possessed an acute sensitivity to magical energy, the oppressive weight, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, was palpably felt. This was, in fact, the primary reason for his decision to forego exploration. He surmised that should he encounter a predator beast as vicious as the venomous spider in his current state, with a grave release delay of 1 second, his fate would be bleak, likely resulting in a tragic end. This left Jiang Sun momentarily at a loss. In recent days, through his indulgent feasting, he had consumed half of the glacial deer essence and gem honey acquired through trade without reservation. Indeed, his intelligence attribute had seen a marked increase, reaching 18 points even without equipping the flowing light, an impressive rise of 3 points. Furthermore, his strength, agility, and stamina attributes had each also been enhanced by 2 points. A delightful surprise. After all, focusing solely on the enhancement of one attribute typically made it challenging to balance the others. Such an all-encompassing improvement was truly an unexpected boon. Since venturing out for exploration was temporarily unfeasible, Jiang Sun resolved to concentrate his efforts on strengthening the defenses of his sanctuary. He carefully stored the newly forged magical crystals in a small box, then began to contemplate how to further fortify the shelter's defenses. Jiang Sun commenced a search in the trading channel for various potentially useful magical materials, hoping to discover items that could bolster shield strength or enhance magical absorption efficiency. However, at this critical juncture, few individuals were willing to part with such items. Disappointed, Jiang Sun altered his search keywords to focus on magical propulsion items. He suddenly realized that, given the current scarcity of magical energy among everyone, if someone were to acquire a device that necessitates magical crystals or substantial magical energy for its operation, the outcome is evident. They would undoubtedly be eager to sell it in exchange for essential supplies for survival. After all, the avenues for obtaining magical crystals are exceedingly scarce. To date, the entire region has only managed to collect a mere 5 crystals, and those fortunate enough to possess them treasure them as if they were precious gems. These crystals are capable of energizing the totem pillar, which essentially represents the health bar of the sanctuary. Consequently, few would dare to squander them. However, Jiang Sun harbors alternative speculations. He believes that since the foundation of this world is magic, the trajectory of development must inherently revolve around it. Thus, it is likely that over time, individuals will gradually acquire magical crystals or similar magical storage items from unforeseen channels, thereby commencing a genuine integration into the magical realm. By that time, it is anticipated that the prices of various magical devices will surge dramatically, and valuable items will likely be hoarded for personal use. Contemplating this, Jiang Sun resolved to amass a stockpile. He promptly posted a purchasing notice in the trading channel, boldly offering high prices for various magical devices, inviting interested parties to contact him privately. Simultaneously, he began to monitor potential trade information for items that might surface, preparing to act at any moment. Indeed, it wasn't long before he was contacted by an individual named Luo Jun, who subsequently forwarded information about an item called the Magic Gathering Lantern. Upon examining it, Jiang Sun discovered that this item possessed a special quality. Its function was to gradually increase the range and scope of the giant troll lantern as the input of magical energy intensified. According to the seller, his meager magical energy of just over 100 points was depleted within a mere 5 seconds, and the illumination it provided was rather mediocre. comparable only to that of a strong flashlight. Upon this realization, Jiang Sun felt a surge of delight. The nomenclature of this item, akin to the magic gathering tide, which he had yet to learn, evidently employed the same mysterious operational principle. He might very well deduce certain skill applications based on the magic gathering lantern. Alternatively, he could potentially develop methods to utilize the magic gathering lantern through skills in the future. Recognizing that this item was particularly suited to him, Jiang Sun swiftly inquired about the price. Luo Jun quoted a demand of 200 units of raw wood and 100 units of raw stone, or equivalent food items. While the price was indeed not trivial, the item was highly compatible with his needs. After a moment of contemplation and careful consideration, Jiang Sun concluded that although the price was somewhat steep, it remained within a reasonable range. Thus, he readily consented to the transaction. With a flash of light, an item about the height of a calf materialized before him. This was the magic gathering lantern. Jiang Sun gazed at the object before him with a hint of confusion. The lantern resembled a water bucket lying on its side, complete with a supporting stand beneath it. The surface of the barrel was intricately engraved with complex runes, exuding an aura reminiscent of a magical realm. Filled with curiosity about its purpose, Jiang Sun took a deep breath, gently placed his palm on it, and began to slowly channel his magical energy. The moment he infused the magic gathering lamp seemed to awaken, emitting a beam of light with a distinct outline that shot straight toward the distant forest. Indeed, as Luo Jun had mentioned, it was comparable to the brightness of a powerful flashlight. Jiang Sun opened the panel to estimate the output. Such intensity of light would consume approximately 15 points of magical energy per second. No wonder Luo Jun could only use it for 5 seconds. Realization dawned upon Jiang Sun. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he took out 2 freshly charged magical crystals and carefully placed them into the specially designed grooves at the base of the lamp. Instantly, the magic gathering lamp illuminated, casting a soft yet brilliant glow that illuminated a considerable area. As Jiang Sun adjusted the 2 knobs, the light began to either disperse or converge, its brightness constantly changing. Since it could focus, perhaps this device possessed further capabilities. Jiang Sun felt a surge of excitement, akin to a child who had just acquired a new toy. He set the lamp to its minimum focus and directed the beam, as thick as a barrel, straight at a nearby tree trunk, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Sure enough, within less than 5 seconds, wisps of smoke began to rise from the illuminated tree trunk. Jiang Sun quickly turned off the magic gathering lamp and hurried over to investigate. To his astonishment, he discovered a large area of charred marks at the spot where the light had struck. It appeared that this was the true purpose of the magic gathering lamp. Jiang Sun nodded in satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride welling up within him. This lamp was not merely a source of illumination. It could also serve as a defensive weapon. As long as the magical energy input was sufficiently powerful, it could transform into something akin to a laser cannon. This was a fortunate encounter for him. Otherwise, its potential might have remained overlooked. Jiang Sun gently patted the magic gathering lamp, marveling at how he was developing in an increasingly peculiar direction, growing ever more outrageous. Having made an excellent start, he continued his ambitious quest to search for similar items. However, he soon found himself gravely disappointed. Most of the items he discovered were simple trinkets that consumed little energy, similar to the low-temperature array map that Zhao Tingtao had gifted him, which only required a modest amount of magical energy for daily operation. Naturally, such items held limited utility. Yet, Jiang Sun was undeterred. He had ample magical energy that he could scarcely exhaust. Improving his quality of life seemed far more appealing. Thus, he began an enthusiastic search for useful items. An automatic dust-cleaning feather duster? Jiang Sun's eyes sparkled. What great find! He purchased it. A magic quilt that maintained a constant temperature throughout the seasons. Another splendid acquisition. He bought it. And this, an automatic odor-eliminating toilet. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt compelled to make the purchase. It was simply marvelous. In a surge of excitement, he hastily clicked to complete the transaction. However, the system notification left him momentarily stunned. insufficient materials for the transaction. No. Could this be true? Jiang Sun gazed in horror at the toilet, which was priced at a mere $100 for logs. He stiffly turned his head to inspect the pile of basic materials he had amassed. His eyes nearly bulged out in shock. Where are my materials? What happened to the substantial amount of basic supplies I had? In an instant, Jiang Sun felt as though he had been petrified, standing there in utter disbelief. Chapter 38. The sale of crystals. It was only then that Jiang Sun realized, almost unwittingly, he had squandered all of his fundamental resources. Observing the seller's incessant reminders, he gritted his teeth and ultimately offered 5 pieces of milk candy as payment. At last, he successfully exchanged them for the toilet he had long coveted. Though this toilet appeared ordinary, it held immense significance for Jiang Sun. He had no desire to feel trepidation every time he ventured out to relieve himself. As stated in the animal kingdom, all creatures are exceedingly vulnerable during their elimination process. Regardless of the heights of human intellect, we remain tethered to our animalistic nature. Jiang Sun gazed at the empty corner with a flicker of anxiety. After all, the adage store grain abundantly and delay the rise to power was deeply ingrained in the psyche of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, devoid of resource reserves, Jiang Sun's sense of security had dissipated. He glanced at the time, realizing it had unknowingly reached 1400 hours. Fortunately, it was nearing the designated time for the sale of magical crystals. He hurried to the magical collector and indeed found 5 transparent crystals now brimming with magical energy. With utmost care, he extracted the filled crystals and replaced them with 5 new empty ones. Then, he activated the regional channel. Qingshan Organization Crystal Sale will commence promptly at 1500 hours. Please pay attention to the trading channel. Upon the release of this announcement, the previously bustling regional channel fell into sudden silence. Moments later, a deluge of messages flooded the screen. Desperate for a crystal, I implore the Great One to grant me this. Is it truly 400 resources per crystal? How generous! Long live the master of Qingshan. Great One, I beg you sell me one. I'll offer double the price. Finally, the moment has come. Great One, I'm willing to pay 800 basic resources. Hey, the master has already stated that quantities are limited. Are you out of your mind with your greed, disturbing the market order? Master, I'm in a level 2 shelter. My shield energy is nearly depleted. I urgently need a crystal to save me. Who isn't waiting for salvation? Are you somehow special? In desperation, I chant Amit Ba. Praise the Lord. Please let me seize one. The faith of the person above is rather complex. Will that even work? Regardless of whether it's effective, it's worth a try. What if it does? Wow, that argument makes so much sense. Seizing the moment before the listing, Jiang Sun hurried outside to organize the storage area for his resources. After all, he was expecting a total influx of 2,000 basic resources shortly, and he had no prior experience in managing such a substantial haul. He could only strive to clear a considerable amount of space. At 1450, Jiang Sun wiped the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead, vigilantly stationed in the trading channel. At this moment, the channel was inundated with fervent pleas for divine blessing, requests for divine protection, appeals to Buddha, and a myriad of deities were fervently invoked. Jiang Sun even spotted requests for blessings from the likes of Sun Wukong and Erling Shun. In his heart, he silently scoffed. No, are you two planning to have them directly seize my possessions? The mere thought of those two figures, infamous for their rebelliousness in myth and legend, caused Jiang Sun to break into a cold sweat, who was unaware of their notoriety as the 3 rebellious spirits of the celestial realm. A stone, 2 lotus roots, 3 eyes, and a dog. These individuals were undeniably formidable. At that moment, a message from Zhao Tingtao disrupted Jiang Sun's thoughts. Zhao Tingtao, how fast are your fingers? Did you see the news in the channel about Qingshan selling crystals? Why don't you try to snatch some too? Jiang Sun had no intention of replying. Instead, he casually sent a trade message. Ding! Jiang Sun offers you a trade for 1 magic crystal at 100. Do you agree to the transaction? Note, you can go cool off. Bring me 5 pounds of prime beef, and I'll take it with me later. He then closed the dialog box. Disregarding Zhao Tingtao's barrage of messages, and focused intently on the trading channel. As 3 p.m. arrived, Jiang Sun swiftly clicked to confirm the listing. In an instant, it was a resounding boom. 2,000 units of basic materials cascaded down like an avalanche onto the meticulously prepared ground. The mountainous pile of materials left Jiang Sun utterly flabbergasted. He even had the chance to lift his finger to confirm the completion of the trade. Was it sold out already? Perplexed, Jiang Sun opened the spellbook and discovered a cacophony of lamentations in the regional channel. Oh my goodness. I snagged one. I made it big. Ha ha ha. How on earth did this despicable scalper manage to get one? What's wrong with you all? How can you be single for so many years, yet have such slow reflexes? You talk so boldly, but did you actually get one? No. But I'm in a level 3 sanctuary. So you didn't get one either? We're all single. How come your fingers are faster? I'm not single. My wife is in this channel too. Oh, she is in a level 3 sanctuary as well. 2 questions were wounded twice over. Brother, your plight is too tragic. It's quite heart-wrenching to listen to. For those who succeeded in snatching one, please speak up. After all, you can recharge thrice. Sell me one, would you? Also, I'm really out of energy. There has been a big scorpion lurking around me for days. And I haven't dared to step outside. Everyone, please refrain from messaging in the trading channel tomorrow. Otherwise, everyone will know. Indeed, out of today's 5, our channel only managed to snag 3. What a stroke of luck. Watching the rolling messages, Jiang Sun felt a twinge of helplessness. This luck-based trading method was unavoidable when it came to scalpers. However, switching to direct trading would mean losing sight of his original intent and would consume a significant amount of time selecting individual items. Thus, Jiang Sun resolved to continue selling in this manner the following day. After all, there is no disparity in internet speed here. It all relies on one's dexterity and a touch of fortune. Jiang Sun closed the communication channel, gazing at the vast array of materials haphazardly piled before him, which instantly induced a headache. He pondered the predicament of what to do when the materials multiplied in the future. Resolutely, he made the decision to upgrade the shelter to level 3 tomorrow. Out of sight, out of mind, these 2,000 pieces of material needed to be organized regardless. So it would be wiser to utilize them directly. Jiang Sun calculated that upgrading to a level 3 shelter required 600 units of basic resources. Fortunately, the resources he currently possessed were just sufficient. However, he refrained from commencing the upgrade immediately. Instead, he meticulously planned the allocation of the remaining 400 units of resources. He resolved to use a portion to barter for some precious magical materials, preparing more thoroughly for the impending tide of magical energy. Another portion was designated for purchasing essential living supplies, aimed at improving the living conditions for both himself and Elder Qin. Simultaneously, Jiang Sun remained mindful of Elder Qin's needs. He allocated some resources to acquire high-quality farming tools and fertilizers, hoping to assist Elder Qin in cultivating crops more effectively. These tools were crafted through magical manufacturing scrolls, boasting unparalleled efficacy compared to ordinary implements, significantly enhancing farming efficiency. Chapter 39. Zhao Tingtao in peril as Jiang Sun was lost in thought. An abrupt notification sound suddenly resonated in his ear. He initially presumed it was the delivery of Zhao Tingtao's beef, for that lad never took advantage of others, adhering strictly to the principle of fair trade. However, a barrage of messages soon followed. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has declined your trade request. Ding. Zhao Tingtao is offering you Frost Wolf Leather Armor 1, Starlight Stone 1, Cedar Hunting Bow 1, Deerskin Water Bottle 1. Upon witnessing this string of trade notifications, Jiang Sun's heart sank heavily, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Each of these items was a personal belonging of Zhao Tingtao. The Frost Wolf Leather Armor and the Cedar Hunting Bow were his most essential gear, which he had proudly showcased to Jiang Sun upon their acquisition. Even the water bottle was a necessary item he always carried. Now, the fact that all these items appeared in the trade list was a clear indication that Zhao Tingtao had sent over everything he possessed. Indeed, a message from Zhao Tingtao soon followed. Zhao Tingtao, brother, I'm in dire straits. Take care of these things and live well. If you encounter someone named Zhao Yueran, Please look after her. She is my sister. Reading this, Jiang Sun felt a sharp pang in his heart. The despair embedded in those words was unmistakable. Clearly, the gravity of the situation exceeded his worst fears. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Sun quickly inquired through the spellbook. Where are you? What has happened? Yet, all that met his inquiry was a suffocating silence. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his mind raced to devise a strategy. He had always known that Zhao Tingtao was not the type to relinquish hope easily. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to such desperation. Realizing the urgency, Jiang Sun wasted no time hesitating. He promptly accepted Zhao Tingtao's trade offer and equipped the items one by one. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, concern for Zhao Tingtao's safety and gratitude for his trust. Although he could not guarantee Zhao Tingtao's rescue, Jiang Sun resolutely sent his luminous staff and a generous handful of healing candies. Yet feeling insecure, he hastily checked his inventory, only to be disheartened to find it lacked items to enhance combat strength or facilitate a swift escape. Damn it, nothing was available at such a critical moment. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath, swiftly scanning the room for any useful possessions. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a chest in the corner of the table. Inside the chest, 5 energy-infused magical crystals gleamed with vitality. Without pausing to contemplate, Jiang Sun opted to list them for trade. He altered the transaction format to comply with the rules for immediate completion. The exchange consisted of 3 crystals for combat evasion items and 2 crystals for rapid healing items. All set at the stellar tier. He surmised that, given Zhao Tingtao's lack of time to respond, the situation has undoubtedly reached a critical juncture. It is highly likely that they have found themselves entangled in a fierce chase or have encountered an extraordinarily powerful beast. In such dire circumstances, items for evasion and rapid healing are of utmost importance. Consequently, he announced in the channel under the name of Qing Shan. Instantly, everyone began to rummage through their belongings for the relevant items. After all, while these 2 categories of items may not be immediately useful, disaster looms ominously ahead. However, magical crystals are certain to preserve one's life. Indeed, in less than a minute, the magical crystals that Jiang Sun had posted were completely exchanged. Immediately, 2 scrolls and 3 shimmering items fell into his hands. He glanced over them, confirming their integrity, and promptly initiated a trade with Zhao Tingtao, anxiously awaiting a response. Damn it, I've incurred significant losses to save you this time. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath, yet his heart was filled with anxiety. Zhao Tingtao could be considered his only friend in this world. The choices he made when Zhao was in mortal peril spoke volumes. He had already regarded him as the most trustworthy individual. Jiang Sun surmised that he would make a similar choice if he found himself in a comparable situation. After a pause, the delightful notification chimed. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has accepted your trade. He knew that scoundrel was still alive. Jiang Sun continued to mutter curses. Yet his face betrayed an expression of joy. The acceptance of the trade indicated that Zhao Tingtao believed the items would aid him, regardless of the peril he faced. The utility of the items represented a chance for survival. Time swiftly slipped by as Jiang Sun anxiously waited, his gaze fixed on Zhao Tingtao's avatar, fearing that it might suddenly turn a grim shade of gray. If the color of the avatar changed, it would signify that Zhao Tingtao, his only friend, had perished in this wretched wasteland. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, a message from Zhao Tingtao arrived. I'm fine. Upon reading the message, Jiang Sun exhaled in relief. He quickly picked up the spellbook to respond. You rascal, finally some news. What on earth happened? Zhao Tingtao replied. I was surrounded by a pack of wolves and nearly met my end. That Phantom Veil scroll was a tremendous help. Jiang Sun inquired. How are you? Are you injured? Use those healing items. Zhao Tingtao replied. I've already used them. That moon spirit grass truly works wonders. I had a chunk bitten off my arm, and it regrew. Zhao Tingtao added. I genuinely thought my life was forfeit. By the way, when did you hoard so many useful scrolls? Jiang Sun replied. I just bought them. Damn it, pay me back. Zhao Tingtao responded, of course. I'm grateful to my adoptive father for saving my life. How many resources did you spend? Just tell me, and I'll transfer them to you. Jiang Sun retorted. Oh, just 5 fully charged magical crystals. How do you want to transfer? Zhao Tingtao exclaimed, Dad. Jiang Sun, calling you father is futile, even if you sell your skin drum. You must return the money to me. Jiang Sun feigned distress over the money, yet genuine joy coursed through him. After all, although the magical crystal commanded a high price, it was of little consequence to him. Zhao Tingtao, however, was a predetermined senior member of the Qingshan organization. It is rare to find someone worthy of trust, and through this encounter, the two had undoubtedly forged a profound friendship, one in which they could confide in each other. With this thought, a mischievous idea struck Jiang Sun, prompting him to send Zhao Tingtao a message. Jiang Sun, by the way, do you still need me to look after your sister? From now on, we can each address one another as we please. You can call me father, and I shall refer to you as my esteemed brother-in-law, Zhao Tingtao. Subsequently, the two exchanged all the items they had sent to each other. Zhao Tingtao, however, insisted on leaving the Starlight Stone with Jiang Sun and sent a plethora of resources, including several 100 pounds of meat. Upon receipt, Jiang Sun discovered a delightful array of food, each item of at least Firefly grade. Among them, the Star-grade Icefield elk marrow weighed a full 5 pounds. Consuming these delicacies would elevate Jiang Sun's attributes to an extraordinarily impressive level at this stage. Zhao Tingtao, brother, from now on, I will take care of your meat consumption. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Jiang Sun, that works, but I recall there are dragons in this world. I don't believe I've ever tasted one. Zhao Tingtao, just wait for it. Jiang Sun, by the way, have you had any luck contacting your sister? Zhao Tingtao, she is not on this regional channel. I send messages on the world channel daily, but you know how dense the information is. Upon reading the message, Jiang Sun quickly grasped the situation. Seeking out loved ones is almost everyone's first choice, yet most individuals are not on the same regional channel. Thus, the world channel has become the sole option for all. However, with 8 billion Blue Star inhabitants in the world channel, the density of messages is unimaginable. Finding someone within that sea of information is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After contemplating, Jiang Sun felt it was the right moment and sent Zhao Tingtao a message. I might be able to assist you. Chapter 40. Joining the ranks. At this moment, a towering bald man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, sat amidst the wooden cabin, his body smeared with blood as he devoured roasted meat. His tattered trousers hung limply, barely clinging to him. His bare torso was a canvas of intertwining scars, some already healed while others were still raw, oozing with fresh blood. This man was Zhao Tingtao, who had just miraculously escaped a pack of wolves. Yet, his current rugged and fierce demeanor, imbued with the weight of hardship and wildness, starkly contrasted with the fitness instructor that he had described to Jiang Sun. Upon seeing Jiang Sun's message, Zhao Tingtao's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the spellbook. Little Ran. He silently whispered his sister's name within the recesses of his mind, a complex glimmer flashing in his eyes. He knew Jiang Sun to be a person of discernment, certainly not one to jest about such matters. Thus, he was convinced that Jiang Sun must indeed possess a genuine solution. He hastily replied, Is it true? What do you need me to do? Jiang Sun promptly responded, though his message was but a single sentence. Yet it sent a chill through Zhao Tingtao, stirring a tempest within him. Are you willing to join Qingshan? My Qingshan? Jiang Sun paid no heed to Zhao Tingtao's flurry of exclamations that arose from his shock. With determination, he swiftly sent a message to Zhou Tsangyan. After all, in this vast, boundless world replete with the unknown and perilous, relying solely on his meager strength, alongside a mere trio in the Qingshan organization, to locate a specific individual amidst the throng was undeniably a fanciful dream. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom's extensive and formidable shelters naturally emerged as a highly viable avenue. Their members were dispersed across various corners and channels, effectively encompassing a significant portion of the Dragon Kingdom populace. Moreover, according to Zhou Tsangyan, they had successfully integrated 46 shelters, each averaging a population of 300. The means by which the authorities achieved this remained a mystery. Such a vast base of people resembled an invisible yet immense web of information. extending to every corner of the world and significantly enhancing the likelihood of finding someone. Furthermore, the official messages they disseminated, bolstered by their authority and wide-reaching communication channels, were bound to attract greater attention. In truth, Jiang Sun was aware that if a missing person notice were to be issued under the Qingshan organization's name, it might yield some effect. However, his current influence was largely confined to the regional channel. Thus, a dual-pronged approach, exerting efforts on both fronts, would expedite the achievement of their objective. As a message was dispatched, it spread with remarkable swiftness. The Dragon Kingdom authorities evidently took the matter with utmost seriousness, vigorously promoting the circulation of the news. They even offered star-rated food as a reward to incentivize more individuals to partake in the search efforts. The pinned message in the organization channel has been changed from an announcement to a search for a person. This indicates that Jiang Sun's request is being treated as a matter of utmost importance. A wave of emotion surged within Jiang Sun. Simultaneously, he felt a deep-seated conviction. With such formidable efforts and comprehensive endeavors, regardless of the final outcome, he was certain that the living must be found and the dead must be identified. While awaiting news, Jiang Sun had already disclosed the situation regarding Qingshan to Zhao Tingtao, who was taken aback by the revelations. Zhao Tingtao, so does that mean I am now one of the only 5 S-level forces in this world? Jiang Sun, indeed, and you are the second in command. Zhao Tingtao, that is acceptable. So, does that imply that currently there are only the 2 of us in the organization? Jiang Sun, not exactly. There is also Qin Gingyun, Old Qin, and a squirrel. Zhao Tingtao, I didn't expect Old Qin to be swayed by you. Truly, those who excel in speech often surpass those who excel in deeds. Jiang Sun, mind your words. By the way, if you have reliable individuals, feel free to recruit them. We need to enhance our development. Zhao Tingtao, that is no problem. So, am I now the force representative of the organization? Jiang Sun, not quite. That squirrel holds that title. Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun, if you're dissatisfied, I can arrange for you two to have a match. By the way, he is at the Haoyue level. I hope you are as well. Zhao Tingtao, please convey my respects to Lord Squirrel. With Zhao Tingtao's candidness, Jiang Sun then realized how well Zhao Tingtao had developed. They mutually shared portions of their personal information panels. Jiang Sun was astonished to discover that Zhao Tingtao's attributes were even more extraordinary than his own. Personal information name, Zhao Tingtao level. Firefly strength, 16 agility, 16 stamina, 18, 15, 3, intelligence, 6 magic power, 120 recovery rate, 6 points H, skill, gathering, level 1. 12. Upon seeing Zhao Tingtao's attributes, a complex emotion surged within Jiang Sun. He had previously considered his own development commendable, only to find that his 4 core attributes paled in comparison to Zhao Tingtao's. Had it not been for Zhao Tingtao's low intelligence, his attributes would have overwhelmingly surpassed Jiang Sun's. Nonetheless, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. After all, the stronger the individuals within the organization, the greater their collective strength would be. Moreover, according to Zhao Tingtao, he only received the notification of reaching the Firefly level when the total of his 4 core attributes reached 50 points. Jiang Sun quietly calculated his own attributes and discovered that the sum of his strength, agility, and stamina had already reached 10 points. His intelligence was a remarkable 19 points, leaving him merely 1 point shy of the 50-point threshold. With this realization, his spirits were slightly lifted. Jiang Sun had learned from Zhou Cangyin that the vast majority of individuals at this stage were still striving for basic subsistence. Even with some accomplishments, his 4-dimensional attributes lingered around a mere 5 or 6 points. Only a select few, who developed relatively well, might barely reach around 10 points in any single attribute. Even Zhou Cangyin, one of the mightiest individuals nurtured by the entire Dragon Nation sanctuary, had only just managed to attain the flickering light level. Upon grasping this reality, Jiang Sun finally felt a sense of relief. The superior feeling of being ahead of the vast majority provided him with immense inner satisfaction. Moreover, his magical crystal business had yet to unleash its full potential. Suddenly, Jiang Sun seemed to recollect something and inquired of Zhao Tingtao. Has her talent awakened? Or have you acquired any peculiar abilities? Zhao Tingtao pondered for a moment and replied, I believe I have. It's likely related to beast taming. I intended to capture a couple of wolf cubs today for experimentation. Unfortunately, I encountered the wolf king at home. Just wait, I'll retrieve them after a while. After reading the message, Jiang Sun fell into contemplation. In his recollection, discussions regarding talent on various communication channels were scarce. This indicated that most individuals had failed to successfully awaken their talents. The earlier revelations from the ancient European alliance had also stated, unless one possessed innate special abilities, awakening could only be aided by something known as a talent stone. Contemplating this, a peculiar sense of disarray surged within Jiang Sun. He felt as though he was not playing the same game as others. Despite his superior attributes and talents, and even better luck than most, why did he still feel devoid of any sense of security? To him, the world appeared fraught with peril at every turn. On the first day, he encountered the mysterious and formidable Walla. On the second day, he faced a Shamat bear that toyed with its shield like a ball. On the fourth day, he was pursued and battered by a venomous spider. Each of these magical beasts represented an insurmountable challenge for him. If it were anyone else who encountered even one of them, they would likely have already met their demise. As for the various low-level magical beasts discussed among his peers, Jiang Sun had not even laid eyes on them. Even the rabbit, which had been consumed as juice by the venomous spider, seemed to possess flickering light-level speed. Was it not so? Others had novice villages. Yet here he was, cast into a high-level map. Wasn't he? Jiang Sun ground his teeth in frustration, his heart brimming with helplessness. Chapter 41. The third-level shelter. Time. Blue Star Calendar. Day 1. Month 7. 6 o'clock a.m. Daytime. 7 a.m. to 1 o'clock p.m. Night. 1 p.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. Jiang Sun groggily opened his eyes, only to find a world outside still shrouded in darkness. Was it not yet dawn? Had he risen too early today? Confusion filled his mind as he recalled that his biological clock had been quite reliable. Hastily, he retrieved his handbook to check the time. To his astonishment, he discovered that the time had indeed changed. Dawn was now delayed by a full hour, and the duration of daylight had been shortened by 2 hours. Darkness would descend by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This seemed utterly absurd. Jiang Sun cursed inwardly. After all, it had only been the 7th day since his arrival in this world. In just 1 week, the cycle of day and night had undergone multiple alterations. What would the future hold? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly sent a message to Old Qin to inquire about the crops. He was concerned that insufficient sunlight might hinder their proper growth. After receiving a reassuring response indicating that there were no significant issues, Jiang Sun felt a slight relief. However, Old Qin warned him that if the fluctuations in day and night continued to be severe, it could lead to decreased yields or even crop failure. Thus, preparations were necessary. After all, crops did not possess the adaptability of humans. Jiang Sun's thoughts immediately turned to the strategic blueprints of the Dragon Kingdom shelter, specifically something called the Magic Sun. At the time, he had deemed that contraption to be of little use. Yet, it now appeared that the Manual of Magical Wasteland would not present humanity with useless items. Could it be that the next disaster would be related to the alternation of day and night? Jiang Sun scratched his head. If that were indeed the case, the value of this magic sun would significantly increase. With this in mind, Jiang Sun hastily sent a few messages to Zhou Tsangyan, nurturing their relationship. After all, fortunes change, and there might come a time when he would require assistance. Rising from his bed, Jiang Sun continued to refine a batch of magical crystals. After replacing a set of filled crystals, he found himself feeling rather aimless. Perhaps he should exercise for a while? This was an idea he had long contemplated, as aside from intellect, the other 3 attributes represented physical fitness. Thus, it was possible that he could actually enhance some aspects through training. Consequently, Jiang Sun began to exercise using the methods taught by Zhao Tingtao. Indeed, within just 10 minutes, he was drenched in sweat, feeling a significant depletion of stamina. Gritting his teeth, he disdainfully grabbed a piece of meat and tossed it on the fire to roast. This fellow had some merit, Jiang Sun remarked, rubbing his sore arms. The workout he had just attempted was peculiar. Despite possessing twice the stamina of ordinary individuals, he could only endure for a mere 10 minutes. Furthermore, some of the movements felt odd. For instance, there was a motion involving raising one hand followed by a forward throw, which was then accompanied by a rotational gesture. To Jiang Sun, it resembled the act of hurling someone forward and swiftly snapping their neck. Zhao Tingtao is indeed an extraordinary individual. He murmured to himself before turning to take the freshly grilled meat and settling at the table. He had long suspected that Zhao's true identity was far more complex than merely being a fitness instructor, but everyone harbors secrets, and Jiang Sun had refrained from prying further. As he bit into a substantial piece of grilled meat, he found it tasteless, akin to chewing on wax. Life devoid of carbohydrates was hardly bearable. Silently, he accumulated his grievances. Although the food reserves were increasing day by day, Jiang Sun's yearning for carbohydrates intensified with each passing moment. In this magical wasteland, he had yet to witness anyone achieving a stable output of carbohydrates. He had only encountered a few wild potatoes, which quickly vanished from sight. After finishing his meal, Jiang Sun opened the manual for the Magical Wasteland. In the regional channel, a chorus of lamentations filled the air. Why hasn't T-Dawn arrived yet? Only 2 days remain to gather resources, and I am far from ready. Indeed, how is it that daylight now only lasts 6 hours? It's forcing us to risk our lives at night. Someone save me. My tent hasn't even been upgraded yet. What am I to do? What have you been doing these days? With no tent upgrade, you might as well await your demise. I broke my leg climbing trees for fruit on the first day. I haven't been able to leave my shelter. You can't blame anyone else. Everyone is struggling for survival, and there are no surplus resources to aid you. You're on your own. I have seeds and wild fruits. I beg you, I just need to upgrade to a level 2 hut. Well, wait for a benefactor to come to your aid, or perhaps contact the official shelter if they can see your plight. Upon reading the messages in the channel, Jiang Sun gleaned an understanding of the situation. It appeared that most individuals were opting to utilize conversion arrays to endure the magical tide. Yet they remained uncertain about the resources required. After all, the revelations only indicated that a level 2 shelter could not withstand the tide, while a level 3 shelter could. However, it had already been calculated that the energy differential between the shields of the 2 levels was over 5-fold. Thus, the exact amount of energy needed to survive remained ambiguous, compelling everyone to frantically gather resources to enhance their chances of survival. What if they were just one piece of what's short? This was the collective mindset. Jiang Sun could not concern himself with the thoughts of others. While he could ensure his own survival, he did not harbor illusions of thriving. Countless high-level magical beasts lurked nearby, severely undermining his sense of security. It was conceivable that one day he could attract the attention of an insurmountable foe and be torn to shreds. Gazing at the materials before him, Jiang Sun resolved to upgrade to a level 3 shelter today and prepare for the level 4 shelter starting tomorrow. Time waits for no one, especially not for the dilatory. He subsequently opened the interface of the Magical Books Sanctuary, the Firefly-level magical cottage, a magical abode endowed with extraordinary abilities capable of effectively repelling intermediate-level magical beasts, and possessing a certain degree of spatial expansion capability. Sanctuary facilities: primary magical shield, 90, small magical item storage room, 5 cubic meters. Sanctuary upgrade, 1103, 800 logs, 950, 800 stones, magic core, 01, optional edition. Additional effects: within the radius of the totem pole, the maximum mana limit increases by 200. Mana recovery speed enhances by 100, and stamina recovery speed improves by 10. Gazing at the cottage with its commendable additional attributes, Jiang Sun clenched his teeth and retrieved the Moon Howler's crystal core from his pocket. I hope you won't disappoint me. He then directly chose to add the magic core. As the invaluable star-level magic core vanished, a prompt appeared before Jiang Sun. Ding. Would you like to use the Moon Howler's crystal core as the primary material to upgrade to a level 3 magic stone fortress? Confirm. With Jiang Sun's click, a dazzling radiance instantly enveloped the entire magical cottage. Within the light, the structure of the cottage began to disassemble rapidly, then eerily hovered in the air, merging with the newly added materials. The logs and stones appeared to be imbued with life, methodically constructing the framework of the stone fortress in midair. They interlocked and fused together, emitting a dull, cracking sound. The magic core floated at the center of the fortress, continuously releasing powerful waves of magical energy. This wave, like threads, intricately wove together all the building materials. As the construction progressed, the walls of the fortress gradually thickened, with mysterious magical runes emerging on the surface, glowing with an ethereal blue light. The original primary magical shield began to metamorphose under the nurturing of mana, its brilliance intensifying. The defense capability experienced a remarkable enhancement in a short span. Furthermore, the radius of the totem pole expanded with the upgrading of the fortress, and the aura of magic within its range became increasingly dense. Jiang Sun could distinctly feel the maximum limit of his mana rising steadily, surpassing initial expectations and reaching an entirely new zenith. The mana recovery speed became astonishingly rapid, with a small portion of mana replenished in the blink of an eye. This revelation filled him with both shock and delight. After approximately 10 minutes of flickering brilliance, a magnificent level 3 stone fortress finally stood in its place. The robust stone walls exuded an overwhelming sense of security. As the grand door of the fortress slowly opened, Jiang Sun took a deep breath and stepped inside. It was as if he had entered an entirely new realm. The decor, though simple, was imbued with a magical essence. The walls were embedded with stones that radiated a soft glow, illuminating the entire interior space. These were the luminous stones he had previously purchased but never utilized. If the magical cottage was merely an ordinary wooden house, that enchanted castle is truly deserving of the term magical. Chapter 42. The New Home, an outrageous attribute, stellar-grade magic stone fortress, an indomitable stronghold, spacious and capable of dynamically altering its layout through the power of magic, housing a variety of optional expansion facilities. Sanctuary facilities, intermediate magic shield, 100, medium-sized magic item storage room, 20 cubic meters, magic energy gathering array for adding materials and converting magical energy, magic watchtower for remote reconnaissance of the surrounding environment, providing early warnings of approaching magical beasts and dangers. Sanctuary upgrades, 303-2000 logs, 150-2000 stones, 1200 hardwoods, 50 magic iron ingots. Stellar grade materials 03, optional edition. Walls, 150-200 stones, 1250 hardwoods to enhance risk resistance. Magic kitchen, 303-100 logs, 150-100 stones, a place for magical culinary tools. Magic manufacturing room, 303-100 logs, 150-100 stones. 01 magic core for crafting magical items. Magic training room, 150-100 stones, 50 magic iron ingots. 01 magic core to accelerate magical training progress. Magic lounge, 303-100 logs, 150-100 stones to assist in entering a deep meditative state. Magic plantation, 303-100 logs, 150-100 stones. 01 magic core to enhance crop growth speed. Additional effect 1. Within the radiance of the totem pillar, the upper limit of magical energy, 1000. Magical energy recovery speed, 400. Physical recovery speed, 50. Additional effect 2. Within the radiance of the totem pillar, magic power amplification by 20. A 10 chance for enemies to trigger a magical backlash effect, causing their magical energy to become chaotic and briefly uncontrollable. Gazing upon the myriad of messages, Jiang Sun felt utterly dazzled. Firstly, the area of the house had expanded to a generous 200 square meters, and it could further extend with the addition of facilities. Secondly, a plethora of practical expansion facilities had been introduced. This signified that Jiang Sun would no longer have to confine all his basic needs to a single room. Naturally, these facilities were remarkably useful, such as the plantation that accelerates crop growth and the training room that enhances training progress. These were indispensable constructions for Jiang Sun, with even the bedroom and walls falling within his plans. As for the kitchen, he dismissed it entirely. What need had he for a kitchen when there was nothing to eat? What perplexed Jiang Sun the most was the option for the manufacturing room. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Currently, all item crafting was done via scrolls. Upon confirmation, items would materialize automatically, including his strategic-grade collector. What, then, was the purpose of this manufacturing room? Although a foreboding intuition loomed over him, he soon cast it aside. He gazed at his new home with unbridled joy. The Level 3 Magic Stone Fortress provided him a sense of security that far surpassed that of a mere magical cottage. He even felt that, should a stellar-grade predator approach, it would stand no chance against the defenses of his sanctuary. However, a tinge of apprehension surged within him. This Tier 3 sanctuary was exceedingly formidable, yet it also implied that the calamity requiring such a refuge was beyond comprehension for a Tier 2 magical abode. Perhaps many would perish due to inadequate preparation. Nonetheless, Jiang Sun resolved to cast aside such thoughts and turn to tidy up the house. The enchanted stone fortress was neatly divided into 4 chambers, adaptable in size and shape according to necessity. Jiang Sun first placed the dragon egg-shaped nest of the young dragon in a corner of one room, then gathered all the daily necessities into the same chamber. Even so, the room appeared rather sparse. He wandered into another room designated as a storage area and discovered that the basic materials had been meticulously stacked against the wall. A rough estimate suggested it could accommodate around 10,000 units of fundamental supplies. As for the other 2 empty rooms, he chose not to linger. They remained vacant for now and could be utilized when the need arose. After organizing the space, Jiang Sun leaped into the dragon egg. A wave of comfort enveloped him, and he found himself reluctant to move. Thus, he picked up a magical tome to examine his attributes, only to discover a significant transformation. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, Glimmer strength, 10 agility, 10 stamina, 10 intelligence, 24, 19.5, magic points, 1800, recovery rate, 90,270,360 points H, skill, gathering, level 3. 55, a faint smile crossed Jiang Sun's face, devoid of expression. He realized he was irrevocably on the path of a living battery. A staggering recovery rate of 720 points H felt decidedly unusual. The mere cap of 1,800 magic points was already outrageous, and the efficiency of replenishing it in just 2.5 hours was even more extraordinary. It is worth noting that a single magic crystal could contain a maximum of 20 ounces of magic, equating to 2,000 points. Even with a magic collector, it would take a full 8 hours to gather such energy. To call him a humanoid magic collector would not be an exaggeration. As for others, Jiang Sun didn't even need to compare, as they were not on the same level. Take Ting Tao, for example. His magic recovery rate was a mere 6 points H, while Jiang Sun's recovery speed was 120 times that. Doubts began to cloud Jiang Sun's mind regarding the correctness of his chosen path. After all, he had already invested a substantial amount of resources, and if he failed to achieve the desired outcome, it would indeed be a significant loss. However, if the power of Tide of Magic exceeded his expectations, he could very well ascend to become one of the strongest individuals in the Magical Wasteland. On the first day, he was cautious. On the second, he was jubilant. Fist against spiders, foot upon squirrels. Wiping the drool from his chin, Jiang Sun stood up, preparing to venture outside. After the delay caused by upgrading the Magic Stone Fortress, the clock now reads 10 o'clock a.m. Glancing at the meat platter on the table, Jiang Sun found himself devoid of appetite and decided to venture out for some exploration. Before departing, he cautiously checked the weather. Temperature, 1826 weather condition. Overcast skies shrouding the moon with a steady flow of magical energy. Wind level, a gentle breeze whispers. Magical atmosphere, an ominous hue pervades the air with a palpable essence of magic coalescing. Celestial omens, the stars sketch ancient magical totems, foretelling disaster and rebirth. Jiang Sun couldn't help but swallow hard. Not a single favorable word graced the weather description in the spellbook. Yet, the flow of magic had curiously returned to a state of calm, reminiscent of the tranquility preceding a tempest. As Jiang Sun stepped outside, he cautiously tested his stellar flash, only to find its release remarkably smooth. Indeed, it was related to the weather conditions. He finally discerned the source of the previous eerie sensation of delay. However, with his life-preserving abilities restored, venturing out for a brief exploration seemed unproblematic. Jiang Sun steeled himself and lifted his basket, stepping out the door. Upon exiting, he inhaled the fresh air deeply, only to find no notable changes. A twinge of confusion washed over him, but all doubts dissipated the moment he crossed the threshold of the protective shield. As he stepped beyond the boundary, a wave of suffocating pressure assaulted him. Jiang Sun took a moment to discern the sensation, realizing it wasn't due to thin air. It felt akin to the flames of a crystal furnace, more like an essence emanating from the soul. Clearly, the external conditions had deteriorated significantly, yet the magical shield provided a buffer against such adversity. Jiang Sun murmured to himself, finally grasping the true value of the sanctuary and the magic symbol shield. With only 2 days until disaster strikes, the outside world was already in such a state. He pondered what even stranger phenomena might arise when the calamity finally arrived. A wave of relief washed over him, grateful for his relatively favorable fate. He then attempted to release his skills once more. After confirming everything was in order, a cascade of starlight sparkled, and his figure vanished from sight. Chapter 43. The Black Mist Knight having confirmed his destination, Jiang Sun raced along the predetermined path. This exploration was directed toward the red-circled area on the edge of the map. Given that the distance to the red circle was a daunting 10 kilometers, his plan for the day was merely to traverse half that distance. Jiang Sun was acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead, knowing that it might very well be the lair of formidable crescent moon-level beasts. Yet, regardless of the peril, he felt compelled to proceed. With the upgrade of his level 3 magic stone fortress, Jiang Sun stood on the precipice of a monumental 4th-level milestone. This also signified that if he failed to locate a suitable site for the accumulation of magical energy to elevate his sanctuary before the impending high-level calamity, he would be left with no choice but to resort to conventional means, transforming it into a mere dwelling. This was simply unacceptable. He was convinced that anyone who had glimpsed the revelations of sanctuary would never settle for an ordinary upgrade. After all, no one yearns to exist in mediocrity. Jiang Sun resolved within himself that, come what may, even at great cost, he must achieve the creation of a sanctuary. As he sprinted, Jiang Sun unleashed Star Flash to deftly evade obstacles. With an abundance of magical energy, he felt an undeniable confidence. He paid no heed to the occasional footsteps and prying sensations around him. Thanks to his agility attribute of 10, his speed was commendable. The substantial magical energy enhancements from the source of magic and the Magic Stone Fortress bolstered his resolve. He felt assured that if he encountered the venomous spider again, he could easily toy with it like a pet. After skillfully using Star Flash to evade an attacking leopard beast, Jiang Sun turned and raised a middle finger in defiance. A $10 water cup. I'll sell it to you for 9. He jested. The leopard stared in confusion. A 9% discount, my friend. As Jiang Sun ventured farther, he noticed the environment growing increasingly hostile. Initially, familiar landmarks marked from previous explorations were visible, but as the distance expanded, everything became foreign. At 3 kilometers, the once lush trees began to wither and twist grotesquely. The leaves took on an eerie black hue, as if tainted by darkness. Jiang Sun sensed that the footsteps of the beasts that had been trailing him had fallen silent. At 5 kilometers, the once vibrant grasslands lost their vitality, replaced by moss that emitted a chilling glow. With each step, he felt a shiver coursing through him. Jiang Sun surmised that he had likely entered the territorial radius of the creatures within the red circle. Suppressing his unease, he continued to tread carefully forward. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound emerged from the woods ahead. Initially, the sound was barely perceptible, but as Jiang Sun drew nearer, it crescendoed into a resonant symphony resembling the fluttering wings of countless insects. It seemed as though there was the precise sound of mechanical operation. Jiang Sun cautiously slowed his pace, gradually approaching the source of the sound. The hand gripping the flowing light began to sweat profusely. He arrived at the thicket from which the noise emanated, carefully parting the foliage before him. The sight that met his eyes made him gasp in shock. What on earth is that? Jiang Sun swallowed hard, not daring to utter a sound. Before him lay a clearing where a dozen humanoid beings were tearing apart the corpse of a beast, the shape of which was no longer discernible. Blood splattered, and flesh and bone flew about. These humanoid figures resembled fallen knights, their forms encased in tattered, jet-black metal armor, emanating a potent aura of darkness. Etched upon the armor were runes, each shimmering with an eerie blue light, intertwining with the sinister blood red in their eye sockets, sending chills down his spine. Jiang Sun scrutinized them closely, noting that although their movements appear mechanical, there was an unusual harmony to them, as if they were adhering to a predetermined protocol. Moreover, as they dismantled the beast's corpse, strands of black magical energy were drawn from the remains, gradually merging into the bodies of the knights. Instantly, their dark aura intensified. Could it be that these entities enhanced their strength by devouring magical energy? Jiang Sun pondered this, while also entertaining some less noble thoughts. For the desire to claim a valuable treasure for oneself is a sentiment shared by all. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, the Black Mist Knights suddenly ceased their actions in unison. Jiang Sun, witnessing this, instinctively halted as well. Then, he saw the knights abruptly turn their heads in unison, their gazes fixed intently in his direction, yet all that met their sight was a scattering of starlight. Moments later, Jiang Sun found himself gasping for breath amidst a dense canopy of trees, having retreated a good 500 meters from the humanoid creatures. This was the result of his 10 consecutive uses of Star Flash. Even with his astounding magical power of 1,800 points, he found himself reduced to half. Thank goodness he was swift. What were those things? Jiang Sun pounded his chest, his heart nearly leaping from his chest in the aftermath of the encounter. Just that brief moment of distraction nearly cost him his life. The speed of those knights was utterly astonishing. Although he had managed to escape in time, he had still witnessed their rapid approach. There were even after-images. This world of Magical Wasteland was truly terrifying. As he lamented the phrases he had learned from who knows where, Jiang Sun recalled the scene he had just witnessed. At the moment when all the knights looked up, he had caught a glimpse through a gap in one of their damaged armors. What lay within was not flesh and blood, but bones and machinery. This immediately reminded him of the tattered doll he had previously found. He felt that the two entities likely originated from the same source. Thus, could this be a man-made creation? A fervent desire to return and study arose within Jiang Sun. He pondered that if he could master this technology, perhaps he could stride confidently in the future. In his mind, he envisioned himself raising his arm in command, with hundreds of magical puppets surging forward to overwhelm their foes. A foolish grin of yearning spread across Jiang Sun's face. As the days swiftly passed, Jiang Sun wearily dragged his box back to the sanctuary. After a day filled with trials, he finally discerned the operational patterns of the magical puppets. It was evident that these constructs were artificial and in significant numbers. Just in this one direction, he observed 3 squads. These puppets patrolled along fixed routes, eliminating any living beings within their line of sight, subsequently absorbing the magical energy from their prey to sustain their operations. This cycle had likely persisted for many years. Based on his conjecture, the central location guarded by the puppets was likely the very place marked by the red circle. Thus, it was highly probable that this was their manufacturing site. Jiang Sun raised his finger and gently tapped the red circle, while his thoughts began to expand. If he could utilize the facilities there to upgrade the sanctuary, would it not signify that he too could possess the technology to create such magical puppets? Excitement surged within him, but he quickly quelled the thoughts. Now that he had a goal, all that remained was to strive towards it. Daydreaming was futile, especially since he could hardly defeat a single puppet. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Sun replaced the fully charged magical crystal and promptly placed it in the trading channel. After acquiring 2,000 units of materials, he sent 1,600 units directly to Old Qin. He could not bear the thought of Old Qin suffering from hunger or cold. Thanks to Zhao Tingtao's generous support over the past few days, Old Qin had completely recovered, even surpassing his former self. This brought a sense of relief to Jiang Sun. For as long as old Qin was around, Qin Shan would never lack for sustenance. He even suspected that old Qin might possess some innate talent related to agriculture. Though he had hesitated to inquire about it, Jiang Sun casually took a few bites of meat before lying back down on his bed to rest. The absence of carbohydrates was undeniably uncomfortable, a common predicament faced by many during this period. Consequently, many had begun to exhibit irritability and agitation, contributing to a rather poor atmosphere in the channel recently. Jiang Sun pulled a handful of milk candies from his pocket and placed them in a nearby storage box. After a moment's thought, he instinctively scattered some at the door. He had a lingering sense that La must have been preoccupied with something, which was why she had not come to find him. Chapter 44. The Awakening of Talent. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 8. 6 o'clock a.m. Jiang Sun was roused from his slumber by the tremors emanating from a spellbook. Groggily, he rose and activated the information prompt, only to discover a message from Zhao Tingtao. Zhao Tingtao, foster father. Jiang Sun, how much do you need? Zhao Tingtao, 2,000. Jiang Sun, have you taken a wife? Is that why you require such a sum? Upon sending the message, Jiang Sun felt a sense of disquiet. Given Zhao Tingtao's character and their close bond, such a significant life event would surely not be kept from him. Therefore, Jiang Sun, wait, it's not that you're getting married. It's that I'm the one getting married? Zhao Tingtao, you rascal, marry your own big one. Quickly, transfer the funds. I connected with my sister. Ding. Jiang Sun wishes to trade 5 magic crystals with you. Do you agree? Jiang Sun, look, doesn't this indicate that I am indeed getting married? This is precisely what we had discussed earlier, right? Zhao Tingtao. After reading the message, Jiang Sun chuckled. Though he jested, he felt genuine happiness for Zhao Tingtao. The prospect of having a sister as kin and potentially sharing a life together filled him with envy. In this treacherous wasteland of a world, Zhao Tingtao and his sister seemed to have found true reliance in one another. However, Jiang Sun's situation was starkly different. In his teenage years, he had suffered the loss of his parents in an accident. Shortly thereafter, he endured a catastrophic car crash himself. For the past decade, he had managed to survive solely on the meager compensation from his parents' untimely demise. As he traversed into this new world, the funds were all but depleted. He often pondered how he had persevered. If he were to seek a reason, it would perhaps be sheer unwillingness to succumb. He refused to believe that all misfortunes were destined to befall him. He awaited the universe's reparation. After conversing a while longer with Zhao Tingtao, Jiang Sun felt a significant uplift in his spirits. He began to rise and prepare himself. He washed, brushed his teeth, and donned his clothing. Such simple tasks had not been performed by him in a decade. Slowly, he made his way to the window, observing the weather outside. Jiang Sun realized that the world beyond was shrouded in a dreary haze, rendering it difficult to discern whether it was day or night. The magical turbulence in the atmosphere had coalesced into a tangible form, with visible ripples dancing across the sky. Alas, it appeared that the day was ill-suited for exploration. Jiang Sun sighed inwardly. He opened the regional channel, and indeed, it was filled with lamentations. Today, the daylight lasts but 3 hours. What am I to do? I have only gathered over 500 materials. Indeed, I can't even cast gathering technique today. The influence of the magical atmosphere is too overwhelming. Damn wild boars. All my potatoes planted outside have been ruined. How am I to endure these 7 days? My leg is broken. I surely cannot withstand the tide. Does anyone have food? I am willing to trade materials for a decent meal before I perish. Fortunately, I can upgrade my shelter the day after tomorrow. What good will your upgrade do? The magical tide begins tomorrow night. What? ISNT it on the 10th. Yes, at midnight on the 10th, which is essentially the night of the 9th. Damn, it's evident that most people in the regional channel are utterly clueless. After all, this is the first nationwide disaster. No one has any concept of its intensity. The only information we have is that level 3 is stable. This has plunged many into despair, as they are unable to gather sufficient materials for upgrading. Jiang Sun stood by the window, gazing at the chaotic magical currents relentlessly battering the magical shield his expression grave. He felt that the intensity of those few impacts was already sufficient to shatter the tent's shield. If the disaster were to escalate from this baseline, the level 2 hut would likely not withstand it. He then contacted Elder Qin and Zhao Tingtao, confirming that they had all upgraded to level 3 before he felt at ease. Elder Qin utilized a Firefly-grade magical core sponsored by Zhao Tingtao. Thus, the additional effects were rather ordinary. However, upon learning about the extra effects, Zhao Tingtao promptly invested considerable resources under the name of Qin Shan, acquiring a star-grade magical core. The significant four-dimensional enhancements it granted him had him smiling for days on end. After confirming everyone's status, Jiang Sun casually pulled out a piece of milk candy to pop into his mouth, only to suddenly feel something amiss in his hand. Lowering his gaze, he discovered. "What is this?" To his astonishment, the milk candy he held was in an unfamiliar form, entirely golden and emanating a faint glow. "Is this a new flavor?" Rather than consuming it immediately, Jiang Sun placed it in his palm to examine. Golden milk candy type, magical food level, special effect, upon consumption. Four-dimensional attributes 1. Remarks. A peculiar food formed under unknown conditions, highly beneficial upon consumption. Upon reading the description, Jiang Sun abruptly halted his actions, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What is this?" "An attribute boost, and a total of 4 points. Could it be a talent awakening?" Realizing this, Jiang Sun hastily opened his personal information to check. Indeed, at the end of his personal information, he noticed an option he had never seen before. Talent, milk candy. It's genuinely called milk candy. Jiang Sun chuckled and continued reading. Talent level, star grade, upgradable, talent description. Once magical energy is full, every 200 points of overflow will create a piece of milk candy. The probability of obtaining candies of different flavors varies, and the effects upon consumption differ. Current probabilities: original milk candy restores 100 points of magical power, probability 90. Apple-flavored milk candy significantly heals bodily injuries. Probability 5. Strawberry-flavored milk candy enhances stamina recovery by 100 for 1 day. Probability 3. Chocolate milk candy randomly increases 1 attribute by 1, probability 1. 5. Golden milk candy increases all attributes by 1, probability 0. 49. Rainbow milk candy increases all attributes by 5, enhances all attributes by 100 for 1 day, and grants 1 random skill, probability 0. 01. Note: magical power can be consumed to forcibly activate the talent manifestation of milk candy. Current consumption: 300 points per piece. As Jiang Sun finished reading the description of his talent, his heart raced as if it were about to leap from his throat. The last time he felt such exhilaration was when his shelter was rated as S-class. Milk candy. He never anticipated that this seemingly useless ability would bestow upon him such immense surprise. In Jiang Sun's mind, even if his milk candy awakened into a talent, merely restoring magical power like before would have been remarkable. However, now, his milk candy talent had transformed into a formidable capability encompassing recovery, healing, and permanent enhancements. The original milk candy represented his extraordinary magical recovery ability, finally put to use. The apple-flavored candy signified a stable means of obtaining healing items. The buffs from the strawberry-flavored candy, along with the permanent attribute boost from the chocolate and golden milk candies, were all things he desperately needed. There was even the existence of the absurd rainbow candy. Although its probability was lamentably low, its rewards were astonishingly high. A smile began to uncontrollably spread across Jiang Sun's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He calculated that, with his current recovery rate of 720 points of magical power per hour, he could acquire 70 pieces of milk candy daily without consuming magical power. Even with normal usage, he could still secure around 50 pieces each day. This meant he would receive at least 2 or 3 healing items daily. Additionally, he could elevate 1 random attribute every 2 days. He could even boost all attributes by an extra 1 each week. After tallying this up, Jiang Sun first let out a cool, restrained chuckle, which gradually escalated into a triumphant laugh, transforming into a boisterous KKK. Ha ha ha. He felt like he had struck it rich. This time, he was genuinely prosperous. He believed that he could even lead a life of comfort solely from selling milk candy. At this moment, however, a trace of concern lingered in Jiang Sun's mind. He could only hope that the probability of the milk candy was not calculated according to some algorithm from a certain tech giant. Chapter 45. Global announcement time quietly slipped away amidst the flurry of activity. Jiang Sun rose to stretch his sore arms. Throughout the morning, he had been fervently refining magical power crystals. Now, the number of his blank magical power crystals had reached 70, while even the fully charged crystals amounted to 30. In just a few days, he had nearly exhausted the 2,000 crystal shards gifted by Zhou Sanyan. Jiang Sun contemplated that once the tide of magic arrived, he intended to reserve a portion of the crystals specifically for exchanging crystal shards. A ratio of 60-1 seemed a reasonable price. This strategy would ensure that he would not fall into the predicament of depletion, thereby wasting the magic tide. Through observation, Jiang Sun discovered that the charging speed of the magical power crystals had significantly accelerated over the past few days. Previously, the crystals could only be charged once every 8 hours. Now, he found himself needing to replace the blank crystals every 5 hours. He speculated that at this rate of improvement, by the time the magic tide arrived, the charging speed might reach 1 batch per hour. This would yield over 100 fully charged crystals daily, coupled with the activity of exchanging shards for crystals, ensuring a continuous supply of crystals. He could scarcely imagine how many fully charged magical power crystals he could accumulate. Initially, Jiang Sun hesitated, wondering if anyone would be unable to produce 60 shards for exchange. However, he quickly realized that although each individual received a limited number of shards, magical power crystals were not one-time use items. It was entirely feasible for several individuals to pool their resources to procure a single crystal. In such a scenario, not only would more people survive, but it would also foster closer connections among them. Jiang Sun could not help but commend his own cleverness. Subsequently, he took out the milk candies he had saved earlier, intending to share some with others while also promoting himself. After all, having 100 points of response from the milk candies made the 50 points less significant. It would be more advantageous to utilize them for promotion, as promotional costs were also a consideration. Without counting, he simply grabbed 2 handfuls and sent them to Zhao Tingtao and Old Qin. Then, he opened his friend list and distributed a few pieces to each person, accompanied by explanations. Amidst the chorus of gratitude, some inquired about the price. This posed a dilemma for Jiang Sun, as there had been no precedence in the trading channel, leaving him without a suitable psychological price point. Each person's demand for magical power varied, resulting in different psychological price points. Thus, he resolved to observe for a while longer before making a decision. He could only vaguely respond, suggesting that if they needed anything, they could come to him with appropriate items for exchange. This way, he could accurately gauge their demand for such items and adjust his pricing accordingly. After distributing the milk candies, Jiang Sun listed today as 5 magical power crystals for sale. With the arrival of 2,000 materials, he embarked on a new plan. He intended to first construct all the supporting facilities of the level 3 Magic Stone Fortress. After all, when the magical tide arrives, no one would be able to venture outside. Thus, engaging in meaningful endeavors during this period became Jiang Sun's primary choice. He reviewed the facilities. There were walls, a kitchen, a manufacturing room, a training room, a lounge, and a plantation. With the construction of walls, the safety of the surrounding environment could be ensured, thereby stabilizing the development of agriculture. The presence of a training room would facilitate a more rapid enhancement of skill levels, augmenting his personal strength. Although the gathering technique could not be improved through the training room, after consuming the golden milk candy, Jiang Sun was finally able to learn the tide of magic, which he had long yearned for. This was likely to become his primary combat skill in the future. The lounge, plantation, and manufacturing room were equally essential. Aside from the magical kitchen, Jiang Sun felt that he was in dire need of all the other facilities. As for the kitchen, it was merely a decorative element. He feasted on roasted meat daily. What use did he have for a kitchen? Gazing at the table laden with meat, Jiang Sun felt he was on the verge of forgetting the taste of other foods. He had previously attempted to trade for some ordinary food, but the cost-effectiveness was utterly lacking, They not only failed to enhance his strength, but were also rather unpalatable. After all, the current food was primarily foraged by people in the wild. Those with suitable planting conditions had yet to see their crops mature, and wild produce, without human cultivation, could hardly evolve into something delectable. It was often unappetizing, even difficult to swallow, which was the only way to ensure survival. With this thought, Jian Sun sighed in resignation. It seemed he would have to rely on Elder Qin. So, those survival novels where the protagonists could casually relish whatever they found were all fabricated tales, weren't they? After mentally lamenting this, Jian Sun turned back to pick up the magic book and opened the trading channel. He found himself lacking in the Firefly-grade materials necessary for upgrading the facilities and needed to exchange for a batch. Inputting the keyword hardwood, he was astonished to discover prices that were astonishingly low. After all, magical materials were only required for upgrading to a level 2 magic cottage. At this stage, the demand for basic materials was significantly higher. Consequently, the exchange ratio of hardwood to raw wood had reached 10:1. The same situation applied to ores like magic iron ore. It was important to note that while both ores and hardwood could be obtained through regular foraging, the probability was merely 2. The current price was evidently far below its intrinsic value. It seemed everyone was in a hurry, leading to a plethora of goods being sold at a loss. Jian Sun felt a surge of excitement. After all, earning money was not easy for anyone, so saving a bit was certainly for the best. With minimal effort, Jian Sun managed to gather all the required materials and even had a surplus. However, he did not exhaust all 2,000 units, reserving a few hundred for emergencies. After all, in times of calamity, no one is inclined to trade in basic materials. Everyone relies on these items to convert magic for survival. After exchanging, Jiang Sun found himself lost in thought as he gazed at the heap of assorted materials before him. He realized that this barter system was evidently not a sustainable solution. After all, the cumbersome transfer of this half-meter-long log was exceedingly laborious. He couldn't help but wonder when a currency system would emerge. Jiang Sun felt a sense of helplessness. At that moment, a mechanical notification sound abruptly pierced the air, startling him so much that he spilled water all over himself. He immediately blurted out a curse. Damn system. Could you not give a warning before scaring me half to death? He was so startled that he didn't even register what he was saying, his words tumbling out in a jumbled manner. Then, he heard the voice continue to speak in his ear. Announcement from the Magical Wasteland world. First and foremost, congratulations on your survival, resilient seekers. Today marks the first stellar period since your arrival in the Magical Wasteland world. I trust you are all prepared for the impending nationwide disaster. Therefore, effective immediately, the secondary novice protection measures will be lifted. All survivors will face the following changes. 1. Restrictions on chaotic and dark magic will be revoked. Starting today, you are free to explore the forbidden zones. However, be warned, these areas are perilous and may harbor unknown magical entities or concentrated sources of magic. 2. All restrictions on star-level and crescent-level predator beasts will be lifted. From now on, high-level magical beasts may discover your sanctuary. 3. The probability of obtaining magical sealing stones, fireflies, and treasure chests will be increased. New treasure categories including elven gifts, stellar, and magical secrets, crescent, will be introduced. The means of acquiring these treasure items will no longer be limited to exploration. Defeating magical beasts or exploring forbidden areas will also yield chances for corresponding gifts. For apparel items will now become available and can be obtained through gifting items. Furthermore, at 8 p.m. today, all surviving seekers will undergo a personal strength assessment, with rewards allocated based on rankings. The evaluation will encompass, but is not limited to, individual attributes, equipment properties, additional effects of sanctuaries, exploration degree, and comfort level of living spaces. Please prepare yourselves. Chapter 46. Influence and its absence. The global announcement, once released, immediately captured the undivided attention of all survivors. The significance of its content rivaled that of the revelation messages. Each individual patiently read it multiple times, anxious not to overlook any crucial information, as it signified the future trajectory of their lives. The announcement articulated its points with clarity. delineating four key aspects. Firstly, the restrictions on certain perilous regions, referred to as forbidden zones, have been lifted. These areas may harbor dangers, yet they might also conceal treasures. There is even the possibility of encountering sites of magical convergence, which could serve as opportunities for upgrading sanctuaries. It seems the system has not entirely barred paths for everyone. The probability of exploring forbidden zones and discovering places of magical accumulation, thereby enhancing sanctuaries, is evidently far greater than the likelihood of seizing the lair of the moonlit beast. Moreover, the associated risks are significantly mitigated. After all, one involves cautious exploration, while the other guarantees an inevitable confrontation with a formidable moonlit-level adversary. The choice is quite evident. Secondly, it is more comprehensible. The reason survivors have yet to encounter high-level magical beasts is due to the system's restrictions on these predatory creatures, confining them to specific areas. It is also plausible that these restrictions extend beyond the confines of the sanctuaries. Thus, survivors have been spared from encountering high-level beasts during their explorations. However, this will change in the future. With the removal of these limitations, it is likely that some unfortunate sanctuary will be trampled by a passing high-level beast. Upon reading this, Jiang Sun felt a subtle sense of foreboding, yet he persevered in his reading. The third point is advantageous for survivors. Not only has the probability of acquiring treasure chests increased, but also the methods of obtaining them have expanded. Items that previously relied solely on exploration and luck can now be consistently acquired through one's own strength. This development provides a monumental boost to individuals like Zhao Tingtao, who engage in daily battles against magical beasts. This lad is destined to prosper. Jiang Sun felt a sense of happiness for him. Yet, he soon became acutely aware of a significant anomaly. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 points heralded a transformative change for every survivor. Yet, for Jiang Sun, they bore no impact whatsoever. Aside from the 4th point, which allowed him to replace his hospital attire with new clothing, what are the other 3? He had already experienced all of them. Forbidden Zone? Do the patrol areas of the Black Mist Nights count as forbidden zones? Does the Walla Tree Hollow qualify? Certainly. Both do, and even the colossal mining caves fall into this category. Yet, Jiang Sun had already traversed all of them. Predatory beasts? The moonlit-level Walla? Venomous spiders? The killmate bear? In the span of a week, he had encountered a dozen of them. It then dawned on him that he had not heard of anyone encountering magical beasts of star level or above. Zhao Tingtao encountered the Wolf King, who merely observed from a distance atop the mountain, refraining from participating in the hunt. The moon-howling beasts that Zhou Tsangyan and his companions hunted could hardly be classified as predators. They were likely neutral entities. So, the novice protection did not extend to me, did it? Surviving solely relied on my good fortune? A wave of irritation surged through Jiang Sun, his thoughts laced with frustration. He had suspected as much. How could so many survive under such challenging circumstances? He pondered whether there existed any recourse for grievances. I'm going to lodge a complaint against this wretched system, protecting others while neglecting me. Is it? Damn it, I demand compensation. Regarding the third category of treasure-related items, Jiang Sun had no desire to even glance at them. He had traversed this new world for a full 8 days. He didn't even know what the most basic crystal ball looked like, let alone the higher-tier treasures. Why was he being singled out? Everyone had arrived together, yet they seemed intent on picking on him. Jiang Sun cursed the system for its unfairness. He realized that after the system announcement, his life remained entirely unaffected. Life went on as usual, eating and drinking without interruption. After perusing the personal strength evaluation criteria, Jiang Sun lay helplessly on his bed. He discovered that before the strength assessment at 2000 hours, he had exhausted all means of self-improvement. First and foremost, his 4-dimensional attributes could not be rapidly enhanced. He had even drawn a few rewards. He had exerted every effort to improve his equipment attributes and the benefits of his sanctuary. As for world exploration, that was not a concern for him. Jiang Sun could hardly believe there was anyone who could emerge from exploring 3 forbidden zones unscathed, as he had. Thus, the only aspect left to enhance was the comfort of his living space. Jiang Sun stroked his chin, deep in thought. He sensed he could strive for greater improvement in this regard. If he could acquire furniture of the same caliber as the nest of the young dragon, his evaluation might ascend to a higher level. Resolute, Jiang Sun promptly picked up a spellbook and began searching for his desired items in the trading channel. However, he was astonished to discover that the value of such items had begun to escalate rapidly in the short term. Moreover, the items available for trade were predominantly attribute-related. He let out a sigh. It seemed everyone was astute, aware that the only swift method to enhance evaluations was through these means. This led many to seize the opportunity for profit. Jiang Sun silently scolded these individuals for their lack of foresight. After all, no buyer was a fool. Among the various evaluation methods, everyone understood which criteria held more weight. The comfort level was clearly one of the lesser factors. Those who excelled in multiple aspects naturally enjoyed good food and restful sleep. Thus, relying solely on enhancing the comfort of one's sanctuary in hopes of obtaining a high evaluation was utterly futile. The wise would not squander significant resources in such a manner. Of course, there were some less foolish individuals attempting to trade basic supplies for these types of items. They recognized that talents like Jiang Sun were their target clientele. After all, those who sought to elevate their self-worth through enhanced comfort must possess considerable merits in other aspects. It was highly probable that they hailed from affluent backgrounds. Thus, exchanging basic resources to ensure a safe passage through the magical tide was indeed the more prudent approach. Jiang Sun perused the offerings for a while and soon stumbled upon several intriguing items. Name: lava fireplace, firefly level. Function: a fireplace crafted from lava stones which, when infused with magic, can maintain a constant temperature in the shelter. Note: exchange for basic materials 300, private inquiries welcome. Name: Starlight Herb Aromatherapy Furnace, firefly level. Function: a fireplace that continuously emits the fragrance of starlight herbs, which, when infused with magic, can slightly enhance recovery speed from injuries. Note: exchange for basic materials 300 or attribute fruit 1. Name: Magical Hot Spring Tub, firefly level. Function: a single-user hot spring tub that, when infused with magic, can sustain a constant temperature and significantly alleviate physical fatigue. Note: exchange for basic materials 200, act quickly to purchase. After examining the effects of the items, Jiang Sun hesitated only briefly before deciding to acquire them all. Although he had initially intended to use his accumulated materials for facility upgrades, the imminent magical tide was set to arrive tomorrow evening, and today's evaluation criteria prioritized comfort over safety. Thus, it was wise to focus on immediate needs. Ultimately, after selling the magical crystals tomorrow, he could easily gather these materials again. Regardless of the phase, magical crystals were guaranteed to be in high demand. With the transaction completed, a flash of light illuminated the items before him, instilling a sense of satisfaction within Jiang Sun. Having been in this world for nearly 10 days, he had scarcely utilized these enchanted everyday items. These possessions epitomized the essence of the magical realm. The dragon egg bed was a testament to that. This world, too, was once a thriving place, albeit evolving in a direction distinct from that of Blue Star. All highly developed societies inevitably focus their skill points on enjoyment. Therefore, the myriad peculiar items of this world promised to offer him a unique experience. Subsequently, Jiang Sun filled the hot spring tub with water and indulgently produced a magical crystal to serve as the power source. He then reclined comfortably within. The warmth enveloped him, and he felt as though his very soul was being cleansed. Since his arrival in this world, he had gone nearly 10 days without a proper bath, let alone a soak. Thus, he resolved to luxuriate in the hot spring while awaiting the stroke of midnight. Chapter 47. Announcement of rankings and rewards. Glancing at the clock, it was already 17:58. With just 2 minutes left until the announcement, a nagging feeling of having forgotten something crept over Jiang Sun. He rubbed his chin, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes widened in realization, and he leapt from the hot spring tub. Disregarding the chill of the air and the water splattered about, he dashed into the bedroom, rummaging through his box with fervor. A significant thought had crossed his mind. After consuming the golden candy, his intelligence attribute had reached 20 points, qualifying him to learn the skill Tide of Gathering Magic. The level of this skill would undoubtedly elevate his standing considerably. With this thought, he could not afford to be tidy. He simply appended the contents of the box, hastily inspecting each item. However, the sheer volume of belongings began to heighten his anxiety. Time was of the essence. Only 2 minutes remained. Hurry up and find it. I promise to keep my room tidy in the future, Jiang Sun muttered, his expression a mixture of urgency and complexity. At the last moment, as the clock struck 59, he unearthed an ancient-looking scroll amidst the clutter. Without a moment to spare, he tore open the skill scroll. As light burst forth, a notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations. You have successfully learned the skill Tide of Gathering Magic. Relief washed over him. He had made it just in time. Then a familiar voice echoed. Ding, personal strength assessment commencing. Assessment criteria include 1. Personal 4-dimensional attributes. 2. Personal equipment and effects. 3. Shelter's additional effects. 4. World exploration degree. 5. Personal space comfort level. Subsequently, Jiang Sun felt an invisible wave sweep over him, and the voice continued. Ding. Assessment complete. Ranking levels are as follows. Number of individuals at E level, 5 billion. Reward, none. Number of individuals at D level, 123, 523, 098. Reward, mana recovery potion 1. Number of individuals at C level, 472, 609. Reward, basic magical item manufacturing blueprint 1. Number of individuals at B level, 5, 720. Reward, dimensional backpack 1. Magical item manufacturing blueprint 1. Number of individuals at A level, 2, 106. Reward, talent awakening stone 1. Number of individuals at S level, 105. Reward, talent awakening stone 1. Growth enabled exclusive equipment 1. Your assessment level, yes. Rewards will be distributed the following morning. Wow, everyone has made progress. Jiang Sun gazed at the system's announced figures, feeling a sense of nostalgia. In the previous shelter ranking, a staggering 6 billion individuals were at the lowest tier. Now, during this personal level assessment, that number had dwindled to 5 billion. Moreover, there were as many as 105 individuals at S level, a staggering increase from the mere 5 in the last evaluation. Yet, from Jiang Sun's perspective, the value of the rewards had diminished considerably. After all, the previous evaluation was aimed at the entire shelter, whereas this assessment focuses on individual capabilities. Consequently, the scale of rewards differs, as do their intended purposes. The last shelter rating primarily offered enlightening cards and strategic blueprints, which were evidently rewards tailored for individual factions. In contrast, this time, the exclusive equipment designed for growth is clearly directed at individuals. Observing this, Jiang Sun retrieved his source of magic from his collar and examined it. Although he had endeavored to appreciate its significance, it was now apparent that its value exceeded his expectations. This was indeed a piece of equipment capable of growth, with only a little over 100 such items possibly remaining among billions worldwide. Subsequently, Jiang Sun opened the spellbook and discovered that countless individuals had begun to engage in discussions. My total attribute is only 25 points, and I was rated D level. I have 28 points, and am also rated D level. But this magic recovery potion is something special. Indeed, it can restore magic 3 times, and each time a substantial 1,000 points. It's more than enough. Darn it, I have 24 points and was evaluated as E level, just a hair's breadth away. I have 35 points. How am I only C level? And why did I receive A chocolate manufacturing blueprint? You're not so bad. I got A fan manufacturing blueprint. Look at my friend's new bag. Isn't it stylish? Dimensional backpack. Wow, B-level powerhouse. What is your attribute score? 44 points. Just average, really. One of my friends has exactly 50 points and was rated A level. Big shot. Do you still need charms? I can find a rope myself. Big shot. Does that mean you can move freely during disasters? Not possible. The attributes that are easiest to improve are 1 strong attributes. Weak attributes can never reach 15 points. Upon observing the amusing conversations of netizens, Jiang Sun had a clearer understanding of the scoring criteria. which primarily revolved around the four-dimensional attributes. The total four-dimensional attributes of an ordinary person typically hover around 20 points. However, with some training or slightly better development, most individuals can surpass 25 points, thus achieving D level. 30 points correspond to C level, while 40 points align with B level, which requires considerable luck or a high level of talent to attain. The fact that over 2,000 individuals achieved A level with 50 points was something Jiang Sun had not anticipated. After all, even individuals like Zhao Tingtao, who had developed exceptionally well, barely exceeded 50 points. How had these 2,000 individuals accomplished this? However, upon conducting a rough calculation, Jiang Sun discovered that these over 2,000 individuals merely constituted 0.0025 of the 8 billion inhabitants of Blue Star. Viewed in this light, it seemed rather normal. Amidst such a vast population, there would inevitably be some fortunate souls. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun hurriedly contacted Zhao Tingtao and the others. Indeed, Zhao Tingtao was also rated S level. To Jiang Sun's delight, even Elder Qin had achieved a B level rating. According to him, this was due to consuming a considerable amount of wild fruits that were difficult to assess for attributes. Alarmed, Jiang Sun promptly advised Elder Qin to exercise caution. After all, many things cannot be definitively judged as toxic. If Old Qin were to suffer ill effects, the verdant mountains might very well turn into desolate wastelands. Subsequently, Jiang Sun continued to immerse himself in the bath barrel, only now realizing that he had been standing there completely unclothed for quite some time. Since the assessment had been completed, there was nothing else to attend to. Thus, he began to examine the skill he had recently acquired, Tide of Magic. This skill releases a beam of light in the targeted area for a duration of 1 second. All enemies within this area will incur continuous damage and experience a magical suppression effect, reducing their magical resistance by 30%, with a base consumption of 50 points. Jiang Sun recalled that this skill stood out conspicuously among a plethora of advanced skills. Firstly, the other skills demanded excessively high attributes, while this one was within his reach in the short term. Secondly, the description of this skill was succinct, unlike the lengthy summaries of 300 to 500 words for the others. Its brevity belied a straightforward and powerful effect. Hence, Jiang Sun held high expectations for the efficacy of this skill. However, he had always been somewhat perplexed by the distinctions between the inherent skills of the staff and those learned independently. Primarily, the skills innate to the equipment could not be upgraded, whereas those he learned could. He speculated that skills might merely represent an expression of magical energy. They could be manifested through a magic circle or a similar form, processing magical energy to display different effects. The difference between the two might lie in the positions of the magic circle engravings. For instance, Star Flash inscribes the magic diagram within the staff, while Tide of Magic engraves it within the body. This led Jiang Sun to ponder if this were indeed the distinction. Could mastering the engraving technique enable him to transform the skills from the staff into his own? If so, that would be splendid. After all, he would eventually need to replace the staff, but he was reluctant to part with such a useful ability as Star Flash. Glancing at the pitch-black sky outside, Jiang Sun retracted his intention to venture out and test the new skill. He decided it would be best to find a fortunate soul to experiment with in the morning instead. Chapter 48. The Stellar Abyss and the Might of the Demon Gathering. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the reward, Stellar Abyss. Jiang Sun, who was initially lost in a drowsy slumber, immediately awakened upon hearing the sound. With such a persistent alarm, who could possibly indulge in a lazy morning? He quickly leaped out of bed, disregarding his attire, and rushed to the table. Indeed, a luminous orb rested there, beckoning him. He eagerly picked it up and discovered a miniature garment within. Is this a mage robe? Jiang Sun was momentarily taken aback before swiftly shattering the orb. Instantly, a magnificent long robe revealed itself before him. Stellar Abyss, type, mage robe level, crescent moon, upgradable, wearing requirement, maximum mana limit of over 1,500 points. Effect, increases maximum mana limit by 500 points, reduces all ability mana consumption by 50, and can absorb mana for self-repair when damaged. Simple, brutal, This was Jiang Sun's first impression. Much like the source of magic, this item boasted few effects and a concise description. Yet, the limited effects were astonishingly remarkable. Am I truly venturing deeper into the realm of mindless skill deployment? Jiang Sun couldn't help but scratch his head. The more he gazed at the robe, the more he adored it. The robe stood approximately 1.5 meters tall, presenting a profound, deep blue hue, reminiscent of the serene nebulae in the night sky. Its fabric was not ordinary, but woven from a mysterious fiber known as star silk. The collar featured a high, standing design that encircled the neck, with delicate golden star patterns embroidered along the edges. Each star pattern resembled a minuscule magical star, emanating a gentle wave of magical energy. On the back of the robe, a magnificent celestial dome pattern was displayed, formed by countless twinkling stars interconnected to create a mysterious magical array. Truly, it was worthy of being crescent moon-grade equipment. Jiang Sun couldn't help but marvel. Just yesterday, he pondered where to procure a new outfit to replace his worn hospital garb. Today, a delightful surprise had appeared before him. With this thought, he hastily donned the robe. The integrated design of the mage robe saved him numerous dressing steps. Mirror, mirror. Where's a mirror? Jiang Sun suddenly yearned to see his transformation. After all, for the past decade, the company he had kept most was that tattered hospital uniform. He rummaged through the stone fortress, but found no such item. Without a mirror, perhaps he could. No. He swiftly quelled the absurd thought in his mind. Jiang Sun began to contemplate other ideas. It felt like something was amiss during his morning routine. Water, right? There's the reservoir. With that thought, Jiang Sun dashed out the door and hurried to the water basin. Upon glancing at his reflection, his eyes widened in astonishment. This aura, this elegance. Truly, one's appearance is enhanced by attire. Jiang Sun secretly praised the aesthetics of the magical wasteland. He began to pose playfully by the water basin. Ha ha ha. Just as I expected, the raucous laughter gradually crescendoed. Jiang Sun, with one hand on his hip and the other shielding his face, bent backward and tilted his head upward. This scene, in every conceivable way, seemed more fitting for one clad in a hospital gown. As he stifled his boisterous laughter, Jiang Sun rolled up his loose sleeves. To his astonishment, he discovered a designated spot for his staff within. Truly, it was custom-made for him. Star flash. In a shimmering cascade of starlight, Jiang Sun's figure materialized 50 meters away. He hastily opened his panel to inspect his attributes. Indeed, the consumption had been halved. With his current reserve of magical energy, he could incessantly star flash to the quaint cabin in the woods. Not to mention, he now had candy to boot. Ha ha ha. Jiang Sun laughed uproariously 3 more times, his demeanor utterly exuberant. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Right, there was still a new skill yet to be tested. With this in mind, Jiang Sun set aside his self-admiration and activated the tide of magic skill. Instantly, the tip of his staff glowed with a faint halo. A flash of light flickered, leaving a charred mark upon a nearby tree trunk. Observing the effects of tide of magic, Jiang Sun furrowed his brow slightly. The power was commendable, yet not quite commensurate with the skill's expected potency at this level. He glanced down at his energy consumption, noting a mere deduction of 25 points. It seemed the lack of continuous magical input was the issue. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Sun resolved to intensify his efforts. He raised his staff once more and began to channel his magical energy. Immediately, a radiant point of light began to form at the staff's tip, gradually swelling to the size of a ping-pong ball. The luminous sphere remained cohesive, only growing brighter. As Jiang Sun's magical energy surged, the orb at the tip of the flowing light staff became increasingly solid. Stealing a glance at his energy reserves, he realized he had already expended over 300 points. It was worth noting that this was under the condition of Star Abyss, reducing energy consumption by 50. Under normal circumstances, this would equate to an infusion of 600 points. Such energy was ample enough to forge a batch of magic crystals. Undeterred, Jiang Sun continued to pour in his magical energy. Upon reaching 500 points, the sphere blazed with an even more brilliant luminescence. It seemed to harbor terrifying energy, instilling a sense of trepidation within Jiang Sun himself. Nevertheless, he pressed on, determined yet cautious, reluctant to cease his infusion of magical energy. Should this orb explode, it would surely spell his doom. After all, no one had decreed that his magic couldn't harm him. As the infused energy soared to 800 points, Jiang Sun ceased his reckless endeavor. It was not a lack of magical energy that halted him, but rather the staff's inability to withstand such strain. He could almost hear the mournful cries of flowing light. He sensed that even a slight additional influx of energy would lead the staff to explode in an instant, taking him, the caster, along with it. Gazing at the now darkened orb, Jiang Sun tremulously extended his hand, pointing the staff toward the distance. His posture resembled that of lighting firecrackers during the New Year festivities. In the name of light, without reservation, with a proclamation reminiscent of Lux's iconic line, the gathered magical energy surged forth. The beam of magic, compressed to its utmost limit, sliced through the night like a bolt of lightning, exuding an aura capable of devastation. The column of light, measuring half a meter in diameter, bore no extravagant hues, only the distinctive azure blue of magical energy. Wherever it passed, trees were reduced to mere dust. The air was instantaneously rent asunder, emitting a sharp, piercing howl. The earth itself, raised and contorted, was carved into a deep gash, while dust and debris were lifted high, forming a cloud of swirling particles. As the brilliance waned, a distant, thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of some colossal entity collapsing. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the ravaged area, his demeanor momentarily dazed. A wave of exhilaration, tinged with trepidation, washed over him, leaving him uncertain of how to express himself. The thrill stemmed from the overwhelming power of the skill, far exceeding his expectations. Yet, the fear lingered. Had he erred even slightly, he might have been obliterated by the very magic he had unleashed. The sound of a swallowed gulp was distinctly audible. Jiang Sun hesitated to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The potency of this skill was indeed staggering. However, he soon discerned a significant drawback of the tide of magic. During the accumulation of magical energy, he found himself utterly immobilized. Indeed, he had sensed this during the charging phase. He believed that the slightest movement would cause the orb of light atop his staff to dissipate. While dissipation could be mitigated, merely a waste of magical energy, the prospect of an explosion was far more dire, potentially resulting in his demise. Thus, the conditions for employing tide of magic were rather stringent. After all, the heartbeat-inducing sensation accompanying the accumulation of energy was palpable to Jiang Sun himself, let alone to the magical beasts that instinctively evaded their foes. Consequently, most of the time, he could only engage in simple charging or alternatively, unleash it instantaneously as a basic attack. Yet, given the right circumstances, Jiang Sun was confident that among the creatures he encountered, none could withstand such a strike, except for perhaps the elusive Walla. After all, no one had yet witnessed the true might of a Moonlight-class beast. Thus, he dared not boast too boldly. Chapter 49, the final day, gazing out at the sky. Jiang Sun was astonished to discover that it was remarkably clear. There were no ominous hues, nor chaotic magical currents swirling about. In stark contrast to the apocalyptic scenes of the previous days, an eerie tranquility enveloped the landscape. Yet, Jiang Sun sensed an unsettling anomaly. The sounds of the outside world had vanished. The chirping of insects, the songs of birds, and the roars of beasts were all absent. It seemed as if every creature had taken refuge in its sanctuary, anticipating the tide that would herald the onset of calamity at midnight. This silence felt akin to the calm before tsunami. Jiang Sun pondered the implications. If all low-tier creatures were doomed beneath the tide, by what means did other magical beasts survive? If humanity could uncover their hiding places, would that not offer an additional chance at survival? With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun casually shared his musings with Zhou Tsangyan, hoping that the larger group might glean some insights. Upon returning to his quarters, Jiang Sun commenced organizing his current supplies. First, he sorted through various types of food, sufficient to sustain him for over a month. The majority comprised an assortment of meats. However, these provisions shared two common characteristics. They were rich in energy, yet lacked palatability. Jiang Sun could not discern whether his misfortune had led him to unappetizing fare or if the world of magical wastelands simply offered little in the way of delicious sustenance. In that moment, the significance of Elder Qin loomed immeasurably large in his thoughts. Next came the vital strategic resource, magical crystals. After several days, the fragments sent by Zhou Tsangyan had been largely depleted. He had accumulated over 30 filled crystals, with a comparable number of empty ones. Jiang Sun felt it essential to prioritize the collection of these fragments. Idly consuming resources was not a prudent habit. Following that, he assessed other supplies. For water, he planned to venture into the mines today to gather another batch, ensuring he would have ample reserves for the week ahead. As for basic materials, he felt no anxiety, as these were plentiful and easily gathered by anyone. Thus, as long as he was willing to expend crystals, a steady supply of fundamental resources could be secured. Once he had organized his belongings, Jiang Sun swiftly devised a plan for the day. His first order of business was to collect rock spirit spring water from the mines to guarantee sufficient hydration for the forthcoming week. Next, he aimed to eliminate a black mist night for research purposes. Subsequently, he intended to ascertain the distribution and strength of nearby magical beasts. Weaker foes would be dispatched, while stronger ones would be marked for avoidance, ensuring he could evade detection as they expanded their hunting range post-tide. Lastly, he planned to sell a few crystals and establish the necessary infrastructure for a level 3 magic stone fortress. Of course, if the opportunity arose, Jiang Sun hoped to seek out additional resources for research and learning. After all, the forthcoming 7 days are likely to be spent within the confines of the shelter. Utilizing this time to enhance his abilities would undoubtedly be the most advantageous course of action. Jiang Sun cast a satisfied glance at his fortress of magical stones, which stood as firm as a bastion. However, he did not allow himself to grow complacent. While his sanctuary was not at risk of being ravaged by the tides, he could not guarantee his own safety. There was always the possibility of an unwitting beast launching an assault on his haven. It is vital to note that the first-level magical tide only restricts creatures with 4-dimensional attributes below 15 points. Thus, any creatures that could roam freely during this period would certainly possess formidable strength. Having devised a plan, Jiang Sun felt a sense of urgency. Nevertheless, he swiftly set about his tasks. He thought to himself that if time permitted later on, he would pay a visit to Walla to see if it would be willing to return with him. After all, he had prepared a new climbing frame for it. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and activated a star flash, vanishing from the spot in an instant. In a short while, Jiang Sun arrived at the entrance of the colossal mine. He first checked the gravestone of the skeleton, relieved to find it undisturbed by any beasts. Only then did he navigate the familiar path down to the bottom of the cave to collect water. This time, he had learned from past experiences and had preemptively purchased 2 water storage tanks from Old Qin. With this preparation, he could carry away all the spring water. Next on his agenda was to explore the distribution of magical beasts, which primarily congregated within a 3-kilometer radius of the shelter. After all, magical creatures have a strong territorial instinct and typically do not stray far from their domains. After a morning of exploration, Jiang Sun was astounded to discover an overwhelming number of magical beasts in his vicinity. He had identified at least 3 star-level beasts and countless firefly-level ones. So the situation was utterly unreasonable. This was merely the result of his cursory exploration. Throughout his journey, Jiang Sun consistently utilized Star Flash to travel, paying little mind to the expenditure of magical energy. With dozens of original flavor milk candies to sustain him, he felt quite confident. Consequently, within just a few hours, he had dispatched 7 or 8 unwitting magical beasts. As a result, he collected a handful of firefly-level cores and an assortment of various meat cuts. The new skill proved remarkably effective. Dragging a hefty bundle of items, Jiang Sun returned to the shelter. The taste of magical beast meat was peculiar, further enriching his rather unpalatable food reserves. At this moment, he finally confirmed that his location was indeed distinct from others. Had he truly been cast into a high-level map? After vanquishing yet another firefly-level beast, Jiang Sun stood his ground, gritting his teeth. This was merely one among the many unwitting beasts in the vicinity. He fervently hoped for no calamities, such as a tide of beasts. Concern began to creep in. However, there was little he could do. He had yet to hear of anyone discovering a means to relocate their sanctuary. It seemed that the plan must continue to unfold. As evening approached, Jiang Sun, weary and fatigued, made his way back to the shelter. To his delight, he was dragging behind him the remains of 3 black Mist Knight automatons. It was not out of greed. After successfully launching a surprise attack and eliminating one, he found himself pursued by a squad of 12 black Mist Knights, relentlessly chasing him for a full 5 kilometers. The 4-dimensional attributes of the Black Mist Knights were terrifyingly formidable. He managed to escape solely due to his exceptionally long mana bar, continuously utilizing Star Flash and the instant casting of Tide of Mana to narrowly evade capture. Only after his escape did he dare to stealthily scavenge the corpses. Initially, he had intended to return to the sanctuary instantaneously with his spoils using Star Flash. However, he discovered that carrying heavy objects considerably increased the mana consumption of Star Flash. A single teleportation drained nearly half of his mana. Consequently, he resorted to dragging the 3 corpses back on a wooden plank over a long distance. Gazing at the remains of the Black Mist Knights behind him, Jiang Sun felt a surge of excitement. The immense effort he exerted was driven by his persistent ambition. If he could successfully fathom the underlying principles and thereby master the manufacturing process, he would undoubtedly achieve great prosperity. His combat prowess would multiply, allowing him to summon dozens of knights with a mere gesture, overwhelming his adversaries. He could even retain several knights as guardians while positioning himself as a formidable artillery unit from the rear. How splendid that would be! With such thoughts invigorating him, Jiang Sun promptly lifted all 3 knight corpses into the house. Uncertain of their operational principles, he prudently bound them to prevent any chance of them rising again. Once he completed this task, he looked outside and realized that the sky had unknowingly darkened. Faced with this unsettling scene, he abandoned the notion of venturing out once more. If he inadvertently found himself trapped outside, it would spell utter disaster. In times of calamity, even the most formidable development could lead to a grim fate. With this realization, Jiang Sun chose to deploy the mana crystals he had gathered for the day. The moment the materials were in hand, he immediately opted for the construction of the necessary facilities, using everything without a second thought. As long as his speed was sufficient, he could save a considerable amount of time on tidying up, such as the unadorned life of the affluent. Observing the whirlwind of materials and rapid construction outside, Jiang Sun dragged out a hot spring tub and filled it with water. After shedding his clothes, he jumped in. After a day of toil, it was time to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. Normally, one would treat themselves to a sumptuous meal at this hour. However, as Jiang Sun surveyed the abundance of food in the room, he found himself lacking any appetite. He pondered whether there existed any automatic cooking magical devices, nothing too sophisticated. Just something capable of preparing home-style dishes would suffice. That alone would satisfy him. As he contemplated this, the steam rising from the water began to envelop him, and the comforting sensation made him feel rejuvenated. Today, the perils encountered were truly overwhelming. He had never anticipated that his surroundings could be so treacherous. He had merely conducted a rudimentary exploration within a radius of 5 kilometers. Who knows what other dangers lurk beyond? Fortunately, both of his skills were instantaneous. Otherwise, his life would have been in grave jeopardy today. Chapter 50. By the way, this is not a novice village. Jiang Sun picked up the magical tome and checked the construction time of the accompanying facilities. He discovered that approximately 1 hour remained, allowing ample time to complete the constructions before disaster struck. Observing the chaos outside as materials swirled about, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. It appeared that this insidious system possessed its own merits. After all, it could precisely utilize all materials and construct various bizarre structures. Such feats would be unattainable even for the most elite designers for Blue Star. Raising his gaze to the rapidly changing environment beyond the window, Jiang Sun felt a stir of anxiety. The intensity of this impending disaster might surpass everyone's expectations. He sighed deeply, feeling a sense of insecurity. Thus, he uneasily sent a few magic crystals to Elder Cheen. Elder Cheen must not encounter any mishaps. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed outside, reminiscent of a creature's mournful wail before its demise. The eerie noise sent shivers down Jiang Sun's spine. He glanced at the clock. Over an hour remained until the disaster's onset. Yet, the atmosphere had already escalated to such a degree. It was uncertain how many hearts would be frightened to the core. Furthermore, it was evident that venturing outside was no longer an option. Even if one attempted to force their way out, progress would be virtually impossible, rendering them utterly helpless. Thus, those who had yet to gather sufficient materials must be engulfed in despair. Jiang Sun rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He opened the regional communication channel and found the atmosphere within exceedingly tense. I don't have enough materials. What should I do? Please, someone save me. I beg you. I'll be your servant in the future. Who has surplus materials? Lend me some. I just stepped outside and my arm got broken. Does anyone have medicine? Help me. Great ones of Qing Shan, I implore you to assist me. I would give my life for you. Where are the officials from Dragon Country? Didn't you say we would face this hardship together? Help us. Can anyone spare some food? I just leveled up. I promise to repay you threefold after the disaster. Ha! We're all doomed, and you'll perish too. No one will survive. There's a beast den nearby. I'm considering testing my luck there, or I'll surely die. Upstairs, I advise you to remain calm. The outside is filled with magical turbulence, and encountering it will leave you crippled. There's nothing I can do. I'll 1T survive with these supplies. Wish me luck. I can't hold on any longer. If anyone survives to meet the instigator, please deliver a sound punch on my behalf. Thank you. 9027-10,000 was the number of participants Jiang Sun observed in the channel over the span of 10 days. Aside from the initial few days when some who could not adapt to the magical wasteland were eliminated, the decline in numbers during the subsequent week was not rapid. After all, the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm is inherent in all living beings. Among them, humans endowed with wisdom stand out as the most capable. If it were not for the calamity, Jiang Sun firmly believed that the majority of people would manage to survive. However, within just this past hour, he had witnessed a further diminution in numbers, with dozens more lost. This was merely the prelude to the disaster. Jiang Sun couldn't help but curse the wretched world. It is worth noting that humanity has spent millennia evolving and adapting to the harsh conditions of Blue Star. Billions of individuals have dedicated countless years to transforming this planet into a habitable environment for their kind. Now, after laboriously establishing dominance over Blue Star, they find themselves inexplicably cast into this dire situation. They must learn to adapt to this new existence and relearn how to combat the environment here. How could this not incite rage? Jiang Sun surmised that whoever encounters the puppet master behind this calamity would undoubtedly desire to exact swift retribution, wishing to scatter their ashes and relieve themselves upon the remains. Even if he could not defeat them, he would still fight. Yet, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous crash. A massive surge of chaotic magic collided violently with the intermediate magical shield of the sanctuary, dispersing in all directions. Jiang Sun felt the entire sanctuary shudder violently. He quickly rose to assess the situation. Only after confirming that the magical shield remained intact did he feel a slight sense of relief. However, when he turned his gaze towards the central totem pillar, he swallowed hard in shock. To his horror, he noticed that a full fifth of the intricate patterns on the totem had vanished. What in the world? Jiang Sun was so astonished that he leaped into the air. He hurried to the vicinity of the totem pillar, placing all of the magical crystals he possessed onto it. As he watched the totem pillar rapidly absorb energy, his heart raced, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. A sudden thought struck him. What if the location to which he had been transported was not a novice map? Would the intensity of the calamity designed for novices not apply to him? Jiang Sun trembled uncontrollably at the realization. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he had already encountered formidable monsters of the Bright Moon level. What else was beyond the system's capabilities? With this thought, he was drenched in cold sweat. It appeared that his expectations regarding the disaster had been overly optimistic. For him, the intensity of this catastrophe would surely far exceed that faced by others. With this conclusion, Jiang Sun immediately cast aside any thoughts of ease and began to inventory his supplies. To his dismay, he discovered that he had 40 filled crystals, yet fewer than 20 empty ones remained. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within him. Jiang Sun calculated that if each crystal could adequately charge the totem pillar fully once, these crystals would only suffice to withstand a few hundred instances of the previous chaotic magic surge. While this seemed substantial, the disaster had not yet arrived. Who could predict how many surges of that magnitude would occur when calamity struck? With this in mind, Jiang Sun promptly retrieved 20 crystals, intending to use them to trade for crystal fragments. He believed that the remaining 20 tubes of blood would, in any case, sustain him for a few more days. However, if he did not swiftly find a source of income, he could very well perish in the final days of the catastrophe. Thus, he hastily activated the mana crystal exchange, setting the terms to only accept crystal shards at a conversion rate of 81. This price was indeed rather disadvantageous. Nonetheless, for the sake of efficiency, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. After all, 10 days had already elapsed, and on average, each person had acquired merely 3 or 4 crystal orbs, amounting to only a handful of shards. With 80 shards, a few individuals could indeed pool their resources to purchase a single orb. Everyone had at least 3 or 5 acquaintances they could rely upon. However, if the demand escalated, it would severely hinder the efficiency of the crystal exchange. Subsequently, Jiang Sun promptly disseminated the exchange information within the channel, paying no heed to the flood of private messages that ensued. He was acutely aware that many were in precarious situations, yet lowering the price was out of the question. When one's life was under threat, all else must yield. His own survival took precedence. Indeed, within a short span, over 1,000 shards clinked to the ground, as all the crystals had been traded away. After all, only a fool would continually beseech the mercy of others, while the astute had already begun their preparations. With no time to lose, Jiang Sun swiftly set the furnace into operation. Feeling slightly under-equipped, he sought out Zhou Tsangyan to purchase another one. The cost was merely a few Firefly-grade crystal cores, which he deemed unnecessary for himself. This way, he could forge 20 crystals at once, significantly enhancing his speed. Observing both crystal furnaces in action, Jiang Sun finally took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. This damned world was truly inhospitable. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Jiang Sun collapsed onto the dragon egg bed, letting out a deep sigh. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 1930. Leaving only half an hour until the mana tide would arrive. Anxiety began to gnaw at him. After all, being in a high-level map, he felt uncertain, unable to gauge the intensity of the impending disaster. If he were to falter, it would be a monumental embarrassment. The calamities of this magical world were entirely foreign to those from Blue Star. No one had ever experienced such events, nor could they even fathom what they entailed. This left everyone feeling utterly unmoored. If the disaster was something like extreme cold or heat, floods, or acid rain, phenomena within their realm of understanding, preparations could be made. However, for the mana tide, aside from reinforcing their shields, there was no alternative. Chapter 51. The knock on the door. Bang! Once again, a surge of chaotic magic collided with the magical shield. This marked the third incident within 2 hours. Jiang Sun rubbed his forehead in frustration. Fortunately, being a high-ranking individual, he could withstand such disturbances. Had it been someone else, they would have been carted away along with their shelter by now. Ding! The training room has been completed. Please proceed to inspect. Ding! The lounge has been completed. Please proceed to inspect. Ding! The plantation has been completed. Please proceed to inspect. The notifications continued to chime. One after another, Jiang Sun glanced up and realized that, unbeknownst to him, all the accompanying facilities of a shelter had been constructed. He quickly rose to investigate and was astonished to find that the overall area of the room had more than doubled, now nearing 500 square meters. This only accentuated the meager facilities he possessed, rendering them even more inadequate. Stepping outside, he discovered that the shelter was now encircled by a robust wall nearly 3 meters high. There was a significant distance of 10 meters between the wall and the main structure of the shelter. The entire perimeter gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding an aura of sturdiness. The plantation, on the other hand, spanned approximately 80 square meters and was arranged in the open air, with its edges closely hugging the walls of the shelter. Surrounding it was a solid stone pathway, while the central expanse consisted of neatly tilled soil, rich in dark brown hues and subtly glowing. 10 clusters of vibrant green crops stood in orderly fashion, precisely the Moonlight Valley grains he had longed for. To his astonishment, Jiang-sun noticed that the previously sickly seedlings, which had suffered from insufficient light, were now standing tall. He had not anticipated that the plantation would prove to be so effective. He needed to arrange one for Old Qin without delay. With this thought in mind, he quickly initiated a private chat with Old Qin and exchanged several magic crystals as trading commodities. He had made up his mind, in the face of calamity, if he possessed enough magic crystals, he would utilize them for trade. This approach bore 2 advantages. Firstly, in such dire circumstances, no one could resist the allure of magic crystals, likely leading them to part with valuable items. Secondly, it would help maintain the positive image of Qingshan, thus garnering higher esteem. Jiang-sun never considered himself a virtuous individual, yet he did not view himself as excessively wicked either. Therefore, as long as it did not compromise his own interests, he would be inclined to lend a helping hand whenever possible. While pondering, Jiang-sun moved the dragon egg bed into the newly constructed lounge. This lounge was an extension of the main shelter, and upon its completion, a door had been opened in the original wall. Upon entering, he observed that the walls of the entire space were painted in a serene shade of blue. Although devoid of any furnishings, the moment he stepped inside, his previously agitated spirit inexplicably found a sense of tranquility. Truly remarkable. A raspy voice escaped Jiang-sun's lips. It was only then that he became acutely aware of the alteration in his own voice. This change was attributed to his prolonged silence, for he had not engaged in conversation with anyone for quite a while. In the past, when Walla was present, he could exchange a few words with it. After Walla's departure, his communication had been confined to written messages. It had been nearly a week since he last uttered a word. Clearly, he would need to practice incantations more frequently in the future. Jiang-sun took a sip of water to soothe his throat and continued to survey the room. Before long, he had examined several other chambers. The primary reason for this swift inspection was the stark emptiness. Aside from the walls, there was little of interest. All the furnishings within the rooms were things he would have to procure himself, and even then, there was no guarantee he would be able to acquire them. Only the training room boasted a smooth wall. Through the system's introduction, Jiang-sun learned that this was a device for testing skill potency. Upon impact, the wall would display a power value. After sustaining damage, it could absorb energy from the totem pillar for self-repair. Without hesitation, Jiang-sun unleashed a rapid cast of Tide of Gathering Magic. To his surprise, the upper part of the wall bore the numeral 5. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small dent had formed on the surface. At that moment, he abandoned the thought of testing his 800 magic power, Tide of Gathering Magic. He surmised that the wall would likely not withstand it. Thus, even with ample funds, one should refrain from purchasing useless items. Useless items, listening to the echoes within the room, Jiang-sun sighed. There simply weren't enough belongings. He would need to gradually acquire more in the future. Ultimately, Jiang-sun relocated all his possessions to the lounge. Even then, the space felt somewhat barren. After completing this task, he collapsed onto the bed. Throughout the day, he had been in a constant state of activity, and just when he had finally intended to take a bath, he had been interrupted. Now, he lacked the desire to continue with that plan. Through the lounge window, Jiang-sun observed that the outside world had taken on a somewhat surreal quality. He glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes remained. The sky had been engulfed by a thick, inky purple mist, a cloud formed from the chaotic dispersion of magical energy. The horizon shimmered with hues of azure and violet, with countless turbulent currents weaving through the air in erratic motions. This apocalyptic vista made Jiang-sun feel as though the world had become somewhat unreal. At this moment, the azure and violet clouds were slowly drifting towards his sanctuary. The sounds of the wind seemed to have ceased, leaving only the overwhelming tide of magical energy that obscured the sky. Jiang Sun nervously swallowed, his hands instinctively clenching. This was his first experience of disaster, and a claim he was unafraid would be disingenuous. After all, even a mere magical turbulence could easily tear him apart. He could scarcely fathom the sight that would greet him should he come into direct contact with the looming tide. Surely, no trace would remain. Jiang Sun opened a spellbook and noted that the time had already reached 1957. This meant that in just 3 minutes, he and the sanctuary would be completely enveloped by the tide of magical energy. By that time, everything would be left to fate. If the intermediate magical shield faltered, he would undoubtedly have nowhere to escape. After all, the terror of such a catastrophe was overwhelming. Yet, Jiang Sun harbored some suspicions. He surmised that the intensity of disasters faced by others could not possibly be as severe. Otherwise, very few would survive. Damn that system for having bugs that remain unfixed. Jiang Sun cursed vehemently as he attempted to alleviate his rising panic. He had just contacted Zhao Tingtao and Old Qin, only to discover that the intensity of the disasters on their end remained normal. Upon hearing Jiang Sun's description, they too broke out in a cold sweat on his behalf. After rising once more to check that all the crystals were positioned near the totem pillar, Jiang Sun lay down on the dragon egg bed. If he were to survive, well and good. If not, so be it. He had done all he could. The true fire of Samadhi. It cannot burn me to death. Taishang Lao Jun Yu. Bang bang bang. Gulp. A strange sound erupted, startling Jiang Sun and interrupting his self-indulgent performance. Was that a knock on the door? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Jiang Sun's body. Jungle. Midnight. Catastrophe. Alone. A knock on the door. A horror film glitch. Opening the door meant death. Jiang Sun quickly ran through his previous words in his mind, searching for any possible offense towards a deity. Yet, after much contemplation, he could recall nothing. Thus, he mustered his courage and called out, "Oi, who's there?" However, after a long wait, no reply came. Jiang Sun, steeling himself, cautiously inched toward the door. He simply could not fathom who would dare to seek him out at this juncture, especially without being deterred by the magical shield. Wait a moment, the magical shield? Suddenly, a small figure appeared in his mind. Without hesitation, he dashed to the door and flung it open. There on the threshold lay a small figure, drenched in blood. Chapter 52. Wallace severely injured. Upon catching sight of the figure on the ground, Jiang Sun let out a furious roar. The figure was none other than Walla, who had vanished for over a week. However, Walla's condition was dire. Its petite body was marred by numerous wounds, bleeding profusely. One of its claws and a leg were grotesquely twisted, as if it had endured a tremendous impact. The once resplendent, multicolored tail now lay dull and lifeless. What struck Jiang Sun most was the trail of blood leading from Walla's rear, extending beyond the shield, indicating that it had dragged its grievously injured body all the way here. Who could have done this? Jiang Sun felt a mix of fury and anguish. Yet, his hands moved with haste as he scooped Walla up and rushed back to the shelter, placing it on the dragon egg bed. During the frantic sprint, a small, chest-like object fell from Walla's body, as if conjured from thin air. Jiang Sun had no time to ponder this. He dashed to the storage box and began frantically rummaging for healing supplies and food. After a lengthy search, he could only find a single bone-setting herb left over from Zhao Tingtao. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved it into Walla's mouth. As the herbal essence was consumed, Jiang Sun noticed that while the bleeding had slowed, there were no signs of healing. It was known to be a stellar-grade healing item, an invaluable treasure for all survivors at this stage. A remedy for broken bones. The seller likely wouldn't have parted with it unless for magic crystals. How could it be so ineffective? Suddenly, Jiang Sun slapped his forehead in realization. How foolish. He remembered that Walla was a crescent moon-level beast. It was absurd to expect stellar-grade medicine to yield effective results. What to do now? Jiang Sun, feeling agitated, raked his fingers through his hair. He couldn't fathom who among them could procure crescent moon-level healing items. Even if someone did, they would never sell it easily. For the average survivor at the glimmering light level, a crescent moon-level healing item was akin to a miraculous elixir, capable of reviving the dead. Carrying it would be tantamount to possessing an extra life. Who would sell their life? This left Jiang Sun in a state of despair. He had no experience in aiding severely injured patients and could only fret anxiously. He even sent a message to Zhou Sangyan, seeking to purchase assistance. After receiving a reply of helplessness, he contemplated trading his life-saving crystals at the market. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the basket on the table. This was the same basket Walla had used to hold fruit, now repurposed by Jiang Sun to store his milk candies. That's right, the milk candies. Jiang Sun immediately rose and hurriedly searched through his belongings, simultaneously berating himself for his foolishness. It appeared that he must remain calm in all endeavors henceforth, lest he overlook critical matters too easily. As he muttered to himself, he continued his quest for the green milk candies. He had just recalled that his talent possessed a 5 chance of producing apple-flavored milk candies, which were described as restoring a considerable amount of health. Though uncertain of its efficacy on the higher level Walla, it was certainly better than waiting idly. After a prolonged search, Jiang Sun finally unearthed 2 pieces. He promptly extracted them and placed them into Walla's mouth. Although Walla had lost consciousness, he instinctively chewed a few times before swallowing, emitting a muffled sound of contentment akin to a longtime smoker savoring their first drag after a week of abstinence. Jiang Sun anxiously monitored Walla's injuries. To his astonishment, merely 10 seconds after ingesting the apple-flavored candy, Walla's wounds ceased bleeding. While there were no signs of healing yet, the apparent effect was promising. The lack of further recovery likely indicated that the medicinal properties had been exhausted. It was effective. Jiang Sun decisively administered another piece and observed as Walla's wounds began to show slight signs of healing. This was splendid news. Witnessing Walla stabilize considerably filled Jiang Sun with excitement. Although his stock of apple milk candies had been depleted, he feared not the shortage, but rather the ineffectiveness. It was crucial to note that his talent could forcibly materialize the candies. As long as he was willing to expend a bit more magical energy, he could always conjure a few. With a solution at hand, Jiang Sun exhaled in relief. Although he yearned for Walla to recover swiftly, he currently lacked the energy to expedite the process. He lifted his gaze to the impending tide, his palms clammy with anxiety. The tide was drawing near. Above all, he needed to survive the imminent catastrophe. Jiang Sun remained apprehensive that the level 3 Magic Stone Fortress might not withstand the approaching calamity. However, the tide offered him no respite for his worries. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as the tide collided fiercely with the sanctuary's shield. Instantly, the intermediate magic shield contorted under the pressure. This scene evoked memories of when he had been in the magical tent, witnessing the shield being toyed with by the Shama bear. Subsequently, the shield began to vibrate violently, causing the sanctuary to tremble in tandem. Jiang Sun felt unsteady, as if he were enduring a monumental earthquake. After several tense seconds, as the tremors subsided, Jiang Sun understood that the first wave of the most intense tide had passed. He turned around, only to widen his eyes in shock. He discovered that the magical crystals near the totem pole had been completely depleted. The magic of the second crystal was visibly diminishing. Glancing at the intermediate magical shield outside, it was valiantly restoring its original form, striving to reclaim the space that had been compressed. This situation was untenable. Jiang Sun swiftly deduced that although the shield had withstood the most violent initial wave of the tide, the rate of magical depletion was alarmingly rapid. It was only a minute since he had begun to encounter the tide. At this rate of consumption, within a day, Jiang Sun would deplete his crystals, only to be torn apart by the tide. He had no doubt about the tide's formidable power. For the 2 crystals he had just consumed could have energized the intermediate magical shield twice. In other words, had it been any other 3rd-level sanctuary, the occupants would have perished twice by now. Losing interest in observing the external scene, Jiang Sun turned and strode towards the vicinity of the magical energy collection device, only to discover 5 brilliant, fully charged crystals within. Hadn't they just been replaced not long ago? Jiang Sun immediately recognized that he was amidst what was termed a high-dissipation magical environment. He hastily swapped in the new 5 crystals and crouched beside them, eager to ascertain the charging rate. Then, he beheld 5 silver lines extending from the back of the collector, moving with an almost frenetic speed, continuously grasping at the dissipating magic. Jiang Sun was momentarily dazzled by the sight. When he looked down again, he noticed that the blue-green hue within the crystals was spreading at a discernible rate. At this velocity, it might take only a few minutes to fully charge the 5 crystals. Jiang Sun quickly accessed the information panel and discovered that the magical collection rate had reached an astonishing 77.5. It was worth noting that when this device was first installed, the rate had merely been 1.75. Seeing this, he instantly felt a wave of relief. After all, the current charging speed of the crystals far exceeded the rate of consumption. Following the first wave of the tide's onslaught, the consumption rate had decreased to 1 crystal every 10 minutes. At this pace, not only could he ensure his safety, but he could also amass a substantial reserve of crystals. It seemed he would now have to play the role of a porter. Jiang Sun pondered, stroking his chin. He certainly did not wish to remain vigilant over this collection device for the entirety of 7 days. However, fortunately, Walla had returned. Having consumed my milk candy, helping me with a bit of work wouldn't be too much to ask. With this thought, Jiang Sun broke into a mischievous grin. Thus, his primary task now was to heal Walla. With this in mind, Jiang Sun immediately began to bustle about like a spinning top. He alternated between refining crystals, retrieving used ones for recharging, and continuously manifesting milk candy for the lottery. At times when he couldn't draw any, he had to consume original flavored milk candy to replenish his magic. Before he knew it, an entire night had passed. Jiang Sun, with dark circles beneath his eyes, staggered alongside Walla. Chapter 53. Dismal circumstances. Jiang Sun approached the dragon egg bed, gazing at the still unconscious Walla within. He let out a deep sigh, pondering the whims of fortune that had befallen it. With a sense of helplessness, he rubbed his face. Despite the fact that he had been tirelessly occupied throughout the previous night without a moment's rest, he had not ceased his efforts in manifesting the milk candies. After all, this was a matter of Walla's life, and Jiang Sun could not afford to treat it lightly. However, after a night of struggle, he had consumed over 100 plain milk candies, yet had only managed to conjure 3 pieces of apple-flavored candy, matching the number of chocolate-flavored ones. This discrepancy was perplexing. The probability of manifesting the apple flavor was 5, while that of the chocolate flavor was a mere 1.5. The odds were strikingly disproportionate, a 3-fold difference. This was the outcome of Jiang Sun's relentless efforts. By morning's light, his teeth ached from the excessive sugar. Gently, he caressed Walla's head, and sensing no response, he directly fed it candy. In an instant, Walla's body began to recover swiftly. In mere moments, the numerous wounds upon its form had nearly vanished, and its complexion appeared considerably more vibrant. How Jiang Sun could discern a squirrel's improved complexion was beyond comprehension, yet he felt it to be true nonetheless. He extended a finger and lightly prodded Walla, noting that while it still showed no signs of awakening, it had begun to react to external stimuli. However, its tail remained dull and limp, hanging listlessly by its side. Perhaps he should offer it some magic-patterned mutton soup? Jiang Sun mused, aware of the restorative properties of lamb from personal experience. Oh, my wayward child, why not share your bank card? Or rather, disclose the location of your treasure with your father? He jested. You know I am your sole legitimate heir. He sat by the bed, beginning to coax Walla gently. He speculated that, as a formidable moonlit tier boss beast, Walla must possess a considerable stockpile of valuable items. The fruits previously gifted to him were likely mere staples or snacks for Walla. Since they were now family, why should they be divided? With this thought, Jiang Sun chuckled to himself. He glanced at the crystal chest lying not far away, ultimately resisting the urge to pry it open. At the very least, he would wait until Walla had awakened. After all, this chest appeared to be a highly esteemed gift, one that had not been mentioned in the global chat. Nevertheless, the idea that Walla might have sustained its injuries due to this chest made him abandon any clandestine plans to open it. Although there was no need for formalities between them, a modicum of respect was still warranted. This chest had fallen from Walla's body, and when Jiang Sun first laid eyes on it yesterday, it had startled him greatly. He had feared Walla had perished, with the treasure chest emerging as a grim token of its demise. Fortunately, Walla has been rescued. Otherwise, Jiang Sun would have had to endure the pain of opening the box. After settling Walla, Jiang Sun lifted his gaze towards the window, only to discover that the entire visible area was enveloped in a misty purple hue, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was day or night. Following a night of relentless tides, the totem pole had consumed dozens of crystals, yet the collector was now filled with over 100 crystals. At present, the power of the tides had diminished considerably, with the consumption rate of crystals reduced to approximately 1 every 20 minutes. Nonetheless, even at this pace, a single day would still deplete a staggering 60 magical crystals, a figure that would boggle the mind of any ordinary person. Jiang Sun surmised that under such circumstances, anyone else would be doomed. He had previously inquired about the situation with Zhao Tingtao and Elder Qin, learning that the tide's force on Elder Qin's side was minimal, with the first wave consuming only about 1/10 of the totem pole's charge. Now stabilized, enduring for 7 days posed no challenge. Conversely, Zhao Tingtao faced a slightly greater tide strength, yet it remained limited. After one night, only about 1/5 of the charge had been depleted. Without recharging, sustaining for 7 days should also be feasible. However, this was a minor issue for them. For the majority, survival was a struggle. The regional channel was filled with whales, prompting Jiang Sun to frown. Number of people, 8,726 10,000. Nearly 300 lives were lost in one night. With a grave expression, Jiang Sun continued to read on. My level 3 totem pole lost 1/10 overnight. How are you all holding up with your level 2 shelters? The energy of the level 2 totem pole had already diminished by half, and I have begun converting rations into magical energy. Rations? I have even converted my weapons. If we can't survive this, then we might as well perish. Do you think we could carry the totem pole with us if we abandon the shelter? Don't try it. My friend pulled out the totem pole. Though the shield's area shrank, it lasted longer, yet the shelter collapsed. Once the shelter collapses, we can rebuild after the disaster, right? After all, a small hut only requires 200 materials. What nonsense! He received a notification stating that rebuilding was impossible. Only an upgrade to the sanctuary was allowed. What? Then it's over. Places like the Forbidden Grounds mean 1 death per visit. Indeed, Sai, I wonder when we can teleport to someone else's shelter. So, let us abandon those misguided thoughts. The totem pole cannot recharge without the shelter. Without a shelter, it is undoubtedly fatal. Do you think our bodies might also contain some magical energy? Following this message, silence enveloped the channel as everyone began to digest the profound implications of this statement. When faced with life and death, could this method truly sustain us? In fact, many believe this approach to be viable. Yet, who among them can truly muster the resolve to sever their own limbs in order to channel magical power? Thus, everyone awaits the first individual compelled to take such drastic measures. Upon reflection, Jiang Sun felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He had not anticipated that the external circumstances had deteriorated to such a dire extent. The notion that someone had resorted to such a frenzied solution was indeed shocking. It is no wonder that despair looms, for not everyone is fortunate enough to experience the serendipity that Jiang Sun had. When confronted with the question of survival, the value of limbs versus life becomes unequivocally clear. Even if such an act is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, many would inevitably choose that path. In truth, Jiang Sun holds little right to be concerned for others, as he himself has faced the most perilous of trials. Although he has developed reasonably well in comparison, it is merely a relative assessment. His journey can be likened to traversing a treacherous tightrope. Any misstep could lead to irretrievable consequences. Had he heeded the system's guidance on the first day and not ventured beyond the light curtain, he would have missed the opportunity to acquire the source of magic and encounter Walla. The absence of these two pivotal elements would have resulted in a grim fate, being devoured by the bear on the very first day. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Sun's disdain for the instigator deepened. However, before he could dwell further on his thoughts, a sound emanating from the dragonling's nest interrupted him. Chapter 54, Awakening of Walla. Walla? Upon hearing a familiar voice, Jiang Sun leapt and hastily dashed to the dragon egg bed. Indeed, he found Walla had opened its eyes, gazing around in confusion. However, at that moment, Walla appeared quite miserable, with bloodstains still unwashed and several conspicuous bald patches on its body. Jiang Sun nearly stifled a laugh as he observed Walla clinging to the edge of the bed, struggling to stand. He quickly approached, expressing concern. Unruly child, you have finally awakened. I was dreadfully worried. The milk candies I prepared for you are nearly spoiled. Walla, do you not realize how perilous it is outside now? You must not run off recklessly again. Do you understand? Walla responded with a series of sounds. Walla, Walla. Jiang Sun continued, by the way, you know our family has never been affluent. We spend a considerable sum on your treatment. Walla, so how do you intend to contribute to the family? Walla looked perplexed, its round eyes filled with bewilderment. Having engaged in this conversation, it felt inappropriate not to offer anything in return. Thus, it began to scan its surroundings and soon spotted the crystalline treasure chest prominently displayed by Jiang Sun. Turning its gaze back to Jiang Sun, who wore a sincere and warm smile, Walla felt a sense of having been ensnared in a clever ploy. Perhaps this was the allure of marketing. With no other options, Walla reluctantly pointed to the chest supported by several layers of timber. Walla, Walla, Walla. Ah, you say that is too precious. Jiang Sun seized the opportunity to respond. Given the close bond we share, why must you go through such lengths? Let us not do this next time, all right? Before he could finish his sentence, the treasure chest had already appeared in his arms. The swiftness was due to his having executed the star flash technique twice in succession. Jiang Sun resisted the urge to open it immediately and first diligently examined Walla's condition. I wonder how such a small creature like you ended up covered in wounds. Did someone step on you? He murmured as he meticulously inspected Walla's injuries. He discovered that there were no apparent external wounds, but it seemed the magic energy within was nearly depleted. Even after feeding it several pieces of plain milk candy, there was no discernible effect. It appeared to be internal injuries. Sighing, Jiang Sun casually placed Walla in the hot spring tub for a rinse. Under Walla's disgruntled gaze, he pointed to the climbing frame by the window. This is for you. Let us see if you like it. Walla. Walla pointed to himself and then to the nearby climbing frame for pets, disbelief etched on his face. Indeed, it has been specially prepared for you. Jiang Sun beamed with the warmth of a paternal smile. Walla. Observing Walla frolicking with delight on the pet climbing frame, Jiang Sun felt a wave of emotion wash over him. How could there be such a lack of cleverness within the organization? Hesitating over a 25-unit milk tea, yet readily accepting a dozen of a 250-unit sun, with a sigh, Jiang Sun placed the crystal treasure chest on the table. Rubbing his hands together and exhaling, he was about to embark on his most cherished phase, the unboxing. This treasure chest marked his first encounter with such an item. Regardless of what it contained, it was a moment worth commemorating. Furthermore, he had never seen anyone share a chest like this in the channels. Judging by its opulent exterior, it was undoubtedly a rarity. Perhaps it was an even higher-tier chest. The thought crossed Jiang Sun's mind. After all, the dangers he faced were far greater than those of others. So it stood to reason that his rewards would be correspondingly superior, right? Naturally, a hint of shame lingered in his heart for feeling undeserving of such fortune. Yet, in the face of immense potential gain, Jiang Sun could not afford to hesitate. He swiftly attempted to lift the chest's lid. Come forth. However, it did not budge. Embarrassed, Jiang Sun scratched his head. This high-grade chest was indeed different. He began searching for a means to open the chest, but after an extensive search, he found no keyhole or similar mechanism. This discovery brought him a modicum of relief. After all, the notion that a chest required a matching key to be opened was rather irksome. His years of gaming experience had cultivated a disdain for the glitch of needing a key after acquiring a chest. I have the chest. Can I just break it open? He thought irritably. As he continued to mentally berate the planners, he persisted in his search for a method to open the chest. Suddenly, He felt a familiar indentation on the back of the chest. This pattern was all too recognizable. He had seen it so often in recent days that he was nearly nauseated. It was none other than the slot for a magical crystal. This meant that even to unlock this chest, one would need to expend a crystal. Jiang Sun lowered his head in contemplation, finding it somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, he produced a crystal and embedded it into the slot. After all, a chest that required a threshold to open surely contained something of greater value. The sound of the crystal locking into place echoed. Then, Jiang Sun witnessed a miraculous scene. The energy within the magical crystal was instantaneously drained, the speed of which rivaled that of a bowl of spicy soup. The intricate patterns on the chest immediately radiated a cerulean glow. Subsequently, a crisp sound resonated, akin to the cracking of solid ice, followed by an incessant shattering of crystal. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. The outer crystal of the chest shattered with a resounding crash, scattering shards across the floor. The true appearance of the treasure chest was unveiled, revealing that it bore a seal. Jiang Sun tilted his chin thoughtfully, then gazed at the chest. Beneath the crystalline surface, the chest was enveloped in a deep ebony hue, adorned with countless peculiar patterns. At the center of its front face, a relief depicting a puppet-like visage resided. One half of the face was composed of bone and flesh, while the other half featured intricate gears and metal. At each corner of the chest stood 4 diminutive statues, one of which Jiang Sun recognized all too well. It was the Black Mist Knight he had encountered previously. There were still several corpses in his storage room. The chest emanated an extraordinary aesthetic, its characteristics unmistakably tailored for a specific individual. A faint twitch of Jiang Sun's lips suggested his realization. He had suspected as much. There were hardly any monsters in this region capable of injuring Walla. Could it be that this chest was the spoils from the lair of the puppet forest boss? However, it appeared that even though the treasure was acquired, the battle had likely not been won. With a pang of sympathy, he glanced at the bewildered Walla. Jiang Sun then decisively lifted the lid of the puppet treasure chest. Chapter 55. Unruly Son? Foster Father. The lid of the box slowly rose. In an instant, a brilliant radiance surged forth like a deluge from the Milky Way, intertwined with resplendent hues, bursting forth like a cascade of fireworks. Subsequently, items gradually emerged from within, accompanied by a tray beneath. Given the spectacle, Jiang Sun would never believe there was nothing of value inside. He became instantly exhilarated, his heartbeat quickening. The joy of discovery is indeed so simple and unadorned. Then, Jiang Sun reached out to grasp the first item. It felt icy to the touch. As he lifted it, he realized it was a hefty tome of magic. The surface of the jet-black book shimmered, its design reminiscent of the box itself. This struck Jiang Sun as somewhat mysterious. After all, aside from the Manual of Magical Wasteland, he had never encountered another magic book. As he concentrated, the title of the book materialized before his eyes. Chronicle of Magic Puppets. Jiang Sun was taken aback, pondering whether this was a biography. He continued to peruse the text. Chronicle of Magic Puppets. Type: Heritage Level. Epic. Glimmer. Firefly Star Moon Epic. Learning Requirement. Intelligence 20 Effect. Knowledge Inheritance. Bestows the user with the long-lost advanced techniques for crafting and controlling magic puppets, including various powerful puppet design blueprints, core construction principles, control commands, and rune combinations. Enlightenment of Wisdom. During study, the user has a chance to gain inspiration, enhancing their understanding of magical operations related to puppets and mechanical skeletal structures, permanently increasing intelligence by 10 points cumulative. Note: unique item. A key to exploring the mysteries of magic puppetry, regarded as a sacred text by puppet researchers. Jiang Sun stared blankly at the magic book in his hands, momentarily unable to comprehend what he had obtained. After re-examining the introduction, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was as if an invisible force had immobilized him, and his breath became rapid and labored in that moment. He might not fully grasp the implications of the long description, but he recognized the word epic. This was a tier of rarity never before encountered. Epic level, surpassing even the moon. Moreover, it was a unique item. This signified that, In this world, this object was unparalleled. Once he possessed it, no one could acquire it through any other means. The value of this dark tome of magic was immeasurable. Jiang Sun opened the book, casually flipping through a few pages. He noted that the pages were made of high-quality leather. However, the content was insufficiently described as obscure. To put it simply, while he recognized the various shapes, the combinations left him feeling as if he were deciphering an ancient script. This vexed Jiang Sun somewhat. Fortunately, the text had been thoughtfully rendered into blue star characters, alleviating his concerns. At the very least, he would not find himself standing before a treasure mountain without a path to ascend. He began to meticulously study several pages, discovering that the content was rather profound. The art of puppet magic was evidently an extremely intricate discipline. After delving into it for half a day, he had managed to grasp a general understanding of its essence. The crux of puppet magic lies in the creation of puppets through mechanical structures, complemented by materials unique to the magical realm. The variety of puppet designs was extensive. With a mere glance, Jiang Sun encountered 7 or 8 different types, all relatively simple, with only 2 or 3 pages dedicated to their manufacturing methods. He specifically sought out the crafting techniques for the Black Mist Knight he had previously encountered, only to find that it belonged to the more advanced category of puppets. The required materials included star-grade bones, star iron gears, fusion potions, and an array of intricate components, making the production process exceedingly complex. Is it truly this challenging? Jiang Sun mused inwardly. It was noteworthy that the Black Mist Knight was merely positioned in the middle section of the book, with countless even more complicated puppet manufacturing techniques following behind, such as the Guardian Clockwork Walker, Rune's Guardian, and Celestial Envoy. He even stumbled upon dragon-shaped puppets, whose crafting methods spanned dozens of pages. Clearly, the upper limits of this discipline were remarkably high, yet it demanded considerable time for study and material collection. Faced with this reality, Jiang Sun felt somewhat disheartened, sensing that his ambitions of assembling a puppet army might be far off. The vision of rallying thousands with a single call indeed seemed a daunting aspiration. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, one must not be overly greedy. Acquiring skills requires effort, does it not? At the very least, a pathway had been revealed, allowing for gradual development. Perhaps it would not be long before his aspirations could be realized. With this thought, Jiang Sun resumed his examination of the remaining items. The second item was a collection of 10 gears, Stardust Alloy Gears, 10 type, Magical Material Level, Celestial Glimmer, Firefly, Celestial Bright Moon. Effect can be used as materials for puppet upgrades and repairs. Note: high-level gears crafted by puppet masters using special methods, infused with wondrous energies. Suitable for the repair and enhancement of high-level puppets. Repair? Upgrade. Jiang Sun quickly turned his gaze towards a nearby corner, where several severely damaged Black Mist Knights were displayed. If puppets could indeed be repaired, did that imply he could potentially possess 10 Black Mist Knight bodyguards even before mastering the art of puppet creation? It was essential to note that the strength of a Black Mist Knight lay between the advanced Firefly level and the initial Celestial level. In terms of attributes, a single Black Mist Knight could effortlessly contend with 2 Zhao Tingtaos. With this exhilarating thought, Jiang Sun felt a surge of excitement once more. He hastily picked up the third item, eager to uncover any further surprises. Upon grasping the orb, it transformed into a heavy toolbox. Jiang Sun opened the box and discovered a collection of exquisitely crafted tools, all related to the art of automaton creation. Upon inspecting the information, he confirmed his suspicions. Automaton manufacturing kit, type, tool level, special effect, a necessary toolkit for automaton creation, containing 30 sets of finely crafted iron gears. Note: tools of exceptional quality for automaton manufacturing. Indeed, a remarkable find, and a complete set at that. He couldn't help but wonder how Walla had managed to excavate such treasures from the lair of another. It seemed the automaton master was destined to be involved. Jiang Sun could hardly contain his delight, feeling that his aspirations were finally within reach. After all, what fun is a solitary battle compared to a collective brawl? Even in range combat, there is a risk of being struck. However, Watching from the sidelines while others engage is an entirely different experience. As he pondered, Jiang Sun casually picked up the last item, and his expression changed instantaneously. He recognized this item. No, he had utilized it. It was the level 1 channel used by the most formidable force of the Blue Star Alliance, the Blue Star Council. Level 1 channel scroll, type, special item level, special note. Upon use, it creates a level 1 private channel with numerous functionalities. Exploration is encouraged. This was yet another item Jiang Sun had long coveted. He was well aware of the immense utility of a level 1 channel. The core feature of a private channel is the ally contract. The contract function is incredibly powerful, and once an ally contract is signed, numerous privileges are bestowed. For instance, mutual harm is prohibited, ally teleportation, and ally rescue, among others. However, the options pertaining to teleportation appeared grayed out. Perhaps it was due to not having a membership. Jiang Sun sighed softly. With this scroll, Qingshan could be established in the truest sense. Although the number of people in Qingshan was currently minimal, this was merely because Jiang Sun was unwilling to lower his standards for recruitment. Better to have less than to accept the mediocre. After all, those who actively sought to join Qingshan were often individuals struggling in their own development, even facing issues of basic sustenance. Those who were genuinely thriving had their own ambitions. Thus, rather than recruiting countless burdensome individuals to form an ostensibly large alliance, it would be far wiser to select a few suitable elites to join. In this way, they could mutually support one another, share resources, and exchange various rare commodities. Each person, when standing alone, would be capable of significant achievement. This was the vision Jiang Sun held for Qingshan. A multitude of weak individuals does not constitute a grand alliance. It merely becomes bloated. After reflecting on his recent acquisitions, Jiang Sun felt a sense of unreality. Automaton Chronicle had provided him with the key to enhancing his strength. Stardust alloy gears might soon grant him a cadre of capable allies. Automaton Master Kit would allow him to embark on his journey as an automaton master. Level 1 channel scroll would enable him to truly realize the potential of Qingshan. For him, all of this felt like a gift, as he had not expended much effort at all. Yet, this has brought about a qualitative enhancement to his capabilities. A path to greatness has already been laid beneath his feet. Casting a glance back at Walla, who was frolicking madly on the climbing frame, he pondered how Walla managed to procure this treasure chest from such a formidable creature. Jiang Sun let out a deep sigh. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly embarking on an exploration. Otherwise, he would likely have been left with nothing but a heap of shattered bones. Reflecting on Walla's numerous injuries, Jiang Sun felt a mix of gratitude and concern. The evidence of his wounds clearly indicated that Walla had sustained such grievous harm solely to acquire this chest. It was apparent that this treasure was intended as a gift for him. Thus, in the moments before losing consciousness, Walla had cast this item from his storage space. Alas, Jiang Sun sighed deeply. He owed a significant debt of gratitude. After all, his contributions throughout had amounted to merely a handful of milk candies therefore. How could this be called a wayward child? This was in truth a devoted foster son. Chapter 56, The Chef. Jiang Sun slowly approached the climbing frame, reaching out to stroke Walla's head. Then, under its astonished gaze, he pulled out 3 large handfuls of milk candies from his pocket. Walla paused for a moment, then, in disbelief, pointed to itself and asked Walla, "Yes, for you." Walla walla la. "No, the house hasn't been demolished." Walla 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 la la. "I haven't been sponsored by a wealthy woman either." Walla 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 walla. "Yes, there will be some every day from now on." Walla la la. "A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain." Jiang Sun scratched his head, unsure if this was what Walla meant, but given the context, it seemed to pose no problem. After all, the conversation had not faltered. That indicated everything was fine. Observing Walla's recovery, Jiang Sun took out a large piece of star-level enchanted mutton borrowed from Zhao Tingtao, intending to prepare dinner. After a moment's thought, he refrained from tossing it directly onto the fire. Instead, he spent a crystal to purchase a complete set of magical cookware and dining utensils from the trading market. He planned to personally cook a grand meal. The seller was a young woman. Upon seeing Jiang Sun's offer, She happily agreed to the transaction and even gifted him a magical cookbook filled with recipes from her own creation since arriving in this world. What a life-savvy young lady, Jiang Sun mused. The moment he received the entire set of cookware, Jiang Sun eagerly examined it. There were numerous items, from pots and bowls to a variety of utensils. Among them were marvelous tools, such as a magically controlled pot that regulated cooking temperature and a salt shaker that adjusted the amount of seasoning automatically. He wondered where this person had gathered such an assortment. Afterward, Jiang Sun moved everything into the kitchen. He stretched his arms, filled with anticipation. The magical properties of these items instilled a newfound confidence in Jiang Sun, who had previously lacked culinary skill. Walla watched closely. Observe how a father transforms this raw meat into a world-class delicacy. Walla la la. Half an hour later, Jiang Sun and Walla sat opposite each other at the table. Before them lay a plate of dark, unidentifiable food. I must tell you, Walla, being picky is not right. You must try this. It surely isn't as unpalatable as it appears. Walla? Walla la 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 la. Me? Don't mind me, I'm on a diet. Finally, after a prolonged exchange of glances, Jiang Sun reluctantly disposed of the plate of dark food. He had to admit he was not cut out for cooking. Just moments ago, he had even considered giving it away, thinking, after all, there were many who struggled to find enough to eat. However, when someone tried it, they discovered it was even incapable of being converted into magical energy. Jiang Sun was instantly filled with disappointment. He pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to add the cookware seller as a friend. If my cooking is subpar, why not dine out instead? Well, I suppose we can say that we have a little money. At that moment, on the other end, Song Yin was squatting on the ground, idly staring at the totem pole. Just a while ago, she had exchanged all her favorite possessions to secure her life. Now, her totem pole had been fully restored, sufficient to help her weather the impending magical tide. However, gazing at the desolate kitchen, she felt a pang of sorrow. Back on Blue Star, she had been a somewhat renowned private chef. Cooking for her was more of a pleasure than a mere occupation. Thus, upon her arrival here, she immediately immersed herself in the study of magical world recipes. The enchanting culinary tools of this realm made her culinary endeavors feel effortless. She even awakened a latent talent. Consequently, she joined a somewhat illustrious alliance. Yet, on the eve of the tide, she was expelled from the alliance for rejecting the leader's proposition of patronage. Although she had not expected much assistance from others, she found herself deprived of numerous resources that were being consigned within the alliance. Therefore, her modest dwelling contained only enough rations to barely last 7 days, alongside the cooking utensils she had just traded to Jiang Sun. Unless absolutely necessary, she was unwilling to part with them. Sitting on the floor, Song Yin mumbled sorrowfully, "I hope he is also an accomplished cook." She propped her chin on her hand and stared blankly out the window, anticipating that her next 7 days might unfold in this manner. Just then, she received a trading notification. Ding. Jiang Sun wishes to trade. Magical cookware, enchanted salt jar, fire element magic array. Do you accept the trade? Song Yin was momentarily taken aback. Her first reaction was that she had been returned. In a rush, she sent a message. Song Yin, is the item not satisfactory? But I've already used half of the crystal. Can I replenish it for you later? Jiang Sun, wait, I'm not returning it. Jiang Sun, as for your cookware, well, I might not be very adept at using it. Song Yin, oh, I see. I can teach you how to use it. You don't need to send it back to me directly. Jiang Sun, your cookware might, have recognized its master. You understand, right? I find it a bit unwieldy. Song Yin, that can't be. This cookware is truly impressive magical gear. It's easy to use. Really? Jiang Sun, I just happen to be a terrible cook, all right? Smiley face. JPG Song Yin. Well, that doesn't seem to be the cookware's fault, however, I could return it, since your offer was quite generous. Upon seeing the response, Jiang Sun face-bombed with one hand, letting out a sigh of despair. This girl is nice, but her thought process is quite unusual. Thus, he decided to be more straightforward. Jiang Sun, you can keep the crystal. Just cook me 2 meals, and we'll call it even. Song Yin, all right. I possess the skills to prepare steamed magical pattern sheep, steamed magical bear paws, steamed icefield deer tails, and roasted floral spirit ducks. Jiang Sun, I know quite a few dishes. Let us go with a steamed magical pattern sheep and a roasted floral spirit duck. Song Yin Yin, certainly. We will need 2 pounds of star-grade icefield deer meat, 2 firefly-grade floral spirit ducks, half a pound of grass fruit, and 2 starlight mushrooms. Jiang Sun. Song Yin Yin, right. I should provide the ingredients, but I currently lack some of them. Jiang Sun. Well, let us make do with whatever we have. Song Yin Yin. Sounds good. Ding. Song Yin Yin is trading you 20 jerky pieces. Do you accept? What the heck? Upon hearing the trade notification, Jiang Sun's expression darkened, nearly causing him to hurl the spell book in his hands. I sought you out precisely because I didn't want to eat jerky, and yet you send me back a pile of jerky? Jiang Sun was fuming, his temper flaring, yet he restrained himself. After all, in this desolate world, while he knew many capable fighters, he had only this one chef. Furthermore, having just seen the delectable recipe she sent, he found himself salivating. Thus, he patiently continued to inquire about the situation. After a few more exchanges, Jiang Sun finally grasped the entire context. So, this jerky represented her entire food supply? Jiang Sun regarded the few pieces of jerky before him, noting their enticing appearance. Suppressing his discomfort, he tore off a small piece and chewed. The flavor of the jerky was surprisingly delightful. This jerky, in comparison to his own roasted version, was like heaven and earth. If jerky could be crafted to such perfection, then what about the other dishes? With this thought, Jiang Sun promptly made a decision. He affixed a crystal to his request for the complete set of ingredients. Although such a trading method would yield some profit for others, it was far more advantageous than gathering ingredients bit by bit himself. After all, finding change was a hassle. Apologies, I have no small change. Once the ingredients arrived, Jiang Sun swiftly packed them and handed them to Song Yin Yin, instructing her to keep 1 duck for herself and prepare the rest for him. He then sat down, drooling in anticipation. It seems that today the dark god of Ganara, shall finally bid farewell to a life of meager rations. Chapter 57. The Gift of Gastronomy. While waiting, Jiang Sun hurriedly prepared 2 batches of crystal. He then opened the manual to check on other circumstances. The first day was already halfway through, and Jiang Sun noted that the regional channel had hardly diminished. After all, if the gathered materials could not last a day, then those individuals had no intention of surviving. At this moment, the sentiments in the channel were a blend of joy and despair. I was curious about the tidal force of magic, and this is it? Just this? Indeed, a whole day has passed, and my totem pillar has only lost 1/5 of its energy. This mere power, and it's only 7 days. Impossible. My level 2 sanctuary lost half its energy overnight. I fear I won't last the full 7 days. Wait, I'm also at level 2, but I've only lost a small fraction. Could it be that the intensity of disasters varies for everyone? That's certainly a possibility. Just yesterday, my friend with a level 3 sanctuary went missing. His last message contained only 2 words. What did he say? How could a level 3 sanctuary possibly succumb to the tides? He didn't have time to elaborate. Simply stated, purple. Purple? Is that referring to the color of the tide? Isn't it's supposed to be light blue? Indeed, it seems that each individual experiences different intensities. I'm at a B-level sanctuary, and the external tide is a pale purple. I'm at level C, and it's also pale purple. My level 3 sanctuary has already lost 1/3 of its energy. It appears everyone encounters varying degrees of intensity. I always believed that disasters could not be uniformly experienced. If one encounters a disaster of greater intensity, wouldn't that be a significant loss? Certainly, ever since we arrived in this world, haven't we all been relying on luck? Indeed. Jiang Sun observed the conversation with an impassive expression. He then lifted his gaze to the darkening purple tide outside, lost in silence. Luck, one might say, is a fickle thing. It's perhaps best left unspoken. Nevertheless, Jiang Sun began to comprehend the level of disaster he had faced. He calculated that the destructive power of the tide he experienced was more than 100-fold that of others. This revelation startled him. However, he quickly grasped the situation. The force of the tide needs to be assessed from both energy level and magnitude. Jiang Sun estimated that his tidal energy level was 5 times that of others. This meant that while others suffered a single point of damage from an attack, he endured 5. As for the magnitude, it was utterly outrageous. He estimated it to be at least 50 times greater. In other words, for every attack others faced, his sanctuary was assaulted 50 times. Whom have I wronged? This is clearly divine retribution. Jiang Sun thought bitterly, filled with indignation. Yet he couldn't pinpoint whom to blame. Frustrated, he resorted to kneading the dough. It seems I've been eating quite well outside. I've gained weight. The familiar texture brought a wave of comfort, and Jiang Sun's spirits lifted considerably. It seems that I shall not require a pillow for my arm tonight. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a notification chimed. Ding. Song Yin Yin offers to trade 1 steamed demon pattern lamb and 1 roasted floral duck. Do you agree? Has my takeaway arrived? Hearing the transaction sound, Jiang Sun swiftly made his way to the table, where he had meticulously arranged wooden utensils. 1 set for himself, and another for Walla. Jiang Sun rubbed his hands together in anticipation, and Walla mimicked his actions. Except, as the light shimmered, 2 exquisitely plated dishes appeared on the table before Jiang Sun. In an instant, a fragrant aroma of food enveloped him, far surpassing the domestic takeout he had savored for years on Blue Star. For a moment, he was utterly entranced. What is this? Observing Walla, who wore a similarly dazed expression, Jiang Sun suddenly realized that perhaps the author of Chinese Culinary Master had not exaggerated. It is entirely possible that he had never tasted such delicacies before. His gaze shifted to the 2 dishes before him. The steamed demon pattern lamb resembled a small hill carved from white jade. The lamb was cut into uniformly sized chunks, each appearing tender and juicy, emanating wisps of steam amidst a backdrop of verdant herbs and crystalline ice. The rising steam intertwined in the air, forming the shape of a frolicking lamb. Is this demon pattern lamb? Jiang Sun wiped away the drool that had escaped his lips. It is worth noting that he had indulged in this type of meat more than any other. Although nourishing, he had long detested the flavor of roasted ribs and dried meat. Yet today, it had been transformed into this exquisite form. The roasted floral duck by its side was equally impressive. The entire duck was elegantly arranged on a smoked ebony platter, its golden brown skin crisp to perfection, resembling glass. A gentle nudge with chopsticks caused the duck to fall apart into evenly sliced pieces. The slightly curled skin released an enticing aroma of fat, causing Jiang Sun's mouth to water profusely. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a piece of duck meat and placed it in his mouth. Crisp, tender. He nearly swallowed his tongue in delight. Gulp, gulp. Walla, hurry up, you too. Jiang Sun mumbled, beckoning Walla to join him. Raising his head, he noticed Walla, grasping a chopstick in confusion, staring back at him. How could I forget? Squirrels cannot use chopsticks. Jiang Sun quickly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Walla's mouth, then took the chopsticks, swiftly fashioning them into 2 skewers with a small knife. Here you go. No worries. Let's not judge each other. Just as he handed the skewer to Walla, Jiang Sun felt an unusual warmth coursing through his body. Had he been drugged? No, that cannot be. She is not even here. What would be the point? As the warmth spread throughout him, Jiang Sun recognized the sensation reminiscent of his first encounter with lamb. Could it be that this dish possesses some attributes? Upon this realization, he immediately felt a surge of inspiration, and the details of the dishes vividly materialized before his eyes. Steamed magic patterned lamb. Partially consumed. Type: magical culinary item level. Bright moon. Faint glow. Firefly star. Bright moon. Effect: stamina 4, strength 4, initial consumption. Subsequent effects halved. Remark: a culinary masterpiece crafted by an exceptionally gifted chef, possessing extraordinary effects. A fire-spirited duck. Devoid of its posterior. Type: magical culinary item level. Star effect. Intelligence 2, agility 2, initial consumption. Subsequent effects halved. Remark: a culinary masterpiece crafted by an exceptionally gifted chef, possessing extraordinary effects. After perusing the system's introduction, Jiang Sun could no longer focus on his meal and promptly sent a message to Song Yin Yin. He believed that anyone who allowed such talent to languish unrecognized was undoubtedly a fool. Specifically, the leader of the alliance who had dismissed Song Yin Yin. Jiang Sun distinctly recalled that the ingredients he had traded to her were star-grade magic pattern lamb and firefly-grade spirit duck. The levels of the other ingredients certainly did not exceed that of the primary components. Yet now, following her culinary prowess, both dishes had ascended a tier in quality. Such an absurd capability could only stem from innate talent. At this stage, each individual who had awakened was inherently gifted. If her talent enabled her to elevate the grade of ingredients through cooking, it would be utterly terrifying. Jiang Sun furrowed his brows in contemplation. Encountering someone like Song Yin Yin and failing to recruit her Qingshan would be a gross waste of resources. With this thought in mind, he sent another message. Jiang Sun, you must join my team, a culinary master, truly deserving of the title. Song Yin Yin, who? Do you want to support me, then? Jiang Sun. Song Yin Yin, not that. But I also don't have 200 yuan for the membership fee. Jiang Sun. Observing the ludicrous exchange, Jiang Sun couldn't help but reflect on the treachery of human nature. Could it be that the world outside had descended into such chaos? Joining an organization required compromising one's dignity and resulted in resource exploitation? Was it truly so arduous to navigate the external organizations? It seemed he had been far too lenient. He would seek out Zhao Tingtao soon to extort some resources. Chapter 58, Level 1, Private Channel. Qingshan, after much discussion, Song Yin Yin remained convinced that Jiang Sun was a fraud. In response, Jiang Sun revealed his most prized protective card, proving his authenticity. Only after Song Yin Yin repeatedly confirmed that Jiang Sun had no intentions of financially supporting her did she agree to join Qingshan. One wonders how many times this naive child has been deceived. As Jiang Sun savored the lamb, he could not help but express his thoughts. Meanwhile, Walla, with a mouth full of food, responded in kind. Although the two could not comprehend each other's words, their harmonious banter persisted for half an hour. They consumed a remarkable 5 kilograms of food before finally setting down their chopsticks. Not because they were full, but because there was nothing left. Jiang Sun lifted the reflective wooden plate, momentarily dazed. Could it be that this plate requires no washing? After tidying up the dishes, he reclined on the bed, using Walla as a pillow under his neck. The soft sensation prompted him to stretch luxuriously. How delightful! With a satisfying meal, restful sleep, and a little squirrel to cuddle. He felt like a true winner in life. After enjoying the meal prepared by Song Yin Yin, Jiang Sun felt a renewed sense of hope. His mood had improved at least threefold. He was eager to ask Song Yin Yin, 10 days. Do you have any idea how I've spent these 10 days? Gnawing on tasteless jerky and various sour wild fruits each day. What took you so long to arrive? Jiang Sun speculated that had he encountered Song Yin Yin any later, he would surely have developed anorexia. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun swiftly took out the Level 1 private channel scroll he had unboxed. If that was the case, it was time to bind everyone to the channel. He tore open the scroll, and immediately, a beam of light shot into his Magical Wasteland handbook. Then, a prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! You have successfully created a Level 1 private channel. Please name the channel. Qingshan. Ding! Do you confirm the name Qingshan for the channel? Confirmed. As the light faded, a brand new option appeared on his channel interface. This option was distinct from the World Channel, Regional Channel, and Friend Channel. Like the Blue Star Council, the name Qingshan also appeared among the options. This indicated that the authority of the Level 1 private channel Jiang Sun had created was on par with the other channels. Subsequently, Jiang Sun proceeded to invite several individuals into the Qingshan channel. Ding! Zhao Tingtao has successfully joined the Qingshan channel. Ding! Qing Gingyun has successfully joined the Qingshan channel. Afterward, Jiang Sun noticed the avatars of several members populating the sidebar. Jiang Sun. Once again, I warmly welcome everyone to Qingshan. Today marks a formal ceremony, and we can consider it the founding day of our organization. Zhao Tingtao. How will the year-end bonus be calculated? Jiang Sun. Each person shall receive 50 pounds of star-level monster meat. Zhao Tingtao. That sounds splendid. It saves the trouble of purchasing from others. You pay, and I shall sell it to you at a discount. Jiang Sun. Smiles Zhao Tingtao. You will indeed pay, right? Jiang Sun. This private channel can be considered an organizational benefit. The specific functions are for everyone to explore at their leisure. By the way, we warmly welcome Song Yin Yin to join us. Song Yin Yin, greetings to you all. Old Chin is here too. Hello, Old Chin. I am your fan. Song Yin Yin. No, wait. You are my fan. Song Yin Yin. Well, never mind. Qing Ding Yin. Ha, hello there. This little girl is quite lively. Zhao Tingtao. Greetings, young lady. I am Zhao Tingtao, standing at 201 centimeters tall. Wait. Ding. You have removed Zhao Tingtao from the channel. Jiang Sun. All right. Let's continue. The organization imposes no restrictions on personal development, and there are currently no unified regulations. Jiang Sun. Everyone is encouraged to share resources within the group, and if anyone wishes to leave, no one will hinder them. However, there is one rule. Do not betray your own. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has successfully joined the Qingshan channel. Ding. Zhao Yuran has successfully joined the Qingshan channel. Jiang Sun. Others may join later. If you feel someone is suitable, feel free to recommend them. Zhao Tingtao, unfilial son. How dare you kick me? Zhao Yuran, brother. Is this the leader you mentioned? He is quite handsome. Zhao Tingtao. Zhao Tingtao. Jiang Sun, please kick my sister. Jiang Sun. Zhao Yuran, let's chat privately. Observing the harmonious atmosphere within the channel, Jiang Sun felt an unusual sensation rising within him. This feeling had eluded him since the passing of his parents over a decade ago. He found himself at a loss to articulate his current emotions. However, if given the chance, he yearned to take these individuals to witness the vistas from greater heights. As the light-hearted banter subsided, everyone began to introduce themselves. Perhaps out of trust in Jiang Sun, they shared their circumstances with little reservation. They first described their environments and the unique resources nearby. Jiang Sun need not elaborate. The predominant resource near him was trees. Zhao Tingtao also required no introduction, as his refuge was in the icy plains, surrounded by numerous ice-related resources and various levels of magical beasts, which constituted his primary source of income. Old Qin enjoyed the utmost safety, residing on an expansive plain with fertile land conducive to cultivation. There were also many wild fruits, and Old Qin had already commenced small-scale artificial cultivation. Jiang Sun was pleasantly surprised to learn that both Song Yin Yin and Zhao Yuran were situated in remarkably unique locations. Zhao Yuran's refuge was by the seaside, abundant with a myriad of rich seafood resources. One could easily gather a basket full of marine treasures while strolling along the shore. However, Song Yin Yin's situation is even more outrageous. Although her place of birth is rather ordinary, nearby lies a city in ruins. It is said to be quite perilous, and she has only ventured around its outskirts. Remarkably, her kitchenware was discovered amidst the debris. After listening to everyone's introductions, Jiang Sun suddenly realized how little he truly understood about this world. Just consider that desolate city near Song Yin Yin. Had Jiang Sun been there, he would have undoubtedly infiltrated it numerous times, scavenging countless treasures. Subsequently, the group began to share their abilities. By the end, Jiang Sun found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. If he were to encapsulate his feelings in a single phrase, it would be, "The strength of my companions from Qingshan is indeed terrifying." First and foremost, all 5 members of the group had awakened their talents. Even the venerable Qin, who is over 80 years old, was no exception. As for Jiang Sun, it goes without saying, he had distributed sweets to everyone. Zhao Tingtao, resembling a hulking gorilla, had awakened a formidable beast-taming talent. This was not the traditional form of mental control, but rather, once a magical beast was subdued, it would likely develop a sense of submission, captivated by his celestial aura. The name of his talent, quite aptly, is Conquest. Is there even a need for further discussion? Jiang Sun, filled with envy, gritted his teeth. In comparison to his own candy talent, the name Conquest undoubtedly carries a more prestigious connotation. Chapter 59, Extraordinary Talent. Next was Elder Qin. The awakening of his talent was something Jiang Sun had anticipated from the very beginning. After all, how could someone who developed a plant growth solution in merely 3 days be considered ordinary? The name of Elder Qin's talent is quite distinctive. It is called Abundance. The effects of the Abundance talent are manifold primarily focusing on agricultural pursuits. For instance, it enables the user to perceive information regarding soil fertility, moisture, acidity, and other factors through magical energy. It can also eliminate pests and improve the soil environment by expending magical energy. According to Elder Chin, any crop influenced by his abilities sees an increase in yield by at least 50. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their astonishment. Truly, Elder Chin is remarkable. However, this was not what astonished Jiang Sun the most. What captivated his attention was a special effect within Elder Chin's talent, known as vitality. The description of vitality states that it significantly enhances the probability of mutation in crops within the sanctuary. The simpler the introduction, the more potent the effect. The mutations in the magical realm differ from those on Blue Star. In a magical world, plant mutations often manifest in two directions. One is the positive mutation that enhances intrinsic value, such as increasing fruit yield, enlarging fruit size, and elevating crop levels. This type of mutation has always been the aspiration of many. The other, however, is rather extraordinary, termed biological mutation. For example, the man-eating flower. Although encountering biologically mutated plants in the wild can be perilous, those cultivated by Elder Chin can be controlled after mutation. It is crucial to note that plants can be artificially propagated in large quantities. This implies that if a single crop mutates into a man-eating flower, Elder Chin possesses the capability to cultivate a vast expanse of man-eating flowers. Jiang Sun and the others were instantly in awe. This little old man is no ordinary elder. It was fortunate that he had saved Elder Chin at the time. Otherwise, he would have been filled with regret. Then came Song Nianyan's introduction of her talent. Initially, Jiang Sun believed he could surmise something about her ability. However, after her presentation, he felt quite youthful in his understanding. Song Nianyan's talent is called Flavor Box. This talent endows her with the precise ability to identify and analyze every type of food. Furthermore, it enables her to effortlessly harmonize the attributes of various ingredients, achieving a perfect balance. This is the reason why the dishes she prepares often exceed the quality of the ingredients used. It is not merely a simplistic upgrade talent, but rather a profound ability that requires exceptional skill to master. Yet, this was not the most outrageous revelation. Jiang Sun suddenly discovered that Song Nianyan's intelligence attribute was a staggering 37 points. 37 points? Jiang Sun rubbed his eyes, confirming that he was not hallucinating, and stubbornly opened his attribute panel to check once more. Indeed, his intelligence stood at 28 points. This was already considering the enhancement from the flowing light attribute. Originally, it was only 23 points. Jiang Sun felt a sudden bitterness rise within him. Although Song Nianyan's other three attributes were utterly abysmal, her intelligence attribute surpassed his by a staggering 10 points. It is noteworthy that Jiang Sun himself possessed a remarkable aptitude, with an inherently higher intelligence attribute than most. He had also devoted considerable effort to enhancing his intelligence, yet he had barely managed to reach a score of 23. How had Song Nianyan achieved such a feat? Sensing the astonishment of those around her, Song Nianyan offered an explanation. Upon hearing her clarifications, Jiang Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him. The reason for Song Nianyan's elevated intelligence attribute lay in the innate effects of her gastronomic illusions, a gift that harmonized beautifully with her passion for cooking. Each time she concocted a dish that surpassed the quality of its ingredients, she would experience a culinary illusion, significantly boosting her intelligence attributes. This left Jiang Sun feeling a deep envy. However, he was comforted by the knowledge that Song Nianyan was now one of them. With this thought, Jiang Sun exhaled a long sigh. Truly, they were a talented bunch. The talents of the great Qingshan were indeed abundant. Yet, the others began to exhibit a peculiar demeanor after listening to Song Nianyan's introduction. As the conversation flowed, their words brimmed with an undertone of flattery. Zhao Tingtao inquired, "Miss, what do you usually charge for cooking a meal for others?" Song Nianyan replied, "Oh, I used to cook for free in the Alliance. I never charged anyone." Zhao Tingtao. Qin Gungyan added, "I have some freshly harvested spirit wheat. Let me give you some. If it's not enough, I can always hurry and harvest more." Song Yin Yin, Old Qin, you are truly impressive. As expected of you, to have such quick results. Qin Geng Yun. Jiang Sun suddenly grasped the underlying sentiment. Were they craving her cooking? Upon further reflection, it made sense. Although each of them had been progressing well, their living conditions mirrored those of the majority, situated in a remote locale with no access to proper markets. They had been subsisting on whatever they could scavenge. For over 10 days, they had not savored anything remotely delectable. This deprivation must have left them yearning for the fine cuisine they were accustomed to. Now, encountering a skilled chef like Song Yin Yin, how could they possibly resist the temptation? Moreover, her loquacious nature had her incessantly sharing her culinary insights in the group chat, further igniting their appetites. Even Jiang Sun, who had just finished a meal, found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. Ultimately, it was Zhao Yuran who could no longer contain himself, stating directly, "Sister Nian, it's been ages since we've enjoyed a good meal. Let my brother pay. Could you prepare us something delicious?" Zhao Ting Tao, upon hearing this, waved his hand dramatically, producing 7 or 8 varieties of high-grade meat as the main course. Jiang Sun cooperatively pulled out a crystal to contribute as funding for the ingredients. The naturally oblivious Song Yin finally comprehended their intentions and immediately accepted the cooking task with delight. Thus, the first organized gathering for a meal among the group was confirmed. During the wait for the ingredients to be gathered, Zhao Yuran began to introduce her unique talent. "My talent is nothing extraordinary," she declared. "It is called slaughter." Jiang Sun was taken aback. "What? Is it a typographical error? Could it be illustration?" Zhao Yuran continued. "The effect is quite simple. The more lives I take, the greater the 4-dimensional attributes I acquire." Jiang Sun. Song Yin Yin. Qin Geng Yin. Zhao Ting Tao. Facepalm. JPG Jiang Sun exclaimed, "It's bad enough that you're clumsy and brutish, but how could you lead your sister astray?" Zhao Ting Tao defended himself. "It's truly not my fault." After several confirmations, Jiang Sun finally accepted that Zhao Yueran's talent was indeed named Slaughter. The effect was precisely as she had described, and it was a talent she had awakened on her own. Jiang Sun wiped the cold sweat from her brow, secretly lamenting how this girl was even more outrageous than her brother. It must be noted that the reason a talent can awaken independently is that the individual has already traversed quite a distance along that path. So this young lady, while affectionately calling him brother, was secretly taking lives with a single strike? The group, maintaining a polite demeanor, refrained from asking further questions. After all, everyone possesses their own secrets. Moreover, since Zhao Yueran had openly shared her talent, it was clear she had no intention of concealing it from anyone. Chapter 60. The Mountain God. After a brief exchange, the initial awkwardness among the 5 had completely dissipated. This was to be expected. Jiang Sun and Zhao Ting Tao shared a bond forged through trials and tribulations, a connection that required no further elaboration. Elder Qin had been a member of Qin Shan for quite some time and commanded deep respect from all. Zhao Yueran, being Zhao Ting Tao's younger sister, possessed a spirited and whimsical nature that made her quite endearing. Song Yin Yin, with her gentle and innocent demeanor, radiated warmth towards everyone, garnering affection from all. This unique blend of personalities fostered a swift camaraderie among them. The composition of this group was peculiar, yet harmoniously complementary. Jiang Sun observed the lively chatter with a sense of satisfaction, feeling that Qin Shan was gradually evolving into the vision he had once imagined. However, he suddenly realized a pressing concern. The core of an organization is not solely built on good relationships and mutual support. While Qin Shan was on a path toward internal harmony and individual strength, it risked becoming indistinguishable from masses. In a small organization, its deficiencies become glaringly apparent. Internally, there's a lack of manpower, and externally, a deficiency in deterrence. Thus, it was nearly impossible to thrive without expanding the ranks. Allowing Qin Shan to develop haphazardly would be irresponsible, both to himself and to his companions. This was not spontaneity, it was negligence. Jiang Sun was acutely aware that his S-tier sanctuary was somewhat of a fade, a fact not lost on the others. Yet, none expressed dissatisfaction. Instead, They earnestly indulged his whims, a testament to their trust in him. It was important to note that, given Zhao Tingtao and his companions' prowess, had they chosen to pursue their own paths, they would have long since emerged as leaders of significant factions, easily commanding the loyalty of countless followers. After all, it is a human instinct to unite for warmth and to submit to the strong. However, because they had chosen to join Qin Shan, they found themselves engaging in a multitude of tasks personally, even down to the laborious process of gathering materials, such as chopping wood, a task even the octogenarian elder Qin partook in. This could not continue indefinitely. Even if they could endure it, Jiang Sun could not. Everyone understood the inevitability of confrontation among humanity on Blue Star. When that day arrived, it would be a test of individual merit. The greater the strength, the more significant the voice, leading to greater resources. Therefore, recruiting more members to establish a formidable presence was an essential step. Otherwise, Qin Shan would forever remain merely an organization, regardless of their individual strengths. With this realization, Jiang Sun sought to consult his companions regarding the future of Qin Shan. Jiang Sun, what are your thoughts on the future development of Qin Shan? Zhao Tingtao, supporting my son's venture is only natural. I have no particular thoughts. So proceed with confidence. Qin Gingyun, having been a farmer all my life, I am not well versed in this matter. You all may deliberate as you see fit. Zhao Yuan, I trust my brother Jiang Sun. Zhao Tingtao, Song Yinyan, well, the meal is ready. Jiang Sun gazed at the messages with a furrowed brow, then proceeded to articulate his plans. Jiang Sun, I intend to recruit more individuals after we experience some development, focusing primarily on those ordinary people who are on the brink of despair. They will contribute their labor, while we shall offer them a semblance of shelter. Zhao Tingtao, that sounds wonderful. By the way, Xiao Song, please add more vegetables for me. I've nearly had my fill of meat. Jiang Sun, I believe it is imperative to establish a law enforcement department and a security force to ensure internal control and external deterrence. Zhao Yuan, Brother Jiang Sun is absolutely right. Sister Yin, could you possibly spare me a chicken leg? Jiang Sun, I also think we should form teams dedicated to exploration and intelligence gathering, as our future competitors will undoubtedly include our own kind. Qin Gingyun, this idea resonates well. Yin, my age is catching up with me, and my teeth aren't what they used to be. Please serve me some extra soup. Jiang Sun observed their responses with an impassive expression, and frustration surged within him. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and replied, Save some for me. He then joined the fray for food. An hour later, Jiang Sun and Walla reclined on the dragon egg bed, rubbing their distended bellies with sighs. Walla, greed is the original sin. Why didn't you stop me? Walla? Walla la la walla. Did you not realize we had already feasted? Walla, walla lala. I tell you, if you keep eating like this, we won't be able to afford to keep you at home. You should hurry out and hunt. Walla? Walla walla. Where would I go? You are at the full moon level, while I am at the firefly level. Isn't it natural for me to cling to you for support? After lying there for a while, Jiang Sun felt the fullness in his stomach dissipate somewhat. He hastily rose and wandered around the room, replacing the magic crystals in the collector. He hadn't done this in some time. Ever since Walla improved, it had been diligently handling the task. Jiang Sun had even paid the exorbitant price of 10 candies daily for this service. Feeling the energy from the food fully absorbed, Jiang Sun returned to the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface, his eyes clouded with contemplation. Walla seemed to sense the serious atmosphere and hopped onto the opposite side of the table, resting its small paws on its chin, mimicking Jiang Sun's pensive expression. Walla, do you think I could become a suitable organizer? Walla, walla lala. A little squirrel approached and patted his head in reassurance. Jiang Sun let out a deep sigh. He understood that the others were not truly shirking their responsibilities. Rather, they did not wish to encroach upon his authority and decision-making power. Each of them was aware that Jiang Sun had always been a person of deep emotions. Therefore, he would undoubtedly be willing to relinquish more of his voice for the benefit of the group. Yet, they all understood as well. An organization should resonate with a singular voice. At the very least, the authority over significant decisions must rest with one individual. Jiang Sun has been tacitly recognized as their leader, albeit one who is still somewhat inexperienced. Contemplating this, Jiang Sun let out a deep sigh. They might not be entirely mistaken in their views, yet I do not believe myself to be in error. I trust my own judgment. With a faint smile, Jiang Sun inscribed 2 characters upon the table. Mountain God. Several hours later, Jiang Sun stretched languidly. He had finally completed the plan. As he rose, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him. Grabbing his spellbook, he glanced at the time. Goodness. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 11, 1800 hours. It dawned on Jiang Sun that he had been awake for an entire day and night. A sudden wave of anxiety engulfed him. Would he succumb to a sudden death? The previous emperor had barely begun his enterprise before meeting his untimely end. This simply could not be allowed to happen. So he quickly retrieved 2 pieces of milk candy and popped them into his mouth. Chapter 61. The Old Sorcerer. When Jiang Sun awoke once more, he found the sanctuary shrouded in a dim, eerie silence that hinted at a profound stillness. With great effort, he propped himself up, his mind entangled in a chaotic fog, heavy and lethargic, while his limbs felt weak and unresponsive, clearly the aftermath of an excessively long slumber. Determined to shake off the drowsiness, he lifted his gaze toward the window. The violet haze of the tide remained thick and impenetrable, obscuring the outside world entirely, leaving him unable to discern the passage of time. How long have I slept? What time is it now? Muttering to himself, Jiang Sun fumbled for his spellbook to check the time. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 12. 9 o'clock a.m. Day, night. To his astonishment, he realized he had slept for a staggering 11 hours. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Since arriving in this world, he had never indulged in such an extended rest. Well then, all the effort to recalibrate his biological clock has been in vain. Grumbling to himself, Jiang Sun rose from the bed, contemplating the need to procure some food. He felt it was rather inconsiderate to always rely on Song Yin for meals, especially since her magical cooking consumed a significant amount of her energy and magical power. Although her intellect was commendable, it paled in comparison to his own extraordinary magical prowess and recovery rate. He first made his way to the adjacent room, where he found Walla dozing off next to the magic energy collector, nodding off intermittently. Surrounding, it was a sea of candy wrappers. Jiang Sun hesitated to exploit Walla's abilities, having already manifested a substantial portion of his magical energy into candy for it before sleeping. Observing the faint glimmer returning to Walla's tail, a small smile crept onto his face, revealing a sense of relief. It seemed that the candy was indeed effective. It merely needed to be more plentiful. At this rate, Walla would surely recover in due time. He approached and gently patted Walla's little head, saying, "You've worked hard. You should go to sleep now." Walla let out a sleepy hum, stretching widely before accepting the jerky Jiang Sun offered. With little energy, it nibbled a few bites before curling up on the dragon egg bed to doze off. Indeed, after partaking in Song Yin's culinary creations, it was challenging for anyone to find interest in other foods. Fortunately, after some guidance from Song Yin, Jiang Sun's skills in jerky preparation had improved. While it might not boast an exquisite balance of color, aroma, and flavor, at the very least, it was no longer so unpalatable. After preparing a new batch of magic crystals, Jiang Sun proceeded to the room where the totem pillars were situated. As he reached the doorway, he was met with a series of deep, resonant vibrations that resembled the thunderous hum of powerful generators at full throttle, causing his ears to ring. Shaking his head, he stepped inside, fully aware of the source of the sound. It turned out that whenever the external magical barrier was struck, its energy would dissipate instantaneously. However, the force of impact travels directly towards the central totem pillar for reasons unknown. Yet, the totem pillar remains steadfastly anchored within the load-bearing column at the heart of the sanctuary, showing no signs of detachment despite the tremors. This left Jiang Sun perplexed, for it contradicted everything he had learned on Blue Star. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to delve deeper. His primary concern was the remaining crystals in the totem pillar, as they pertained directly to his livelihood and survival. As Elder Qin wisely remarked, one should not view this new world through the lens of the past. Magic and science are fundamentally different. Magic is elusive, a symbol of wonder, entirely separate from scientific principles. Should magic ever be interpreted through a scientific perspective, it would cease to be magic and merely become a branch of science. This insight greatly benefited Jiang Sun, prompting a rapid shift in his mindset. Elder Qin truly lived up to his reputation, even as an old scientist in this new realm. He swiftly adapted to become an esteemed magician. Jiang Sun focused intently on the rate of magical energy depletion from the totem pillar, noting it was nearly unchanged from the previous day. This brought him some measure of reassurance, indicating that surviving these 7 days would likely pose no significant issue. Yet, the rate of consumption was alarmingly high. With a soft sigh, he collected the spent, empty crystals scattered around the totem pillar. In less than 2 days, he had exhausted over 100 crystals. Were it not for the efficiency of the magical energy collection device, he might have already met his demise. With another heavy sigh, Jiang Sun sank into a chair at the table. The Starlight Herb aromatherapy burner emitted a gentle mist reminiscent of twinkling stars, yet Jiang Sun's spirits remained burdened. He slowly opened the regional chat channel in his spellbook, only to find the number of participants had plummeted below 8,000, 7,786 out of 10,000. In just 1 day, nearly 1,000 lives had been lost. The World Channel had seen its population dwindle to under 6 billion. Clearly, those in other regions were faring even worse. Jiang Sun furrowed his brow, for this channel featured his offerings of magical crystals, and nearly all trade relied upon them. Though the odds of acquiring them were slim, they provided a glimmer of hope for some. After all, a single crystal could sustain 3 individuals through calamity, which accounted for the relatively lower death toll in this channel. Yet, even so, 1,000 lives had been claimed. With a heavy heart, Jiang Sun began to peruse the chat messages. Supplies are running low. Can anyone lend me some? I'll repay double after the disaster. I advise you to stop calling out. No one will heed you in such times. Indeed, we can only send 5 messages a day. If you're truly on the brink, it would be wiser to save them for your last words. Haha, guess where I am? If you're not in the sanctuary, where else could you be? Have you exceeded 15 points in all dimensions and gone out for a frolic? No, I'm in a makeshift hut I built with stones yesterday. Have you seen the method shared by the Dragon Kingdom officials? Are you referring to the method discovered by the esteemed figures of Qing Shan? Really? It actually proves effective. Indeed, the day before the tide, I managed to eliminate a litter of wolf cubs, and I found them attempting to block their den with a certain stone. And then? Can it truly impede the tide? Yes, although some turbulence still seeps through the gaps, it has certainly spared my life. Likewise, I encountered a leopard and stripped the bark from its tree hollow, affixing it to the outer wall, and now all is well. I utilized straw to fill the crevices of my abode. I employed mud. I hope the wooden structure can withstand it. It appears everyone is faring quite well. Though, it is not entirely so. This was a last resort, and many did not heed the warnings at that time. What? They disregarded advice concerning their own lives? Indeed, there were those who doubted even the joint announcement from Qing Shan and the Longwis Sanctuary. How foolish! It is certainly true, one cannot blame others for their indifference. Yet, we must express our gratitude to the esteemed figures of Qing Shan. Thank you, esteemed ones. Qing Shan is remarkable. Thank you, esteemed ones. Qing Shan is remarkable. Thank you, esteemed ones. Qing Shan is remarkable. Chapter 62. Life will find its own path. Upon reading the news, Jiang Sun's heart felt as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread in all directions. At this moment, a phrase began to take shape in his mind. Life will find its own path. He could not help but recall his earlier conjecture. He had sensed that among the magical beasts, there must exist numerous individuals lacking in attributes. Yet, how did they survive the tides? At that time, constrained by a lack of time and energy, he had no choice but to relay the information to Zhou Tsongyan. Little did he expect that a seemingly immature thought of his would genuinely aid so many in surviving. It was noteworthy that he had not taken it seriously back then. To his surprise, Zhou Tsongyan and his team had actually unraveled the mystery and made it public. They had not even appropriated a sliver of Jiang Sun's credit, and instead had amplified his reputation significantly. Jiang Sun smacked his lips, secretly relieved by his astute decision at the time. The benefits of such formidable allies were now palpably felt. Observing the messages from others, he also learned about the achievements of the Dragon Kingdom shelter. Simple, brutal. Their strategy was to seek out the nests of low-attribute magical beasts and plunder their nesting materials. Take whatever was available. After all, the tides in this magical wasteland were as commonplace as the air we breathe. As the local dominators, magical beasts certainly had their methods of coping. They could not simply watch helplessly as the weak perished with every tide. It was essential to remember that the young were the lifeblood of all creatures, incredibly vulnerable. If it were otherwise, magical beasts would have long since faced extinction. As he pondered these thoughts, a quaint cabin in the woods suddenly sprang to mind. A jolt ran through him. Could it be that the materials used to construct that cabin were borrowed from the magical beasts? He distinctly recalled that there were no totem poles or similar artifacts in the cabin. Even if the owner possessed remarkable skills, it was improbable that they could rebuild after every disaster. With this realization, Jiang Sun's heart soared. The quantity of materials used for that cabin was considerable, and if they could indeed be utilized, it would be a tremendous help. After finishing the jerky in hand, Jiang Sun closed the spell book, releasing a long sigh of relief. The concerns that had weighed heavily on his mind seemed to have dissipated. The number of survivors was far greater than he had anticipated. The discrepancy from his prediction of a 70% mortality rate was significant. Indeed, the essence of life is to seize and thrive. How could humanity, once the sovereign of Blue Star, possibly succumb to magical beasts with far inferior intelligence? Equipped with a new batch of magical crystals, Jiang Sun took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the shelter's grand door, stepping outside. Ever since the wall had been upgraded, he had become somewhat of a hermit, rarely venturing out. But as he lifted his gaze, he was instantly awestruck by the sight before him. The world outside was far more magnificent than what he had glimpsed from within the shelter. As far as the eye could see, dark purple tides surged with overwhelming force. Like a mysterious purple ocean, yet entirely shielded by a magical barrier, it formed an ethereal purple canopy that, at first glance, possessed a unique beauty. Jiang Sun steadied his mind and strolled towards the plantation. As he drew closer, his eyes widened in astonishment. Numerous seeds had broken through the soil, sprouting tender green shoots. The most striking were the 10 stalks of grain that had already reached the height of his calves. The slender stems swayed gently in the breeze, their elongated leaves elegant yet exuding vibrant life. Jiang Sun stood frozen, filled with wonder. In the day spent with Elder Qin, he had become somewhat knowledgeable about agriculture, particularly well-versed in the intricacies of the moonlight grain. Upon observing the grains, he recognized that they were still in their seedling stage. Goodness, even at this nascent stage, they're already so tall. Once fully grown, they would surely resemble small trees. Jiang Sun couldn't help but let his imagination soar. His mind conjured images of the grain's subsequent stages, jointing, heading, and filling, all the way to maturity, each thought more splendid than the last. The subsequent phases promised a time of vigorous growth and bountiful harvests. Given the promising start of these seedlings, the yield would undoubtedly be substantial. In his heart, he reveled in the thought. This moonlight grain was a strategic food crop he had earmarked, and a higher yield was always desirable. After inspecting the main crop, Jiang Sun proceeded to survey the other plants. To his delight, he discovered that after applying the growth solution provided by Elder Qin, all varieties of crops were thriving. These seeds were the culmination of Elder Qin's efforts, meticulously selected, including crescent potatoes, wild corn, subterranean radishes, and an array of berries, all classified as dreamlike crops. While they might not significantly enhance one's strength, they would certainly suffice to satiate hunger, serving as a primary food source for ordinary survivors. Previously, before encountering Song Yin, Jiang Sun had regarded these commonplace items with disdain. However, the situation had changed dramatically. With Song Yin's remarkable ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, an abundance of food varieties became increasingly advantageous. Who knows, perhaps one day she would concoct something novel, allowing him to indulge in newfound luxuries. In addition to the regular crops, there were several types of fruit. Although their taste left much to be desired, they were classified as firefly grade, providing a slight boost to attributes. Among them was the jade spiritual fruit, which Jiang Sun had once cherished as a treasure. As he examined the produce, he nodded in admiration, proclaiming, "Elder Qin is indeed remarkable." Throughout this journey, he had lost count of how many times he had marveled at this fact. In his heart, one thought persisted: Elder Qin is amazing. After watering the crops, Jiang Sun returned to the shelter, diving into the training room. He was not there to practice the tide of magic gathering. With such potent skill, it could very well uproot the shelter, and that would be quite the embarrassment. His purpose for being there was twofold: to strengthen his physique and to hone the close combat techniques imparted by Zhao Tingtao, skills that were undeniably lethal. After all, magic could sometimes falter, and possessing an additional means of survival could provide a crucial lifeline. There were no rules stating that a mage could not engage in melee combat, right? Jiang Sun muttered to himself, a stubborn expression adorning his face. He simply harbors a disdain for close-quarters combat, though he is certainly capable of it. As he spoke, his gaze swept towards the wooden logs in the corner. He hesitated for a moment, retracting his hand, but after a brief contemplation, he turned and dragged out a few sturdy pieces of wood. With deft movements, he assembled and secured the hardwood, and soon enough, a rudimentary, human-shaped target stood before him. Taking a couple of steps back, Jiang Sun appraised his creation, nodding in satisfaction. In a moment of theatrical flair, reminiscent of youthful bravado, he declared, "Ha! You shall be my opponent. Do you know? The last fellow who dared to engage me in close combat is long since out of the game. You shall be the second." With a fierce shout, Jiang Sun hurled his fist towards the target. A resounding thud echoed as the target swayed. Half a minute later, he sheepishly dismantled the target and retrieved the straw mat he had previously discarded from the doorway. Once he had resecured the mat, Jiang Sun devoted himself to practicing the fundamental techniques of grappling and restraint. The subsequent hours were spent in a relentless struggle against the mat, a battle of equal measure. After half an hour, he was left breathless and weary, yet he dared not pause. Without missing a beat, he sank into a horse stance, diligently honing his foundational skills. Given the stakes involved, he could not afford the slightest lapse in focus when it came to preserving his life. He had always given his utmost effort. Chapter 63. The trade request from the dog magnate. 2 full hours later, Jiang Sun, exhausted, finally filled the hot spring tub with water and collapsed into it. During those 2 hours, he had climbed trees, scaled walls, and executed leaps and rolls, leaving him in a disheveled state. What on earth was that boy up to? Could he possibly be a trained assassin from some clandestine organization? Jiang Sun mused quietly while rubbing his sore arms. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, especially considering Zhao Tingtao's exceptional skill set. According to Zhao, those maneuvers were merely a subset of jungle warfare techniques. With just 2 hours of practice each day, one could navigate the jungle with ease after a while, at the very least avoiding death by ambush. This was precisely why Jiang Sun was diligently practicing. After all, in a world of magic where a well-established societal system existed, there must be means to suppress magic. Hence, no one could guarantee they wouldn't encounter such a situation. Submerging himself in the warm water of the tub, he felt the soothing magical energy coursing through his limbs, gradually alleviating his fatigue. The tub's miraculous properties, combined with the firefly-grade rock spirit spring, significantly enhanced its restorative effects, ensuring his subsequent training would proceed smoothly. So he wouldn't suffer from a day of training leading to 3 days of pain. Life was certainly improving, Jiang Sun reflected. He felt that purchasing the hot spring tub was one of the best investments he had made, second only to the young dragon's nest. Both items proved to be far more practical than their description suggested. After half an hour of soaking, Jiang Sun lazily rose, dried himself off, and donned his mage robe. He then took the bucket and poured the bathwater onto the crops, excluding the Moonlight Valley grain. After all, being sourced from the Firefly-grade water, others wouldn't even have access to it. If anyone discovered he bathed in Firefly-grade purified water, they would surely be incensed. Having completed these tasks, he noted that it was still relatively early. Jiang Sun picked up his spellbook and glanced at the time, only to suddenly notice a new friend request notification. Upon opening it, he found it was from Zhou Tsangyan. What could that old fellow want? Jiang Sun wondered, somewhat perplexed. Given the current circumstances, Zhou Tsangyan, as one of the decision-makers at the Dragon Kingdom's shelter, must be overwhelmed with responsibilities. Thus, it was unlikely he sought to strengthen their bond. Jiang Sun opened the chat box. Zhou Tsangyan, do you have any surplus magic crystals? A well-connected friend of mine is interested in purchasing some. Jiang Sun paused momentarily at the message, thinking, don't you have a magic collection device as well? But then he smacked his forehead in realization. Unlike him, who could sustain himself without concern for others, Zhou Tsangyan, as a leader at the Dragon Kingdom shelter, had to manage resource distribution. During the tidal periods, while the collection devices performed admirably, their output paled in comparison to the Dragon Kingdom's numerous shelters, each often housing hundreds of individuals. The internal consumption is insufficient. How could it possibly be sold externally? At this stage, the magic crystal is essential. Zhou Tsangyan observed Jiang Sun's silence for a moment before continuing. No worries. You need not feel pressured. If you have no surplus, it's perfectly fine. But if you do, feel free to state your price. They wouldn't dare to negotiate with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun's interest was piqued. It seemed that this individual had made considerable sacrifices to engage Jiang Sun in conversation. Moreover, anyone capable of conversing with Zhou Tsangyan surely possessed substantial influence. Realizing this, Jiang Sun promptly agreed. Subsequently, Zhou Tsangyan handed him a business card, explaining, this is from an official sanctuary of the Sand Nation. We previously procured a stellar-grade crystal core from them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun felt enlightened. He recalled Zhou Tsangyan mentioning that the acquisition of those 2 crystal cores had not come cheap. Was this an indication that he could disregard any considerations for Zhou Tsangyan's feelings and boldly state his price? Jiang Sun understood. He then added the individual named Khalid. As soon as the friend request was accepted, a message arrived from the other side. Khalid, esteemed representative of Qingshan, I have long admired your reputation. I come bearing the sincerity of the Sand Nation, wishing to discuss matters with you. Jiang Sun chuckled at Khalid's profile picture, featuring a shiny face adorned with a conspicuous white turban. As the saying goes, a person with a cloth upon their head is either terrifying or wealthy. Zhou Tsangyan certainly wouldn't introduce him to a terrorist, so this fellow must be affluent. Thus, Jiang Sun replied, haha, no need for formality. Zhou Tsangyan has already informed me of your needs. How many mushrooms? And how many crystals do you desire? Khalid responded, to be frank, although we have discovered numerous rare resources, our magical reserves are quite meager. I have heard that the Qingshan organization is robust and specializes in magic crystals, so we hope to procure some from you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sun thought to himself that the Sand Nation was as wealthy as ever. Who speaks of having an abundance of resources when negotiating business? Isn't that pressuring oneself to offer high prices? He pondered for a moment, deciding to play along a bit, and replied, crystals are not ordinary commodities. They are essential for powering formidable weapons. Our Qingshan organization has always advocated for peace. Khalid interjected, I comprehend, indeed, but as the tides approach, our primary concern is self-preservation. We certainly do not intend to attack other sanctuaries. Jiang Sun couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon reading this response. No, my dear brother. We are in a magical world where even magical beasts are unable to breach our defenses. Why would I fear you attacking others? Do you understand the art of bargaining? With such reasoning, it would be better to send Song Yin to negotiate with him. Thus, Jiang Sun decided to abandon the pretense and asked directly, how many do you require? What price are you offering? Having shifted to serious matters, Khalid also composed himself, stating, whatever you need, just ask. Jiang Sun responded with a series of question marks, not out of confusion about himself, but rather in disbelief at Khalid's statement. What do you mean, whatever you need? Are you treating this like a family affair? Subsequently, Khalid, sensing the mood, shared details of several items: scorpion crystal core, type, magical material level, firefly effect, a magical crystal from the scorpion beast, it can be utilized as a forging material. Upon learning identification, one can view detailed attributes. Violet crystal or type, magical material level, firefly effect, a stone closely linked to mental and magical perception, often processed for crafting meditation aids. Obsidian iron or type, magical material level, firefly effect, typically associated with dark elements. It is frequently employed in constructing defensive barriers, capable of absorbing and dispelling malicious magic from external sources. Chapter 64. The Oppressed Kingdom of Sand. Subsequently, Khalid enthusiastically began his introduction. These are resources that our kingdom can abundantly provide, truly our unique specialties. Take this amethyst mine, for instance. Its exchange value is relatively high due to the difficulty of extraction. And then there's the sand scorpion crystal core. Khalid eloquently elaborated on the functions and values of 3 types of firefly-level resources. As Jiang Sun listened, he discreetly calculated in his mind. He understood the preciousness of these resources, particularly the amethyst and obsidian iron mines. He had encountered both materials in the Puppet Chronicle, with obsidian iron being one of the primary components for crafting the Black Mist Knight. Jiang Sun's eyes glimmered with intent. With such exceptional resources, the exchange ratio could not be low. He believed it should be at least 30-1. Thus, Jiang Sun tentatively inquired via message. The items are indeed remarkable. What exchange ratio do you have in mind? After what seemed like a considerable pause, Khalid replied, Our population is rather small, and given the current tidal conditions, we cannot venture out to gather. How about this? 10-1 for the crystal cores, and 100-1 for the materials. What? Jiang Sun's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to leap from his chair. His expression was one of incredulity as he slowly typed 3 large question marks into his spellbook and sent them off, his mind racing. These are genuine firefly-level resources, not mere cabbages found in abundance. How could such a trade be proposed? Exchanging mineral resources for crystals that would surely become commonplace in the future seemed nothing short of a losing endeavor. What were these people thinking? Did they truly possess resources in such abundance that they could freely excavate as if resting upon a bed of oil? Upon observing Jiang Sun's reaction, Khalid mistakenly assumed dissatisfaction with the exchange ratio and hurriedly suggested 150-1 would also be acceptable. Jiang Sun, upon reading this message, couldn't help but scoff internally. What a wealthy benefactor! However, he did not allow this sudden generosity to cloud his judgment. Instead, he took a moment to contemplate. Given the current rate of crystal production, he could generate 600 crystals per day. After accounting for his daily consumption of 60 to 100 crystals, he would net approximately 500 crystals daily, culminating in 500 over the span of 7 days. This figure was indeed enticing, a prospect most ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to imagine, even surpassing the overall profits of some large organizations. Yet, Jiang Sun understood that such a high charging rate was a unique benefit of the tidal phase. The tidal conditions would last for only 7 days, after which the charging rate would likely plummet to a mere 5 to 10 crystals daily. At that juncture, the difficulty of acquiring crystals would increase exponentially. Moreover, the crystals in his possession were not solely intended for replenishing conventional item energies. He possessed the knowledge of puppet manufacturing. What powered the puppets? Undoubtedly, it was magical energy. Presently, the only known stable methods for storing magical energy were magical crystals and totem pillars. In his view, a single crystal was certainly insufficient for each golem. It was highly probable that a minimum of 5 to 10 would be required. Calculating this, after the tides, the meager charging speed each day might not suffice even for the daily operations of a few golems. Thus, it was imperative to begin accumulating resources now and to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Sun ultimately decided to offer 200 crystals in exchange. This was a quantity he found acceptable, especially since the materials Khalid provided were also essential for him. He then responded, "Let us proceed with your proposed ratio. After all, he is a friend of Zhou Sangyan, and I cannot disregard his reputation." Amidst expressions of gratitude, the transaction between Jiang Sun and Khalid was completed. As the notification of the exchange echoed, over 10,000 materials were instantly transported to Jiang Sun's storage room. In the blink of an eye, what was once a relatively spacious area was now filled to capacity. Jiang Sun let out a slight sigh of relief and approached to inspect the contents. Fortunately, the volume of these mineral materials was quite small. Otherwise, the sheer amount would have surely overwhelmed his shelter. He observed that 500 sand scorpion crystals, 5,000 amethyst, and 10,000 obsidian iron, were neatly categorized and stacked within storage room. Jiang Sun understood that the 500 sand scorpion crystals represented the maximum quantity Khalid could provide, and he couldn't help but smirk, thinking, it would be most profitable if I could exchange them all for sand scorpion crystals. It was likely that Khalid had not anticipated being able to present such a quantity of crystals at once, or he would not have initially spoken so boldly. Upon estimation, Jiang Sun realized that the total magical energy contained within these materials exceeded that of the traded magical crystals. He began to ponder, as this was a rather obvious calculation. It was unlikely that the other party had overlooked it, prompting him to inquire further. After all, if the sole purpose was to convert magical energy, utilizing these materials directly would evidently be more suitable. Although the efficiency of the conversion array was relatively low, resulting in some magical energy loss, given their affluent situation, they likely wouldn't be overly concerned about such trivialities. Surely, it couldn't be that they preferred the ceremonial aspect of using crystals. Soon, Khalid's response clarified the matter for him. It was then that Jiang Sun learned that not only was the conversion array inefficient, but its conversion rate was also quite sluggish. This meant that should the intensity of the tides increase, there could very well be an awkward situation where the conversion speed of magical energy could not keep pace with the consumption rate of the totem pillar. Even with ample materials, this would still pose a problem. Moreover, while many individuals from the Sand Kingdom hailed from resource-rich regions, the intensity of the tides was considerably greater there. This led to numerous individuals succumbing to slow charging despite having sufficient materials. Such a demise was exceedingly frustrating. Hence, Khalid had beseeched Jiang Sun for assistance. Upon hearing all this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but reflect that every household has its own struggles. After completing the transaction with Khalid, Jiang Sun turned his attention to the situations of a few others. Through the transaction with Khalid, Jiang Sun suddenly realized that his understanding of the significance of magical crystals was somewhat lacking. He had never considered the limitations concerning charging speed. After all, he had never utilized a conversion array, and nearly everyone around him had not either. It is no wonder that the magic gathering lamp requires magical crystals for charging, while the low-temperature array can operate with mere magical energy. Jiang Sun experienced a moment of enlightenment. He had previously sensed the oddity, since both are powered by magic. What fundamentally differentiates one's own magical energy from that contained within magical crystals? Furthermore, devices that can be powered by one's own magical energy can also be driven by magical crystals, such as the hot spring tub and a low-temperature array. Yet, items like the totem pole, which can be replenished with magical crystals, cannot be artificially energized. In retrospect, it is likely due to the efficiency of output. However, this notion seemed somewhat amiss. To validate his hypothesis, Jiang Sun picked up a spellbook and sent a message to Zhou Tsangyan. On your side, are there any devices that can only be powered by human magical energy and cannot be driven by crystals? Zhou Tsangyan's reply came swiftly, indicating he had set up special notifications. He responded, no, anything that can be powered by human magical energy can also be driven by crystals. The official shelter of the Dragon Kingdom is conducting relevant research as well. Jiang Sun inquired, then there must be many devices that can only be driven by crystals and not by human energy. Zhou Tsangyan affirmed, indeed, isn't the crystal furnace one such example? Jiang Sun. Zhou Tsangyan. Chapter 65. Who is unusual? Upon reading Zhou Tsangyan's response, Jiang Sun felt a sudden confusion clouding his mind. A crystal furnace? He was aware that this device could be powered by crystals due to its specially designed grooves and interfaces for connecting other energy storage items. However, what did Zhou Tsangyan mean by stating it could not be powered by one's own magical energy? Hadn't he always relied on his own magic as a source of power? Initially, it was priced at 600 for a single use. But after acquiring the Star Abyss, the cost was reduced to 300 per use. It felt akin to having a subscription. Yet, Zhou Tsangyan surely would not jest about such matters. So, was it me who was peculiar? Or was my furnace the one acting strangely? Jiang Sun found himself in a state of bewilderment and decided to press Zhou Tsangyan for clarification. Albeit indirectly, Jiang Sun, let us not discuss that furnace. Its energy consumption is exorbitant. Zhou Tsangyan, indeed, using it once consumes nearly half a crystal. You cannot imagine the effort we exerted during our first trial. Jiang Sun, have you ever attempted to power it with human magical energy? It seems that half a crystal only yields a few hundred units of magic. Zhou Tsangyan, we've tried that long ago, but with a dozen people channeling their magic together, it took an eternity just to fill the base. I also experimented, inputting 500 units, yet the device absorbed merely 5. With that amount of magic, it would be wiser to conserve it for chopping wood. At least that offers some return. Moreover, we have been delving into this research for a while now, yet to no avail. You know the lead researcher, Old Chun, right? Chen Ziyuan. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Sun was taken aback. He had certainly heard of it, as few in the Dragon Country had not. If Old Qin was the pillar of agricultural science, then Old Chun was the cornerstone of energy science. If even Old Chun had not discovered a method for human energy infusion, then the anomaly must likely lie with him. Jiang Sun hastily raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Why was it that the list of his peculiarities seemed to grow ever longer? Observing Zhou Tsangyan's incessant chatter, Jiang Sun felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that this old fellow was clearly pinned up. After all, during these calamitous times, as a senior official in a shelter, he had to manage a multitude of affairs, making it entirely natural for him to feel heightened stress. Furthermore, while in the shelter, he had to maintain an image of authority, both internally and externally. Thus, he could only vent to someone of Jiang Sun's standing. After a while of perfunctory conversation, Jiang Sun decided to simply toss a spellbook to the newly awakened Walla. Play with him for a while, but don't let him curse. Walla. Subsequently, Jiang Sun strode directly to the bedroom, retrieving the long-neglected magic gathering lamp from the corner, an item he had originally purchased to study the utilization of magic tide. However, due to the inadequacy of the shelter's strength, he had been unable to conduct any experiments, leaving it untouched all this time. However, in the current circumstances, this artifact serves as an excellent experimental material. He had just consulted Zhou Tsangyan regarding the issue of power. Zhou Tsangyan mentioned that Elder Chen's research results addressed the matter of magical energy conduction efficiency, suggesting it could be significantly related. Jiang Sun suddenly recalled that magical conduction efficiency is indeed one of the supplementary attributes of wand-like weapons. Until now, no one had discussed it, and he had not realized anything unusual, thus dismissing it altogether. But now the situation was different. This matter could potentially pertain to his own anomalies, which compelled him to take it seriously. Jiang Sun stroked his chin, pondering. Could the inability to directly charge his internal magical energy be due to insufficient conduction efficiency? Upon considering this, his eyes sparkled with enlightenment. What if his innate magical energy could meet the conditions to power various crystal-driven devices? Would he no longer be entirely dependent on magical crystals? Although he would not completely break free from them, at the very least, he would avoid the embarrassing scenario of his magical automaton running out of power mid-battle and needing a battery replacement. The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Jiang Sun hoisted the magic gathering lamp and strode confidently into the training room. He anticipated that the ensuing experiment would undoubtedly create quite a stir, so it was prudent to conduct it in the secure space. Upon entering the training room, Jiang Sun first fiddled with the magic gathering lamp for a while. After some time, he turned to inspect the structures of the crystal furnace and the hot spring barrel meticulously. Only then did he notice something amiss. The charging methods of the hot spring barrel and the low-temperature magic array were quite similar, both capable of utilizing one's own magical energy. Thus, they each featured a spot akin to a fingerprint lock, specifically designed for placing a finger to infuse magical energy. Jiang Sun even conducted a brief test. Through guidance, he indeed observed wisps of magical energy being drawn in. However, the rate was rather slow. It took a full minute to charge completely, and the magical energy consumption was relatively minimal. In contrast, the crystal furnace and the magic gathering lamp were different. Their structures bore resemblance, consisting only of a groove for placing crystals and a smooth area reminiscent of a wireless charger. Logically, this spot should be designated for placing irregular magical storage items. However, Jiang Sun had naturally assumed it was a manual input area for magical energy. Small devices utilized fingers, while larger devices employed palms. This seemed quite reasonable. It was no wonder Jiang Sun had only just discovered this late in the day. The main issue was that after acquiring the magical energy collection device, he had not manually charged anything since. The troubles of the affluent are often so unadorned. At this thought, Jiang Sun suddenly became aware of a pertinent question. He recalled that the seller, Luo Jun, had mentioned he could also utilize it, albeit only for 5 seconds of true manliness. But did this not imply that he possessed considerable innate talent as well? Jiang Sun shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. What was the point of such musings? Their paths would likely not cross again, making any future interaction exceedingly improbable. Thus, he turned and cradled the magic gathering lamp in both hands, aligning its barrel-like body towards the smooth testing wall. Taking a deep breath, he firmly placed his palm on the magic input point. In an instant, a brilliant flash illuminated the testing wall with the focused beam of the magic lamp. Glancing at the consumption of magical energy, Jiang Sun noted that the depletion rate was rather modest, approximately 10 points per second. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that this power was insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he intensified the magical pull to enhance the output efficiency. This sensation was somewhat reminiscent of employing the tide of magical gathering. As he exerted himself, the light from the magic lamp suddenly brightened, flooding the entire training room with a light akin to midday. Yet, upon closer inspection, the test wall displayed no readings whatsoever. It appeared that the input power remained inadequate. With determination, Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and summoned all his magical energy, pouring forth the maximum output. In that moment, he observed his magical energy plummeting at a staggering rate, reaching an astonishing depletion of 100 points per second. However, just then, his expression shifted abruptly as a dull sensation surged within him. It felt as though the diameter of the pipe was too narrow while the flow of water was excessive, causing an uncomfortable restriction. He understood that this was likely the issue of magical conduction efficiency. With a deep sigh, Jiang Sun reluctantly withdrew his hand. Instantly, the room darkened, and his eyes momentarily lost focus. Chapter 66. The Tide of Magic. Gazing at the number 15 inscribed upon the wall, Jiang Sun hastily recorded it, while a wave of doubt washed over him. How could this figure correspond precisely to the damage inflicted when he unleashed the magic tide? It appeared that this magic lamp was entirely different from the defensive weapon he had envisioned. With a deep sigh, Jiang Sun gritted his teeth and poured forth a dozen or so magic crystals from his pocket, forming a small mound on the ground. He resolved to uncover the discrepancies today, as this matter was pivotal for his future endeavors in the realm of magic. He selected 5 crystals and meticulously embedded them into the grooves. In an instant, the surface of the magic lamp shimmered, as if it had been thoroughly activated. A gentle radiance emerged, but in a rather peculiar form, not as a conventional beam of light, but rather as a spherical luminescent shield that expanded outward in waves. Observing the scene before him, which defied all logic, Jiang Sun repeatedly muttered, "Believe in magic. Believe in magic." Although he had traversed the magical world for some time and had grown accustomed to the absurd, he still found himself astonished on occasion. Jiang Sun crouched down, extending his hand to explore the base of the magic lamp, quickly locating 2 adjustment switches. If memory served him correctly, the left switch was for adjusting the focus, so he promptly set it to maximum. Instantly, the light began to concentrate, morphing back into the familiar beam shape. Subsequently, he discovered another knob and gently twisted it. Immediately, the intensity of the light began to alter. With just a single rotation, The brilliance matched that of his own maximum magical output. On the nearby testing stone wall, the number 15 swiftly materialized. Is it really this easy? Jiang Sun pondered, lowering his gaze to inspect the consumption of the crystals. To his surprise, the rate of magical expenditure while using the crystals was indeed lower than when he activated it himself. Thus, he continued to turn the knob. The beam of light emitted by the magic lamp intensified, even exhibiting a spiraling fluctuation. The stone wall then displayed the number 45, indicating that the lamp's power had tripled. Jiang Sun swallowed hard, realizing that this was still far from the lamp's maximum power. Furthermore, it was not the limit of the magic crystal's input. Yet even at this stage, it surpassed the limits he could achieve through his own means. With a sigh, he recognized that he had perhaps overestimated his capabilities. The efficiency of the crystals was likely irreplaceable in the short term, cracking his fingers to produce a few satisfying sounds. Jiang Sun decided to push the output power to its maximum limit. He was eager to discover the ultimate capacity of the magic crystals. Taking a deep breath, he bent down and turned the knob to its fullest extent. Then, a resonant hum filled the air, reminiscent of a nuclear reactor powering up. Jiang Sun realized that the world before him seemed to have suddenly vanished, leaving only a vast expanse of white. It was the kind of whiteness that even closed eyes could not conceal. If someone were to observe from the outside at that moment, they would witness his magical stone fortress emanating a dazzling brilliance, so bright that even the stone walls appeared somewhat translucent. What the predicament? Jiang Sun's heart raced as he frantically fumbled to turn it off. Yet, before he could locate the switch, the blinding white abruptly dissipated, leaving only a faint, lingering shadow in his vision. Could it be that the crystal had depleted its energy? Without further contemplation, Jiang Sun hurriedly closed his eyes and began to massage them. The intensity of the light was no trivial matter for his eyes. Sitting on the ground with his eyes shut, he rubbed around his eye sockets while pondering. It appeared that the distinction between magical crystals and one's own magical energy lay in their output efficiency. Magical crystals were likely the result of years of research in the magical realm, designed to serve as the most suitable form of energy storage. Every optimization focused solely on energy supply. Thus, every magical crystal was identical in size, capacity, and shape, adhering to strict uniformity. While the magical energy output from the crystals lacked the flexibility and variability of personal magic, it was exceptionally suited for stable and efficient use as an energy source. In contrast, the human body operated differently. Jiang Sun racked his brain and concluded that if he were to encapsulate it in a single term, it would be that the magic of the human body was far more dynamic. The difference between the two was akin to the distinction between the electrical energy produced in a nuclear power plant and that of an extraordinary individual. It was an enigmatic sensation, one that could be felt but not articulated. Although Jiang Sun, a novice in magic, could sense this, he struggled to express it. In any case, both forms of energy could be converted into one another, albeit with remarkably low efficiency. The fundamental breakthrough in enhancing the output from the human body compared to crystals lay in the conductivity of magical energy. As long as the conductivity was sufficiently high, Jiang Sun could potentially charge the crystals or totem pillars with his bare hands. An idea began to take shape in his mind. The pathway for magical transmission might be magic tide. After all, this skill simply materialized magical energy without any extravagant effects. Simultaneously, he confirmed another notion, the magic robe, Star Abyss. With its property of having magical consumption, likely manipulated the efficiency of magical transmission. Otherwise, the robe could not possibly generate magic to compensate for any shortfall. No wonder the milk candy generated by his innate talent had such minimal effect. Jiang Sun muttered to himself. For the next 2 hours, Jiang Sun immersed himself in experimenting with new applications for his skills, completely absorbed in the endeavor. This inspiration had arisen from the magic lamp. At that moment, Jiang Sun, sporting a wild mane and a face smeared with darkness, bore several streaks of blood. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and with unwavering determination, waved his wand. The magical orb accumulated at the tip of his wand suddenly exploded, creating a resonating sound as it unleashed a spherical shockwave in all directions. The several pieces of timber at his feet were suddenly propelled away, crashing against the wall, sending splinters flying in all directions. Success! Jiang Sun grinned, his pearly white teeth standing out starkly against his dark complexion. This was precisely the new application of the gathering tide of magic he had learned, designed to detonate magical energy, creating a shockwave that would propel nearby objects away. A quintessential defensive spell. It appeared that the manner of channeling magical energy was of utmost importance, and he would need to explore further in the future. Jiang Sun flashed a devilish smile, inadvertently aggravating the wound on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. Naturally, personal safety was paramount. His recent experimentation had not been particularly pleasant. Jiang Sun had always believed that the flaws of gathering tide of magic as a high-level skill should not be so pronounced. To his surprise, it required secondary development. He pondered the need for additional instructions. Thus, he whimsically dubbed it reverse tide. After washing his face, he gazed at the apple-flavored candy in his hand, ultimately refraining from consuming it. This was a life-saving item. He beckoned to Wala, who was pondering at the door like a philosopher. Raising his staff, Jiang Sun proclaimed, "Come, join me in testing my new skill." Wala responded with enthusiasm, and Jiang Sun soon witnessed a lightning-like figure dashing towards him. He quickly raised his hand and waved his staff, exclaiming, "Reverse tide." The magical sphere accumulated at the tip of his staff erupted swiftly, manifesting a spherical shockwave that radiated outward. 2 seconds later, Jiang Sun found himself exchanging bewildered glances with a motionless Wala. They stared at each other, as if the air itself had solidified. "Oh, I forgot you're a moonlight-level magical beast." Chapter 67. 3 days in the blink of an eye. 3 days had elapsed. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 15, 7 o'clock a.m. for the majority. These days have been marked by an absence of excitement. The tides rendered the outside world inaccessible, leading to a pervasive sense of agitation and unease among the populace. In the initial days, everyone huddled within the shelter, content with their ample provisions, avoiding the perils of exploration. However, as the days of idleness stretched on, the supplies they had painstakingly gathered began to dwindle within the conversion array, and their food reserves approached depletion. The fluctuating intensity of the tides further hindered restful repose, compelling many to remain fixated on the shifting totemic pillar. Under such circumstances, anxiety, restlessness, and fear began to fester within the hearts of all, with some even exhibiting symptoms of mania. Jiang Sun observed the chat channel rife with pessimistic discourse and sighed softly. He understood that once the human spirit crumbled, it was a formidable challenge to restore it. Yet, for him, he had already done all that he could. Sacrificing his own development to aid others was not a feasible option. Throughout these 3 days, Jiang Sun had remained ensconced in the shelter. Yet his existence had been considerably enriched. He either immersed himself in studying the chronicles of the magical puppets while tinkering with the remnants of the Black Mist Night, or ventured into the realm of skill development, often resulting in a comical disarray. His grasp of tide of magic had progressed remarkably, not only perfecting the reverse wave, but also mastering the application of the stellar trajectory, a sophisticated term he had coined for conventional laser cannon technique. He had reached the point where he could sustain an energy charge of 300 points while in rapid motion, a significant improvement from his previous clumsy attempts. Simultaneously, his knowledge of puppet creation had also skyrocketed over the past few days, particularly concerning the mechanics of the Black Mist Night, which he could now recite with ease. While crafting one from scratch still posed a challenge, he felt confident in his ability to undertake repairs. Thus, he resolved to commence repairs the following day, discovering a burgeoning passion for this endeavor. The enchanting and intriguing knowledge of the magical world had captivated him, gradually aiding his acclimatization to this new realm. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Song Nian wishes to trade 6 steamed crystal shells with you. Do you agree? Jiang Sun, who had been lost in the ocean of knowledge, promptly pulled his thoughts back to the present. Man must eat to sustain oneself. He quickly summoned Wala to join him for a meal. The two sat at the table, their mouths glistening with grease as they feasted. Over the past few days, the members of Qingshan had all been in exceptionally high spirits. This was due, in part, to the absence of threats to their shelter, but chiefly because of their beloved group mascot, Song Yin Yin. Her culinary creations were not only delectable, but also enhanced their attributes, rendering them nearly incapable of preparing their own meals. For several days, I dedicated myself to the trading channel, acquiring an assortment of unfamiliar ingredients. Subsequently, I forwarded them to Song Yin Yin to assist her in crafting new dishes. Song Yin Yin, undeterred by fatigue, eagerly embraced every item. Each day brought forth new delights for them to taste. As a result, Jiang Sun and his companions have each gained at least 3 pounds, their attributes steadily increasing. Moreover, Song Yin Yin has experienced several culinary endeavors, enhancing her intelligence attribute by over 10 points. After finishing the meal, Jiang Sun wiped his mouth and opened his attribute panel. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, Firefly strength, 19 agility, 18 stamina, 16 intelligence, 37, 32.5, magic power, 2,600, recovery rate, 130,390,520,260 points H. Skills, gathering, level 3. 55, tide of gathering magic. Level 2, 13, status, abundant magic. Due to prolonged consumption of high-energy foods, your attributes will gradually enhance, and magic recovery speed increases by 200. This status will dissipate after 3 days without intake. Gazing at the effect of abundant magic, Jiang Sun fell into a moment of contemplation. In the magical realm, indulging in delightful sustenance not only elevates one's spirit, but also tangibly augments personal strength. Truly, Song Yin Yin is a blessing. He sighed. Thus, can I afford to cease my efforts? Old Qin cultivates the land. Zhao Tingtao hunts. Zhao Yueran fishes. Song Yin Yin cooks. And I simply indulge in these delights. Could I then become invincible in this world? Cupping his round belly, Jiang Sun retracted his unrealistic thoughts and resolved to commence today as training. In the training room, Walla had already donned a white training outfit, a special garment crafted for him by Zhao Yueran. At that moment, Walla stood with arms crossed, a black belt cinched at his waist, exuding the aura of a seasoned martial arts instructor. Indeed, Walla was Jiang Sun's sparring partner. Regardless of magic or combat, Jiang Sun had but one objective, to land a hit on Walla. Yet, in the span of 3 days, he had failed to achieve this modest goal even once. Walla, can we strike a deal? Please go easy on me, or I'll be utterly humiliated. Walla, I'll give you 5 milk candies. No, 10. Walla pondered for a moment, then slowly untied his belt and wrapped it around his eyes. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sun sat exhausted on the floor, panting heavily, while not far from him, Walla, unperturbed, was grooming his fur. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, Jiang Sun had not managed to graze a single hair on Walla. The outcome mirrored the previous days, albeit with the added absurdity of Walla being blindfolded this time. How humiliating. Seated in the corner, Jiang Sun wore a blank expression, his eyes vacant. Walla approached, his whole body levitating effortlessly, and gently patted Jiang Sun's shoulder. Walla spoke in a tone filled with comfort. Then it drifted away, leaving Jiang Sun, who wore a blank expression, standing in place. This was the first time Walla had displayed its abilities before him. Previously, Jiang Sun had been entirely at the mercy of his opponent's physical prowess and agile movements. Utterly bewildered, unfilial child, Jiang Sun muttered under his breath, before turning to change his clothes and freshen up. He then filled a large bucket with water and, as was his routine, immersed himself in the hot spring tub. Feeling the fatigue in his body dissipate rapidly, he let out a contented sigh. He couldn't help but marvel at how much his quality of life had improved with the presence of the hot spring tub and the young dragon's nest. Moreover, he had recently acquired a new treasure. Name, transformable sofa, firefly level. Function, capable of altering its shape and firmness according to the user's needs, accompanied by a massage feature, making it an excellent tool for preventing lumbar disc protrusion. After his bath, he reclined on the transformable sofa, feeling the gentle sensations behind him as he surrendered all his strength allowing the sofa to cradle him. Indeed, it is the capable individuals who first savor the pleasures of the world. Chapter 68. The Colossal Beast in the Tides. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Sun had succumbed to a deep slumber. Despite having ample time in recent days, he had relentlessly occupied himself, leaving him utterly fatigued in both body and mind. At this moment, having finally seized a fleeting moment of respite, he quickly fell into profound sleep. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Suddenly, a muffled sound, akin to a collision reverberating from the depths of the abyss, erupted like thunder from the depths of the tide, instantaneously shattering the silence. Jiang Sun jolted awake, his eyes widening in alarm. The remnants of drowsiness in his gaze were swiftly supplanted by fear. Instinctively, he groped around him and grasped his ever-present magical short staff, clutching it tightly, his knuckles whitening from the intensity of his grip. With a whoosh, Jiang Sun felt a fleeting shadow whisk him away to the base of the outer wall of the shelter. Almost immediately, he was enveloped by several transparent shields, encasing him in an impregnable barrier. Only then did he manage to lift his gaze. To his astonishment, Walla was staring intently in the direction from which the sound emanated, its small frame tense, its colorful tail oscillating anxiously, and its entire being trembling slightly. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Sun was drenched in cold sweat. A creature that could instill such caution, even fear, in a being of the lunar level like Walla. Could it possibly be of epic caliber? Before he could ponder further, a deafening roar resounded, freezing him in place, paralyzing him with terror. Almost simultaneously, another furious roar from the colossal beast tore through the air, reverberating so fiercely it felt as if it could rend the heavens, sending vibrations through the atmosphere. Jiang Sun felt a ringing in his ears, the sound assaulting his eardrums painfully. The ground beneath him trembled slightly, and his heart raced, threatening to burst forth from his chest. Beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, soaking his back in an instant. Jiang Sun sensed the shelter behind him groaning under the weight of impending doom. It was indeed wise for Walla to bring him out. If such a formidable beast were to attack, remaining in the shelter would surely be fatal. Dashing into the tide, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Jiang Sun's eyes widened as he endeavored to penetrate the dense, almost tangible tide before him. Yet all he could discern was a chaotic expanse of purple, rendering everything indistinct. He stifled his rising panic, attempting to navigate the situation amidst his dread. Realizing that his eyes alone could not glean the necessary information, he closed his eyes, striving to concentrate his mental faculties. Whether it was the clarity of his magical perception or the overwhelming aura emitted by the beast engaged in battle. Two colossal silhouettes loomed in his mind, as if they were mountains. Their forms radiated surging waves of magical energy, and merely the passage of this energy left Jiang Sun with an overwhelming sense of oppression that rendered him breathless. One of the titanic creatures appeared to swing its forelimb, thick as a stone pillar, conjuring a howling gale. In an instant, Jiang Sun felt the wind roaring by his ears, accompanied by a chilling draft that wrapped around him. The intermediate magical shield suddenly caved in significantly, precariously resembling a bubble in the midst of a tempest, on the verge of shattering. Under the formidable impact, the walls of the sanctuary began to tremble violently, experiencing slight displacements. Damn it! Jiang Sun's teeth chattered, yet he dared not make a single move. Then, another colossal beast retaliated fiercely, stomping heavily upon the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. Jiang Sun stumbled, nearly losing his footing. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with flashes of magical light intermittently illuminating the mist like phosphorescence. Jiang Sun sensed that wherever the light flickered, a fatal strike from a beast was imminent. Occasionally, there were blasts of scorching breath, and, at other times, electric strikes surged forth. The sounds of collision, roaring, and growling intertwined incessantly. After a full 10 minutes, a blinding flash of light surged forth, followed by a piercing scream of agony. Jiang Sun's heart tightened suddenly. He was unsure which beast was injured, only aware that the ferocity of this conflict far surpassed his expectations. His breath quickened, palms slick with sweat, his grip on the staff faltering. Wall was no better off, trembling all over, evidently sensing something far more terrifying than he did. Jiang Sun nervously swallowed, acutely aware that he was teetering on the edge of danger. Should the clash between these two beasts encroach upon the sanctuary, his chances of survival with his current strength were perilously slim. Suddenly, the sound of metal piercing flesh pierced the air, and the roar of a beast morphed into a mournful wail. Then came the sound of heavy, staggering footsteps retreating into the distance. Following closely was the flapping of immense wings, conjuring a powerful gust. The surrounding tumult gradually subsided, the thundering crashes and ear-splitting roars fading into the depths of the tide. Jiang Sun gripped his staff tightly, exchanging a glance with Walla, both holding their breath in silent anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, sensing the absence of further commotion, he cautiously inched closer to the edge of the magical shield. Although the situation in the distance remained obscured, he could feel the suffocating pressure dissipating gradually, likely indicating that both beasts had sustained severe injuries and were dragging their battered bodies away from this place. Jiang Sun exhaled deeply, yet his taut nerves remained difficult to relax. He glanced down at Walla, equally shaken, and gently patted its small head in an attempt to soothe their frayed emotions. "It was indeed you. Had it not been for your quick reaction, the two of us would surely have faced dire consequences today," Jiang Sun murmured, his voice still trembling. Walla responded with a couple of soothing sounds, its small, bean-like eyes gazing up at Jiang Sun, seemingly attempting to alleviate its own fear. Jiang Sun tightened his grip on the staff and turned to lead Walla back into the sanctuary. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he hastened into the room where the totem pillar stood, disregarding the chaos strewn about him. Upon rushing in, he was taken aback by the scene before him. He noticed that the dozens of crystals surrounding him had completely depleted their energy, with only 2 or 3 still desperately clinging to life. Alarmed, Jiang Sun hastily emptied a large number of crystals from his ring, surrounding himself with them. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Exhausted, Jiang Sun collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling slightly. The emotional turmoil had rendered him unable to open the manual of Magical Wastelands several times. Frustrated, he tossed the manual aside, sitting on the ground while gasping for breath. He was well aware of the dangers within the Magical Wasteland, but he never anticipated encountering such terrifying creatures. The memory of 2 massive magical beasts loomed in his mind, revealing the uncontainable fear in his eyes. Could these truly be beings that humanity could contend with? Chapter 69. Repairing the Black Mist Night in the subsequent 2 days. Jiang Sun experienced a profound shift in his mindset. His perspective on the invincibility of intelligent beings began to evolve, and he even found it somewhat ludicrous. How could humanity possibly contend with those 2 formidable beasts of indeterminate rank at this stage? Each recollection of their towering figures sent shivers down his spine. This transformation turned his once joyous learning into a state of trepidation. Fortunately, after days of meticulous study of the Magic Puppet Chronicles, he finally felt equipped to undertake the restoration of the Black Mist Night. On the 5th day of the tide, under a moonless and tempestuous night, Jiang Sun set to work. The luminous stones on the walls flickered in rhythm with the tide's undulations, casting shadows that danced freely in the dimly lit space. Seated at his desk, the warm glow illuminated his sharply defined yet weary visage. His hands gripped the Magic Puppet Chronicles tightly, knuckles whitening from the effort, while a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. Opposite him lay the Black Mist Night, or rather, the remnants of the Black Mist Night, now scattered across the ground like discarded parts. He had completed the most crucial step in his learning, disassembly. How could one comprehend the structure without taking it apart? Jiang Sun asserted with conviction. Walala nodded in agreement from the side, having contributed to the initial efforts. Jiang Sun certainly did not intend to cause damage. He was genuinely engaged in the learning process. The damage to the puppet was so severe that restoration seemed nearly impossible, necessitating disassembly to salvage spare parts. Jiang Sun recalled how he had pursued it relentlessly, ultimately resorting to a decisive strike. In truth, he had retaliated after the creature fled, utilizing a substantial 500 points of magical energy to unleash tide of gathering magic. Gazing at the fragmented black mist night before him, Jiang Sun crossed his arms and cracked his neck with a satisfying pop. He then lifted the puppet-making kit and moved toward the other side of the workshop. There, against the wall, stood two relatively intact black mist knights, silently looming. Their massive, damaged forms resembled two slumbering behemoths, their chests marred by the gaping void created by tide of gathering magic. Jiang Sun could not help but think how striking they looked. What man could resist such an impressive figurine, especially one capable of combat? Circling the two black mist knights, he observed that despite the grievous damage to their black metallic armor, they still exuded an air of chilling grandeur. Some armor plates had fallen away, revealing the intricate and convoluted mechanical structures within. Those delicate gears, chains, and runic circuits were seamlessly interwoven with flesh and bone. Ingenious craftsmanship, Jiang Sun marveled internally, his respect for the art of puppet-making deepening further. The heads of the two puppets hung low, their dull, lifeless eyes resembling deep, desolate wells, devoid of vitality. This was the reason Jiang Sun had dismantled their core control array. This made him secretly feel fortunate. His cautiousness had spared him from making a grave error. Throughout his learning journey, he had come to understand that these two puppets had merely exhausted their energy rather than being completely destroyed. If exposed to the appropriate magical energy, they could very well be reactivated to continue executing the assassination orders against Jiang Sun. Within the ebb and flow of magical tides, one could never find a shortage of various magical energies. Jiang Sun took a deep breath, gently set aside the tools for puppet creation, and called upon Walla to assist him. His gaze swept over the scattered parts, and a plan began to form in his mind. He gestured toward Walla and said, "My rebellious child, you shall hand me the tools shortly. This task cannot afford negligence. Our chance of having a bodyguard hinges on today's efforts." Walla, with a proud toss of his head, hopped energetically to Jiang Sun's side, his small eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Excellent, his spirit is high. So let us commence." What followed was a scene of fervent activity. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Sun, while referencing the manufacturing diagram from Puppet Chronicles, frantically rummaged through the parts. "Walla, the spirit pliers. Walla wrong. This is the probe. Walla, the blood pattern engraving pen. Walla wrong again. This is the spirit needle. Can you manage it? Walla, the flesh purification dish. Walla, the siphoning blood vessel extractor." After a while, amidst the sounds of calling and clanging, Jiang Sun finally completed the essential repairs and inscribed the core control array. He stood up, supporting his waist, wiped the sweat from his face, leaving behind a dark smudge. "Indeed, I possess extraordinary talent. Of course, your contribution is also significant, Walla. We make quite the team." Jiang Sun turned and bumped fists with Walla. Then he squatted down again, picking up a uniquely shaped component that glimmered with starlight, rubbing it repeatedly in his hands. This was the stardust alloy gear he had previously unearthed from a chest. He recalled its properties. It could continuously enhance the overall material attributes of the puppet, though he was uncertain of the underlying principles, as he had yet to study that page. As Jiang Sun pondered aloud, he remarked, "This piece should be installed at the core hub, much like a bypass for the heart. If misaligned, everything could fall into disarray. You must assist me, Walla." With that, Jiang Sun rose and approached the two nearly restored black mist knights, taking each step slowly. Upon nearing them, Jiang Sun gently touched the cold and damaged armor. Fingers gliding along the crevices of the shell, he felt the marks left by time and battle. Murmuring to himself, who could have possibly studied this? Having said that, he turned to Walla, presenting a small wrench with a grave expression. "Once I secure the gear, wait for the right moment to tighten the screws with the wrench. Apply an even pressure. Do you understand?" Walla, taking the wrench with utmost seriousness, nodded earnestly, her tiny claws gripping it tightly, exuding a sense of readiness. Jiang Sun inhaled deeply, cautiously reaching for the stardust alloy gear. slowly maneuvering it into the intricate mechanical interior of the Black Mist Knight's chest. His gaze fixated on the alignment of the gear with the internal structure. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and splashing onto the metallic armor, creating delicate droplets. As the gear settled into place, a flash of light erupted. Jiang Sun quickly called out, "Walla now!" With remarkable swiftness, Walla responded, darting closer, her small claws raised high, firmly securing the wrench against the screw. With a crisp snap, the screw tightened, and Jiang Sun's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Just as he was about to commend her, he noticed the screw audibly loosening again, accompanied by a wisp of black smoke rising from the joint. A crisis had emerged. Jiang Sun's heart sank, his brow furrowing in distress. He leaned in for a closer inspection, discovering that a small internal gear had been misaligned during installation, compressed by the skeletal structure, obstructing the drive chain. This uneven stress was preventing the screw from tightening properly. He hastily reached into the mechanical tangle, attempting to reposition the misaligned gear. Yet, the confined space made it arduous even to insert his fingers, let alone execute precise maneuvers. "Walla, pass me the coupler," Jiang Sun urged in a flurry. Walla scrambled through the tools, finally managing to hand him the device. He accepted it, carefully clasping the gear, shifting it minutely, fearful of damaging any other components. For a moment, the room was filled solely with his heavy breaths and the subtle sounds of metal against metal. At last, after a strenuous effort, the gear was restored to its rightful position. Jiang Sun exhaled a sigh of relief, adjusting the skeletal distribution once more. "Come on, Walla, this time it will surely work." He rekindled his spirit. With a resounding click, the gear was successfully installed. Rising to his feet, he commenced the final touches, inspecting each connection point, reinforcing critical areas, and meticulously cross-referencing the control diagram from the Puppet Chronicles to ensure no detail was overlooked. It was accomplished. Joy was unmistakably woven into Jiang Sun's voice. As he embedded 8 magical crystals, he stepped back, anxiously gazing at the Black Mist Knight before him. Chapter 70. The Remarkably Powerful Puppets. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the Black Mist Knight, illuminating the entire room as if it were flooded with light. The once downtrodden head slowly lifted, while the surrounding black mist gently dissipated, remaining confined within a 2-meter radius. The dull, lifeless eyes rekindled with a deep crimson glow. The damaged armor, nourished by the black mist, began to mend at a visible pace, the metal plates clicking and merging with a crisp sound. Jiang Sun and Walla were forced to step back a few paces due to the intensity of the light, yet both could not suppress their joy. It had worked. It had truly come to fruition. Jiang Sun's voice trembled with excitement as he felt that all his hard work and anxiety during this period had crystallized into an overwhelming sense of accomplishment at that very moment. The Black Mist Knight stood there like a slumbering deity awakened, exuding an intimidating aura. From this day forth, amidst the uncertainties and perils of this magical realm, Jiang Sun had gained his first true ally. This moment also marked a significant milestone in his journey as a puppet master. The satisfaction derived from his achievements served as the finest motivation. Gazing at the imposing figure of the Black Mist Knight, Jiang Sun wore a grin that was nearly impossible to contain. With the experience of his first creation, he hastily replicated the process, swiftly restoring a second puppet. The 2 Black Mist Knights stood side by side, their combined presence rendering the atmosphere within the room palpably dense. Jiang Sun rubbed his hands together in excitement, his eyes darting back and forth between the 2 puppets, unable to hide the pride etched across his face. With a mere thought, he began to inspect the attributes of the 2 Black Mist Knights. Name: Black Mist Knight. Level: Firefly Strength, 45 Agility, 35 Stamina, 55 Intelligence, 15 Mana Reserve, 11. 750-16-000 daily consumption, 50 points hour combat consumption, 2,000 points hour resurrection consumption, 250 points second. Skills: Black Mist Shield. Consumes 300 mana points to generate a black mist shield around itself, capable of absorbing 2,000 damage, growing with level. During the shield's existence, the knight is concealed within the black mist, with a certain probability of evading enemy-targeted skills. Black Mist Resurrection continuously consumes mana to restore its own injuries. In movement combat status, mana consumption is doubled. Cooperative Vigilance. The knight passively enters a state of alert when sensing potential danger nearby, enhancing its perception and temporarily boosting agility by 30. Multiple knights can share this vigilance. Note, the pinnacle work of a puppet master, despite utilizing high-level modification materials. The slightly immature modification technique has resulted in a minor drop in level. Jiang Sun joyfully examined the attributes of the Black Mist Knights until he reached the final note, whereupon his smile gradually faded. What do you mean by an immature modification technique? However, he quickly suppressed his disappointment. For one must take life one step at a time. After all, one cannot expect to grow fat in a single bite. Should one master sophisticated skills within just a few days, then the art of puppet manipulation hardly qualifies as an arcane discipline. A smile gradually returned to Jiang Sun's face. Indeed, relinquishing inner conflict is the finest form of self-care for a man. Observing the formidable skills of the Black Mist Knight, Jiang Sun couldn't help but marvel at their abundance. Each skill was remarkably practical. The damage-absorbing Black Mist Shield, the restorative Black Mist Revival, and the Vigilant Patrol of Coordinated Vigilance. Moreover, with a total attribute score of 120 across the board, melee combat, tanking, and overwhelming strength, Jiang Sun immediately felt a profound sense of security. It is worth noting that 120 is the pinnacle attribute for a Firefly level. The reason for its designation as Firefly likely stems from Jiang Sun's insufficient repair proficiency. Once he improves his skills and makes further modifications, the Black Mist Knight is poised to ascend directly to the star level. He also realized that his previous peril was probably triggered by their coordinated vigilance skill. Recalling that moment sent a shiver down Jiang Sun's spine. The terrifying nature of that skill is known only to those who wield it. Had he not possessed ample magical energy and the Star Flash for protection, he would likely have been drained of his power. Wow, with such a puppet, how many could you possibly contend with? Jiang Sun turned to the little squirrel, who was sneakily flaunting its candy. The squirrel paused, then thoughtfully began counting on its fingers, quickly running out of digits and resorting to its toes. Enough, enough. What am I even comparing? Jiang Sun hastily called for a stop. The squirrel, always appearing harmless, made Jiang Sun forget that this little creature was, in fact, a formidable beast of the full moon level. Recently, he had begun to grasp the extent of the squirrel's abilities, speculating that it might belong to the mysterious category. Capable of levitation, storage, and shielding. Could be a support type? Jiang Sun pondered, stroking his chin. Coming back to reality, he turned to organize the scattered tools and parts, washing his face in the process. He even rinsed the squirrel in a bucket before returning to the workshop. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and, following the control methods documented in Puppet Chronicles, slowly extended his hand, palm facing the Black Mist Knight, attempting to forge a mental connection. Initially, he felt a slight resistance, accompanied by a cacophony of buzzing in his mind. He recognized this as a rejection stemming from the puppet's soul. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Sun began to adjust his magical energy fluctuations, seeking a frequency that resonated with the Black Mist Knight. After a brief moment, the resistance began to wane, and suddenly, vague images flashed before his eyes. Battle scenes experienced by the Black Mist Knight, culminating in the moment of his own pursuit, which left Jiang Sun both amused and exasperated. While he was aware of these events, he now realized that theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to lived experience. He understood that puppets are fundamentally different from mechanical constructs. They are not mere inanimate objects, but can even be regarded as an alternative form of life. Though devoid of wisdom, they possess beast-like instincts and a faint consciousness. This phenomenon is derived from the soul containers documented in the Puppet Chronicles. The creation of the Black Mist Knights necessitates the procurement of fresh corpses, gathered within 10 hours post-mortem, along with the magical crystals intrinsic to the bodies themselves. In the realm of magic, both magical crystals and flesh are regarded as vessels for the soul. As the mental connection grew increasingly resilient and steadfast, Jiang Sun finally began to exert preliminary control over the movements of the Black Mist Knight. This marked the onset of the control mode. Unlike mere automatons, these puppets typically exhibit a slight awareness coupled with formidable combat instincts. Consequently, the controller has two modes of operation: the directive mode and the control mode. The directive mode allows the puppet to perform simple actions, such as attacking or patrolling, based on commands. In contrast, the control mode, as Jiang Sun now experienced, enables meticulous manipulation of the puppet's actions through mental connection. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and the Black Mist Knight to his left immediately comprehended the intent. Its mechanical right arm rising slowly, the metallic joints emitting a soft yet crisp creaking sound. The movement, albeit awkward, was sufficient to ignite Jiang Sun's excitement. He then attempted once more, issuing a command for it to take a step forward. The knight's heavy foot fell with a thunderous thud, the dull resonance causing the tools upon the table to tremble slightly. What exhilaration! Although his control was still rudimentary, Jiang Sun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, he was merely experimenting with the control mode. For the majority of the future, they would engage in battle using the directive mode. After a while, Jiang Sun became adept at directing the Black Mist Knight to perform some routine actions. However, there remained a considerable gap before he could command them effectively in combat, primarily due to his own lack of fighting skills, not to mention the challenge of controlling a knight that specialized solely in melee combat. Chapter 71. The Final Tide Time. Blue Star Calendar. Day 17 of Year 1 in the training chamber. 4 figures were immersed in vigorous practice. Walla. Shield. With a swift flick of his tail, Walla conjured 4 translucent shields around their companion, 2 magical puppets, and a squirrel. Jiang Sun hastily opened his personal information, and indeed, a new entry appeared in the status bar: Glazed Nut Shield, a companion skill derived from the mysterious creature Li Bao Liuli Mouse, lasting for 30 seconds. Capable of absorbing 10,000 points of damage and deflecting most non-targeted skills. Incredible. 10,000 points. For shields at once. Jiang Sun couldn't help but marvel. He contemplated that with such a robust shield, even if Zhao Tingtao were to strike relentlessly, it would take no less than half an hour to break through. Truly, a testament to the prowess of a crescent moon-level beast. However, the name of the skill struck him as rather peculiar. He turned to Walla and inquired, "Did you come up with this name? It sounds rather rodent-like." Balala? Walla. Jiang Sun then watched in astonishment as the name in the status bar transformed into Glazed Milk Candy Shield. It was indeed his own creation. Jiang Sun's lips twitched, his expression darkening, while inwardly he vowed that if he ever mastered a renaming spell, he would prefix it with triple A, subjecting all who learned this skill to the vexation of being at the top of the list. After practicing coordinated combat for a while longer, Jiang Sun finally ceased his efforts. Ever since he repaired the 2 Black Mist Knights, he had been endeavoring to maximize their potential. He estimated that with these 2 magical puppets at his disposal, he could easily subdue a venomous spider. Such formidable combat power would be a pity to waste. Jiang Sun's strategy was straightforward, mainly categorized into 2 scenarios, one involving Walla and the other with Walla guarding the home. When accompanied by Walla, the plan was for Walla to cast shields, allowing the Black Mist Knights to charge forth and assault the enemy while he concentrated on accumulating Tide of Magic. In the scenario where Walla remained at home, the Black Mist Knights would directly engage the enemy, with him still focusing on amassing Tide of Magic. After all, the abilities of the Black Mist Knights were designed for tanking. Wasn't it only natural for them to lead the charge while the mage remained safe? Jiang Sun gazed at the imposing Black Mist Knights, his eyes filled with satisfaction and anticipation. From this day forth, they would serve as his personal meat shields. He swiftly tidied the room and gestured for the 2 knights to stand guard outside in the courtyard. Their innate ability to cooperate as sentinels was truly remarkable. Jiang Sun strolled into the room, housing the collector, and gathered the magic crystals produced throughout the previous day. As he beheld the thousands of crystals nestled within his ring, a deep sigh escaped him. It seemed that no amount of crystals could ever suffice. The more he learned, the more he understood the immense value of this item. He estimated that until his magical energy conduction efficiency reached an extraordinary level, the magical crystals would likely remain irreplaceable. After collecting the crystals, Jiang Sun turned and exited the sanctuary, standing shoulder to shoulder with two Shadow Knights. Today marked the final day of the tide, did it not? He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the celestial canopy, and sighed softly, a palpable worry evident in his eyes. Outside, the chaotic magical currents were relentlessly battering the shield at an alarming frequency, showing no signs of the impending disaster cessation. It seemed this was the tide's last desperate surge. He wondered how many would perish in the darkness before dawn. Though a tinge of melancholy lingered, Jiang Sun reassured himself that he had done his utmost. Over the span of 7 days, he had expended at least 200 magical crystals on transactions within the channel. Aware of the crystal's irreplaceability, he recognized that nearly all these exchanges had been a loss. While it was inevitable that energy-storing items would eventually proliferate, they would hardly be as common as cabbages in the hands of survivors. Instead, they would likely serve as strategic resources, akin to the last few batteries in a post-apocalyptic world. Once depleted, they would be gone forever. After all, the crux of the issue lay in charging. He had yet to witness anyone sharing methods for charging the crystals. The magical conversion array might be feasible, yet at such conversion efficiencies, it would surely be a losing endeavor. Thus, the significance of magical collection devices continued to rise, necessitating careful planning for their future utilization. As the notification of his delivery chimed in his ear, a smile returned to Jiang Sun's face. He turned back toward the sanctuary, only to find Walla had already set the table, neatly arranged the utensils, and was seated, waiting for him. "My goodness, you're more punctual than an alarm clock," Jiang Sun teased with a chuckle as he took his seat. He felt no concern that Walla might abandon him. Their bond had strengthened, and his palate had grown accustomed to finer fare. He doubted Walla would find the coarse meals of the outside world palatable. With a click to accept, two exquisite dishes materialized before him. One was a large bowl of rich soup, emanating a tantalizing aroma of milk, and the other consisted of two sizzling, golden brown roasted meat chops. Consuming these would enhance his intelligence and magical energy conduction efficiency. These dishes were custom-made at considerable expense. Naturally, Song Yin Yin had also invested significant effort behind the scenes, and crucially, she did not charge him a penny more. This left Jiang Sun with a sense of indebtedness. He planned to reward each of the Shadow Knights once he had repaired them. As for Zhao Ting Tao, he was an exception. That lad likely wouldn't fare any better against the beast than the Shadow Knights would. After thoroughly enjoying his meal, Jiang Sun wiped his mouth, waved his hand to assign Walla the task of washing the dishes, and reclined lazily on the versatile sofa, casually flipping open the manual of Magical Wastelands. Having perused only a few pages, he let out a soft sigh, unable to resist the temptation to open the regional communication channel. The dwindling number of remaining participants sent a chill down his spine. 6,772 out of 10,000, a stark decline of over 1,000 in just 2 days. Furthermore, the numbers continued to plummet. On average, every few minutes a life extinguished. This damned magical realm. Jiang Sun cursed bitterly under his breath. He lowered his head in contemplation, realizing he could not merely stand idly by. He had to take some action, although he lacked the power to save everyone. Having mingled with these absurd netizens for so long, he could not bear to watch them perish before his very eyes. His conscience would not allow it. However, figuring out how to effectively assist those truly on the brink of despair was a complex endeavor. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Since he would inevitably need to recruit external members in the future, why not lay the groundwork now? Jiang Sun swiftly formulated a plan in his mind and proceeded to list exactly 100 magical crystals in the trading section. Simultaneously, he succinctly broadcasted a message in the channel. He hoped everyone could survive and encouraged mutual assistance. These 100 crystals constituted a substantial sum, instantly captivating the attention of all within the channel. However, the conditions for exchange were rather peculiar. Only large quantities of low-grade food. This was tantamount to brazenly engaging in charity. After all, on the final day of the tide, most individuals were left utterly destitute, with nearly everyone in the sanctuary reduced to a state of utter poverty. Moreover, the magical energy yielded from low-grade food was woefully insufficient, yet it remained essential for survival. Thus, everyone clutched it tightly, reserving it for dire circumstances. By only exchanging for low-grade food, he maximized the chances of these crystals being snatched up by those truly in dire straits. Chapter 72. Trade and World Announcement. A full 10 minutes elapsed before Jiang Sun's crystals were entirely traded. Within his sanctuary, an abundance of wild potatoes, wild carrots, wild vegetables, and dried berries had accumulated. This starkly illustrated the dire circumstances faced by individuals in the channel at this moment. Even this modest assortment of food likely required the combined resources of at least a dozen people to procure. However, as it was the final day, there was no pressing need for everyone to completely fill the totem pole. Thus, if events unfolded as Jiang Sun envisioned, a single crystal could potentially save the lives of several individuals. After some contemplation, Jiang Sun, concerned that certain individuals might struggle to gather sufficient food due to their limited social networks, decided to list an additional 50 crystals. This time, he stipulated an exchange solely for unlimited blueprints of the Firefly level or materials of Star level and above. At this stage, every survivor should be able to present at least 1 or 2 items for trade. Moreover, items of the blueprint category could not even be converted into magical power. Jiang Sun's approach ensured that he would not suffer a total loss, while providing those with some reserves an opportunity to partake in the exchange, preventing them from helplessly yearning for the life-saving crystals. If even this did not succeed, then he would be at an impasse, having done all within his power. Jiang Sun sighed once more, content in the knowledge that he had acted with integrity. He was no saint. He could not single-handedly alter this wretched world, merely seeking a sense of peace. If saving a life surpassed the construction of a 7th-level pagoda, then the pagoda he was currently erecting could surely envelop the entire blue star. Resolving his indecision, Jiang Sun opened the chat channel to gauge the reactions of others. What he discovered was a deluge of messages flooding in. Profound thanks to the esteemed Qing Shan for the crystals. Grateful to Qing Shan for allowing me to survive. Thank you, truly. I used only 1/5 of the crystal I purchased. Whoever needs it can send resources to Qing Shan and then screenshot it for me. Are you foolish? Didn't you also pay for yours? We 5 pooled together 300 potatoes. Do you think that's worth a single magical crystal? We have a conscience, so we cannot betray the kindness of the esteemed one. Likewise, whoever offers resources to the esteemed one, I will lend them my crystal. Exactly. The esteemed one has stated that we should help each other, and I am no different. Me too. Qing Shan's organization is clearly here to save lives. Indeed, they only need the most inferior food. This is clearly a lifeline for those of us who cannot survive. You've all gone mad. Do you even know the current price of crystals and other channels? I know, but I also understand that if I do not act in accordance with the esteemed one's intentions, I would be remiss. If it weren't for Qing Shan selling crystals, my wife and I would have perished just now. Regardless of whether we can join, I will forever support Qing Shan. Me too, although I am not a virtuous person. Anyone who helps me survive becomes akin to a father. Haha, I managed to exchange for one too, but I traded it for a blueprint of a refuse bucket. You continue to speak as if in jest. How amusing. You are merely sycophants. The wealth of Qing Shan did not come easily. Their assistance undoubtedly served a purpose. Whatever that purpose may be, they have preserved my life. Yet you, with your insidious provocations, what is your intent? I am acquainted with this individual. Moments ago, he sought to acquire inferior provisions in the channel, attempting to seize the disaster relief supplies provided by Qing Shan. I witnessed it myself. In his desperation, having failed to gather anything, he resorts to slander. From whence does this individual arise, daring to malign Qing Shan? Ignore him. Those who are friends with him should be blocked. Insipid, unworthy, ungrateful. Jiang Sun observed the discussions within the channel, his lips twitching slightly. He had not anticipated such a favorable outcome, and could not help but marvel at his prudent expenditures. He wagered that even in this desolate world of magical wastelands, where survival is precarious, many still possess a fundamental sense of decency. Qingshan has no need for those who resort to unscrupulous means for survival. Those who cling to morality, though they may face tribulations, endure with their souls intact, whereas those who are self-serving, though they live, have lost their essence. As for the notion that sending resources to Qingshan would grant one the privilege of borrowing crystals without recompense, this was indeed instigated by Jiang Sun himself. He certainly does not lack these resources. However, he understands well that human nature is inscrutable. It is only natural for anyone who has labored to acquire something valuable to wish to claim it as their own. Yet, if each person acts out of selfishness, the number of lives that could be saved by these more than 100 crystals would be significantly diminished. Fortunately, the response exceeded his expectations. Following Jiang Sun's initiative, many began to voluntarily lend crystals, even if only to those they knew, thus providing countless opportunities for survival. Seizing the momentum of the lively channel, Jiang Sun hastily sent a message in the Qingshan channel, stating, "Please make a note of these names in the channel. These individuals are the first we shall integrate as peripheral members." The others readily concurred. Although the chat in the several thousand-strong channel remained bustling, he now had ample time to peruse the messages at his leisure. Furthermore, the primary private channel possesses a recording function, allowing the attitudes of all remaining survivors to be documented. This would enable him to easily identify those who harbor goodwill towards Qingshan and those who, in their ignorance, view him as a mere fool. Moreover, given Qingshan's current prestige, it is evident that, within this channel, he shall undoubtedly reign supreme in the future. The individuals in this channel are the first to have benefited from Qingshan's generosity, and they are also the ones Jiang Sun is most familiar with. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Thus, it is only fitting that the first cadre of Qingshan should primarily consist of those from this channel. Likewise, these individuals are in urgent need of unity, and they have all been beneficiaries of Qingshan's grace. Thus, it is only natural that Qingshan becomes their foremost choice. Loyalty is often intertwined with a sense of belonging and self-interest. Jiang Sun provided both of these elements, ensuring that the majority of those he recruited would be utterly devoted. This was Jiang Sun's strategy. With this calculation, the painful expenditure of several hundred crystals diminished significantly. He sighed, feeling an urgency to cultivate such an environment, as he sensed that a significant upheaval was imminent. After all, the last system update was still vividly etched in his memory. The previous update had mercilessly abolished the secondary novice protection and a plethora of crucial mechanisms, catching everyone off guard. Who could predict whether this system might wreak havoc again, conjuring up unforeseen complications? Preparation is essential to avert disaster. He glanced at the channel records, noting the dozens who had accepted crystals yet refused to respond to the call, even making sarcastic remarks. A cold smile crept across Jiang Sun's face. No matter, he had his methods for dealing with such individuals. Shortly, he would make their names public. At that time, these individuals will become synonymous with selfishness in the eyes of others, swiftly isolated and rendered solitary. How could one consume my offerings yet refuse to acknowledge my kindness? Such a scenario is an absurdity. Having concluded this, he immediately disseminated the list into the channel. By the time he completed these actions, the afternoon had arrived. Jiang Sun stepped outside, positioning a small chair in the courtyard. Above him, the resplendent yet perilous tides gradually subsided, transforming into a soft purple hue. A solitary ray of sunlight struggled to penetrate the crevices of the tides, filtering through in delicate strands. Jiang Sun gazed quietly at the unfolding changes, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, without warning, the system notification resonated in the ears of all survivors. Ding! Magic Wasteland World Announcement. Congratulations to all for successfully surviving the first round of disasters. Current average survival count, 3,996 10,000. Highest survival count, 6,755 10,000. Lowest survival count, 93 10,000. At 2000 hours on the 17th, the system will conduct a comprehensive assessment based on your performance during the disaster period, with points awarded for subsequent reward redemption. Evaluation criteria include, but are not limited to, tide intensity, post-tide channel survival count, and overall living standards during the tide phases. The Disaster Point shop will open at 1 o'clock on the 18th. The system will undergo a secondary update at 6 o'clock on the 18th. Please prepare accordingly. Chapter 73. The evaluation commences. Just as I had a premonition, an update has arrived. Jiang Sun, perplexed, opened the spellbook to reconfirm the announcement. It appears that a significant change is indeed upon us. Concurrently, he observed the system's announcement regarding the number of survivors in each region. An average of 3, 996, a maximum of 6, 755, and a minimum of 93. The revelation of the average count, along with the remaining population as a criterion for evaluation, suggests that the initial numbers across regions were largely uniform. This indicates that, merely after the first round of calamity, a staggering 60 of the billions who traverse from Blue Star have perished. Presently, approximately 3 billion souls remain. Upon reflecting on these figures, Jiang Sun fell into a contemplative silence. It is impossible for anyone to remain indifferent upon encountering such statistics. He had never envisioned a day when the toll of the deceased would be quantified in billions. Moreover, what could possibly explain the mere 93 survivors in that channel? Truly a case of survival being a rarity. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath, yet suddenly found the maximum survivor count somewhat familiar. Wait, 6, 755? He hastily reopened the spellbook and discovered that his channel survivor count stood at 6, 752 out of 10, 0, 0, 0. It seemed that this was indeed his channel, albeit 3 unfortunate souls had perished during the impending tide. Turning back to review the evaluation criteria, Jiang Sun immediately felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The primary evaluation components were tide intensity, survivor count post-tide, and the overall living standards during the tide phases. This closely mirrored the evaluation standards he had drafted. Jiang Sun chuckled, and the bitterness in his heart diminished slightly. As anticipated, only when effort and reward are in harmonious proportion can one find joy. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey he had navigated through this tide. Had there been any misstep along the way, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Isn't it only right to receive good fortune? Jiang Sun began to feel a sense of anticipation for the evaluation moment. He glanced at the spellbook to check the time. Time, Blue Star Calendar. Year 1, Day 17, 1642, daytime, 6 to 1500 hours. Nighttime, 15 to 6 o'clock. It appears the tide is indeed drawing to a close, as the familiar cycle of day and night has reemerged. Jiang Sun let out a sigh of relief, for his greatest fear had not materialized. He had long been anxious that, due to his presence in a high-level map, the duration of the disaster would far exceed that of others. It seems the wretched system has yet to drive him to despair. He exhaled softly and then turned back to the shelter. At 1700 hours, a familiar sensation of scrutiny emerged and swiftly dissipated, only to return once more before vanishing again. Jiang Sun jolted upright from his bed, the fleeting drowsiness entirely vanquished. Beep. The evaluation begins. Your disaster score details are as follows. Base score for tidal intensity, 100, multiplier, 177, total score, 17,700. Base score for regional population, 100, maximum survivors 100, multiplier, 1. 8, total score, 360. Living standard score, 177. Other bonuses, personal strength enhancement 500, channel survival contribution 10,000, world survival contribution 37800, puppet research contribution 370, private channel bonus 1034. Your total score is 73551. Current world ranking, 2 ding. Due to your highest contribution in the regional channel, you have received an exclusive reward, World Trumpet 3. Channel exclusive privilege, information pinned. Upon seeing the score, Jiang Sun's heart raced. If this scoring standard holds, then his score is likely astronomical compared to others. After all, his score for tidal intensity, which constitutes the largest portion, is somewhat outrageous. It is noteworthy that, based on the disaster intensity assessed for others in the channel, their scores mostly range between 80 and 500. Few can withstand the tidal intensity of 5 times, let alone higher levels. Similarly, his contribution to regional survival added a substantial 10,000 points. To ensure more people in the regional channel survived, he had invested nearly 300 magic crystals. Thus, it is evident that this disaster score will likely be quite valuable, considering that most individuals have gone to great lengths for a mere 100 or 200 points. However, upon seeing the additional contributions, particularly the world survival contribution of 27,800 points, Jiang Sun found himself somewhat puzzled. What did I do? Did I prevent a meteor from colliding with a magical wasteland world? But he soon realized and opened his magic book to inquire about Zhou Songyan's score. The result was as he expected. Zhou Songyan ranked first, with the largest contributing factor being world contribution, which added a staggering 60,000 points. Jiang Sun immediately understood the situation. This was clearly the additional points suggested by his previous advice on plundering magical beasts. This was not surprising. After all, he merely suggested the idea, while Zhou Songyan confirmed the specific actions and publicized them across all relevant channels. It is only natural that he received more bonus points, especially since the Dragon Kingdom's official shelter has accommodated countless ordinary people. The additional points in this regard are undoubtedly substantial. Jiang Sun calmed himself as he awaited the opening of the disaster score shop. This was the first time the system generously allowed them to choose their items, so he intended to select carefully. Before the exchange commenced, Jiang Sun opened the Qingshan channel to inquire about the scores of a few others. Jiang Sun, how's it going? How many points do you all have? My new disaster score loan business welcomes private messages. Zhao Tingtao, unfilial son, look at my 7,790 points, ranking 97. Are you all in the 3 or 4,000 points range? Shout father, and I'll help you exchange items. Qin Gingyun, 16, 550 points, ranked 10th, with a notably high research bonus. Zhao Tingtao, Song Yinyan, 9, 570 points, ranked 81st. What would you like to eat today? Zhao Tingtao, Zhao Yueyin, 11, 0, 55 points, ranked 39th. Brother Jiang Sun, am I impressive? You must have a high score too, given the calamity intensity on your side. Jiang Sun, it's just average, 73, 551 points, ranked 2nd. The first is that old rascal, Zhou Songyan, Zhao Tingtao. Ding. Zhao Tingtao has exited the Qingshan channel. Ding. You have successfully invited Zhao Tingtao to join Qingshan, Jiang Sun. Yueyin and Yinyan, how did you achieve such high scores? Zhao Tingtao. The tidal intensity on Zhao Yuyan's side is low. Her attributes have surpassed 15 points. Zhao Yueyin, exactly. Many magical beasts are stuck and unable to emerge, so I merely approach and take them down one by one. Ha ha. Song Yinyan, I have a culinary research bonus of 9,000. Is it all right to steam Icefield Bear paws with obsidian crab today? Zhao Tingtao, deeply grateful, esteemed one. Observing the high rankings of the Qingshan group, Jiang Sun felt a sense of relief. He surmised that if this trend continued, those thriving would only become more prosperous, while those struggling would inevitably become subservient. The current tidal situation illustrated this well. Most had exhausted their resources merely to survive. In contrast, Jiang Sun and his companions had ample time to assimilate their previous gains, thereby enhancing their various capabilities. The disparity had now widened to an almost insurmountable extent. Those who barely survived would have to restart their resource gathering, trapped in a relentless cycle, awaiting the day they could no longer endure. Reflecting on this, Jiang Sun could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. It seemed he had unknowingly advanced ahead of everyone else. Chapter 74. The Catastrophe Point Shop is open. Subsequently, Jiang Sun began to peruse the regional communication channel, where fervent discussions were underway. 800 points. I've struck it rich. What the hell, you're so high. I'm barely over 500. Be grateful. I have a friend in another channel where the highest score is only 1,700, with an average of 250. Indeed, you ought to thank the great benefactor for your survival. Our channel has the most members, hence the bonus points. Did you see that channel with 93 members? A friend of mine is in there, and they've even deducted 50 points. What? How is that possible? Did everyone in the channel perish? He said the best developed individual in that channel is a fraud, claiming to merge everyone's shelters, only to swindle their resources. Goodness, is that even real? Absolutely. Do you think every channel has an organization like Qingshan? Exactly. If anyone dares to speak ill of Qingshan again, I swear I'll annihilate their entire family. Thank you, great benefactor, for saving our lives. Thank you, great benefactor, for saving our lives. After finishing the regional chat, Jiang Sun contentedly set aside the grimoire. With this, the overall strength of their channel would undoubtedly surpass that of others. This implied that the foundational quality of personnel in Qingshan would be superior to that of other organizations. After all, each organization's stronghold is its respective channel, and everyone's influence in the world channel remains equally low. Before Jiang Sun's thoughts could wander further, a notification chimed nearby. Ding. The Catastrophe Point shop is temporarily open. Please proceed to check it out. Looking down, Jiang Sun noticed the manual of Magical Wasteland vibrating furiously, emitting a brilliant light. He hurriedly opened it, and a vast shop interface materialized before them. A countdown timer showed 2 hours, and below lay an array of dazzling goods. Damn it, such a short time frame again. Jiang Sun cursed under his breath, quickly examining the contents, only to find his expression growing increasingly grim. From water springs and bread to an extensive selection of equipment and weapons. He even spotted an option for an excavator. Various scrolls and skills were also available, but their prices were generally exorbitant. Just as he was feeling troubled, a message from the Qingshan group arrived. Zhao Tingtao. There are exclusive exchange options for rankings below. Jiang Sun swiftly scrolled down and indeed found the options in the corner. They included pages for ranks 1 to 10, 11 to 100, and 101 to 10,000, along with a page for those above 10,001. Without hesitation, he chose the first option, only to discover a significantly reduced selection within, the dazzling brilliance nearly blinding him. Name: Doomsday Firefall Spell, Forbidden Technique. Effect: consumes magical power to summon fire elements, calling down meteorites that scorch the earth, bringing devastation to all living beings. Upon usage, one's magical power is depleted and lifespan is greatly diminished. Price 100,000 disaster points. Name: Chaos Dissolution Elixir, Forbidden Technique. Effect: an elixir crafted by alchemists, utilizing souls as a catalyst, capable of dissolving any substance. Upon usage, the body decays, and the remedy is ineffective. Price 100,000 disaster points. Name: Sword of Glorious Judgment, Forbidden Technique. Effect: in dire straits, a knight raises the sacred sword, invoking the forbidden incantation of faith to vanquish evil. After its use, one's magical essence is drained, leaving a feeble existence. Price 100,000 disaster points. A plethora of forbidden spells lay before him. Yet despairing, Jiang Sun continued to peruse. The subsequent pages revealed an abundance of weapons and equipment, along with various skills, all categorized as lunar level. However, an idea suddenly struck Jiang Sun, prompting him to swiftly bypass this content and initiate a search. He understood that equipment would inevitably become obsolete. Thus, merely sufficient would suffice. Skills were also optional for him, as he already possessed the versatile tide of magic. His primary combat method in the future would undoubtedly be the magical puppets. Therefore, conventional items offered him minimal enhancement. Yet, with the acquisition of record of magical puppets, he alone comprehended the rarity of legacy items. Just as their classification indicated, knowledge is indeed transmissible. Thus, a high-level legacy item could very well herald the emergence of a formidable faction. Contemplating this, Jiang Sun began to diligently seek such items. Before long, he discovered precisely what he sought. Name: Void Weaving Technique. Legacy Unique Lunar Level. Effect: extracts energy threads from the enigmatic void to weave garments, equipment, and even spatial containers. Price: 12,000 disaster points. Name: Star Path Divination Technique. Legacy Unique Lunar Level. Effect: an ancient art concealed beneath the celestial dome, capable of foreseeing personal fortunes, marital fates, career paths, and even the rise and fall of nations amidst the shifting world. Price, 12,000 disaster points. Ultimately, after conferring with the other four, Jiang Sun expended 60,000 points to acquire 5 legacy items: Symbiosis of Spirit Plants, Heart of Beasts, Magic Agent, Magic Matrix, and Life Spirit Healing. These were intended for himself and the other 4 companions of Qing Shan. After all, besides himself, the others lacked sufficient points for redemption, while he could enlist their aid to obtain other items. The weighty tomes of magic fell into his hands, igniting a surge of exhilaration within Jiang Sun. Each volume represented a profound knowledge of the magical realm. Moreover, each bore the designation of uniqueness. Once claimed, others could not obtain the same legacy through any means. Although their level could not compare to the epic record of magical puppets, Jiang Sun possessed a strategy. For within a corner of the exchange shop, he discovered an item known as the Legacy Item Advancement Scroll, albeit with a maximum level restricted to lunar level. However, the existence of such items implies that there must also be more advanced counterparts. Their absence now does not preclude their emergence in the future. Should epic-level advancement scrolls materialize later, the value of these inherited items will soar to levels comparable to that of the Chronicles of the Puppet. With this thought, Jiang Sun's heart surged with excitement. While he might lack knowledge in other areas, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of puppet arts. A highly skilled puppeteer could even create puppets that transcend the epic tier. As this notion crossed his mind, a broad smile began to spread across Jiang Sun's face. He had just noticed that the shop housed merely a dozen or so inheritance items in total. He had already exchanged for half of them himself. As for the rest, he had only briefly informed Zhou Tsangyan, uncertain if he would heed his words. Nevertheless, it was likely that Zhou Tsangyan could only exchange for 1 or 2 at most, considering there were countless others waiting to be served. Jiang Sun glanced up at the exchange timer and realized that an hour had slipped by unnoticed. He quickly relayed the list of items he needed help with to several others and resumed his search for the materials essential for puppet creation, knowledge that eluded the rest. He required a substantial quantity of materials to master the art of puppet crafting. Ding! The Disaster Points shop is about to close. Any unexchanged points will be automatically converted into universal currency and distributed after the system update. Countdown to shop closure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the final second ticked away, Jiang Sun completed his exchanges just in time. Although he had a few points remaining, they amounted to less than 50. The time was indeed too pressing. Jiang Sun halted his slightly trembling hands, which had been hastily rifling through items, and plopped down onto the sofa, inadvertently propelling Walla, who had just settled beside him, over a meter into the air, gazing at the irate Walla suspended before him. Jiang Sun sheepishly remarked, "Do you believe me when I say it wasn't intentional?" Chapter 75. Restoration Wealth has truly arrived. Jiang Sun crouched on the ground, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he stared at the vast array of items before him. These were treasures that only individuals of high rank could exchange for. The average person would scarcely have the privilege to even gaze upon them. Moreover, even those with lofty standings rarely had the opportunity to expend their points on such goods. It is worth noting that the top 10 on the leaderboard were predominantly comprised of the upper echelons of the Zhou Tsangyan shelter. The remaining few were venerable magicians like Old Qin, each supported by substantial factions. Their points were seldom squandered on personal desires, as they were primarily allocated for the advancement of their shelters, leaving them with but a meager sum for personal acquisitions. As he pondered these matters, a sudden notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Zhao Tingtao wishes to trade you 2 repair scrolls. Do you accept? Ding! Qin Gengyun wishes to trade you 5 facility enhancement scrolls. Do you accept? Ding! Song Nianyan wishes to trade you. The items requested from others had finally arrived. A radiant smile blossomed on Jiang Sun's face as he joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "At last!" His fingers flew across the interface as he decisively accepted the trades. First, 5 delicate paper scrolls materialized in his hands. Name, Facility Enhancement Scroll, Special. Effect, significantly enhances facility capabilities, improving attributes and efficiency. Each facility may only be enhanced once. Price, 3,000 disaster points. This scroll had long been a cherished desire of Jiang Sun, although the price was not insignificant. In light of its formidable effects, it represented exceptional value in his eyes. Previously, his points had to be prioritized for exchanging 5 types of legacies, which compelled him to enlist the help of Old Qin and others. The scroll's purpose was unmistakable: to enhance facilities such as fireplaces, furnaces, and mana collectors. While the description did not elaborate on the enhancement effects, Jiang Sun felt assured. The stringent exchange conditions alone attested to its extraordinary nature. Despite the absence of level restrictions for usage, each facility could only be enhanced once, regardless of whether it was a minor or epic level. Furthermore, it could only be exchanged on the top 10 points leaderboard. Thus, among the group, aside from himself, only Old Qin had the means to trade, and even then, he could only procure 5 scrolls. Otherwise, he would have insisted on acquiring more. With great care, Jiang Sun stored the 5 scrolls and continued to examine the other items. Name: Equipment Repair Scroll. How you level. Effect: capable of repairing how you level and below equipment without the need for additional resources. The system will restore it. Price: 5,000 disaster points. This item was also essential for Jiang Sun, as he had not forgotten that he still possessed a how you level ring that remained in a damaged state. To avoid incurring a loss, he had previously researched the prices of storage-related items in the point shop. The results had astonished him. Any storage-related item in the point shop was priced at over 10 times that of weapons of the same level. Even a mere 5 cubic meters of backpack space necessitates a staggering 3,000 exchange points. Jiang Sun speculates that the underlying reason for such a scenario likely does not stem from the difficulty of crafting storage equipment or the exorbitance of materials. Rather, it is probable that such items were never intended to be in the possession of survivors at this stage. Thus, the system has imposed restrictions, establishing not only an exceedingly high price, but also rather absurd exchange conditions. Only the top 1,000 survivors in terms of points are eligible for the exchange. Reflecting on this, Jiang Sun feels a wave of relief wash over him, coupled with renewed gratitude for the skeletal elder in the mine. After all, while storage space may seem trivial to others, it holds monumental significance for him. This is because magical puppets can be stored within the storage space. Therefore, the size of the storage area essentially represents the combat strength he can carry when venturing out. Imagine, for instance, infiltrating the enemy's lair alone, only to be surrounded by a multitude of sneering foes, when suddenly 500 robust black mist knights materialize by his side. The imagery is so exquisite that Jiang Sun finds it momentarily difficult to fathom. Moreover, at this stage, although magical puppets can accompany him, should he encounter special circumstances necessitating a hasty retreat, Jiang Sun can utilize a star flash to escape, whereas the puppets will be left behind, awaiting their inevitable demise. Contemplating this, Jiang Sun resolves without hesitation, promptly slapping the repair scroll onto the inconspicuous, ancient ring on his left hand. The anticipated tumult does not ensue. Instead, a gentle radiance flickers, and in an instant, the ring is suffused with a kaleidoscope of colors. Jiang Sun blinks in surprise, a trace of disappointment crossing his features, as he had hoped to witness a dazzling light show. However, swiftly, a unique stream of control information surges into his mind. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he is met with the detailed information of the ring. Starfall storage ring, type, ring level. Bright moon, wear requirement. Intelligence 15 effect, contains an independent storage space of 1,000 cubic meters, allowing for classification and rapid retrieval of items within. Note: meticulously crafted by ancient elven master artisans using starfall iron and spatial magical crystals, merging the secrets of spatial magic. Jiang Sun's heart races, excitement bubbling within as he silently recites the activation command. In the next moment, a neatly organized space of 10m times 10m times 10m unfolds before him. The space possesses an ethereal quality, as if separated from the real world by a thin veil, overlapping yet distinctly independent. Jiang Sun focuses intently, and after considerable effort, he discovers the few items he had previously stored in the corner. The ring's prior damage had limited the available space to a mere 0.5 cubic meters, causing items to be jumbled together haphazardly. Now, however, things have changed. Following the system's prompts, Jiang Sun methodically divides the interior space of a storage ring into 500 compartments, each measuring 2 cubic meters. This is a carefully considered plan, as each compartment is perfectly sized to accommodate a single magical puppet. Should larger magical puppets appear in the future, one merely needs to clear a few slots as required, rendering the process both flexible and convenient. Thus, if there are sufficient magical puppets, does that imply I could carry around 500 bodyguards? Jiang mused, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned directing a throng of magical puppets to overwhelm his enemies. Subsequently, he began to experiment with the item retrieval method of the storage ring. After all, with a space of 1,000 cubic feet, it would be impractical to reach in and retrieve items manually every time. If that were the case, simply extracting 500 magical puppets during a battle would exhaust him. However, as he conducted his experiments, Jiang gradually felt reassured. Although the ring was not intelligent enough to allow for spontaneous retrieval with mere thought, its accompanying categorization and labeling functions proved remarkably useful. With a simple mental incantation, he could pinpoint the items he wished to retrieve, which would then materialize directly in his hand or at a designated location nearby. This method was far more convenient than the previous approach of reaching it himself when the ring had not been properly attuned. Upon completing his trials, Jiang could not help but marvel at the wonders of the magical world. While it may not be as absurd as depicted in novels, it was unexpectedly practical. The separation and retrieval functions significantly enhanced the ring's utility, embodying a logical and credible product of the magical realm. Having accomplished this, Jiang promptly began transferring his numerous belongings into the Starfall storage ring. This would undoubtedly facilitate the search for items in the future, sparing him from the embarrassing scenario of rummaging through drawers in the nude, a thought that made his face flush with shame. After securing all his possessions, Jiang hesitated as he gazed at the radiant light in his hand, ultimately deciding against placing it into the storage ring. Firstly, he had grown accustomed to retrieving items from the hidden pocket of his starry robe. Secondly, he feared the existence of mechanisms in this world that might limit storage space. Should such a situation arise, having all his belongings trapped within a confined space would render him utterly powerless. After all, a mage without a staff is hardly different from a flightless chicken. Thus, Jiang resolved that he would never engage in such a perilous endeavor until he could cast spells unarmed. Chapter 76. The New Staff and the Array Dispel Scroll. Jiang Sun carefully tucked away the luminous staff, his gaze falling upon the exquisite box containing the new staff beside him, his face marred by a frown. What a predicament this is, he pondered, casting a troubled glance at the staff emanating a faint glow from within the box. This remarkable item had only come to his attention in the last few moments before the point shop closed. Initially, he had no intention of exchanging for equipment. Yet the staff's additional effects were simply too captivating to resist. Ultimately, he succumbed to temptation, biting the bullet and spending a hefty 10,000 points of disaster currency to acquire it. Now, his conflict stemmed from the fact that while the new staff boasted numerous advantages, the skill star flash attached to the luminous staff was irreplaceable at this stage. It was crucial to note that this skill had enabled him to successfully escape the pursuit of a star-level venomous spider even at the twilight of his power. His audacity to roam boldly amidst high-level magical beasts was entirely due to the confidence bestowed upon him by Starflash. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun shook his head and sighed as he picked up the new staff. Examining its attributes: Frost Moon Chant, Type, Weapon, Staff, Level, Unique Bright Moon Wielding Requirement, Intelligence 30 Effects, Maximum Mana 1000, Intelligence 15, Mana Conduction Rate 500. Additional Effect: Frost Moon Remarks. Forged from rare ores of the Frost Moon lands, with a core crafted from moonstone, it is a coveted treasure among magical scholars. Frost Moon significantly enhances mana conduction speed and control, doubles the accumulation rate of charging spells, and greatly reduces mana dissipation rate. Gazing at the myriad of desirable attributes bestowed by the Frostmoon Chant staff, Jiang Sun furrowed his brow. These additional properties seemed tailor-made for him. The enhanced mana conduction efficiency would aid in realizing his plans for remote magical doll charging. Doubling the accumulation speed would allow him to unleash Tide of Mana with greater swiftness. His emotions oscillated between joy and frustration. The joy stemmed from finally discovering a staff that nearly perfectly suited his needs. The frustration arose from the realization that until he found a complete substitute for Starflash, the new staff would have to languish in its box, gathering dust. He had entertained the notion of carrying two staffs simultaneously, switching between them as needed. Yet reality dealt him a harsh blow. Such an arrangement would not only prevent the simultaneous stacking of attributes, but the additional skills would also fall into a maddeningly long cooldown period after switching. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiang Sun dismissed this bugged idea. Disheartened, he stood up, preparing to stow away the Frostmoon Chant staff. However, his eyes suddenly caught sight of something Zhao Yuan had traded. It was another scroll, appearing even more ancient, with tiny nicks adorning its surface. Jiang Sun was taken aback, recalling that he had not arranged for Zhao Yuan to procure items on his behalf. Instead, he had instructed her to preserve the points, waiting until the group identified what they truly needed before utilizing them. After all, everyone has their own needs. If one were to completely devote their points to purchasing items for Jiang Sun simply because he acquired the inheritance, it would likely impede their own growth significantly. Hence, the group collectively agreed upon this strategy. With a heart full of confusion, Jiang Sun picked up the ancient scroll. Upon merely glancing at it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Name: Array Diagram Separation Scroll, Special, Function, Complete imprint of the item's intrinsic magic array. The original item will be damaged post-imprint, and the scroll can be converted into a skill scroll or a magic array diagram afterward. Note: an ancient scroll whose crafting technique has long been lost. Redemption price: 8,000 Jiang Sun. It is no wonder he was taken aback. This item arrived at a most opportune moment. Just moments ago, he was preoccupied with the matter of a new staff, and suddenly, this unexpected delight resolved his concerns. The significance of Starflash to him is self-evident, and with this scroll, not only could he continue utilizing Starflash, but he could also transform it entirely into his own skill. From that point onward, he would no longer be troubled by similar worries. Moreover, this was not the most crucial aspect. Though the Starflash inscribed on the staff was formidable, as he encountered increasingly powerful magical beasts, there would inevitably come a time when it could no longer withstand the pressure. However, once it became his own skill, the scenario would be markedly different. The primary distinction between a self-learned skill and an equipment skill lies in the former possessing a progression bar, allowing for upgrades. Given Jiang Sun's frequency of utilizing Starflash, it would not be long before it became the highest level skill among all his abilities. With this thought, Jiang Sun wasted no time and chose to use it on the flowing light. As he watched flowing light gradually turn to ashes amidst a dazzling radiance, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sorrow. After all, flowing light had accompanied him for quite some time and had saved his life on multiple occasions. Nevertheless, for the sake of long-term development, he had no choice but to proceed. As the glow faded, the ancient scroll gradually lost its color, transforming into a skill scroll familiar to Jiang Sun. Starflash consumes mana, allowing the holder to teleport instantly to a specified location within their line of sight, granting instantaneous immunity to damage. Base cost: 150 points. Witnessing the return of the well-known skill, Jiang Sun's grin extended to the back of his head. Blink, no cooldown, plus damage immunity. It was nothing short of a divine skill. He couldn't fathom how fortunate he had been to obtain this staff. Such a reward could only be acquired during an S-Class Sanctuary event. Jiang Sun shook his head helplessly. He then chose to use it without hesitation. The sensation of learning a skill was indelibly etched into his memory, akin to an invisible chisel carving patterns into his very soul. The pain compelled him to gasp, yet simultaneously, his heart brimmed with the exhilaration of becoming stronger. As the anguish from his soul gradually faded away. Jiang Sun eagerly opened his personal information panel. Personal information name, Jiang Sun level, Firefly strength, 20 agility, 22 stamina, 18 intelligence, 50, 35, 15, mana, for 4,000, recovery rate, 200,600,800,400 points H, skills, gathering, level 3, 56, Tide of Magic, level 2, 14, Star Flash, level 1, 0, status, abundant mana. Due to prolonged consumption of high-energy food, your attributes will gradually increase, and your mana recovery rate will rise by 200. This status will dissipate after 3 days of ceasing consumption. After reviewing his attributes several times, Jiang Sun felt a sense of hope for the future. Currently, he was capable of both combat and agility, and could even command subordinates. If this trend continued, it would be difficult for him to blend in with the masses. Testing the newly regained Star Flash, Jiang Sun was delighted to discover that the skill's execution seemed to flow more smoothly. It appeared that there was a significant disparity between his own magic and that of his equipment. Jiang Sun pondered this revelation. However, such fortunate occurrences might be rare. Skills of Star Flash's caliber were unlikely to be found on staves of the star level. The reason he possessed it was likely due to the S-level sanctuary. The rewards from that occasion were remarkably comprehensive, encompassing strategic facilities, insights for future planning, and equipment that fosters strength. With these items in his possession, it was almost inevitable that he could establish a formidable force. Thus, is this not the true application of radiant light? Yet, the probability of such an event was exceedingly low. From a scroll's description, he learned that the method of crafting this item had long been lost, rendering it nearly unattainable. Consequently, this item could very well be a burial artifact unearthed from the grave of some powerful individual. Given Jiang Sun's understanding of the system, its capricious nature would undoubtedly lead it to engage in such dealings. After calming his emotions, Jiang Sun began to play with his new staff while picking up a magic tome. He wished to see what the others had exchanged their rewards for. Additionally, he planned to share a few tomes he had acquired with them, allowing everyone to experience the joy of shared discovery. Chapter 77, The Book of Heritage. Jiang Sun picked up the magical tome and instinctively glanced at the time. To his astonishment, it was already 3:10 a.m. He hastily opened the Qingshan channel, and sure enough, he found that several others were still awake. Zhao Tingtao, I've just acquired a stargray hunting bow, and it's absolutely fantastic. By the way, I've also managed to get a few leather jackets. Are you all interested? Zhao Yuan, no way. They're hideous. You look like a bear wearing them. Song Yinyan, oh, Yinran, you're so petite. You would look like a bear, but rather a fluffy little panda, Zhao Yuan. Really, Sister Yinyan? Then I want one too. Qin Gingyun, give me one as well. It's been quite chilly these days. I've planted some grass that digests waste. Do you want some? Song Yinyan, I want it. Kitchen waste is such a hassle to deal with. Zhao Tingtao, at this hour, you're still not asleep? Qin Gingyun, I'm getting old, so I need less sleep. You youngsters should rest more. Zhao Yuan, I'm waiting for Brother Jiang Sun. What are you all waiting for? Song Yinyan, I'm researching late-night snacks. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Zhao Tingtao, make me a portion. Qin Gingyun, I'm a bit hungry. Zhao Yuan, Sister Yinyan, you're so kind. Jiang Sun observed the chat records, unable to suppress a smirk. Indeed, wherever Song Yinyan was, the conversation inevitably turned to food. He quickly typed a message. I would like a portion as well. Thank you. He realized with clarity that these individuals were not truly restless. They were merely waiting for him. After all, he had persistently impressed upon them how formidable and powerful the Puppet Chronicle was. Now that they had the rare opportunity to acquire heritage knowledge, how could they possibly sleep? Jiang Sun's gaze fell upon the 5 books in his hands, particularly the tome titled Magical Matrix Theory, which he had prepared for himself. He had perused its contents and discovered that the depth of knowledge within was even more profound than that of the Puppet Chronicle. He surmised that the reason this discipline was rated only at the Crescent Moon level was likely due to its inability to be directly converted into combat prowess. After all, upon completing the Puppet Chronicle, one could, provided sufficient materials, directly create puppets using the methods detailed within, thereby immediately enhancing one's strength. Even if one's innate abilities were lacking, with sufficiently refined crafting skills, it was possible to produce epic-grade puppets at the Twilight level. Thus, one could traverse the magical realm with ease. This was a primary reason why puppet masters were widely regarded as formidable adversaries. It was indeed challenging to ascertain whether a seemingly frail puppet master, struggling to walk, might suddenly conjure an epic-grade dragon puppet from their storage space. However, magical matrix theory differed in that it belonged to the profound knowledge of the energy supply technology tree, focusing primarily on the application of magical energy. Jiang Sun was exceedingly familiar with this, for he possessed both the Tide of Magical Convergence and the Magical Energy Collector, both of which pertain to the application of magical power. Moreover, his own magical conductivity efficiency far surpassed that of the average person. In such circumstances, failing to forge his own path would indeed be a squander of innate talent. Although the study of magical matrix theory offered limited enhancement to combat power, its value was hardly inferior to that of Magical Automaton Chronicles. The knowledge contained within primarily focused on the collection, conversion, and storage of magical energy, as well as the construction of magical energy networks and regeneration. It could even synergize with the study of magical automatons, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. This was the pivotal reason why Jiang Sun ultimately resolved to invest a substantial sum to acquire it. At that moment, a notification pinged in his ear, and Jiang Sun promptly accepted the late-night snack sent by Song Yinyan. Walla also hurried over upon hearing the commotion, and together they indulged in the rare delicacies of this magical wasteland. After savoring a few bites of the crispy fried mushroom snack, Jiang Sun resumed his perusal of other inherited texts. The remaining volumes had been selected by the group after their discussions, with Jiang Sun, as the financial backer, merely responsible for the expenditure. First, he forwarded the inheritance titled Symbiosis of Spirit Plants, chosen by Elder Qin, judging solely by the introduction. This technique seemed tailor-made for Elder Qin. Jiang Sun had previously taken a curious glance at it, but upon delving deeper, he found himself utterly bewildered. Each word was familiar, yet the combination rendered the text incomprehensible, akin to deciphering an ancient script. He even sought Elder Qin's guidance. Initially, Elder Qin enthusiastically elucidated the content. However, after a grueling half-hour, possibly out of sheer exasperation, he ultimately dismissed Jiang Sun with a vague reference to the hybrid arts of the magical realm. Sighing in resignation, Jiang Sun finally acknowledged the reality. While knowledge could be inherited, intelligence evidently could not. Next was Zhao Tingtao's selection, Heart of Beasts, which perfectly complemented his talent for conquest. Jiang Sun could grasp some aspects of this inheritance. In essence, it was a compendium on the breeding of magical beasts. The content was astonishingly extensive, covering everything from the construction of magical facilities for domestication to specialized dietary regimens for training beasts post-domestication. It even detailed the procedures for forming contracts with exceptionally powerful magical creatures upon achieving advanced sanctuaries. For instance, a pact with ancient dragons could secure their guardianship over vital areas of the sanctuary, rendering them as protective beasts. This discipline primarily explored the evolutionary mechanisms of magical beings, facilitating their evolution through unique magical environments, potions, and rituals. Having gleaned some understanding, Jiang Sun could profoundly appreciate the potency of this inherited knowledge. He couldn't help but muse that if this technique were transposed into the realm of cultivation, it would undoubtedly lead to the establishment of a formidable beastmaster sect. Jiang Sun gazed at Zhao Tingtao, who was perpetually grinning, and shook his head in exasperation, silently worrying that this technique might not flourish in Zhao Tingtao's hands. After all, as previously mentioned, while knowledge can be passed down, intelligence cannot. Song Yin, on the other hand, did not make her own choice. Aside from her remarkable culinary talent, she exhibited only average proficiency in other areas. Consequently, Jiang Sun and a few others, including Elder Qin, assisted her in deliberating her direction. Given Song Yin's exceptionally high intellectual attributes, They ultimately selected a legacy for her titled Magical Potions. This legacy fundamentally revolves around the science of magical alchemy, detailing the establishment of alchemical workshops and an abundance of potion formulation methods. Jiang Sun recalled seeing the forbidden spell, chaotic dispersal potion in the store, which stands as one of the pinnacle achievements of potionology. This legacy possesses a remarkably high ceiling. However, it has prerequisites for study, specifically a keen sensitivity to the magical properties of materials. This requirement aligns perfectly with Song Yin Yin's expertise. It is noteworthy that her ability to create culinary masterpieces that surpass the level of mere ingredients stems from her talent for flavor box. This gift endows her with the capacity to precisely identify and analyze each food item. Furthermore, it allows her to effortlessly harmonize the attributes of various ingredients, achieving exquisite balance. If she can harmonize food, then concocting potions should be a mere extension of her abilities, as the foundational logic of both disciplines is akin. After distributing several legacies, Jiang Sun observed that, including himself, the choices made by others complemented their respective talents. However, when it came to Zhao Yuran, the situation grew perplexing. Her selected legacy left Jiang Sun and the others utterly bewildered. It was a discipline known as life restoration. Merely hearing the name indicates a focus on healing abilities. While this legacy seems quite suitable for a young girl to pursue, Zhao Yuran is distinctly different. Her talent is aptly named Slaughter, and it appears that these two paths are fundamentally at odds. Nevertheless, when they inquired about her reasoning, she remained resolute. "It's my intuition, Brother Jiang Sun. My instincts are always accurate. Trust me." Upon hearing this, the group relented and allowed her to proceed. Although they assisted one another and shared knowledge, they refrained from interfering in each other's development. After all, no one understands themselves better than they do. Chapter 78. System Update. As he transmitted the legacies to a few individuals, they began to quietly absorb their newfound knowledge. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to meditate. Nearby, Walla flitted about, busily tidying the dining table, her diligent movements adding a unique vibrancy to the otherwise tranquil space. At that moment, Jiang Sun's mind was awash with myriad thoughts, his plans for the future becoming increasingly lucid. Although in the short term, Zhao Tingtao and the others could not rapidly enhance their strength through points, the foundation they had established was already superior to nearly all other survivors from a long-term perspective. If they continued to develop methodically, they would undoubtedly secure a place in this magical wasteland world. Moreover, the remaining points they possessed were not insignificant. They had several thousand points securely tucked away. It was nearly impossible for other survivors to surpass them, and any slow progress was relative to their own circumstances. Jiang Sun raised his eyes slightly to check the time, realizing it was already past 4 o'clock. He stretched lazily, deciding not to return to the dragon egg bed. Instead, he adjusted the versatile sofa into a form suitable for reclining and lay down. Although only 2 hours remained until the system update, he had many important tasks to attend to the following day. Therefore, staying up all night was out of the question. At the very least, he needed to ensure a proper amount of sleep. With that thought, he set his alarm and quickly